Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. I hope you this novel and you give me super chat for new PC in starting 1 ya 2 you get bored but after 2 chapter you see a madman. Chapter 1. Haiwan calendar year 1520. Calm belt. Scorching sun. On an unknown island, a few coconut trees, and a small cave. Feng completed today's training. 500 push UPS, 500 sit UPS, 500 frog jumps, 10 kilometers of running. 10,000 punches, 10,000 kicks, 1,000 dodges. Simple and casual training completed. Lying in the cave, Feng poked open a coconut with one finger. 3 years of hard training just waiting for today. Tongzi. Ding. Initial achievement of the Supreme Achievement System, Training Master, unlocked. The system functions are fully enabled, and new achievements can be triggered at any time. Host, Feng. Master of Training unlocking conditions, simple practice, ultimate enjoyment. Please open the system interface to watch for details. Achievement rewards, newbie gift pack. Is it enabled? Don't open it, wait until I die. Feng had just started drinking coconut milk when the system quickly issued a pleasant reminder sound. Ding. New achievement unlocked, the King of Hard Talk. Master of Hard Mouth, unlocking conditions, love in heart, deny in mouth, drool, deny in mouth, need to deny once with both heart and mouth. Achievement reward, talent, iron teeth and bronze fangs. The speed of tooth regeneration and attack power increased to 10 times that of the top fishman. Feng gritted his teeth. He felt that he could chew on stones without any problem. What a good set of teeth. Thank you, Tongzi. Open the novice gift pack. As soon as possible, right now. Feng paused when he spoke. If he hadn't been entangled by this system, he wouldn't have been stared at by more than 30 large trucks at the intersection. Ding. New achievement unlocked, smiling face hiding dagger. Smiling face hiding a dagger unlocking condition, smile more when you are full of hatred. Achievement reward, physical skills, iron block. Iron block is the most basic technique of armament haki. With hard work, porcelain teeth can also be armed. Feng did not speak. Only silence. A moment of comfort appeared on the surface of his body. The experience and skills of iron block also appeared in his mind. Newbie gift pack has been opened. 1 devil fruit, 1 random talent, 1 random physical skill, 1 random secret skill, 1 mid-level gift pack. Feng pointed at the gift pack interface. The random talent was extracted. The bubbles merged into himself, and his physique also transformed. Talent, eating raw materials and drinking blood. Good teeth and a good appetite. Even if you eat raw meat, you won't have a stomach ache. The energy conversion speed is 10 times that of the giants. It sounds good. In the future, I can hold the sea kings and eat them raw. Feng thinks his talent is not bad, and he can also use it with iron teeth and copper teeth. The second time, he chose a random physical skill. A bubble emerged, and what was integrated into the body was experience, and what was transformed was the physique. Physical exercises, moon step. If you step on your right foot with your left foot, you will definitely be able to fly. If you can't fly, you are not in the second dimension. Feng did not comment. After more than 1,000 days of hard training, I must get all the novice gift packs. It's better not to stay in the novice village alone. The third one is the secret. After clicking, the whole body began to transform. Feng felt as if any part of his body could contain vitality. Secret, life return. I haven't learned all 6 styles of the Navy yet, but I've already mastered the secrets. That's amazing. Store more energy to avoid being killed. Eat the devil fruit first. Feng took out the devil fruit. A line of small words immediately appeared. Item description. Animal type human fruit mythical beast Nezha form. This devil fruit is also a special natural type. Also known as the natural series Lianlian fruit Sensen fruit superior fruit. This devil fruit is actually a special superhuman type. Legend has it that the superhuman devil fruit, weapon fruit superior fruit will never end? Ye Feng has never heard of 3 types of devil fruits, which is even more outrageous than Nika. He took a bite and it tasted indescribably bad. It still looked like a lotus. I don't know if I ate a lotus with the taste of olgay, or an olgay in the shape of a lotus. New achievement unlocked, Evil Body. Evil Body, unlocking conditions. You have a strange disease in which evil spirits have entered your body, such as not being able to eat fruit that touches sea water, or turning into a toy when touched by someone. Achievement Reward Talent, Righteousness. May the host have a good body and be immune to all kinds of evil spirits and strange diseases. This talent is only for the battle of evil spirits. An inexplicable breath floated from Ye Feng's body. The demons in the devil fruit were expelled. He immediately felt that it was perfectly matched with Nezha form Lianlian fruit magic weapon fruit. After the perfect match, the fruit awakening was immediately touched. Ye Feng clicked on the middle hand gift pack. I have heard of masters and novices, but what is this middle hand? Ding! The middle level gift package. The host needs to be promoted to achievement silver before it can be opened. Current achievement, Great Bronze, 3/5. Shouldn't it be bronze, silver, gold, platinum, master? Ye Feng felt that the level given to the host by this system was abnormal. Ding! New achievement unlocked, learn from one example. Learn from one example and apply it to other cases. Unlock condition, the host has amazing comprehension and can always give examples that surpass human wisdom. Achievement Reward, Talent, Brainstorming. Logical thinking and memory have been greatly improved, and combat IQ has also increased to 10 times that of ordinary people. Ye Feng felt relieved. He felt that his brain could carry a lot more things at once. The system achievement was nothing to be afraid of. According to the normal time travel, he had just received a novice mission and opened the first novice reward. Ye Feng had already obtained multiple physical skills, talents, and devil fruits that had their side effects removed by talents. Be content, take a break for a minute before working hard again. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Contentment is the key to happiness. Contentment is the key to happiness, unlocking condition. Having a peaceful and calm heart is extremely difficult, and requires a moment of true contentment. Today, are you content? Achievement Reward Talent, Feast of Gluttony. There is nothing that cannot be eaten. Grandma said that the system is to control everything and eat everything. For the strong, being able to eat is a blessing. The system has a grandmother? Ye Feng suddenly realized. Other systems issue a bunch of perverted tasks before giving rewards. The supreme achievement system is to do everything possible and give rewards randomly. It looks like you want to complete the process as soon as possible, complete the performance and go home. Iron teeth and copper teeth, eat raw meat and drink blood, full of righteousness, and a gluttonous feast. These 4 talents are to form a physique that enjoys eating everything. Completely solve Ye Feng's hunger problem on the sea. Ding! New achievement level has been upgraded. Achievement Silver, 0/10. Unlock condition, Achievement Bronze, 5/5. Achievement Rewards, Winning Gift Pack. Do you want to turn it on? Yet. Feng was a nobody before he crossed over. He sat in the last row by the window in the class. They say it's the hometown of the king. He didn't become the king, but he almost became a ghost. The only accident in his life was the awakening system. He was surrounded by trucks at the intersection. As soon as he crossed over, he got a perverted training task. It took him 3 years to complete it. He roasted some coconuts, collected rainwater, and got some crabs and small fish to survive every day. At this moment, this sudden happiness makes people a little overwhelmed. Turn on. The distribution of the mid-level gift pack has been suspended. It has been detected that a large number of achievements have not been opened. Ye Feng knew that the real system task was about to begin. Lots of achievements coming soon. Ga, thank you for assembling a fleet. Ye Feng closed his eyes and listened to the system's violent storm. The days next to the last row of trash cans were not in vain. He calmly accepted his life with a few billion points of luck. Chapter 2. Ding! A new achievement has been unlocked, Don't Bully the Young. Don't bully the young. Unlocking conditions, the young man is unruly and has been a middle school student since he was young. The host was a young man in his previous life until his death. Achievement reward, physical skills, gun finger. As we all know, guns can't kill people on the sea. Hey, take my finger that's as powerful as a gunshot. Feng quickly strengthened himself. He felt that his bones had been strengthened. The skills of pointing guns also flooded into his mind. Ding! A new achievement has been unlocked, be strong all your life. Be strong all your life, unlock condition, even if you die, you will still be the strong king of washing clothes all your life. Achievement reward, physical skills, paper drawing. Make the human body as soft as paper. This skill is slightly buggy, and the master will basically lose his memory. A lifetime of strength ends up with a few pieces of yellow paper and a few copper coins. Fuck. Feng really wants to change the voice pack for the system. Every time, he is rubbing salt into the wound. The iron block is the human body's extremely refined steel. Paper painting is like refined steel that can be soft around your fingers. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Truck Master. Truck Master unlocking condition, at the time of farewell, gather dozens of trucks from another world to see you off, this is an unprecedented grand occasion. Achievement reward, physical skills, shaving. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Are you fast enough, young man? Feng moved slightly and appeared 10 meters away. This physique has completely surpassed the limits of the human body. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Crossing Novice. Newbie Crosser, unlocking conditions, a rookie host who crosses over for the first time and arrives in a different world without knowing the surroundings. Achievement reward, physical skills, Storm Kick. Look at this tree, it's so weak. Give it a foot of the foot. Pay attention to hygiene, don't mistake athlete's foot for foot of the foot. Feng worked hard for 3 years before completing the task. I thought the sweet days were just beginning. Who would have thought that it would be so sweet that it could be used to make wine? I should be able to open the gift pack now. Feng didn't think there was anything wrong with the system. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Survival Master. Survival Master, unlock condition, do you still remember the first time you picked coconuts, the first time you hunted, the first time you accumulated fresh water? That's amazing. I thought the host would die. Achievement reward talent, bloodline factor. From today on, you are a pervert. You have become another kind of existence with special physique. You are not a human anymore. The pervert has become a little bit stronger. Why do I always feel a little uncomfortable? The bloodline factor transformed by the Vinsmoke family of Germa 66 and Judge. It can enable humans to block the sword attack entangled with the armed color Domineering. Feng quietly watched the system performance. Until a new beautiful prompt sound. The Zhongxiao gift pack has been opened. 2 random talents, 2 random physical skills, 2 random secret skills, 1 random famous sword, 1 expert gift pack. It never ends, right? Host, this system has limited capabilities. I feel guilty. Please accept my friendly reminder. The host must open new achievements as soon as possible. If you have a system but are not invincible, it will be a shame for the system. Feng hesitated. It seems to be right. The system is invincible, so why go down the useless path? Calm down. Open the talent with 1 finger. Talent, Iron Balloon. Strengthen it a little bit more. Feng, who already felt invulnerable after his bloodline factor was activated, now felt that every move he made was like a god sent down from heaven. Talent, Cyber Murloc. You will be more Fishman than Fishman. You can easily do things that Fishman can't do. You are worthy of being the host. Feng's body merged with another light spot, further strengthening it. The intuition in his heart told Feng. Breathing in water, the control over the moisture in the atmosphere is also further enhanced. The next choice is the physical skill point. Physical skills, Fishman Judo. Let's go and wade in the water with bare hands and give those unawakened fruit ability users a head-on blow. Bullying is the fun of masters. Feng felt a strong sense of evil taste. However, Physical skills, Fishman karate. I'll stop talking if I can. He nodded. Ye Feng was very satisfied with mastering the new skills. He started to open the secret point. Secret technique, Dragon Claw secret technique. Destroy everything, both offensive and defensive. Before learning any moves, let's learn the secret first. Enhance your physical power. While learning the secret, Ye Feng also naturally has a mastery of the physical skills that come from the secret beyond ordinary people. It is also indestructible. Secret, King's qualification. If you are not the king, how can the host and the system meet? Go ahead and make the world dizzy. King's qualification. Simply put, it is the domineering aura. Ye Feng felt as if a sealed lock was opened. He immediately tried a skill. It gave the Sea Kings in the Windless Belt a lot of experience. Boom! The purple-gold domineering aura of the domineering color spanned across the sea. After a while, today's dinner floated up. Domineering aura, awakening of 3 series of devil fruits, awakening of bloodline factors. The iron balloon physique that can eat anything. The awakening of the 6 secrets of the Navy, which can store life and return vitality. It can turn into a dragon in the sky and a kun in the sea. Ye Feng was about to close his eyes and open his arms to enjoy it. The system issued an emergency prompt sound. Host, I forgot to sign for your famous sword. Oh, this thing is probably not even as powerful as my fist, I forgot. Ye Feng pointed at the famous sword. Sword, knight. From the world's greatest swordsman, it's a pity that he can no longer row a boat. Immediately, a long sword as black as night appeared in his hand. It was the first supreme sword, the black sword, the knight. Huh? Ye Feng took the sword, rubbed it and found it was not bad. Could it really be Hawkeye my hawk's sword? Looking at the sea, Ye Feng felt a little bored. System, please give me some tasks. Let me conquer some 9 Snake Island. Isle of Man or something. This system does not require the host to work. The host can get rewards by triggering various achievements. The current host level is, Achievement Big Silver, 5/10. Ye Feng did not expect that the 5 achievements that were just delayed were also included. The system is still very considerate. This system also provides character panel and item backpack functions to solve basic host problems. Can I put my belongings in this island? Ye Feng felt quite attached to the island. He would be reluctant to leave it like this. Yes, living things cannot be placed in the system backpack. The island is made of sand, stone, etc. and can be placed. Living things such as coconut trees cannot be brought in. Forget it, feelings are all fake. Ye Feng is a kind person. He immediately cut down the coconut trees that had supported him for 3 years and sent them to heaven to enjoy happiness. Satisfied, he put the island in his system backpack. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Backpacker. Backpacker, unlock condition, you never know what someone will pack in their backpack. Achievement reward, secret, divine avoidance. God evades me, I don't, invincibility plus critical strike. God evasion? Ye Feng relied on the Navy 6 styles, Fishman Judo, Karate, Dragon Claw Fist, etc. to master the basic armament haki. He just awakened the Conqueror haki. But he didn't do Ryuo and Ha-chan, how to use this God evasion. A light spot merged into the center of his eyebrows. Ye Feng's own armament haki and Conqueror haki mastery level rose rapidly. The skills reached Ryuo and Ha-chan. The quantity and quality also transformed accordingly. Ding! A new achievement has been achieved, self-taught. Chapter 3. Untaught, Unlocking Conditions. Oh my god, the host actually mastered the advanced secrets of Conqueror haki and armament haki. The system has to give a reward for this. Achievement reward, secret technique, fist bone clash. This secret technique is also known as Galaxy Impact. Let your haki reach a higher level. Boy, is your fist strong enough? Good fellow, it's just a reason to give a new achievement. Ye Feng is used to this kind of reward surge. In an instant, he felt that his physical skills had reached a higher level. The reserves of armament haki and Conqueror haki were further increased. I feel that my domineering aura is almost endless. Ye Feng knew about the conflict between the divine avoidance and the fist bone. The former is the domineering swordsmanship secret that has been passed down from Roger to Red Hair. The latter is one of the existing legends, Garp's domineering aura secret. It seems to be just a plain move. In fact, it integrates the dual-color domineering advanced domineering aura and powerful physical skills and swordsmanship. 2 secrets in a row. Ye Feng directly stood at the top in the field of swordsmanship and physical skills. The novice village hasn't even been opened yet, but the level has reached the maximum. Ye Feng, who clearly understands his own strength, steps on the wind-fire wheel and hangs in the air. This form is exactly the Nezha form of the fantasy beast. Ye Feng stands in the air and adapts to his various abilities. The Qianqin circle is suspended, and the Hun Tianling is dancing. They are all part of the superhuman magic fruit. In addition, Nezha also has the fire spear, gold brick, 9 dragons fire cover, yin-yang sword, demon slaying sword, demon binding rope, etc. As the upper form of baby 5-weapon fruit, it can also be transformed into any weapon. The magic fruit is combined with the Nezha form, and it can use weapon rain and throw countless weapons. The Nezha form itself has 3 heads and 8 arms. Ignore soul attacks and ignore strange arts. It is extremely powerful and invulnerable to swords and guns. The lotus form is the upper form of the sen fruit. It turns into various kinds of plants. He can control creatures and plants. He also has the ability to accelerate the growth of plants like the lush fruit. His armament haki and conqueror haki are all maxed out. His physical skills range from the Navy 6 styles, Fishman Judo, Karate, Dragon Claw Fist to Fist Bone Conflict. His swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle with God Avoidance. With a variety of talents, he has created a body that is a natural monster. Coupled with Nezha's form and the talent of righteousness, Ye Feng ignores the effects of various superhuman devil fruits, and is not affected by the sea or sea stone. He closed his eyes for a moment. He integrated his own strength. He threw an experimental punch. Boom! The sea seemed to have encountered some brutal bombing. A shock wave appeared in the huge pit and spread out, raising huge waves 100 meters high. The corpses of sea kings floated in the calm belt. Let's have grilled fish today. The hot wheel turned. According to Ye Feng's wishes, a sea king fish that looked like a catfish was grilled just right. Just right. This flame is enough to burn an island to ashes. But now it is used to grill fish. The grilled fish is so delicious. I have been living such a hard life for the past 3 years. Ye Feng was full and ready to leave this broken place. He swept across the sea. The wind and fire wheel was close to the water surface, burning the sea kings that emerged from the sea one by one. Without control, most of them became charcoal. Not to mention that Ye Feng didn't eat it, other sea kings couldn't eat it either. The surviving sea kings were very bored, and their hearts were already filled with countless herbs. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Sea King Hunter. Sea King Hunter, unlocking conditions, the host is inhumane, and the sea kings who died unjustly will definitely curse you. Achievement reward, talent, hunting instinct. I will never forget the prey I have encountered once. Ye Feng only felt that his nose, eyes, and ears were amplified. He remembered the types and numbers of the sea kings he had just encountered. His sense of smell, hearing, and vision were multiplied by 10. I don't know which island I will fly to. The sea doesn't know yet. An accomplished person is about to arrive at a lucky island. Ye Feng has always been cheerful, not neurotic, just a little optimistic. Since he is here, how can he not have fun? Half an hour later, with fire and lightning all the way, Ye Feng finally arrived at the second island in his life. There is a stone sculpture resembling a snake head on an arched mountain. There are tracks of trees at the foot of the mountain. There is a port on the island, and there are people in the mountain. What else can such obvious features be except the 9-snake island? Try the lotus fruit. Ye Feng stood on the shore, one hand forward. The already tall trees grew again, until they became giant trees 100 meters high. The roots even grew out from the bottom of the island and spread to the sea. Under the cover, the Hydrum mountain at the core of the 9-snake island was no longer so tall. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Green Master. Greening Master unlocking conditions, create a beautiful ecology anytime and anywhere, plant a tree, and benefit your descendants for generations to come. Achievement reward talent, Heart Network access. The natural observation Haki has a huge range and can also eavesdrop on people's thoughts. Observation Haki? Ye Feng felt that his thoughts merged with his soul in an instant. His perception doubled at this moment, and a kind of Haki that merged his 5 senses and his mind was born. Plants can also cooperate with me to listen to my inner voice. This system is really incompetent. The host has only now completed the 3-color domineering. Yes, you are useless, come on, Versailles bastard. Thank you for the compliment, / Ye Feng felt that the orientation of the system seemed a little abnormal. Gurgle. I'm a little hungry. Grilled fish can't satisfy my hunger. Ye Feng's strong sense of smell has already smelled the delicious food from the Lily Kingdom in the air. A huge city gate blocked the way. The guards of the Lily Kingdom held spears and swords. They pointed at Ye Feng and shouted, "You are a man. Can't you see it?" Ye Feng planned to do it himself. He adjusted the strength of his fist. He thought he would see the city gate crumble. Boom! He punched in and the city gate exploded on the spot. No offense, I'm here to build a gate for the pirates. Ye Feng stepped into the Lily Kingdom. The giant vines immediately intertwined into a gate. From a distance, it looked like a prison door. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The guards of the Lily Kingdom immediately became active. The speed was too fast. The guards guarding the city gate did not have time to take action. You lunatic, we will let you know the price of offending the Lily Kingdom. I'm sorry, you are too ugly, you can't give me the price. Ye Feng apologized politely and stepped straight into the kingdom's territory. You. The guard of the Lily Kingdom, who was originally speaking righteously, turned pale with anger after hearing Ye Feng's words. The sculptures here are nice, and the architectural style is similar to my hometown. Ye Feng immediately felt that he had made the right decision. The Lily Kingdom is a really good place. You guys move out, I'll live here from now on. In the core of the island, there is a place for competitive fighting. Ye Feng left the island he had lived on for 3 years here. Grow, grow, grow. A small seed grew rapidly, quickly climbing up the rock and wrapping around the giant snake sculpture. Die, man! The 2 sisters of the Empress had already stood outside the arena, leading the crowd to surround the arena. This place is pretty good. Although you were born and raised here, can you please move away? Ye Feng walked out of the arena in a good mood. Ding! A new achievement has been unlocked. Go with the flow. Chapter 4. Be content with whatever happens, unlocking conditions, you can live and work in peace wherever you go, without being too particular about details. Achievement reward, swordsmanship, dragon horse heritage. The ancient heritage has arrived. A dragon-slaying swordsman delivered the express to the stolen corpse. He was really generous. It was really hurtful. Ye Feng felt that the system probably grew up eating bamboo shoots. Long Ma's lifelong swordsmanship inheritance was fully integrated into Ye Feng's eyebrows. For swordsmanship, the application of armed color domineering was also more handy, tending to be perfect. Ding! New achievement level has been upgraded, achievement of big gold, 0/20. Unlock condition, achievement of big silver, 10/10. Achievement rewards, master pack. Do you want to open it? Ye Feng thought, is there a system reward that can be accumulated over time? 3 years of hard work, and 3 big gift packs in one day. Open. What? The master gift pack has been opened. 3 random fruits, 3 random talents, 3 random seraphs, 1 random famous sword, 1 super hand gift pack. Super hand gift pack? Why not call it super? Too vulgar. The system answered truthfully. Ye Feng was speechless. In the middle of the battle, the Empress took the lead in kicking. Signature move. Fragrant kick. Ye Feng only felt that this attack was weak and powerless. Even when facing Blackbeard with 2 fruits, the Empress could petrify his men. But in Ye Feng's eyes, this attack was too weak in terms of physical skills and domineering. He raised one hand and easily blocked it. Ye Feng was kicked, but there was no sign of being petrified. This man blocked his sister's attack, but he was not petrified. The two younger sisters who grew up crooked exclaimed immediately. Everyone was also amazed. In the eyes of the people of the Lily Kingdom, anyone who offended the majesty of the Empress would be petrified. Damn it! Damn man! Anyone will be fascinated by this blow of mine. Sweet and sweet wind. The Empress drew a peach heart circle, and once you are tempted, you will be petrified on the spot. Ye Feng also felt that this blow was very weak. What's the point? Nezha form is immune to any fancy fruit effect. As for the Empress? Is she really beautiful? If you have never played with a mobile phone, you have seen countless internet celebrities, stars, and beauties on a bunch of apps. If Ye Feng is still a caveman, he might think that the Empress is absolutely beautiful. As a high-intensity internet addict, in Ye Feng's eyes, the Empress is definitely a natural beauty with a good figure. That's all. I've seen too many. You are not obsessed with my beauty. You are too ordinary, Hancock. Ye Feng casually pointed at the 3 talent light spots. Feeling the new power pouring into his body. Nanny. The Empress had never felt such an insult. Ordinary. The most beautiful woman on the sea. The current Emperor of the Lily Kingdom, the 7 warlords of the sea. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Pink Skull. Pink Skull unlocking condition: if you swipe it, you are my girlfriend. If you swipe it, I will forget who you are. There are so many flowers, but what can I do with just one? Achievement reward: secret, old monk enters meditation. Strong willpower and heart, tempered by the dazzling flowers, you have a calm mind, not afraid of the collapse of the mountains. Tisk tisk tisk. Ye Feng didn't expect that his heart was so strong. Isn't it just that he has watched too many videos of beautiful women and is aesthetically fatigued? Fortunately, it is really endowed with some psychological attributes. The eyes looking at the Empress seem calm. You really ignored me. The Empress had never seen such a calm look in a man. Queen, please leave my house. Ye Feng felt that he was particularly comfortable staying in the Lily Kingdom. The architectural style and natural scenery were quite good. They had lived here for many years, so it would be better to move out as soon as possible. My concubine. The Empress was speechless for a moment. How did it become your family? Is it a case of black eating black among pirates? Talent, Overlord luck. Originally a clown, Buggy is out of print. Without the luck of a king, how can you dominate the sea? Luck is also a talent? Ye Feng felt that his mood seemed to have improved a little. Apart from that, there was no change. Talent, macro eyes. Liar Usopp once said that he could hit the center of an ant's forehead 100 meters away. How small is that bullet? The key is the size of the bullet? Ye Feng was about to say something but stopped. But it all happened too fast. During this time, the Lily Kingdom launched several more waves of attacks. Simply control the vines to defeat them all. Ye Feng's armament haki covered them, basically crushing them. Only one Empress was left standing in front of him. Even the 2 sisters were kicked away by Ye Feng. Talent, God of Cookery. You must know how to eat, but you must also know how to cook. The light spot merged into memory. The knowledge, experience, and cooking skills of all the world's top chefs belonged to Ye Feng. Where's the knife? Ye Feng already had a black knife. This time, the master's gift package gave him another famous knife. If you don't want it, what are you waiting for? He poked it with his finger. Famous sword, the first Kaititsu. This is a really good sword. The bald guy shouldn't be sad, right? The top demon sword, the first generation of Kaititsu, also fell into his hands. Another person in the pirate world couldn't sleep all night. With 2 swords in hand, Ye Feng felt that his proficiency in kendo had also reached a higher level. Black Blade Knight. Hancock recognized the sword of the world's greatest swordsman at a glance. Using the sweet fruit, he quickly bent his bow and drew his arrow. Arrows of captives. Arrows of captives. Double sword style, demonic night wind. Ye Feng slashed with both swords. The demon sword and the black sword were wrapped with armed color domineering and overlord color domineering. The purple-black sword storm whistled. The arrows of the queen's fruit ability were completely disintegrated. After she dodged, blood was flowing from her arms. Her eyes were full of fear. Are you injured? I just gave a name to the basic attack. Ye Feng tried his swordsmanship. Then he opened the seraph. Seraph, little Jinbei, little bear, little Hancock. The host has the highest authority, the only authority, and the authority cannot be changed. Ye Feng first threw the seraph bear and seraph Jinbei. This big-headed doll in front of the empress. Ye Feng immediately felt a lot more comfortable. In the future, there will be a housekeeper and a thug to watch over the door. Who are you? The empress had never suffered such humiliation. Ye Feng. Are they your illegitimate children with Hawkeye and Bear? The queen pointed at the two little seraphim and said. What about her? Ours. Ye Feng released little Hancock. This is impossible. Could it be the legendary Vegapunk's cyborg experiment? The queen felt that she was being crushed again and again. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break through the three seraphs' blockade. Vegapunk? How dare he copy my seraph? Ye Feng felt that Vegapunk was being unfair. Ding! New achievement unlocked, first come, first served. Preconceived, unlock condition, Vegapunk will live in your shadow for the rest of his life. Achievement reward, secret, predict the future. It feels like I can see far into the future. Advanced observation haki. Predicting the future. Perception and mind are further enhanced. It seems like the devil fruit has not been opened yet. Ye Feng pointed at the other three spots of light. Chapter 5. Devil fruits, power fruit, expansion fruit, teleportation fruit. Strength can break everything. Speed is strength, and a bonus that can make the body gigantic and a bonus that can make it float is included. Ye Feng got these three new devil fruits and was still hesitating whether to eat them or not. The talent of righteousness squeezes out the black energy in the devil fruit. It's not poisonous, it's edible. After eating the devil fruit in a few bites, Ye Feng understood a kind of suffering in the world. Probably using the devil fruit to fill hunger. So strong. The empress was fighting with little Hancock and found that the other party was strong and his fruit was also very strong. How could anyone create a cyborg that could rival the 7 warlords of the sea? If that were the case, would the 7 warlords of the sea still have a reason to exist? How powerful is the power fruit? Ye Feng was curious. He first used the expansion fruit to enlarge his body, and his fingers were taller than the empress. His already powerful strength, coupled with the power fruit, increased his power. He pressed down with one finger. Da Huang Ju Tian finger. She made up a random name for the move. She pressed down with one finger. The empress used all her strength to block it with both hands. I will never be defeated by you. He, you are too weak, Hancock. Ye Feng smiled amiably. He moved his finger. His domineering aura merged with the huge finger after it expanded. The power fruit further increased the power of Nezha's form. No matter how hard the empress struggled, she could not break it. Your Majesty! The people of the Lily Kingdom cried out with tears in their eyes. Their king was being suppressed by an evil being. She can survive my volley of fingers. This woman must not be allowed to live. Ye Feng hadn't really started yet. The empress couldn't stand Ye Feng's powerful aura. Puff! She spat out a mouthful of black blood, exhausted, and fainted from the injuries. Elder sister! Hancock! The two sisters and the old woman were very distressed. Noisy! Ye Feng gave a look. The top-level domineering aura burst out. Black lightning and purple gold storm swept out. Everyone fainted with foam at the mouth. Little bear, little Jinbei, you two throw the ugly ones out. Keep them for growing crops and opening factories in the future. Ye Feng ordered little Hancock again. Imprison those who are good-looking. If you want to become the king of the island, you must have a few maids. I have worked hard for 3 years, so it's okay for me to enjoy myself. After arranging everything, Ye Feng stretched comfortably. My home is really nice. Take a deep breath. After driving away some ignorant guests, Ye Feng's mood has improved. Ding! New achievement unlocked, occupy the nest. Occupy the magpie's nest. Unlocking conditions, live in your new home with peace of mind and drive away the guests. Achievement reward, talent, god of sports. Swimming, triathlon, high jump, you will be a god in all sports. Use sliding with caution to avoid the loss of life. Sliding? Ye Feng didn't understand. With his own physique, unless it was an invasion from another world, sliding could be put aside. That's great. The whole world should welcome me. Kulagana Island. Also known as Dark Island, Kulagana Island. The ruins of the kingdom of Saikiri. The ghost castle. Hawkeye my hawk is bandaging his hands. A few days ago, he went to teach a green algae-haired swordsman from the East China Sea a lesson. After that, he went to meet the red-haired man who was both his enemy and friend. Unexpectedly, he squinted his eyes on the way home. His sword disappeared without even noticing his observation haki. Without rowing tools, he simply used his haki as a propulsion force and flew all the way back. He wanted to paddle with his hands, but gave up after thinking about it. He was seen rowing with a sword before by a man named Creek. He chased him for a long time before destroying his entire ship. Now his hands are a little swollen, so he had to show his respect. Leaning on the sofa, Hawkeye my hawk is speculating with his cold eyes. Who stole my knife? If I knew who it was, I would cut him into pieces. Red Earth Continent. Holy Land, Mary Gosa. 5 Elders, the world's highest authority. Bald man listened to his subordinate's report. No one noticed? Why didn't anyone notice? Those who have the ability to sneak in, what are you doing? Sorry, sir. We really didn't find anyone sneaking in. And the sword disappeared from your hand. CP0 is explaining. But he is already dead. CP0 can't explain, he can only execute. The absolutely powerful domineering aura of the king can block the perception of observation. Is it red hair? Doesn't he have griffin? What's the point of having 2 swords in one hand? You can't use your teeth to bite with 2 swords. The 5 elders pretended to be serious while discussing. They were all trying to hold back their laughter. You are mocking me. The bald old man's eyes exuded a murderous aura. No, how can it be called stealing if the knife in your hand disappears? Saturn Saint with curly hair couldn't help but say. Soon, the room was filled with silent smiles. I'm so angry that I'm going to be killed by the knife thief. 9 Snake Island. The island owner Ye Feng found that there were a lot of ingredients on the island. He used his talent god of cookery to cook a lot of delicious dishes. Drink to your heart's content. It was the first time I had delicious food since I traveled through time. After 3 rounds of drinking, Ye Feng stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the brand new 9 Snake Island. The mountain was heavily guarded and self-sufficient. Some farms and factories were also needed outside. Most of the Lily Kingdom's soldiers are strong. The soldiers are domineering and strong. I guess they are good at working. Ye Feng wanted to ride the wind and fire wheel again to go for a ride on the sea to digest the food. But now that we have the teleportation fruit, why walk when we can teleport? But the wind and fire wheels are really comfortable. Leave the seraph to watch the house. Ye Feng, who didn't know the way, stepped on the wind and fire wheels and activated random teleportation. Swish! The first time was under the sea. Not only was there no fruit restriction, but he could also breathe underwater and fight with sea water. Sea kings are so cute, I have to eat more in the future. Ye Feng left, and the sea kings swimming in the sea only felt an instinctive fear. But they didn't see anything. Swish! Second teleportation. An island full of life. The observation haki quickly determined the specific situation like a radar. There are many species and diverse climates. This island is more dangerous than the one I stayed on before. Fortunately, there is more wild animal meat to eat. Bang! Before Ye Feng finished speaking, a big wild boar appeared behind him. He looked back. The big wild boar knelt down immediately. I forgot to restrain my domineering attitude. But do I need to be low-key? No. Ye Feng said to himself. Swish! The third teleportation. Finally found a place to go shopping. The environment is beautiful and the climate is suitable. Various bubbles are floating in the air. Chebayati Archipelago. Ye Feng put his hands in his pockets, standing in the air on the wind and fire wheels. He was walking on the street 1 foot above the ground. Just like in the comics, there are lots of delicious food and all kinds of strange people. Chapter 6. Gurgle. Ye Feng had just had a feast on 9 Snake Island. Unexpectedly, once he arrived at the Sabayati archipelago, all of his food was converted into energy. He felt hungry again. We need to find some cooks to provide food 24 hours a day. The streets are full of seafood, barbecue, various fried rice, bread, cold drinks, and various fruits of the Grand Line. Ye Feng ate from the first grilled squid stall. It tasted good. The boss lady was very happy. Do you feel uncomfortable in your stomach after eating so much? No, I have a good appetite. Ye Feng asked politely while eating. Are there any big restaurants around here, the kind with lots of single chefs? Why are you single? The lady boss blinked her big eyes. She always felt that the customer had some bad intentions. I want to recruit some professional cooks. But I don't want their families to worry. So I plan to recruit some beautiful single cooks who are lonely and need help. While Ye Feng was talking, he had already cleared away all the food on the grilled squid boss's stall. Of course, those who do business here have families. If you want to talk about the helpless, it must be the slave auction house. Mermaids and various slaves are sold there every day. It's a pity that no one dares to mention their past. I heard that it was the business of a big shot. The proprietress was still chattering. Ye Feng had disappeared long ago. You haven't paid yet. It's over. Did I get a free meal today? I thought I met a customer who can eat a lot unexpectedly. He is a professional free eater. Not long ago, there was a male pirate who ate a free meal on this street. He even fell asleep while eating. Before leaving, he was still asking about a man named Blackbeard. That Blackbeard was the same. He ate a free meal a long time ago. These days, it's really difficult to be a pirate. Slave auction. In the darkness, an old man was handcuffed and walking slowly forward. Ye Feng teleported here and passed by him on his wind and fire wheels. Stop! Do you know where this is? The boss pointed at Ye Feng angrily. The slave auction house is the business of Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Who dares to be so presumptuous here? Are there any beauties here? Ye Feng asked. The white-haired old man smiled and raised his head and said jokingly. Young man, do you like beautiful women? I am young and hot-blooded and don't like beauties. Do I like Big Mom? Ye Feng has indeed seen many beauties. But he is not a eunuch. Whether it is a maid or a cook, don't you have to find a beautiful one? Ha 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 ha, funny boy. There are a few human beauties and a few long-legged people in the back. Go and save them if you are brave enough. The old man walked forward. The boss didn't even get a word in. He found that his legs couldn't move at all when the two were talking. Bang! The explosive chain broke with a sound. Rayleigh left from the other side with a smile. He didn't know how many times he had done this. Rayleigh. Ye Feng recognized the old man at a glance. But he didn't say hello. Ye Feng had no interest in collecting the legendary old man card. He walked forward and saw 5 humans, 2 women from the long-legged tribe. In addition, there were 2 fishmen, some fur tribe. You can't let him go. The boss shouted anxiously. He finally managed to move, and he didn't want to be held accountable by Tian Yasha. I didn't intend to release it. Now that you said that, I have to release it. The wind and fire wheels turned, and the flames melted the iron chains immediately. Ye Feng quickly broke the explosive chains one by one. Can you guys cook? I need some cooks. Faced with these 5 human beauties and 3 long-legged beauties, Ye Feng asked a crucial question. Yes. They realized they were saved, so they nodded frantically. Okay, follow me later. Ye Feng was very satisfied. They didn't even mention the salary. It was really tearful. You will be rewarded by the navy and hunted by the 7 warlords of the sea. The auction house owner was afraid, but he still scolded. He was used to taking advantage of the power of others. Do you have Bailey? Of course there is. The boss answered instinctively. Thank you. Feng is indeed the most elegant and easygoing person. He immediately took away his wallet. You robbed me? This is worse than death to me. It is a trampling on my dignity. The boss couldn't stand it anymore. This is a great shame. I'm sorry, I shouldn't trample on your dignity. Feng didn't do anything. The domineering aura burst out. Like a big hand. The auction house owner felt that his body seemed to be held by some huge force. He struggled for a few times and died in pain. He didn't understand until his death. Why did someone dare to provoke the 7 warlords of the sea? What's more, it was an unknown kid. If there was a bounty of hundreds of millions, he would definitely not dare to shout. That is the 3rd largest force together with the navy and the 4 emperors. Have you always been so brave? Feng and the 7 candidate cooks stepped over the corpses. The auction site was already a mess. The fishmen and the fur tribes were already capable of fighting. Feng was too lazy to walk. He led his people to teleport away. Ding! New achievement unlocked, kindness. Kind-hearted and good unlocking condition, the host saves people from danger not for himself but for the sake of the people. Achievement reward, talent, Saint's Breath. A brand new physical talent, worth having. Can breathe anywhere, surpassing the Murlocs. Don't ask where the oxygen comes from, the saints don't care. The chaos at the auction house was actually nothing. Where there are pirates, there are always disputes. It was mainly because it disturbed the fun of several celestial dragons. The pig-headed Saint Charlos bought a few slaves here and was very happy when he returned. Although there is a barrier. I can't smell it at all, but the air here is really bad. Neobula Shizhung, whose hair is sticking up like horns, said with disgust. I want to buy a fur slave. The giants are too hot-tempered. Otherwise, I really want to buy one. Gobula Shishan's hairstyle is very unique, like a lump. A large number of Tianlong guards led the way. Just halfway there, someone came to report. It's bad. The owner of the auction house was killed. All the slaves ran away. After hearing the report from the visitor, the mood of the Tianlong people had fallen to the bottom. I should have gone to Golden City earlier. It's really boring. Go to that street full of food for the lower class and find a few random slaves. Are you going to give them this honor? You are so kind, Go Buletin La Shi Sheng. The 2 of them walked happily towards the food street. Along the way, there was a huge crowd of their guards and slaves. Food street. Feng threw Bailey to the unhappy proprietress. You didn't dine for free. The lady boss was surprised and happy. At least she didn't lose money. Thank you for your kindness. I will eat a free meal next time. Someone paid for it this time. Feng looked sincere. Not really. The lady boss put away Bailey and planned to close the stall early. Just as she was about to push the cart, she heard someone muttering. Soon everyone knelt down one by one. It was a Tianlong. She knelt down decisively. When she lowered her head, there was only one figure standing there. To be precise, it was a person riding a wind-fire wheel. Chapter 7. Ding! New achievement unlocked, never be a slave. Never be a slave, unlock condition, not everyone in this world is a king, but you can choose to never bow your head and never be a slave. Achievement reward, secret skill, critical hit 100%. 100% critical hit, make your invincibility more gorgeous. Feng clenched his fist. He felt that he had become stronger. His explosive power and strength value also increased. Nanny! No one dared to say anything. Except for the Tianlong people. The people who knelt down were terrified and even began to tremble in fear. He was looking for death. What was this human being so arrogant about? Why didn't he kneel down? How dare you stand higher than me? Neobula Shizhung roared angrily. What's that wheel of his that catches fire? Get it from me. Gaobula Shizhung was also furious. The 2 of them came to buy slaves today. Unexpectedly, the auction house was set on fire. They finally came here to find a few humans to play with. Unexpectedly, they met a blind one who dared to fly in the air. It was simply contempt for God. Swish! The guard stabbed straight out with a spear in his hand. Facing this attack, Ye Feng didn't even need to do it himself. Hun Tianling blocked it. Crack! The spear broke on the spot after piercing Hun Tianling. Gaobula Shizheng only then realized something was wrong. Experience told him that no matter how arrogant the pirate was, he would not dare to be really presumptuous. He would kneel in front of him in at most 1 minute. When the chains were added, he would become a slave who dared not raise his head. Because no one can hurt the celestial dragons. Being here would provoke the admiral of the navy headquarters to take action. A mere pirate would run away in front of the admiral. Thinking of this, Gaobula Shishan's face was filled with a smug smile. But even if it was an admiral, what? He was still a slave. What are you laughing at? Ye Feng appeared above Gaobula Shishan's head. The wind and fire wheel rolled, and the flames spun. He held a fire spear and pointed it at his head. You lowly piece of trash, how dare you kill my people? Gaobula Shizheng only then realized that all the guards had turned into corpses. They were entangled by vines, which absorbed all the nutrients. What are you barking about? Ye Feng didn't understand. He was just walking on the street, how could he meet so many unreasonable people? Especially the celestial dragons. There are so many ways to become beautiful in the pirate world. How can you be so ugly even though you have so much money? Bang! The spear pierced the protective shield. Go Buletin La Shi Sheng looked up in astonishment. His nose was running, and his expression changed from anger at the beginning to panic, and then to despair at this moment. You dare! Boom! The fire spear didn't hit his forehead. This thing of the Tianlong people is not worthy of a high-level magic weapon. The flames poured out directly. Burn it! The fire column flew out from the fire spear like a fire dragon. With the Tianlong people Gaobula Shizheng as the center, the flames spread from the ground. Until the feet of Neobula Shizheng, he fell back in fear. He fell beside a civilian. He supported himself on the ground with his hands, and was scared to pee his pants. There was a hot flame in his eyes. There was also a body that was burned to black. People were so scared that they were sobbing. It was even worse than the Tianlong people. Ding! New achievement unlocked, all beings are equal. All beings are equal unlock condition, God? How many lives does he have? Achievement reward, secret, eternal life of the true God. Endless lifespan is immortality. It doesn't matter how many lives a god has. What matters is the immortality of the host. The light merged into Ye Feng's body. The power of immortality brought him a powerful and unparalleled vitality. Ye Feng looked even more majestic. Mortal. Seeing the gods. Why not worship? Ye Feng is in the form of Nezha, stepping on the wind fire wheel. Behind him, there is a Qinkan circle emitting golden light. The Hun Tianling is wrapped around his shoulders like smoke. Holding the fire spear in his hand, he stands in the air. The tip of the spear points at the Tianlong man, Neobula Shizheng. God! The word echoed in everyone's ears. The Tianlong man Neobula Shizheng trembled and crawled. Finally, he froze in a kneeling posture. Click! In a tower far away. A reporter under the News King Morgans took this scene with a camera like a cannon. In the picture, a Tianlong man raised his head, his hands fell to the ground, and turned into ashes in the sea of fire. A Tianlong man held his hands to death, trembling and kneeling, being pointed at by the gods from a high position. This scene will undoubtedly trigger a major event. Make countless people crazy about it. Ding! New achievement unlocked, God is me. God is me unlock condition, spin and slap, God is actually me. Achievement reward, physical skills, dragon claw fist. The secret comes first, and the physical skills come later. Only my way is carried through to the end. At this moment, the secret and physical skills will be perfectly carried out. Ye Feng's hand is in the shape of a dragon claw. Invincible. On the street, the kneeling civilians raised their heads one after another. Their pupils were like earthquakes. It seemed that something cooled down in their bodies was boiling again. At this moment, Ye Feng was the real god. Celestial dragon? Why wear an oxygen mask? Pretending to be an astronaut. Ye Feng was about to stab out with his spear, but his eyes changed slightly and he stopped moving. The Saint of Neobula. A dignified celestial dragon. Not only is he dead. He was frightened to death. At the moment when Ye Feng thrust out his spear, his fragile heart was already overwhelmed. The real death is the death of the heart. His skin gradually turned pale, and his body became stiff. Ye Feng retracted his fire spear, too lazy to look at him anymore. The sound of the navy rushing on the road could be heard outside the food court. Jean Doan even brought the first generation of pacifists to support. Go, the lady boss of the grilled squid shop shouted. More people woke up and turned around to leave. Squid sister. Someone died here. The water is bad. Let's do business somewhere else. Ding. New achievement unlocked, Bodhisattva's heart. Bodhisattva heart unlocking condition, the host is kind-hearted and makes the system cry. Achievement reward talent, genius brain. Memory, logical thinking, and creative inspiration will all be improved 10 times. Becoming a genius is that simple. Ye Feng used vines to drag up several cooks. Swish. He teleported away with them in the blink of an eye. The proprietress looked anxious. But she found that Ye Feng had disappeared before she could say anything more. Good guy. No wonder he dared to kill even the Tianlong people. What speed is this? She didn't think twice and fled like everyone else. In the sea of fire. A fat figure walked out. Damn it! Did he escape? Could he be a person with special abilities? Jean Doan picked up his 2 axes and felt inexplicably shocked. Is this guy a murderer? Why did he dare to do such a thing? I hope it won't be spread by nosy people, otherwise I will lose face. Jean Doan turned around. Just when he was about to say something to Kizaru using Den Den Mushi, he didn't expect a flash of light to appear in front of him. A man with yellow sunglasses, his hands in his pockets and a lazy face, was looking at the perfect painting in front of him. How scary! He even dared to kill the celestial dragons. Now he is running away in fear. Kizaru had just finished his taunting and was about to leave. Jean Dalmaru was full of self-blame. Old man, that man is very fast. He seems to be a person with special abilities. We didn't catch him. And the incident at the slave auction house seems to be related to him. It's okay, just issue a wanted order. Kizaru said this in his strange tone. He took a few steps. His pace gradually slowed down. When the sea of fire behind the two was about to fade away, the portable Den Den Mushi suddenly made a sound. Gurgle. General Kizaru. A suspicious person was spotted in the shampoo market. He is buying a large amount of supplies. What? Jean Dalmaru's hand holding the axe began to tremble. How dare he be so arrogant? That's right. From the beginning, Ye Feng sent the cook to Nine Snake Island. A lot of materials for building farms and factories have not been purchased yet. After a round, he is back again. I have never seen such an arrogant person. Kizaru's sunglasses flashed, turned into a flash of light, and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 8. Sabayati Archipelago. On the edge of a huge market. A large number of Marines hid behind bunkers and did not move. They hid carefully and did not dare to act rashly. After the report was finished, they waited silently. A villain who killed the celestial dragons was recklessly. In the market, Ye Feng picked some seeds and checked various farm tools and building materials. The production conditions on Nine Snake Island are average. Even if it is to be built as a spring, various infrastructures are required. This time he came to buy some things that he might need. The labor has to be left to the people of Nine Snake Island. As for wiping out the celestial dragons, some generals will come and the whole sea is wanted. They are all trivial matters and insignificant. What should be done must be done. Ye Feng didn't take it seriously from the bottom of his heart. Just because an asteroid will destroy the world sooner or later, will he not eat or drink? After Ye Feng finished his selection, he was about to teleport away. A flash of light appeared in front of him. Oh my, oh my! How terrifying! A young and powerful pirate. Kizaru held one hand in front of him and stroked the sword with the other. The light flickered in the lens. A lightsaber condensed in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Cloud Sword. In the blink of an eye, Huang Yuan held the flashing sword in his hand, holding the sword in one hand and putting the other hand in his pocket. Bang! The lightsaber slashed out. The cloak flew back. Ye Feng drew out the black knife yet and turned around to block its moves. Kizaru! You actually know me, how dare you do such a thing? Yellow Monkey was very fast, and just as he blocked the sword, another sword stabbed towards Ye Feng's forehead. What's the matter? Want to buy some seeds? Ye Feng took the first generation Kaititsu and blocked his moves with both hands holding the sword. It was too easy. The strength of the admiral seemed to be just average. How did that knife end up in your hand? Kizaru understood that many evil pirates would never think they were wrong. Instead, they were more curious about the black knife in his hand. I worked hard and earned it. Ye Feng believes that the system rewards are earned through one's own achievements. Really? It seems you are not an ordinary person. While talking and joking, Huang Yuan has tested Ye Feng's strength. His speed and strength are all top-notch. His domineering and swordsmanship are also better than his. How can someone so young have such strength? I have worked hard enough, and God will reward hard work. Ye Feng also almost understood Huang Yuan's strength. It seems that even the admiral of the Navy headquarters is just an ordinary person in front of Ye Feng. Are you serious? As soon as Huang Yuan opened his mouth, he was cut in half by Ye Feng's sword. After breaking into two halves, he thought he had a chance to fight again. He never thought that Ye Feng would swing his sword like rain. Double blade style, blade storm. Swish! The double blades slashed like a storm, using the observation haki to pursue the main body. The armed haki attacked the entity. In just one round, thousands of swords were slashed. Kizaru was cut into pieces. The sword energy gathered into a gust of wind, destroying everything in front of him. The marines fled in fear. Sword energy gullies appeared on the ground. Jean Dalmaru arrived late, his hands holding the double axes were soaked with cold sweat. 8-foot mirror. A hurried voice came. Old man. Jean Doan was a little flustered. He had never heard Kizaru's voice in this state. He was always invincible and could defeat his opponents in laziness. How could he be so stretched against a new pirate? Swish! A series of light mirrors appeared in the air. A beam of light quickly refracted from the original place. In an instant, it turned several times and appeared in the sky. When it appeared again, Kizaru's cloak was stained with blood. Old man, are you injured? Jean Doan stared at the back in surprise. How is it possible? He is a great general, Kizaru, and a powerful natural fruit user. His domineering power is far beyond that of ordinary people. Especially his speed. No matter how he loses, he can't lose in speed. Siguyi. Jean Doan, go quickly. Let me see him again. Kizaru's lazy voice came again. But he didn't even turn his head. Retreat, get to a safe distance first. Jean Doan quickly ordered. At this time, he must not become a burden to Kizaru. Is Admiral Kizaru really injured? Why, that's the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Tell us. What happened? The Marines retreated anxiously. They couldn't believe their eyes. Ye Feng swung his sword too fast and they couldn't see clearly. In addition, the storm caused by the sword energy blocked all sight. By the time they found out, Huang Yuan was already standing in the air, asking them to leave quickly. What happened? Even the Admiral had to cover the rear. The Marines couldn't imagine that the Admiral they admired would be defeated. Shut up! Follow General Kizaru's orders. Jean Doan held the battle axe in his hand, and no one was more anxious than him. But if even he lost his composure, then it would be all over. Old man, you will be fine. He murmured to himself in a low voice. Above the dust, Kizaru and Ye Feng, who was also suspended in the air, looked at each other. Monster, your sword is so fast. It's okay, just a little bit faster than you. Ye Feng's basic attribute values in all aspects are indeed high, and he even crushes Kizaru in terms of speed. The layers of buffs superimposed on his physique, physical skills, domineering and swordsmanship make Ye Feng faster invisibly. Not to mention, Ye Feng also has 3 heads and 8 arms. After all aspects are activated, his observation haki can sense and lock 3 times. The attack is all-round and has no dead angles, and the attack speed is doubled. 3 heads and 8 arms show power. Fight Kizaru with all the external plug-ins. Seeing Ye Feng like this, Kizaru also understood why he was so fearless. There are weapons in each hand. They attack all at once, making the enemy overwhelmed. I still have some strength left. Kizaru began to increase his own strength and was about to spin at high speed. At this point, it would be crazy not to use a big move. Wait. I'll go home first. Otherwise, everything will be broken. Ye Feng refused with one hand and teleported away on the spot. He took his things back to 9 Snake Island. What? Kizaru never liked to fight seriously. He finally got himself together, but his opponent ran away. His observation haki could not detect any trace of Ye Feng nearby. Swish! The next second, his fighting spirit was half gone. Riding on the wind fire wheel, Ye Feng, with 3 heads and 8 arms, returned to the battlefield again. The excitement continues. What are you doing? Are you treating the battle as a joke? Huang Yuan was a little angry. If it was in the past, he would not bother to chase the opponent if he escaped during the battle. But now that Ye Feng left and came back, he felt a nameless anger. Damn it, it's so abominable. Aren't you the righteous one? Why are you targeting me? Why should I fight you? What qualifications do you have to order me? I'm not a marine, why are you pretending to be a pirate king? Ye Feng even picked up the gold bricks. Ding! New achievement unlocked, refuse to be tied. Refuse to be tied up, unlocking conditions, refuse to be tied up by others, and do not be kidnapped by morality. Achievement reward, Taijutsu, Fist of the King. This punch comes from a king in the New World. He claims that if he accumulates power for a month, he can kill the 4 emperors. Find a 4 emperor who is willing to wait for you for 30 days. Ye Feng digested the essence of boxing. His fists were full of domineering aura. Don't pirates understand human language these days? Kizaru couldn't stand it any longer. He was serious. He turned himself into a light ball and started to spin 360 degrees at high speed. Yasakani no Megatama. Ye Feng also wanted to make a deliberate punch. He flew directly to a position higher than Kizaru. Fist Bone Clash. Chapter 9. Ye Feng was in a good mood. Today was a really good day. Not only could he try out his own moves, but he could also compete with the Navy's strongest fighter, the Admiral of the Headquarters. In the current version, is the Devil Fruit better? Or is the Domineering skill better? Everything needs to be determined by fists. Flashman Kizaru spun at high speed and turned himself into a ball of extremely concentrated light jade. In this way, his own strength can be exploded to the highest level. Yasakani no Megatama. The name of the artifact comes from their heritage. Like the Yasakani no Megatama and the Tenzin Cloud Sword. It means powerful and incredible power. Speed determines everything, and speed is power. The lazy Kizaru always believes this. Jean Dalmaru, who directly obeys his orders, also firmly believes it. At this moment, he is clenching his fists with certainty in his heart. No one can beat the old man in speed, absolutely no one. He had a resolute look in his eyes, always watching Kizaru in the safe area in the distance. He was an admiral, how could he lose? He could fight even against the 4 emperors. Once upon a time, the title of admiral was a taboo in the eyes of countless pirates. Buddha Sengoku, Black Arm Zephyr, and Iron Fist Garp who never became an admiral in his life. The 3 of them not only cultivated a new navy era, but also defended justice with their fists when Pirate King Roger, Whitebeard Newgate, and Golden Lion Shiki dominated the sea and were called the 3 legendary pirates at their most rampant. Admiral Kizaru will definitely win. Let that kid have a good look at our strongest fighting power. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. The Marines cried with joy. When they saw Kizaru getting serious, they were convinced of victory. The admiral would lose? Never heard of it. Nanny. Just when he was anxious, Jean Doan heard the name of Ye Feng's moves. Since when, you have to shout out the name of a move when you attack on the sea? Anyone with a name has his own signature move. However, some people who have reached the top rarely do so. Because for them, the name of the move means appearance. But when a name appears in his ears, the young man Jean Doan actually feels creepy. He has not experienced that era. But he has heard the legend of Garp during training. Fist-bone collision. It is said to be comparable to. How could this young, ignorant pirate learn the galaxy shock punch? Impossible. It should just be a similar name. At this moment, in the core of the battlefield, Kizaru was spinning at high speed and was the most anxious. Garp's moves? It was a bit unbelievable. If Ye Feng already had Hawkeye's Black Blade Knight, and that powerful swordsmanship, coupled with Garp's physical skills, is there still a chance? Isn't it equivalent to cheating? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Forget it. Let's fight. It's come to this point, there's no need to be timid. A great general, why fear the Iron Fist? Yashikani no Megatama. Kizaru's voice resounded through the world. At this moment, he was invincible. Even when he used the Tianzong Yin sword, his swordsmanship, sword speed, and domineering power were all lost to Ye Feng. As long as he could defeat him with this move, he could still clean up the mess. With Kizaru as the core, 8 elliptical light jades flew over his head. As if they were automatically locked on to the attack, chasing Ye Feng's body. However, Ye Feng never thought of dodging. What he wanted was a showdown. What version is this? Do I need to hide when I meet a Navy Admiral? Why? Then why am I pretending? Fist-bone collision. Boom. The veins on Ye Feng's fist bulged, and the muscles on his arm were tense. The fist tip was filled with domineering, physical skills, strength, and speed. This scene was like thousands of rivers and generals merging into the sea, even better than the sea of clouds turning into rain and wetting the vast earth. When everything came to fruition, it was the result of the highest mystery of physical skills above the sea. Fist-bone collision. Wow! Domineering energy tilted down. Black and red lightning, purple and gold domineering energy. Intertwined in this semicircle. Ye Feng seemed to have descended from the Milky Way. Domineering energy exploded, destroying everything with one point. It can be called a human-shaped nuclear bomb. The sky is round and the earth is square, that is, the world. At this moment, Ye Feng's domineering energy is the dome of the sky. Huang Yuan is the 4 square lands under the sky. The light jade has not yet hit Ye Feng's body. It was completely destroyed by the domineering energy. Boom! Boom! Thunder and storm are the embodiment of power. Looking down from a high place, this is the king's qualification as a person who can do everything and has everything. Don't say it's you, Kizaru. Even if I'm facing I'm today, you can't stand on my head. Ye Feng punched out with a domineering roar. The high-speed spinning Kizaru was forced to stop. He was bombarded in the domineering ocean and forcibly restored to his normal form. What a monster! Kizaru floated in the air, and one hand forcibly condensed the Tianzong Yin sword. The shock wave attacked indiscriminately. The buildings behind him were all destroyed, and pieces of debris appeared on the ground. As long as they were within the attack range, they were facing a doomsday scene. Boom! After the domineering shock wave hit the ground, it further rushed towards the center of the domineering. Unstoppable and indestructible. Jean Doan used domineering to protect himself and picked up the double axes to block in front. Trying to stand still for even a moment. Thousands of Marines didn't even hold on for a second. They were all blown away by the shock wave. Without exception, they vomited blood and fainted. Damn it! This! What kind of power is this? After being knocked away, Jean Doan spat out a mouthful of black blood in midair. He didn't even see Kizaru's posture clearly, and closed his eyes in weakness. Crack! The double-bladed axe shattered and fell to the ground, with only the axe handle firmly held in his hand. Is it over? No. The core of the battlefield. Kizaru coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his hunched body stretched quickly. Forced to break away from the Domineering. As an admiral of the navy, his domineering is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Otherwise, the vice-captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Ben Beckman, would not regard himself as a domineering person who surpasses the admiral of the navy. Once again appeared in front of Ye Feng. Kizaru still held the sword with one hand, but his clothes were also stained with blood. The younger they are, the more monstrous they are. Today's pirates are so powerful that it's hard to imagine. Fortunately, I'm fast enough. Kizaru was panting. He had never been in such a tense situation before. In his eyes, the powerful enemy in front of him was no less powerful than any other strong man on the sea. Hawkeye's sword, Garp's fist. You bring so many surprises. But everything ends here. A ball of light jade condensed in Kizaru's palm and condensed into the long sword. In the blink of an eye, it was cast into a lightsaber several meters long. Sky-high cloud soared light-high. A sword fell. The sword energy was like a rainbow. The light jade stretched out in an instant, and after integrating the domineering aura, it was enough to cut off everything. For many years, Huang Yuan had never fought so seriously. Little monster! This move will end it all. It will be enough for you to brag about for the rest of your life. Kizaru's smile was already a casual one. How can you be so confident in sword play? Ye Feng also held a sword in one hand. He was holding the world's best sword, a black sword tempered with domineering spirit. The sword moves used by Ye made Kizaru's eyes tremble behind his sunglasses. Chapter 10. When the name of the sword move came out of Ye Feng's mouth, Kizaru felt his scalp tingling. When this man was rampant in the sea, their current 3 admirals of the navy were still young. When this man traveled around the world and became a great pirate, Garp and the others were still young. When this man ended the era of rocks, the world was still confused. When this man landed on the final island and became the Pirate King, the whole world was crazy about him. Pirate King Roger's moves. The strong people who have experienced that era, regardless of age or faction, will remember it in their hearts. Gods evade. Ye Feng spoke word by word. While roaring out the name of the move, his own momentum rose. His back seemed to overlap with Roger's. Shoulders in front, sword behind. If the sword light comes, gods must evade. Huang Yuan opened his eyes wide. The speed was too fast. The lightsaber was cut off, and the light jade was disintegrated. The enemy appeared in front of him. A sword slashed. Huang Yuan tried his best to dodge. His body was still locked by Ye Feng. Puff! He was really seriously injured and vomited blood. But all this has not stopped yet. God avoids you but not you? That's quite courageous. Kizaru. Ye Feng's voice had not yet fallen. The conqueror's haki and armament haki exploded again. Wherever he looked, it seemed to be rendered by Ye Feng's purple-gold haki. The sky and the earth were eclipsed. The clouds in the sky were originally shattered, but now they were slashed and squeezed into one place. The sword energy flew out and cut a row of buildings in half. 100% critical hit. Longma swordsmanship, the supreme fast sword. Advanced awakening armament haki, conqueror's haki. Divine avoidance secret. A blow with full blessing. Even if it is a general, what can he use to block it? General Kizaru flew backwards like a flying sword. Smashed into the sacred tree Eve. All areas of the Sabayati archipelago. One after another, eyes looked up and watched this scene. No matter which camp, they were shocked. Too powerful. Even the admiral of the navy can't match it. Who is that guy? Click. Reporters in the dark began to take pictures. Great, great. Everything that happened today will be on the front page of tomorrow's news. Morgans must be sure to give him a large sum of Bailey. On the hill. Xia Qi's blackmail bar. Rayleigh raised his glasses. There were tears in his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. Have you even learned how to avoid the gods? Roger. Your wool is being passed on. Rayleigh did not expect that an ordinary person he met at the slave auction would be Roger's successor. That old guy from the Warring States period is going to have a headache again. The center of the battlefield. There were ruins everywhere. Ye Feng looked around, and locked onto the distant place with his observation haki. He teleported there instantly. It was as if the battle just now had never happened. He was also like nothing had happened. He bought a lot of building materials and production tools. The strength of the Admiral of the Navy is just average. I thought he was so powerful. No matter his domineering, speed, strength, physical skills, or swordsmanship, he is not as good as me. Before leaving, Ye Feng specially asked the shop owner. How strong is it between me and Admiral Kizaru? You are so powerful, how can the generals reach you? The boss's hands were shaking. He didn't know how to answer at all. The main reason was that the two hands behind Ye Feng wrote a note. They blatantly asked him to read it. Arrogant, too arrogant. You are so honest. Ye Feng teleported without taking any yellow monkey with him. 9 Snake Island. The kind-hearted man Ye Feng who came and went like the wind returned again. Ding! New achievement unlocked, unethical. Unethical, unlock condition. This young pirate has no moral principles and deliberately bullies the old general. Achievement reward, talent, attack speed 100%. Critical hits are invincible. Attack speed is like a cheat. Double the attack speed, double the happiness. Standing in his own palace, Ye Feng recalled the days and nights on the 9 Snake Island. Throwing things in the arena. Feeling relieved. The bits and pieces of the past, from fighting the Empress, getting the treasure land, fighting the celestial dragons, and defeating Kizaru. Ye Feng was just about to be melancholy. But after a calculation, time seemed to pass in a flash. It seemed, not long ago. Seraph Bear came towards him. Respectfully said. Dear Master, you have been away for 30 minutes. 1 hour has passed since the capture of the Lily Kingdom. Seraph Jinbei has started the treatment. In 1 day, the people outside the city will start working. We will follow your instructions. Build better ports, battleship bases, farms, and factories. Any other orders? Where are my maids? Ye Feng yawned lazily. Seraph Bear immediately replied. Master, Seraphim Hancock is preparing. A total of 36 maids, led by Hancock, have been selected to take care of the master's daily life. In addition, 5 human cooks and 2 long-legged cooks will only be responsible for the master's diet. At present, the master also needs some singers and dancers. Seraphim Bear's head is quite smart. He knows how to draw inferences from one example. Well, I'll take a break. I'll go outside another day to see if there are any beautiful dancers with good prices. Ye Feng stretched his body. Whether it's construction or work, there are 3 seraphim responsible for supervision and command. The same goes for repair work. All he needs to do is to rest assured. Today, for the construction of his own island, he went out for a long time. He also did some good deeds. Not only did he execute the extremely evil Tianlong people, but he also set fire to the slave auction house. If there is merit in the world, I probably have infinite merit. The Bodhisattva gave up his seat, and the Buddha wept. Ye Feng returned to his own palace. This place had been occupied by the Empress Hancock for a long time. Now it has returned to the hands of the real owner, Ye Feng. Ye Feng thought in his heart. While 9 Snakes Island was thriving, the sea was also becoming increasingly restless. Marine Headquarters. Marine Ford. Sengoku had a worried look on his face. He was using Den Den Mushi to talk to the 5 elders. Whether Kizaru is defeated or the celestial dragon is dead, we must not conceal it. We must make it public so that everyone in the world knows that there is an extremely evil person. Otherwise, it will harm countless innocent people. Buddha's warring states firmly disagreed with hiding the execution of the celestial dragon. Warring states. The celestial dragons must not be killed. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. But it concerns the reputation of the world's nobles. It must not be made public. The death of those slaves does not matter. The kingdoms that are not in the World Conference are all pirate kingdoms. The 5 elders ordered. This matter must not be made public. Otherwise, it will cause a sensation around the world. And they must hunt down Ye Feng in private with all their strength. Anyone who dares to hurt the celestial dragons must be killed. So, does this guy still need a bounty? Zhang Guo was deeply moved. He did not agree with the previous words and changed the subject. Of course there must be one. The 5 elders said in unison. Got it. Sengoku hung up the den mushi, and the admiral's office fell silent. New World. News balloon. Newspapers and bounties from all over the world are distributed from here. With hot intelligence in hand. Newsbird Morgans cries with joy. President, CP0 requires us to prohibit publishing such news. What? What the heck is CP0? This is big news. Send it to me. Ha 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 ha, let the whole world get excited. Morgans was so excited that his feathers stood on end. Chapter 11. The next day. Dawn has just arrived. The sun generously bestows blessings on everything and the sea. The breeze blows across the sea, even the clouds go with it. The best thing to do when you wake up in the morning is to read a newspaper. Swinging a glass of red wine. Savoring the life of the king of the underground and the king of the 7 warlords of the sea. New World. Famous for its passion and fairy tale romance. Dressrosa Kingdom. Kingdom Highlands. The young master of the Don Quixote family leaning against the window. Doflamingo eats a grape. Opening the newspaper with a calm face. A bounty slipped accidentally. He put the newspaper aside for the time being. Sugar carefully picked up the bounty and handed it to her young master with both hands. Young master, it's a bounty order. Doflamingo took the bounty order. The picture showed a figure with 3 heads and 8 arms, holding a lance and riding a wind-fire wheel. He didn't look like a human at all. He was also well proportioned, and the strong ones all had good skin, which made them look more elegant. In the pirate world, there are so many ways to become beautiful and handsome. It's just a matter of whether you are willing or not. Under the bounty order was the bounty for this weird new pirate. 20 million Baileys? Doflamingo took a look and didn't take it seriously. But when he glanced at it, there were actually 2 zeros. 2 billion berries. What a newcomer with a bounty of 2 billion berries. Take another look at the name. Feng. No nickname. What's going on? The first thing Doflamingo thought of was a fake bounty. Pick up the newspaper. This kid is on the front page of the news again. And this picture is even more exaggerated. The sea of fire spread, a celestial dragon died, and a celestial dragon knelt down. And the place where the fire was the strongest was his slave auction house. What happened? If something big really happened in the Sabayati archipelago. With his intelligence as the king of the underground, how could he not know in advance? Feng's deeds were written in the newspaper. Burning and killing celestial dragons, destroying slave auction houses. Suppressing thousands of marines, and crushing the admirals of the navy. None of them are things that a normal person would do. Before Doflamingo got up, the snotty minister, Treble, ran in a panic. Young master, a big event has happened. A celestial dragon from the Sabayati archipelago was killed. A bounty of 2 billion berries is offered for the culprit. The slave auction house was burned to ashes. Our subordinates were killed immediately. The Navy headquarters ordered that this matter be sealed. Unexpectedly, it was reported by Morgans. This is the den mushi of Morgans, the news bird. Treble handed the den mushi to Doflamingo. Minga, who thought he saw a fake newspaper, had veins all over his forehead. Hey, hey, hey! Tien Yasha! I didn't expect that even you didn't get the news. There's no way, the 5 elders want to seal this matter, and your people were killed again. I still have to make a lot of money with first-hand information. Ha 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 ha, I have some more important information. Do you want to buy a copy? The Undersea King and the Black Gold King have all bought it. Morgan's arrogant voice came. It is very likely that he is hiding in a certain sky, looking for a new place to stay. What a desperado! Damn it! Who is he? Where does he live? What are his abilities? I want all the information. Morgans. Doflamingo was extremely angry. It didn't matter if the celestial dragons were killed. They had died before. But his territory was set on fire and he didn't even know about it. How could he survive if he didn't take revenge? Joker. Are you crazy? Even Kizaru is better than you. Why do you still want to provoke him? This guy is a hateful person who does all kinds of evil things. Morgans, who spoke the truth, had already hurt Doflamingo. In the sea, there were not many people he couldn't beat. Coincidentally, they were the most famous ones. Don't talk about this on the phone, just give me the information. Okay, 100 million Baileys. Morgans's giggling voice floated from the Den Mushi. Doflamingo was furious. Navy headquarters. Marshal Sengoku is receiving the cordial greetings from the 5 elders again. As for that stupid bird Morgans, kill him without mercy. This must not be tolerated. This incident brings shame to the celestial dragons. Once CP0 obtains his location information, it will be sent to the Navy as soon as possible. Hearing the 5 elders chatter, Zhang Guo was exhausted. He rubbed his nose and closed his eyes and said, "There are so many people on the Sabayati archipelago, it is impossible to hide it. I thought that after this sentence, it would be quiet for a while. I never expected that the 5 elders would shout even more angrily. That guy stole my knife in a special way. I must catch him no matter what. Next time this happens, kill everyone on the island. There can't be a next time. Let's start with Morgans and hunt him down with all our strength." The 5 elders were simply crazy. Sengoku really wanted Garp to be with him right now. But that guy has 2 apprentices and is training on a small island. The Den Mushi hung up. Sengoku felt that he had temporarily disconnected from this increasingly out-of-control world. Ghost Castle. A group of baboons were hiding in fear. The owner of the castle was angry. I listened closely and found out that he was talking on the phone for a long time. Ha 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 ha. My hawk, your knife was stolen. How did you get back then? The Den Mushi laughed until tears came out, and the red-haired girl's voice came. Shut up. This kid has special abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't be nowhere to be found in the whole world. Hawkeye couldn't stand it anymore, but he didn't want to row the boat to find red hair. When he thought of Ye Feng, he felt a blockage in his heart. The man with 3 heads and 8 arms in the newspaper was holding the black sword Ye in 2 hands, the demon sword 1st generation Kaititsu. Stop making excuses for yourself. People say Hawkeye was defeated by a newcomer and his sword was taken away. It's time for the title of the world's greatest swordsman to change hands. The red-hair pirates laughed happily again. At this time, on the warm sea, a lonely island in the doldrums, 9 Snake Island, welcomed the awakening of their master. Ye Feng stretched and glanced at the newspaper reporting his achievements. When he walked out of the palace, only little Hancock greeted him. Looking at the cage, the maids were all awake and taking care of the Empress. After seeing Ye Feng and little Hancock, they showed a strong fear. What exactly are you going to do? Recruit maids, or I will kill the Empress. Ye Feng stretched his body and really hoped that there would be another 100 pacifists. In this way, they could replace the people of the Lily Kingdom. That would be much easier, and they would not even need to provide food. Of course, if the pacifists ate gasoline instead of photosynthesis. Ye Feng would have to think about it. After a while, the hard-working maids walked out of the cage with tears of joy and began to clean the palace. Walking out of the mountain, the Empress's 2 sisters also eagerly asked about the Empress's situation. Work hard, or I will kill the Empress. Faced with this big devil, the 2 sisters had to lead the people of the Lily Kingdom to start working. After a long time, Ye Feng was drinking afternoon tea outside the cage. The Empress coughed dryly. After seeing Ye Feng with her weak eyes, the first thing she said was, "Ah, damn it! How are my sister and the others? Let them go." Seeing this scene, Ye Feng put the black tea aside and pointed at little Hancock. "Have you learned it?" "Got it." Seraph Hancock nodded obediently, with her hands on her hips and a sly smile on her face. "If my sister doesn't behave as a maid, I'll kill them all," she threatened herself. She is indeed Ye Feng. Ding! New achievement unlocked, I kill me. Chapter 12. I kill me unlock condition, no one can erase your will except yourself. Achievement reward, talent, movement speed 100%. Too fast. You are really too fast. You have surpassed 99% of computers. Increase the movement speed by 100%. This talent is not bad. Ye Feng was just too lazy to say more, so he asked Little Hancock to persuade him to surrender. I didn't expect to accidentally trigger a new achievement. As a queen, how could I surrender? There is no one in this world who can make me surrender. The Empress raised her proud head. Oh, then I'll bury them all. Ye Feng stood up quickly. Isn't she just a prettier maid? Aren't all the beauties on the sea Nami and Robin? Why are you so arrogant, Hancock? Wait a minute. The Empress stood up reluctantly. No, I won't wait. Ye Feng refused decisively. You'll just stay here and wait for your beauty to wither and for the sea to dry up and the rocks to crumble. Let's talk. The Empress tried to persuade her to stay. The most important thing to her was her sister, followed by the old woman, and then these ordinary people. However, the difference in their importance was huge. Her sister was the most important, the old woman was an eyesore, and the others were not even considered human beings in her eyes. But as a king, she had to protect them. No talk. Ding. New achievement unlocked, never change your words. Never change your words unlocking condition, a true man who keeps his word. Achievement reward, gunmanship, every bullet counts. Either the bullet hits you or you hit the bullet yourself. I am the bullet matchmaker. Gunmanship and sharper perception. And more stable hands. Achievement rewards are all real good things. Let my sister go. Don't covet their beauty. I'll stay. The Empress's eyes were firm, almost making Ye Feng doubt his own aesthetic taste. The two of them are working on the farm and infrastructure outside. I covet their beauty with that thing. Do you have any shame? Ye Feng really couldn't accept it. He had appointed the two of them as the master of infrastructure outside the island and the master of farming respectively. Seraph Bear was responsible for supervising the outside of the island. Little Jinbei stood on the top of the mountain and looked at the overall situation. Needless to say, Seraph Hancock was in charge of the island. The three of them performed their duties and guarded the island tightly. As an existence to replace the 7 warlords of the sea, the combat power of the Seraphs should not be underestimated. How dare you let my sister do the work? The Empress was furious. She was the sister she couldn't bear to order. Nonsense. Why not? You too. Hurry up and fold the quilt for me. Ye Feng immediately punched Hancock. Soon. Hancock calmed down. No wonder Garp always likes to use his fists. It's really useful. Ye Feng left the Empress alone to grieve. On the snake head, he looked down at the thriving 9-snake island. Zyok, remember to carve these snake heads into dragon heads. Keep an eye on the Empress who likes to look at people with her chin down. After giving a few instructions to Hancock, he decided to go outside to have a look. He hadn't been out for a few days. He didn't know what strange things happened in the sea. He teleported and disappeared from the Empress's sight. Hateful. In the cage, the Empress felt a pain that she had long forgotten. Back then, she was still in the Red Earth continent, at a time of sorrow. A newspaper was brought in by the maid in charge of the arena. My Lady Empress. I found a newspaper in the trash can. It's about the master. The maid was ecstatic. Once upon a time, she was the one who was responsible for taking care of the Empress. What master? A man who is like a celestial dragon. The Empress was attracted by the content of the newspaper halfway through her words. Seeing the daring things Ye Feng did, her heart beat faster. On the sea, someone actually dared to attack the world nobles. Does he want to die? The bounty is 2 billion Baileys. Too little, too little. In the Empress's opinion, Ye Feng must be worth at least 3.5 billion Baileys. I will never forgive such a guy. The Empress clenched her fists in the cage. Bang! A huge rock fell. It turned out that the Seraph Hancock was carving the snake head into a dragon head, and a piece fell off. The Empress took a half step back. Looking up, the top of the mountain on the 9-snake island had been changed into a dragon head roaring to the sky. Swish! A figure flashed. Ye Feng returned to the cage with a skewer of barbecue. Another huge rock fell. Ye Feng ate the barbecue and let the rock fall. The head didn't break, but the stone was broken all over the ground. The maid next to him silently took a half step back and started working again. Why did you attack the celestial dragons? I met someone on the road, and they asked me to kneel. But I am a double-standard person. Others can kneel for me, but I don't like to kneel for others. Ding! New achievement unlocked, self-knowledge. Self-knowledge unlocking condition, the host is so honest that this system admires him. Achievement reward, secret, gunslinging like a god. The gun god's gun does not need to be reloaded. The gun god's opponent's gun will never have bullets. The gun god's bullets will track. Ye Feng was eating barbecue and drinking wine. I only know one island where you can camp, and there is the Chebayati archipelago. The people in Chebayati are very welcoming. When I went there today, they all lined the streets to welcome me, and rushed to give me gifts with tears in their eyes. Hearing this, and thinking back to Ye Feng's usual style, the Empress could roughly associate what happened. Before this, she never felt that she was approachable, and even had to deliberately act fierce. Now that she met someone who thought he was approachable, she felt that even she was gentle. Around the cage, there were only Ye Feng and the Empress. In the quiet atmosphere, the Empress said something that made her feel strange. I don't like kneeling either. Normal. No one who has seen the face of a celestial dragon will like it. But the future created by Tiger is not for you to rest on your laurels. After eating the barbecue, Ye Feng took out the permanent pointers of the Lily Kingdom. I can't find many islands now. I plan to move a few islands in a few days to expand. Do you know where the environment is good and the resources are abundant? At this moment, the Empress had no time to care about Ye Feng's other words. Only Tiger and the Tianlong people were still floating in her mind. It was Tiger and Rayleigh who rescued the three sisters from the Red Earth continent. Do you want to use this to threaten me? Although the Empress was angry, there was still some uneasiness in her eyes. That was a past that she never wanted to look back on. I heard that there was a demon named Oz who was frozen to death. He was called a thief who stole the country and moved the island. I wonder how to do this. This guy is really smart. Hey, he should be in Moria now. Do you have Moria's contact information? Ye Feng said to himself. At the end, he stared at the Empress. She was scared. The corners of his mouth slowly rose. He smiled without any scruples. During the years on the island, Ye Feng kept smiling like this. He almost went crazy. If that happens, the world will be turned upside down. Hancock. Let the world be turned upside down. The uneasy Hancock had no fear of Ye Feng's smile. Only trust. She had seen this kind of light in very few eyes. Pure and passionate. Tiger who climbed the Red Earth continent with his bare hands. Ye Feng who farmed and built infrastructure and annexed the world. Their eyes were so hot. Do you want to replace the celestial dragons? The Empress put down the newspaper. No. It's to replace all the nobles. I am very hypocritical. So from now on, only I can be above everything else. Ye Feng's smile was sincere and his emotions were passionate. I understand. The queen closed her eyes. All she could see was the sobs, laughter, and the only gentle look in the sea of fire that year. When she opened her eyes, the king's aptitude became stronger. But the person in front of her should be the King of Kings. Hancock spoke, her voice was more gentle than ever before. My master. Chapter 13. You said that. I thought it was a youth romance. Ye Feng shuddered. He couldn't stand this inexplicable atmosphere. I will help you ascend to the throne. The Empress blushed for some reason before she stood up. Then go take a shower and change clothes. You have been in this prison for several days. You don't even care about personal hygiene. Ye Feng criticized him and started eating barbecue again. I obey your command. The Empress wanted to say that she was imprisoned by Ye Feng. But when she saw Ye Feng's righteous words and the way he said that she was completely innocent, she felt that there was something wrong with her. Young people nowadays don't know how to learn from their elders' experience. They don't take showers, don't change shoes, and smell bad. How can others want this from you? I have lived 2 lives, can I still cheat you? Ye Feng has indeed lived 2 lives, but the combined age is not as old as the Empress. What's more, he is now completely indescribable. He often eats with 2 hands and a head in front. 6 hands are working at the back, and there are 2 heads for judgment. For example, one of the heads is drawing with 2 hands. In the sea is a demon Oz, walking on the sea with a mountain on his back. There are also several circles on the map, which depict the Moonlight Moria and the surrounding islands. Wait until next Monday to go to the Terror Bark. Have a good chat with Moria. Today is Saturday, within the 5-day holiday range. Ye Feng closed his eyes and enjoyed the sun after afternoon tea. In the bedroom, the Empress had just finished bathing and changed clothes. The place was fragrant, but it became Ye Feng's room. She walked from the corridor to the living room. On a wooden sign was Ye Feng's schedule. 9 am, 11 am. 3 pm to 5 pm, work 2 days and rest 5 days, I refuse to work overtime. Yes. Ye Feng is a particular person. Life is short, why make it too hard on yourself? He has lived a semi-retired life at a young age. With a tilt of the head and a swing of the feet, he sits for an entire afternoon. With a glance and a sip of tea, it's another happy day. 3 days later, that is, 72 hours later. 9 Snake Island. It has been renamed 9 Dragons Island. The word dragon is particularly taboo in the world of pirates. The celestial dragons are dragons, and in their eyes, dragons are extremely evil, evil dragons. Ye Feng named the island this way, which is also audacious. Outside the mountain, newly reclaimed farms, factories built, and ports under construction. All kinds of infrastructure, from trains to water and electricity supply, are all available. There are strong Empress sisters working, and countless people working hard. A brand new city-state has also sprung up. Sister, are you okay? The 2 sisters have lost a lot of weight now, and they look pretty good. They were also beauties when they were young, but they really went astray later. The 2 sisters hugged the Empress and burst into tears. I have become the head maid, are you all okay? The Empress looked outside the mountain, at the initial civilization among the giant trees. Ye Feng was obviously going to create a brand new kingdom. Yeah, not bad. The 2 sisters looked at the Empress. She was wearing a black and white maid outfit, a pair of black stockings and red-soled high heels. With the cute headdress, she looked completely different from before. Sister, let's find a way to escape. Seeing the Empress like this, the 2 sisters thought she was humiliated. No, there is no need to run away anymore. The Empress smiled and turned her head. A tall figure teleported outside the city gate. It was Ye Feng. After the people in the pirate world became stronger, the height of normal people who did not eat the devil fruit would generally increase to 1.9 to 2 meters. Red-haired Shanks, Iron Fist Garp, and Pirate King Roger were all included. People who ate the devil fruit would further increase. Generally, they were 2.9 to 3 meters. That is, Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji and others. Of course, some animal-type ability users, mutant physiques, and special bloodline factors are not excluded. Ye Feng has the natural lotus fruit, and his domineering power is also at its peak. His height has also reached the height of an admiral in these 3 days, like a genetic mutation. 3.2 meters. The whole person's aura looks even stronger. But when he appeared, he still scared everyone. So scary, he has 2 heads behind him. Monster. Even scarier than the Empress. Is he the god of the sea? The terrified people knelt down one after another. However, Ye Feng boarded the pirate ship under the gaze of everyone. My subjects. I am the king you have been dreaming of. Today we are going to sail away. Goodbye. The Empress also followed Ye Feng on board the perfume serpent. The 2 sisters looked stunned, not understanding what was going on. Sister. We haven't surrendered to the enemy yet. You betrayed us. They watched the pirate ship start. The next second, it disappeared right before their eyes. What happened? Everyone was confused. It wasn't until Seraphim Bear appeared at the port, little Jinbei stood on the top of the mountain, and little Hancock stood guard at the gate, bringing an invisible sense of oppression, that they realized that this was all reality. Mother-in-law, do you know where they went? It's teleportation. I heard about it when I was traveling in the sea. There is a kind of person who can teleport. The old woman raised her head and explained to the two sisters. Since moving outside the mountain, everyone has respected her a lot. Sure enough, without the Empress, she still has a high status. Why are they setting sail? The two sisters were puzzled. If they could teleport, what was the point of taking a boat? A sense of ceremony. The old woman wanted to say something pretentious, but when the words came to her lips, the Seraph Bear was already standing in front of her, so she could only shut up. The terrifying three-masted sailing ship was surrounded by fog. After several teleportations, a small boat arrived at the shore. There were only 2 passengers. Ye Feng and Empress Hancock. Thanks to you. Otherwise I wouldn't even be able to find the direction. Teleportation is also a technical job. As long as the master needs it, everything is possible. The Empress said this, but her heart was already filled with joy. Being needed by Master Ye Feng. In a blink of an eye, the Empress kicked the zombie that had stuck its head out back into the tomb. What? A bunch of scum are not worthy to stand in front of me. Go to hell, you bunch of rotten corpses. Bang! Bang! In a short while, the road was cleared. No zombie dared to block him. Ye Feng walked into an empty place. The sea is so nice. Not only can the appearance and height be adjusted. Even castles and islands can be sailed. Ye Feng was quite emotional. Teleported to the square inside the castle. The huge body of the demon Oz was being repaired. Waiting for Moria to use the fruit power to inject a shadow. Be a polite person and say hello to the guest Moria. Ye Feng seemed to have a passive skill activated in an instant. Although the environment here is not good. But it can be a very good cemetery. If you drive to Zhulong Island, you don't have to develop it in the future. This is a natural cemetery. Ding! New achievement unlocked, make the most of everything. Make the best use of everything, unlock condition. The host once again triggered the wisdom of protecting a good place and making the best use of everything. Achievement reward heroic, overlord heroic knowing and killing. The product of skills and qualitative changes will blind your enemies and make Fujitora doubt his life with a smile. Chapter 14. Inside the castle. Moria is leisurely reading a newspaper and drinking tea. The young people nowadays are so stupid. They actually dared to attack the celestial dragons. Now the whole world wants his life. But he is too scared to show up. 2 billion Baileys, enough for me to invest more strength. Mariah, with a big belly, threw away the newspaper about Ye Feng from a few days ago. A newcomer was rewarded with more than 2 billion Baileys in one go. He didn't even have a nickname. He must be hiding something. He never thought that it would be leaked by Morgans. It's really a dog-eat-dog situation. Mariah felt better when he thought about it. Go and fight. You are a bunch of idiots. As long as you live, you will die sooner or later. When you are all dead, your bodies will become my puppets. The more I think about it, the happier I am. When I look up, I see the long-legged Empress Hancock. Hey! Moria! You idiot, why don't you kneel down? The Empress didn't ask Moonlight Moria to kneel down to her, but Ye Feng. You are. Moonlight Mariah looked terrified. When this kid appeared in front of him, he didn't feel anything at all. It didn't make sense at all. Could it be that after so many years of being barren, his domineering aura was gone? Yes, let alone domineering aura, now even moving his fists feels tiring. You are the 2 billion. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ye Feng. Ye Feng stretched out his hand and shook it with Moria. Then he said something that confused Moria. Can you move out of my house? Your house? How did it become your house? I have lived in this boat for decades, so it is yours if I say it is yours. I think you might be a little confused. If so, I have designated this place as my ancestral cemetery. First, please move out of my house as soon as possible. Second, Oz was stolen by you. According to the rules of pirates, this should be your personal body. I can only borrow it from you, so I want to borrow Demon Oz for tens of thousands of days. Tens of thousands of days. There are only 365 days in a year. Tens of thousands of days is equivalent to robbing. Mariah was dumbfounded. He couldn't say a word. He was speechless. Fight? Among the two people here, he couldn't even beat the Empress. Not to mention Ye Feng. Kizaru is in the ICU now. What is the level of the 7 warlords of the sea? If there is a ranking of combat power, Mariah is the last one, and no matter how bad the others are, they can't take it away. This is too much. Molia had just stood up when Ye Feng pressed his shoulder with one hand. He pressed him back to his seat with great force. No matter how hard Moria struggled, he couldn't get away. Shadow Warrior. Switching positions with one's own shadow is a powerful move that can be called teleportation. Moria is confident that this move is his fastest escape move. Bang! Kicked away. Just after he switched positions with his shadow, Ye Feng teleported directly with the Empress. The Empress taught Moria a lesson with a flying kick. This is too much. Moria has confirmed his own strength and is no match for the Empress. If he had not been frustrated, he would probably draw his sword and fight with great enthusiasm. Now he just wants to lie still. Mariah. You are a stubborn guy. Since you don't want to lend Oz, then follow the rules. Leave your life and the things will be mine. Ye Feng took out the black knife and pointed the blade at his neck. No, no, no. No, no, no. Listen to me. Moria wanted to struggle again. But after the black knife was wrapped in domineering aura, the feeling of it on his neck was really like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Demon Oz is a corpse. I need to inject my shadow into him before he can move. But the salt will be ineffective when my zombie soldiers encounter seawater. If you don't have a huge landing ship like the Terror Bark, it will be meaningless, and he can't go to sea to fight. Moria explained anxiously. Outside the square, his Frankenstein, Invisible Man, and Perona also came one after another. What if he died? But if he killed them and lost his last companion, it would be meaningless. The only thing Moria cares about is them. Some of the 7 warlords of the sea have no companions, some rely on their families, and some are accompanied by sisters. Gecko Moria fought Kaido in his early years and buried all his companions. They are everything to him. You can't go to the sea. Ye Feng then recalled that he seemed to have missed a crucial point. The plan of the Demon Oz to move the island was not feasible. All right. Then I won't lend you anything. Please leave my house. Ye Feng glanced at the Demon Oz, and now he was not happy with him. He drove away all the zombies together. An hour later, the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship came out of the fog. On an ownerless pirate ship, Moria and his subordinates were drifting. Damn it! I lost all my shadows. All my efforts were in vain overnight. Mariah was lying on the deck, waving his fangs and claws. It was scary to think about it. How could there be such an unreasonable person? He wanted to rob everything. You also rob a ship full of zombies and graves. What use is this thing to you? Boom! Mariah didn't have a second to be sad. The huge body of Demon Oz was lifted up by Ye Feng and thrown into the sea. The huge waves washed their pirate ship far away. The body I dug out of the glacier. Moonlight Moria felt that he was not beaten, but it was more uncomfortable than being beaten. He really had nothing. Lord Moria, we will always be with you. The subordinates were all indignant. Especially Perona. When Ye Feng drove them away just now, he took a look at her. He said that she was not good looking now and had not grown up yet. It would take another 2 years. As a ghost princess, it was the first time that she was called ugly. It was an insult to her personality. Swish! The terrifying 3-masted sailing ship in the distance disappeared out of thin air. He could have just taken it. He still had to go through the motions with me. I cried my heart out. Mariah was so angry that his teeth itched. He had nothing left, only the title of Shishibukai. After closing his eyes for a moment, Mariah gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Absalom. Turn the ship around. To the New World. Zholong Island. Outside the sea, with a radius of 300 meters. A large ship carrying a small island and a castle is anchored here. I need to make a circle around the island first. The first piece of the puzzle is complete. Now I have to find a new way to move the island. Teleport? It's not impossible. But this kind of large-scale teleportation is really laborious. The strongest move in the pirate world is to destroy an island. Feng can now teleport to an island. It's all my fault for being too weak. If I were stronger, wouldn't it be better to just go and take it? Why do I have to move around so much? I feel ashamed of the pirate industry. Feng realized his mistake. Coming out of the confusion, he is a more sober person. Ding! New achievement unlocked, follow the rules. Follow the rules, unlock condition. It is so difficult to follow the rules of pirates, but you have taken the first step. Achievement reward Haki, observation Haki absolute dodge. Forget about foreseeing the future. Even if the god of death is here, I will dodge. Chapter 15. The next day. Feng worked for a while. Then he entered his 5-day weekend vacation. Seeing the construction of the island getting better and better, the world seemed to be a passing cloud to Feng. In less than 10 days, except for Moria who was homeless and returned to the New World, there was nothing unusual on the sea. When he learned that Moria's ambition had revived, even Zhang Guo was a little surprised. After investigation, it was found that the terrifying 3-masted ship was missing, and it disappeared out of thin air. It happened to be the Devil's Triangle. It was a place where no one cared. The result of an investigation was that, like Hawkeye and the swords of the 5 elders, it disappeared without a trace. What else can I say? Most likely it was Feng who did it. Zhang Guo specially sent an elite lieutenant general from the headquarters to investigate. As a result, Moria kept his mouth shut. He said that he wanted to dominate the sea and grab territory in the New World. The 3 weirdos even claimed to the outside world the terrifying 3-masted ship sank to the bottom of the sea by itself. Zhang Guo was so angry that he had a headache. Is face so important? It's better to die with face than to suffer in life. The 5 elders are like this, the celestial dragons are like this, and now even Gecko Maria is like this. You are almost suffocating yourself to death. The instigator, Feng, is still alive and well. Maria is shouting on the Den Mushi side. Zhang Guo. I don't want my ship even if it is salvaged one day. I don't want a ship that has sunk to the bottom of the sea. I'm not being bullied. Do you think I'm not worth 2 billion Baileys? Damn! Even a person with cerebellar atrophy can't come up with such a reason. Zhang Guo was desperate. He found that since Feng went out to sea, the originally orderly sea had become abnormal like a seizure. The Den Mushi hung up. A roaring laugh suddenly rang out in the room. Garp pointed at Zhang Guo and laughed so hard that he covered his stomach with one hand. Maria will not cry until he sees the coffin. Sengoku, you have capsized again. Pirates also have their own bottom line and way of survival. It is the relatively calm sea that makes you dull. As a pirate, how can I tell you the information of other pirates? The 7 warlords of the sea are just a group of pirates who failed in the battle for the throne. Garp ate the roasted senbei and took a bite. He slapped the table and laughed again. Garp. You should stay at the headquarters recently. Kizaru is still recovering from his injuries, he will probably have to lie down for a while. Zhang Guo forced to change the subject. Really? I heard it was just 1 punch and 1 sword. As a Navy admiral, I can't stand it. This Kizaru is lame. I'm semi-retired. Garp is still as happy as ever. What is a punch and a sword? Fist bones collide, God dodges. Is this a normal move? Zhang Guo slammed the table. Suddenly, a whistle sounded. There was danger in Marineford. Garp and Zhang Guo changed their previous playfulness and walked out of the office. At the same time, they looked up at the sky. Shadows covered the earth. Giant stone ships floated in the air. They were more than ships, they were clearly islands that disappeared many years ago. The Marines nervously pointed their guns at the sky, ready to be deployed at any time. However, the two veterans, Zhang Guo and Garp, were not nervous at all. They knew this guy's character, he was arrogant and domineering. He came here just to show off. He used the way of flying over the Navy headquarters, Marineford, to tell the world that he is back. Flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. Garp picked up the roasted senbei and took a bite, as if he was watching a play. What kind of mess is he making with this difficult contemporary legend? Zhang Guo couldn't bear the headache anymore. There are too many abnormal things and people these days. Using normal logic to think will only make you crazy. The next day, the newspapers began to report crazily about the arrival of the flying pirates. Even the 4 emperors of the New World were surprised and happy. In the territory, the Whitebeard pirates who were replenishing supplies were as usual. Shiki? Is he finally going to carry out his plan? Whitebeard threw the newspaper aside and drank the liquor. On the contrary, the Golden Lion was floating around leisurely. He flew over the Sabayati archipelago. He flew all the way, and even the sky above the doldrums was his playground. Until he floated over Kowloon Island. What is that? The Golden Lion looked towards the sea, and the huge stone carved into a dragon head was roaring towards the sky. So arrogant! Whose territory is this? Governor, it's Hancock, the Queen of the Lily Kingdom of 9 Snake Island and the 7 warlords of the sea. The subordinate quickly reported. As soon as the recent Golden Lion returned, a large number of pirates came from all directions to join. Follow the legend and you will have meat for every meal. For them, the legendary pirate is a backer, and the 7 warlords of the sea are not easy to mess with. What are the 7 warlords of the sea? They are just lackeys of the celestial dragons and the navy. How dare they use such an arrogant sculpture? Celestial dragons defeat lions, is that what he meant? Fire! Fire at me! As soon as the Golden Lion gave the order, one of the floating islands fell from the sky without a word. It fell into the sea. Including the giant creatures on it, a large number of plants appeared on the other side of the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship. Oh no! Governor! Someone went crazy, holding a gold brick, like a giant. He smashed an island with a brick. His subordinates reported quickly. How could Golden Lion not know? That was the island he suspended with the floating fruit. When the domineering power destroyed its floating power, he, as a person with the ability, sensed it at the first time. You are so arrogant, you are courting death. The Golden Lion floated into the air, with a cigar in his mouth. He always caused trouble for others, but this was the first time someone came to trouble him. He was dancing in front of a grave, he didn't know whether to live or die. There is an island supported by a huge stone boat. Feng is working hard. Just now, he was basking in the sun, and suddenly a big black shadow appeared, blocking out the sun. If I didn't know, I would have thought that the sun was eaten by Akainu. The observation Haki immediately performed a long-range scan. You don't know until you see it, and you will smile in your heart. There are actually more than a dozen islands in the sky. Although it is a break time, you shouldn't work overtime. But when I think of the responsibilities of being a king, Feng immediately picked up a gold brick. This gold brick was originally one of Nezha's magic weapons. After being covered with the armed color Domineering, it is a supreme gold brick. With one brick, an island was smashed to the ground. God rewards hard work. Feng was almost moved by himself. Ding! New achievement unlocked, God rewards hard work. God rewards hard work, unlock condition, as long as you work hard, there is nothing you can't do, unless it is really impossible. Achievement reward talent, defense 100%. Any attack can be 100% defended. Because it is too powerful, a more powerful buff is added. The winner takes all, and the loser eats dust. As expected, the keyword bar is triggered. Feng merged into a new light spot. A layer of faint light really appeared on his body, making his defense stronger. Stop it! You bastard! This is my boat. Chapter 16. What do you mean your boat? I picked it up from the sky. Why don't you say that the sun and clouds are also yours? I hate shameless people like you the most in my life. You take other people's things and say they are yours. How could Feng stop? A king with such a strong domineering aura naturally has his own spirit. He can't give up the island he deserves just because Golden Lion uses 2 swords and crutches. Golden Lion also has a bad temper. He just came out of seclusion and wanted to show the world a little color. Unexpectedly, he met a man. He had seen people chopping people with swords and hammering people with fists. This was the first time he saw someone smashing people with bricks. Chop! The Golden Lion slashed out, and his legs slammed in the air. A huge sword energy burst out immediately. The former great swordsman made a move. How shocking! In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. What the hell is this? Feng decisively threw a brick at the island, smashing it from the sky. He picked up the gold brick and covered it with 2-color domineering aura. He appeared in front of the Golden Lion with a teleportation. Duan! The brick hit the sword blade. Critical hit. Attack speed. Strange strength plus domineering aura. There is also a special weapon bonus. Just one encounter. The dead tree was smashed. You deserve to die, kid. Golden Lion didn't expect that his knife, which was as close to his hand as his brother's, would be broken by a brick. He immediately attacked with his other foot. Lion Chikiri Yat. More and stronger sword energy. This is definitely a template for long-range, large-scale sword attack. Feng used his eyes and observation haki to copy it completely. He picked up the gold brick again. He also imitated the Golden Lion just now. Brick wonky goo. He slapped several times in a row. He blocked all the Golden Lion's sword attacks. He counterattacked even more powerfully. You kid, behave yourself. Golden Lion never expected that there would be such an unruly newcomer on the sea. He secretly learned the moves on the spot and killed people. Lion's Might, Imperial Scroll. The soil and clouds rolled at the same time, as if they were all in the palm of the Golden Lion. At his command, they turned into a huge lion's head. With the addition of the armament haki, they crashed towards Feng from both the sky and the earth. Big big big! Feng hadn't used the expanding fruit for a long time. He stretched out his hand, and the gold bricks in his hand and the clothes he was wearing were all amplified. It became hundreds of meters high. Feng's appearance really scared the men that Golden Lion had just recruited. These people were originally a group of rabble, otherwise they would not have failed to make a name for themselves for so many years. They thought they could be like fish in water with a big backer. Little did they know that they were just cannon fodder. It's him. The 2 billion. The madman who killed the celestial dragons. The whole world is looking for him, but he is hiding in 9 Snake Island. What's the use? We are pirates and cannot collect bounties. Damn, can the legendary Golden Lion be his opponent? The new pirates were already anxious. If they knew they would encounter such a tough guy, they would have run away long ago. Legendary pirates, where is the strength of the 4 emperors? Naturally, they dominate one side and are powerful. How dare ordinary people provoke them? I thought I could spend more time drinking and eating meat. I didn't expect to meet a crazy. You have the original lion demon body, and I have the mini version of the heaven and earth magic. Feng picked up the gold bricks and smashed them towards the giant lion head. In a few seconds, he smashed them all. Boy! You are indeed different from ordinary people. It seems that there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers on the sea in recent years. But it is just the first step to start the plan to use a guy like you as a sacrifice. Smoke came out of the cigar of the Golden Lion. Snow was flying in the sky. The blade on one of his legs broke. The golden robe whistled in the wind. His arms were spread wide, and his 5 fingers were also stretched out. With a force, his 5 fingers clenched into fists. Huge water balls quickly flew up from the sea surface under the island. The bug in the devil fruit. The floating fruit that can control the sea water. 5 cubic water balls floated in the air. A smile filled the face of the Golden Lion. New era. You have experienced too little wind and rain. Let me show you what the storms of the old era pirates are like. Bang! The seawater rushed out. The 5 large water balls further merged into a 5-finger water mountain. It was like an unprecedented big hand. It squeezed Feng hard. No matter how strong you are, as a user of special abilities, you cannot resist the sea. Even if you cover your whole body with domineering aura, you still have to face the combined pressure of 5 mountains. Golden Lion believes that this move will definitely make users with special abilities helpless. Who were his opponents back then? Whitebeard, the user of the Tremor fruit. He smashed them with one punch before they could even attack. Garp and Roger were all monsters. Now it's different. The New Age pirates rely too much on devil fruits. How could they be his opponents? In the 5-finger water mountain, Feng breathed calmly. He was a super life form that surpassed the fishman and could breathe anywhere. Those pirates obviously didn't know this and were still cheering. This stupid guy is dying. Ha 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 ha, look at his painful struggle. In front of the absolutely invincible Golden Lion, you are just an ant. Soon, people found that something seemed a little wrong. Feng was moving slowly inside. Is this a little abnormal? Plop. Walking out of the water mountain, Feng felt pretty good. This was the first time he experienced a real walk in the water. I'm really stupid. I can teleport out. Anyway, I am not affected by the negative effects of the devil fruit. Feng smashed the brick with regret. Ding! New achievement unlocked, 3 worlds of my body. Self-examination, unlocking conditions. Don't be proud, don't be discouraged, the host will always reflect on himself at the right time. Achievement reward, secret, Demon Slayer. The power of any devil fruit will be further enhanced. And there will be a suppressive force in front of the devil fruit ability user. Tell the sea who is the real devil nemesis. Feng's development of all his devil fruits has been improved. Not only does his own characteristics not have the side effects of the devil fruit bloodline factor, but it also brings a stronger suppressive force. The island was smashed into the sea by a gold brick. Feng returned to the height of a normal human. Floating in the air like a golden lion. Shiji, why do you think I am not proficient in haki? Didn't the fight just now make you not sober enough? Do you have to lower your intelligence just because you are an evil villain? Feng had enough of this kind of plot. I swear. For the sake of wisdom, I will never be a villain. Golden Lion really wanted to hit himself to death with a brick. But when Feng, who was equipped with a full set of equipment, 3 heads and 8 arms, and shining with brilliance, appeared in front of him, he was actually fascinated by the sight. He blurted out a sentence. Mom! How come you are alive again? Captain, that guy is an enemy, not your mother. The ship's doctor quickly reminded him. Ever since the rudder was hit in the head of the Golden Lion, he would occasionally go crazy. Whoosh, I made a mistake. Sorry. It doesn't matter, my attitude was a little bad. Feng also sincerely apologized. The sea is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. No wonder. Chapter 17. Full of evil spirit. The Golden Lion blew out a smoke ring with a look of disdain. His eyes burst out with the momentum of a river bursting its banks and rushing into the sea. It was just that he had temporarily occupied a slight advantage. Even in the naval battle that year, when he was overturned by Roger's pirate group and was on the verge of death, he did not have the slightest fear. Now the sea is full of pirates playing pirates. They think they are yearning for freedom, just like the Pirate King. Little do they know. Roger is a ruthless character who would destroy a kingdom for his partners. It has been so long. So many people have forgotten the cruelty of the sea. Newbie, it's time for you to witness what a real pirate is. Shiki smiled and opened his hands, controlling the islands one by one and turning them into his own hands. An unprecedented giant stone lion stood in the air. Boss, what should we do? Governor, save us. Golden Lion, you old six. At the same time as the giant lion was born, pirates fell from the sky like rain. Who would have thought that just a few days after joining the boss, he was thrown away in one breath? Ignore it. Captain, you must defeat that guy. The ship's doctor looked like a clown, and his shoes always made strange noises when he walked. But he had no regrets even when he fell into the sea. Instead, he was grinning. After the naval battle ended, the Golden Lion disbanded the remaining troops and went to Marineford alone. In the end, he was the only one to accompany him. Just talking about sharing hardships, it was enough. Of course. The Golden Lion laughed wildly. He had the arrogance and courage of the past, but he no longer had the strength, will, courage, and opponents. They were all equally important in this sea of heroes. The 20 years of closed-door work and depression were the time when the Golden Lion missed the opportunity to meet Whitebeard. The 20 years when he missed the opportunity to meet the 4 emperors. It was like Newgate, an old ship that should have sunk to the bottom of the sea long ago. Your strength is very average. Ye Feng was not arrogant, he was stating the facts. Indeed, the courage of the Golden Lion at this moment was increased in the world of pirates, which emphasizes willpower and faith. But the gap in strength will never be filled. Tisk. What are you talking about, kid? You re so self-righteous when we first met. Come and try if you have the guts. Let's see if you have what it takes to compete for the new throne. The Golden Lion punched out, and the giant lion also roared to the sky and punched out a claw. A claw attack comparable to an island. Ye Feng's figure looked particularly small. His 2 fingers were already together. He muttered, soldiers. Swish. The gold bricks rose into the air, split into 2, 2 into 3, and 3 into thousands. Tens of thousands of gold bricks were wrapped in armed color domineering, floating behind Ye Feng. Golden Lion. Have you ever heard of the rain of gold bricks? Today, I will open your eyes. Ye Feng snorted coldly. Tens of thousands of gold bricks flew into the air, and the killing power doubled in an instant, destroying everything along the way. Where did you get the ability of the old man's floating fruit? Golden Lion was very familiar with this scene. It was clearly his ability to make objects float. But the fact that so many gold bricks appeared at once was more like Big Mom's soul fruit. It allowed the soul to attach to objects. The lion ran out in the sky, wrapping the clouds around its body, and its mouth was like thunder. Its domineering aura wrapped around its head and limbs, and everything it had lost returned. Weapon rain, golden light to save the world. Ye Feng was immersed in the weapon rain, with his hands slightly clasped together. After tens of thousands of gold bricks flew out, more gold bricks appeared behind him. Swish! The real rain of gold bricks hit the lion. No matter how fierce it was smashed into big holes. It turned into a huge rock and fell from the sky. The sea is so nice. No matter what I do, I will be forgiven. Even an old man like you from the old times has a place. Ye Feng was still mumbling to himself. The Golden Lion on the other side had already cursed. How come your domineering and fruit ability are the same as a monster? Are you still closing your eyes and enjoying the battle? Are you dumb? Say something to me. The Golden Lion was furious. He didn't know what happened. Ye Feng suddenly closed his eyes and kept talking. I don't know what magic spell he chanted. Countless gold bricks began to appear. In the blink of an eye, his giant lion was beaten into pieces of stone and islands. It fell into the sea. Really? I was thinking about life. But you were too weak. I didn't have enough time to think. Damn you, Golden Lion. You made me miss the best time for enlightenment. Ye Feng shook his head. Flying through the air. The gold bricks have increased to 100,000. They surrounded the Golden Lion. Mr. Golden Lion, have you ever regretted it? What do I regret? Do I regret not killing you earlier? Even though the Golden Lion was at an absolute disadvantage, he was still full of momentum. You are not ashamed of your invasion at all. Ye Feng shook his head. His fingertips moved. Swoosh! 100,000 gold bricks were covered with armed color domineering again, and all flew towards the Golden Lion. The attack was stronger and more fierce. There was no blind spot in 720 degrees. You are really not a human. We are all pirates, what's the point of talking about invasion? I finally understand. You are not a human, I wish you were born 20 years earlier. Roger is a shitty pirate king. Golden Lion realized when he was about to die. He didn't fall because he was too arrogant. He met a neurotic opponent. Ye Feng has his own complete logic. In his world, he can do whatever he wants. Even as a pirate. Ye Feng firmly believes in his heart that he is justice. Navy headquarters? Seeking fame. What else? What evidence do you have? Prove that I am wrong. Ye Feng did not wait for an answer. Because the most unreasonable golden lion in the old days. The legendary pirate who tried to let the whole world witness the cruelty of pirates. Finally, in his twilight years, he witnessed the real unreasonableness and real cruelty. Damn! The sea is so nice. I won't come back in my next life. The golden lion blew out a puff of black smoke, and was hit on the head by a golden brick. Duan! Not long after, there was a splash from the sea, and the golden lion sank directly to the bottom of the sea. This cross-era hero would not understand. As a disabled old strongman who had been sealed for 20 years, he should not have competed with a true peak existence. Ding! New achievement unlocked, punishing evil and promoting good. Punish evil and promote good unlock condition. Although I am a pirate, I think I am a good person from the bottom of my heart. Achievement reward talent, true damage 100%. Can Haki penetrate? Absolute true injury has been activated. Go beat up all the legendary old men. Chapter 18. Golden Lion bowed out. All his islands fell into the sea. Ye Feng placed them all nearby, forming a new island ring. Surrounding the sea outside Zhuolong Island. This formed the first layer of protection. On the circular island, there are all kinds of giant plants and creatures. There are also some islanders. As for the pirates, they also got a chance to reform. Ye Feng is such a good person. Of course, he gave them a very good job. Everyone learned the slave auction house. Put on explosive chains and start working. Once they make trouble or escape, they will be blown up. You don't have to thank me. Although I gave you a way to live, as long as you work hard, you can be buried there when you die. There is no need to worry about anything. Ye Feng pointed to the location of the terrifying three-masted sailing ship. There was a cemetery on it. It was like a one-stop service from birth to death. So touched. You could have killed us. But you made us live a life worse than death. You are so kind-hearted. The pirates cried heartbreakingly. They didn't expect that they were a rising star under the Golden Lion yesterday, but today they were captured by the most vicious celestial dragon killer on the sea. Considering that the ship belonged to Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, it was not surprising. They now wished that those enemies were also dealt with by Ye Feng, and all of them came to this purgatory on earth. I'm glad you're touched. I'm grateful. I am a little tired from working overtime today. I'll take a break first. Ye Feng was about to leave the island. The islanders gave him their treasured food. Thank you for saving us. These people are born with wings. They can't fly, but they can glide. There is also a kind of bird that is fast and has long wings and will occasionally fly. Therefore, it also fell with the pirates. Even so, there are still many pirates who feed the Sea King because of their lack of strength. Thank you for nothing, remember to work. Ye Feng also arranged work for these people. Now it can be regarded as the whole nation working hard and striving for progress. It can be called the first kingdom in the Calm Belt. Ding! A new achievement has been unlocked, be a kind person. Be kind, unlock condition, the host keeps everyone busy, and they miss you every night when they can't sleep. Achievement reward, swordsmanship, giant sword. The giant's swordsmanship with a long history, a powerful move that even Big Mom wants to steal, gives the Sea Kings a true hegemony. It turns out to be the giant's swordsmanship. They are naturally strong, so they can naturally burst out with more powerful moves. Ye Feng has always had a puzzle. Why didn't the giants give birth to a strong man at the level of the 4 emperors? After using the expanding fruit, he realized that the problem of the giants is mainly domineering. It would be particularly difficult for them to make a further qualitative change in their domineering. Zhuolong Island. The hard-working king finished his overtime work and returned to the palace. The Queen and Little Hancock followed behind him. Before that, they had captured all the difficult enemies and imprisoned them in the first island ring. In the future, there will be a second island ring. Even the third, fourth, and fifth. Until the empire in Ye Feng's mind is formed. A bunch of ants. How dare they dare to lay hands on the Lily Kingdom? Feeding them to the fish is the best arrangement. The queen was unhappy when she thought of these pirates. Good job, cook. Zhuolong Island is the royal city. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Ye Feng yawned. He wanted to rest. He had moved his muscles a little today, but it would consume his energy. As you command. The Empress agreed with Ye Feng on this point. The first island ring outside the island was to expand the territory. But this paradise must not be destroyed. Ye Feng fell asleep. The cute little Hancock flapped his wings to dissipate heat for Ye Feng and help him sleep. The Empress walked out of the palace and began to supervise the construction of the port outside the city. As for the first island ring, there were men there, she didn't like to go there. It was not within her responsibility. On the same day, the Navy headquarters received the latest intelligence. Is it true? Zhang Guo's hands trembled when he heard this. It's absolutely true. Dark Horse, the head of the intelligence organization, said seriously. The Golden Lion pirates disappeared after entering the Calm Belt. We conducted an inspection and confirmed this fact. It is very likely that the Golden Lion was defeated after encountering a strong enemy. Calm Belt? Then the most prominent kingdom power is the Lily Kingdom? Sengoku tried to call Den Den Mushi. Is that Hancock? Warring states? What do you want to say, old man? The Empress always speaks very harshly. I need your cooperation on something. This morning, the Golden Lion pirates seemed to have entered the airspace above your Lily Kingdom. What level of battle broke out? Sengoku was still asking, but he found that the Den Den Mushi was like an idiot. It made a gurgling sound. It turned out that it was imitating the action of the Empress's neck tilting back. It was stuck. It even started foaming at the mouth. When he recovered, the Empress had already hung up the Den Den Mushi. Sengoku has been dizzy by a series of events recently. Today is half sad and half happy. First, it is confirmed that the Golden Lion pirates are likely to be destroyed. Second, it is suspected that he knows the behind the scenes of the matter. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Garp, who was drinking afternoon tea in the office. What do you think? Is it possible that Ye Feng is the actual controller of the Lily Kingdom? After all, the Queen is no match for the Golden Lion. If we send someone to investigate, maybe we can verify it. Let the flying squirrel go. Zhang Guo's words were not confirmed. Only Garp laughed at him. Let him die? Where Ye Feng is unknown. However, the Golden Lion was defeated probably by a strong man of the same level. The Queen does not have this real power for the time being. But there is no flying squirrel either. If there is a big pirate of Ye Feng's level, plus a Shishibukai, and the 9 snakes pirates, and the remnants of the Golden Lion, at least half of the 4 emperor's pirates. Do you want to go to war with the new emperor who is still wet behind the ears? Garp was not trying to persuade them to fight, he was even a little eager to try. Stop making trouble. He knew the moral character of these 2 people best. If the guess is true, it is equivalent to half of the 4 emperors. Now is not the right time to start a war. Before he finished speaking, another Den Den Mushi sounded. It was from Smoker. The 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile has been defeated. This time it's not just us, the Kingdom of Alabasta and the Straw Hat Pirates. The battle went like this, like this, like that. Smoker finished his report. Sengoku's scalp was numb. The 7 warlords of the sea lost 3 at once. Crocodile was defeated, and the conspiracy was exposed. Moria's ship was robbed and he was homeless. The Empress was suspected to have joined Ye Feng's army, and was still waiting for intelligence confirmation. Is the balance going to be broken? When the 3 people in the office were silent, another Den Den Mushi sounded like a death sentence. We have entered the doldrums. On the sea at a certain distance from the 9 Snakes Island, we discovered the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship and the Golden Lion Island through observation. Flying Squirrel finished speaking. Zhang Guo slammed his fist on the table. Come back, that's not where you can go. A new sea emperor is about to be born. Garp, no matter how you think about it, it's your good grandson's fault. Zhang Guo really had no place to vent his anger. Ha ha ha. Not that good either. Garp was even happier. What's the big deal about having more sea emperors? Didn't the Rocks pirates also collapse? The next day, big news broke. Chapter 19. Extra. The Golden Lion has been defeated. Legends change, Ye Feng's whereabouts are confirmed, and the reward increases dramatically. The 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, was captured. Navy smoker saved the kingdom of Alabasta. In the port of a small island under Whitebeard's command, someone bought a newspaper from the newsbird and started to make a fuss. They really don't take the 7 warlords of the sea seriously. What kind of person is Smoker? How can he defeat Crocodile? Someone knocked on the table to express his dissatisfaction. This Ye Feng bounty of 3 billion Baileys is genuine. That Golden Lion is as famous as Whitebeard, and only 3 billion will be given for defeating him. It's not a gift, it's a reward. A group of people were talking and laughing. On the big ship at the port. Whitebeard also picked up the newspaper and read it. Did it fail? It was blocked by the new era. Newgate did not feel any regret. In his opinion, people will always be defeated. No one can be strong forever. The Golden Lion has not been tempered by opponents in these years, and I am afraid that its strength has weakened a lot. Daddy. The Golden Lion was defeated. Phoenix Marco flew to Whitebeard. The supplies were replenished. It was time for them to set off and continue their adventure. That kid named Ye Feng, doesn't he still have his own nickname? Whitebeard picked up a pot of wine and said with a smile. No. As soon as his whereabouts were confirmed, he occupied the 9-Snake Island. This guy became famous too quickly, and his origins are unknown. The Celestial Dragons ordered the Navy not to add extra information to the bounty order. Even this photo is unique. The others are all beating up the admirals and killing the Celestial Dragons. Marco's words drew a burst of cheerful laughter from the captains. That's right. The Celestial Dragons still hate Ye Feng to the core. If Ye Feng had his own nickname, it would be even more ironic. A large number of pirates would attack him in order to become famous. At the same time, it would also mean that the Navy needs to adjust its plans. Neither the headquarters nor the Celestial Dragons would be willing to accept this. It's just a nickname, the Celestial Dragons are really stingy. Diamond Jaws couldn't stop laughing. It's hard to say, the Tianlong people may be thinking about revenge all the time. Hua Jian took the newspaper and Ye Feng's bounty order and raised his glasses. It's time for us to set off. Setting sail again. Whitebeard couldn't help but think of Ace, one of his tens of thousands of sons. Is he okay now? Grand Line. Magic Valley Town. Blackbeard, who has found many partners, is sulking. Yesterday he found a Straw Hat Kid, who has a bit of courage and a bounty of over 100 million. He originally wanted to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Unexpectedly, this kid rode the sky current to the sky. Instead, he lost a ship. Today he is in a better mood, that is, he robbed a pirate ship. While wandering on the sea, he saw today's newspaper news. Have you confirmed this guy's whereabouts? He's really good. His ability of the mythical beast fruit. Plus the Empress's devil fruit. I can dominate the sea as well. Blackbeard originally wanted to continue to escape and find a partner. Take advantage of the opportunity to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and then use this as a springboard. He never expected that he would learn this big news. Captain, this guy just defeated the Golden Lion and his power has grown again. The strength is very strong, otherwise it would not be possible to defeat the legend. Interesting, if it were me, I could do it too. There are many arrogant people under Blackbeard. Only Blackbeard knows the strength of everyone. No. We overlooked the most important point. The Navy will start a crusade against them at any time. Otherwise, when their feathers are truly full, there will be a new emperor of the sea. To defeat them, we need an old man to lead the charge and 2 generals. When they are both defeated, it is time for us to come on stage. Blackbeard has started brainstorming. Think about it. If you get the devil fruits of the Empress and Ye Feng, you will not only have a strong physique like Ye Feng, but you can also attract the enemy with the dark fruit, and then turn them into stone statues with the sweet fruit. It's a match made in heaven. Captain, When will that be? Captain Badgers was excited. Yes, the Navy will never let the 5th Sea Emperor be born under its nose. Isn't this an opportunity? When else could it be? The Navy has occupied the Grand Line for 20 years, allowing the 4 emperors to grow in the New World one after another. It seems that they advocated the Great Pirate Era, but in fact they kept them in captivity. They have also been waiting for an opportunity. Tear open a gap and enter the New World. Now an unstable factor is born in the Grand Line, which will destroy all their plans. If it were me, I would definitely attack in the shortest possible time. Right now. Badges, head to the comm belt. There is no bounty for Blackbeard and his crew yet. Except for the red hair and whitebeard pirates. Their actions will not attract anyone's attention. Therefore, this is a great opportunity. In the doldrums, a number of naval warships were coming with the wind. Their target was, as Blackbeard had said, the Nine Snakes Island. Tonight, as the night deepened, a great battle was about to break out. On the deck, the cranes were blowing the wind. A group of elite lieutenant generals were persuading her to go back. That guy Cap would rather drink tea than come. He will not work for the Tianlong people. The old man said. But I didn't expect you to come. He looked at him, with short purple hair and mechanical arms. As a marshal, Sengoku cannot leave the headquarters easily. If I don't come, who will? Zephyr looked at the sparkling sea. He was already in charge of training new recruits, and this time he was ordered to do it in a critical situation. In fact, Black Arm Zephyr did not want to work for the Celestial Dragons. The biggest crime of attacking Ye Feng was that he killed Celestial Dragons in the street. But as long as they are pirates, no new stars can be born. In the cabin, 2 people who don't get along well sat face to face, without saying a word. If Kizaru was here, he would probably make a few jokes. One is the decisive Akina Sakaski. The other is Aokiji, who doesn't like to cross his legs. The highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, 2 Navy admirals. Plus a staff officer and a veteran admiral for support. There are also 10 elite vice admirals of the headquarters. The mission this time is very simple. While Ye Feng's battle with the Golden Lion has just ended and his physical strength has been greatly damaged, strangle him in the cradle. In short, it is a demon-killing order. It is comparable to the battle when Garp and Sengoku attacked the Devil's Descendant Barrett. The night was getting late. Zhuolong Island. Ye Feng was fishing at night. Strangely enough, he had been sleeping a lot recently, but he couldn't fall asleep at night. So he got addicted to a new sport. Night fishing. It was a pity that the sea kings nearby didn't take the bait. The big fish were the same, and they ran away as soon as they saw Ye Feng. In line with the idea that a fisherman never returns empty-handed, Ye Feng simply set up camp here and fished wrapped in a quilt. Swish! The big fish took the bait. The fishing line started to move. When Ye Feng was rejoicing, his observation haki had already told him that it was a false joy. A figure jumped onto the water and jumped to the shore. The man twisted his coat hard, and a short-haired lady followed behind him. Ye Feng. Lai smiled and said straight to the point. Something big is going to happen tonight, you are being targeted. Xia Qi looked at Ye Feng with a smile as if nothing had happened. Lord Ye Feng, what happened? Empress Hancock came out of the tent. She rubbed her eyes sleepily. Should we kill the invaders? Little Hancock came to ask immediately. Seraph Bear and Little Jinbei appeared one after another. This time, it was Rayleigh and Shaky who remained silent. What was going on? Chapter 20. Rayleigh. Stay away from Lord Ye Feng. The Empress was as arrogant as ever. Even when she met Rayleigh, who was like a father to her, she didn't have a good face. The Navy has launched the Demon Slayer order, and your whereabouts have been exposed. There are many people around the world who want you dead. The most urgent thing is to leave here. Rayleigh didn't care about the accusations of the Empress. It was he and Tiger who rescued countless slaves in the past, and he also regarded the Empress as his own daughter. Naturally, he didn't care about her tsundere. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come with Xia Qi. Xia Qi, the proprietress of the Blackmail Tavern, was the king before the old woman. In the world of pirates, as long as your wool is not depressed, you can keep your face forever, or your complexion will be gentle. This is almost common sense. Of course, the ugly thing Big Mom is an exception. The correct one should be Xiaoqi, or Doriel, the doctor from Drum Island. Demon Slayer Order. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Empress became cautious when she heard this word. Oh! Don't panic. I'll scan first. Ye Feng used his observation haki to perform a long-range, all-around radar scan with no blind spots. I noticed it earlier. They probably arrived in the afternoon. So far, there hasn't been an additional ship. Ye Feng yawned, without any fear. Aren't they just admirals? What can a few more do? His 100% crit, 100% attack speed, 100% defense, and 100% true damage are not vegetarian. Add the power of the power fruit, the speed of the teleport fruit, the gigantism of the swelling fruit, the immortality of the Nezha state, the control of nature by the lotus fruit, and the endless weapons. After adding all of them, it is equivalent to Ye Feng can kill others, punch to the flesh, but others can't even break his basic defense. Not to mention 2 current admirals and 1 old admiral. Even if all the members are here, Ye Feng is still fearless. Besides, people like Akainu and Aokiji. Ye Feng has thought of the specific uses. Akainu is a magma man, which can be used for smelting and extracting various minerals. Aokiji can be used as a giant cold storage. Add so many marines, all of them are rounded up for island development. Why not? What admirals of the navy are Ye Feng's free home appliances? Whatever Lord Ye Feng says is what it is. The Empress stood firmly on Ye Feng's side. Lei suddenly felt that a girl who had grown up was not worth keeping. Xiaoqi knew the girl's mind very well, and only stroked the Empress's hair. Ye Feng, that is the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. Lei still reminded Ye Feng. Facing such combat power, it must be the Roger pirates of the past. I understand, it must be very strong, so that it can provide me with a steady supply of resources. Ye Feng he came over and felt a little bored. Maybe he was too arrogant. The small fish around here don't like him. But tonight, a big fish will come. Boom! The sound of artillery rang out. The Navy warship opened fire. The first island ring has 4 ports and gates. You can enter the waters of Zholong Island. The Navy warship first landed in the first island ring and then drove straight in from the port. Ye Feng's fighting force is Rayleigh, the Queen, and 3 Seraphim. Rayleigh, leave those 2 old guys to you and Senior Xiaoqi. Queen, be careful next time. What I want to tell you is that the domineering aura can also be entangled. Ye Feng jumped out. As he stepped into the sea, the cold air instantly filled the sky and the earth. The sea was also frozen. Thousands of marines walked down from the warships parked near the port. Ye Feng stepped on the wind and fire wheel, melting the ice in an instant and sublimating it into water vapor. Ice Age. The voice of General Aokiji drifted from afar. Ye Feng was like nothing had happened, still looking fearless. Okay. Rayleigh drew his sword and headed for one of the ports. That was where Zifa and Crane were. Take care of yourself, little Ye Feng. Xiaoqi also followed Rayleigh out. The target was also the first port. At this time, the battlefield was tense. The second port was guarded by more than a dozen elite vice-admirals from the Navy headquarters. The third port was Aokiji Kuzan, who had frozen the sea, and was walking with his hands in his pockets. The man in the fourth port was melting the ice, with a murderous look on his face. This was the Navy's strategy. Attack under the cover of night and occupy all 4 ports. 16 naval warships, nearly 20,000 people. Master, should we take action? Seraphim Bear is determined to fight. No, the night is beautiful tonight, and there are still some rats hiding. Ye Feng ordered the Seraphim to guard the house. Empress, go and summon the Lily Kingdom and the 9 Snakes pirates to defend. Understood. The Empress didn't understand that if she didn't fight her way out of the encirclement, she would be trapped. But she would never doubt Ye Feng's order. Just one exit is enough. Believe in Senior Rayleigh's strength. What I have to do is to defeat the remaining 3 forces. Ye Feng stepped into the battlefield. A faint golden light illuminated the night. Since you have seen the true God, why not worship him? He thrust the fire spear into the ice. With one hand in front, the sound shook the world. Boom! The domineering aura exploded like a nuclear weapon. The shock wave raged across the sea. The purple-gold domineering aura. Even Rayleigh, who had been in the sea for many years, had never seen it. Aokiji and Akainu were the highest combat forces of the contemporary navy. They thought they were the best in the great pirate era. But when people around them fell one by one, they still felt their own powerlessness. That's right. Their three admirals could work together to block Whitebeard's shock. Facing Ye Feng's unstoppable domineering aura, they still seemed stretched. You are just a general. You don't even have the conqueror's haki. You dare to block my way. Ye Feng smiled. A large number of marines fell down. The elite vice-admirals stabbed the ice with their swords to block. Aokiji's body was surrounded by cold air, like a semicircle, trying to block this crazy attack. Akainu blocked it with blood-red hot air, his eyes were gloomy and murderous. Yo, you two are so capable, and you still want to hold on. Ye Feng once again burst out with his domineering aura. The purple-gold storm was devastating. Looking down from above, Akainu and Aokiji were like two small mounds in it, and they were of no help. They could protect themselves, but they couldn't save more people. Idiot! In order to defend the port, the troops were divided into 4. With you guys like this, what can you do to fight me? Ye Feng laughed. The words theater boss were almost written on his head. Damn! This guy is too domineering. It's so overwhelming that we are all overwhelmed. Is it red-haired level? I'm afraid it's more than that. He seems to have noticed us a long time ago. The elite lieutenant generals struggled and spit out white foam, and their eyelids turned into white eyes in a blink. Bang! 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 One after another fell to the ground. Facing Ye Feng, a strong man with 3 colors of domineering, physical skills, swordsmanship, gun skills, and devil fruit, even the elite lieutenant generals are not enough. He. Stupid humans. Oh no! It's the ignorant marines. Are you ready for the end of the world? Chapter 21. If it was normal, there would be a high probability that the marines would be surprised. The invincible lieutenant generals have all fallen. But now, except for the generals of the headquarters, almost all the members fainted on the ice. Facing Ye Feng, the advantage of numbers and firepower suppression did not exist at all. It seems that you are indeed very strong. Akainu said disdainfully. The ice surface suddenly burst out with an even more terrifying cold air. Ice H, Dragnet. Aokiji walked over step by step. The ice wall behind him kept rising. Starting from the first island ring, it formed a circle. The ice wall hundreds of meters high trapped the entire Zhuolong Island. Outside were the marines, sergeants, major generals, and vice-generals who were stunned just after getting off the ship. The battlefield of Zephyr, Rayleigh, and others was also blocked outside. Akainu and Aokiji seemed to be at odds. But at the critical moment, they chose to live and die. A bit courageous. Ye Feng commented on these two people of average strength. But if you want to surpass me, you still have a long way to go. One punch breaks all laws. The magma burns everything. Akainu melts the ice along the way. Dog bites red lotus. The arm turned into molten lava, and the huge dog head roared, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Sakazuki looked calm, which was completely different from the indifference of his devil fruit. Even if you are a strong man in this sea, even if you have the fighting power to surpass countless lives, as long as I am here, I will not let you get away with it. The molten dog head came towards him. Ye Feng's observation haki had already predicted the future. This punch was extremely fierce. If he didn't dodge, then nothing would happen. 100% defense, not afraid of the molten lava. Boom! Ye Feng's face was directly hit by the molten lava. His body was submerged in an instant. You didn't even use your armament haki. You are too confident in your own strength. Foolish guy, do you know the temperature of the molten lava? Akainu's voice stopped abruptly. He sensed Ye Feng's life breath. When the molten lava fell, Ye Feng was like nothing happened. Too weak. Even without using domineering, I can block it with my own physique. Ye Feng even felt a little sorry. I thought it was an exaggeration by the system. I didn't expect it to be 100% defense. The temperature of the molten lava? I know. It's like taking a cold shower. Ye Feng's words were just a provocation to Akainu. Your plan is too stupid. It's just the special ability of the devil fruit. Anyone can be vulnerable. Akainu stepped back a few steps. His fists attacked the sky. Molten dog heads flew in the sky. When they appeared again, they had turned into a raging rain of fire that destroyed everything. Meteor volcano. A giant molten ball like a meteor shower will turn Zhuolong Island into a sea of molten fire. Akainu's attack was not to attack Ye Feng. He wanted Ye Feng to defend the house and expose his weakness. You kid has no moral principles. You're attacking me by surprise. You're attacking a teenager like me by surprise. Ye Feng was not worried. He raised the fire spear in one hand and shook his 5 fingers in the other hand. The ground made a loud noise. The giant tree, which was already 100 meters high, grew further. Change! Change! The giant trees and vines sheltered the entire Zhuolong Island. What was even more amazing was that lotus flowers bloomed on the top. The lotus gave off a faint white light, freezing cold. Even if the molten ball fell, it would cool it into stone. Lotus fruit. Sensen fruit, the superior fruit of lush fruit, does not mean that they are the only ones capable. The lotus with infinite vitality and purification of all things is its essence. Damn it! Akainu didn't expect that his plan would fail. It's so ridiculous. You can easily protect an island and a kingdom with your own hands. What is the navy for? Sakazuki. I didn't expect you to be willing to be a running dog of the celestial dragons. Is it meaningful? Why don't you be the director of the forging factory for me? Let's promote the economy of the sea together. Ye Feng said earnestly. Shut up. Big volcano. Be it the evil pirates or the world nobles. This world will eventually return to its original state. Akainu's fists burst out molten fireballs again. This time it was much stronger than the meteor volcano. Each one was taller than a giant, enough to destroy a battleship of the Navy headquarters. In an instant, hundreds of them flew towards Ye Feng's face. The scale and temperature also surpassed the meteor volcano. You are deceiving yourself. Faced with this attack, Ye Feng decisively summoned the Qinkan circle. Swish! Weapon rain, the universe is uncertain. Tens of thousands of circles flew out, and in an instant they grew larger, knocking all the molten fireballs to the ground. The ice melted, and a large amount of seawater emerged. Even some holes appeared in the huge ice wall. Pirates are nothing but evil. What qualifications do you have to talk to me about justice? Innocent people are killed by pirates every day. Akainu is absolutely just and will never waver in his words. I am a pirate. Pirates prefer freedom to justice. And I tell you, I don't need to be a lackey. Ye Feng likes to piss off Akainu. It's quite interesting to see a calm person get furious. Dark dog. Akainu used his fastest speed and the highest temperature of the molten fruit. He attacked Ye Feng with the determination to die. I have seen the distant future. The future in Ye Feng's eyes is. No matter what kind of ghost dog, dog bites red lotus. No matter how high the temperature is, it can't break the defense. The natural 100% defense means that no attack or damage can affect Ye Feng. You are too arrogant. Akainu punched Ye Feng's head. In the past, even if Ye Feng was very strong, he would definitely die. But now, Ye Feng caught the Akainu easily on his forehead, with a calm expression. On the contrary, Akainu was a little at a loss. How could it be possible? The second attack was from the side. Even if the temple had domineering power, it would not be able to block it. At least half of the head could be blown off. Boom! After the attack, Ye Feng turned sideways. He looked at Sakazuki with a smirk on his face. Puppy, I gave you a chance but it's useless. This is impossible. Akina's hands turned into a ghost dog. Hellhounds, hellhounds! They also transformed themselves into molten fierce dogs. 3 hellhounds attacked Ye Feng alone. The molten lava rushed past. A faint golden light appeared on Ye Feng's body. Smoke was everywhere. Naturally, there was smoke but no injuries. Little dog, is it okay? Ye Feng responded to Akina's indifference with a smile. This is impossible. Continuous attacks, full strength attacks again, and 3 big moves. In the end, Ye Feng was unscathed. Even mocking him, Akina finally understood why Kizaru lost in his best aspect, speed. Even the lethality that he was proud of was nothing when facing the monster Ye Feng. It was even more impossible for Kizaru to let Ye Feng break through his defense. Nothing is impossible. Ye Feng clenched his fists and was about to take action. A friendly reminder sounded in his ears. Ding! New achievement unlocked, face to face with the Hell Dog. Face to face with the Hellhound, unlock condition. This is a signature high-damage single-target move in the One Piece world. Blocking it with your face is a great achievement. Achievement reward, secret, domineering annotation. The devil fruit is already beyond the ordinary, so let's make the perception and mastery of domineering even better. Now, you can beat 100,000 people by yourself. Chapter 22. Ye Feng had just accepted the power from the new secret. His mastery of domineering power had surpassed perfection, and he was about to make a move. There was a ding sound. Ding! New achievement level has been upgraded, achievement Big Diamond, 0/30. Unlock condition, achievement of Dajin, 20/20. Achievement rewards, Super Hand Gift Pack. Is it enabled? Open. Ye Feng almost forgot this. After 3 years of hard training, he received the Novice Gift Pack, the Intermediate Gift Pack, and the Master Gift Pack almost on the same day. After many days of absence, he was promoted to the Diamond Achievement. He completed the unlocking conditions for the Gold Achievement. Now he finally has the opportunity to open the Super Achievement Gift Pack. If he doesn't open it now, when will he open it? Super Hand Gift Pack has been opened. Random Devil Fruit 4, Random Seraph 4, Random Haki 4, Final Hand Gift Pack 1. All 4. Even the Devil Fruit has 4. Ye Feng was also curious about what ability it would be. He completely ignored the opponent in front of him. Just 2 admirals of the navy, not worth worrying about too much. Devil Fruit, Disease Fruit, Island Fruit, Wine Fruit, 9-tailed fox form. The host is lucky, and got the big gift package of the future Blackbeard pirates. Ye Feng was in a good mood. These devil fruits are quite familiar. The disease sickness fruit will be eaten by the god of death Poison Q in the future. It can make the enemy suffer from all kinds of strange diseases. The island fruit should be eaten by the king of evil government in the future. The ability is to merge with the island, which is equivalent to Pika's superior fruit. The wine fruit was eaten by a drunkard. It can drink and store a large amount of wine. Carry out drunken fog, fire attacks, and status improvement. It is a fruit that usually stores energy. The 9-tailed fox form, the mythical beast species, was eaten by the female pirate with the same nose as Usopp. While providing the basic attributes of the animal system, it can also change in a variety of ways. Ye Feng also consumed some physical strength in the fight. Just treat it as a midnight snack. He ate the 4 devil fruits in front of Akainu and Aokiji. As soon as it entered the stomach, black air began to emerge from the whole body. Crazy, you will explode soon. Akainu didn't expect Ye Feng to be a psychopath. He dared to eat so many devil fruits. Even if you explode, I won't explode. Ye Feng yawned, and he was not injured at all. Instead, he felt much stronger. In the future, there will be a drunken state, and you can change into other people's appearance at will. Integrate any mountain, land, building, and tree on the island. Possessing the sickness fruit is equivalent to a panacea, and can also add buffs. Ye Feng was very satisfied with this fruit feast. But the taste was not very good. It seems that no matter how many devil fruits you eat, you will not like it. If you can even tolerate this taste, you definitely have a weird eating habit. Ye Feng clicked on the entry of the seraph again. The light suddenly lit up. Seraph, Seraph Hawkeye, Seraph Crocodile, Seraph Mariah, Seraph Sky Yasha. The first generation of the King's 7 warlords of the Sea Seraphim have been gathered. Congratulations to the host. Ye Feng knew. What random? Isn't this intentional? But in a blink of an eye, there are 4 more seraphim flapping their wings behind him, flying in the air. There are 7 powerful seraphim guarding Zhulong Island. Ye Feng now has an enhanced version of the 4 emperors. What is that? Aokiji noticed 7 seraphim standing side by side on Kowloon Island. It seems to be a test product of Vegapunk. But even there it is just a concept. It is supposed to be the most perfect advanced form of pacifist. Akainu was also a little surprised. Now let alone the seraph is still a concept. Pacifist only has the first generation. 2 years later, pacifist upgraded to the 3rd generation, and then the seraph that cannot be mass-produced was born. Now it can be said to be a complete concept. As a result, Vegapunk has not succeeded yet, and Ye Feng has completed it first. I can feel their breath. Aokiji used his observation haki to detect the breath of the 7 seraphim. If it is true, Ye Feng's threat level will increase again. You'd better use all your strength, Kuzan. Akainu has consumed a lot of physical strength, but after seeing Ye Feng in such danger, he still plans to continue fighting. If it is true, it means that Ye Feng not only has his own territory and power, but also has his own 7 warlords of the sea. What kind of monster is this? I never held back. So far, Qingji, who had only carved ice sculptures, took a step forward. The cold air between heaven and earth suddenly increased. The temperature dropped. It brought a chill. Ye Feng completely ignored the changes in the external environment. As a strong man, he should not be surprised. With one click, he opened the domineering entry. Haki, observation haki, perspective. Long distance, heart network. Predicting the future is just the beginning. Now you will see the flow of other people's domineering spirit. After being promoted to the Great Diamond, the light spot of achievement is no longer golden. Instead, it is a transparent glimmer that blends into the eyes. The second domineering spirit is also instantly activated. Haki, armament haki life. The various talents and devil fruits previously inspired a powerful vitality. Now, you will be able to use the armament haki to enhance the essence of life. Strong vitality, healing power, recovery power, and endurance. This is also possible. The body is enhanced to the limit to awaken the haki. The haki feeds back to itself and turns into life. Haki, armament haki, infinite. The speed of domineering recovery is accelerated. Every organ, bone, flesh, and meridian can store domineering. You will become one with domineering. Good guy. The transparent light spot also merged into the whole body from the eyes. Ye Feng felt that under this 100% defensive body surface, domineering also turned into the essence of life. As long as there is a trace of will, domineering will continue to flow. Haki, observation haki, voice of all things. Nature, murals, sculptures, animals, plants. You will have the ability to listen to the voices of all things with your heart. Observation and hearing are not just observation and hearing. The 4 kinds of domineering gave Ye Feng an essential transformation. He even felt that he still looked like a person, but he already had an immortal body. Powerful power. Grants various strange diseases buff. Teleport, change, merge everything. Grow bigger, fly, control plants. It turns out that simple life can have so much power. Everything has reached a delicate balance in Ye Feng's body. Not to mention every move, even a breath means a change in domineering. After the super hand gift package was opened, Ye Feng got a qualitative change in strength again. Originally immersed in it, he didn't even care about being frozen by Aokiji. Maybe you have a mutant physique that can eat so many devil fruits. But it doesn't matter, as long as I can eradicate evil people like you. It's enough for me, after all, you and I have our own responsibilities. Aokiji. Lazy justice. The stars are vast, and the moon is like a silver hook. Ye Feng in the ice sculpture has already stopped his life characteristics. He won't die. Another shot of the dark dog. Akainu couldn't believe it. Ye Feng was so powerful. He couldn't even kill him, so how could he be willing to be frozen by Aokiji? Dark dog. Ice Age. The two attacked at the same time. One used molten lava to attack the ice sculpture, and the other wanted to freeze Zholong Island. Ye Feng felt the mystery of life itself. He opened his eyes with satisfaction. Chapter 23. The dark dog blasted through the ice. Ye Feng blocked it with a palm. As he walked out, the wind fire wheel and the fire spear burst into brilliant flames at the same time. The red-gold flames were like 3 fire dragons, protecting the 9-dragon island. No matter how fierce the cold air of Aokiji was, he remained indifferent. Empress, the little ones, let's do it. Ye Feng stretched comfortably. He moved around for a while. It was time for the Empress and the Seraphim to take action. Otherwise, what's the point of keeping them here? Next, the shift change. Ye Feng walked towards the city of Zholong Island. The Seraphim came out from different directions. They claimed to be able to replace the 7 warlords of the sea. How exciting it would be if the 7 joined forces. Moreover, even in Vegapunk's conception, there were only Hawkeye, Bear, Empress, and Jinbei as possible seraphim. After all, the natural sand crocodile could not be copied for the time being. Tian Yasha's string fruit required delicate operation. Ye Feng was able to gather the first generation of the group purely because the system opened up a new era of technology. It was also the first time the system did a good thing. I will learn it in battle. The Empress recalled Ye Feng's previous battle. The entanglement of the domineering aura. This kind of high-level aura can only be mastered after awakening. At this moment, it began to take shape in her mind. On the shore. Aokiji was helpless. I have been ignored. The big shots of the enemy seem to disdain us. Without us, it would be better to kill them. Akainu punched out. Seraphim Sand Crocodile immediately turned into flying sand, covering the area. Swish! The ground under his feet was like water. Even in the glacier, Seraphim Jinbei's swimming fruit was still unimpeded. Didn't Vegapunk say that it's impossible to conquer the natural bloodline factor? Sakazuki now feels that this is all nonsense. It's not impossible, it's very difficult. Kizaru's laser beam was also replicated. It's just that it can't be elementalized. Kyuzan was entangled by Xiao Jinbei, and Seraphim Hawkeye slashed directly with a sword. So fierce. When Aokiji thrust out with 2 ice spears in his hands, the Empress kicked him from the sky. Fragrant kick. Bang! A powerful Shishibukai and 2 seraphim. Aokiji finally understood why Ye Feng was so relieved. Cut your shadow short. Seraphim Moria laughed wildly. To be frank, his current strength is far stronger than his original body. As a seraphim who can continue to grow in battle, with a stronger physique and bloodline than his original body, plus the same devil fruit, he is really better than his master. 1 on 4? It's an unfair fight. But I also feel that I am valued. Aokiji said it was not easy, and froze Seraphim Jinbei in a blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, the latter swam out directly. Hawkeye's sword attack followed. A powerful sword energy burst out. A mutant physique that can eat devil fruits at will. He controls the seraph that Vegapunk claims to be conceiving. He also knows our strength and intelligence very well. This kid is definitely a monster developed by Vegapunk. Normal humans can't have so many advantages. Akainu's feet were all molten lava. It was soon covered by flying sand. The flying wire attacked, and Akainu burned with 1 punch. Get out! Even Doflamingo doesn't dare to be so presumptuous. Get Ye Feng out! I don't have time to play tricks with you. Akainu was angry. Little Hancock kicked over. Seraph Bear attacked quickly. 1 on the left and 1 on the right blocked Akainu. There was flying sand all around, and a sand knife flew out and cut Sakazuki in half. Tian Yasha flew in the air on the silk thread, constantly interfering with the 2 battlefields. Sakazuki, Kyuzan. You are worthy of being a general. Even though you consumed a lot of energy in the battle with me, you can still fight 4 people alone. You deserve encouragement, but there is no reward. The battle that Ye Feng arranged for the seraphim was aimed at them. Walking out of the city, Ye Feng was holding a piece of barbecue in his hand. He was eating by himself. Whether we can catch fish tonight depends on you two baits. As soon as Ye Feng appeared, Akainu rushed out. You don't think a few cyborgs are my opponents, do you? Sakazuki stood in front of Ye Feng. He looked even more embarrassed. Aokiji also fought his way out of the siege, feeling a little bad. The seraph is indeed very powerful. But it is still not enough to face the general. The same is true for the Empress. If she didn't master the king's haki, she would not be able to reach this level. How is it? Ye Feng greeted warmly. The seraphim had improved their combat capabilities. They all nodded. Well done. You have the characteristic of becoming stronger through fighting. The two of them, one controlling and one attacking, are the best sparring partners. Ye Feng also encouraged the seraphim. I can still fight. The Empress found that the entanglement of the domineering color was not so easy to master. The general is just average. I'll go play with Big Mom some other day. I'll be fine when you can break through the defense of the steel balloon. Ye Feng stood leisurely on the shore. I understand. The Empress was very disdainful of Akainu and Aokiji. She went back into defense mode. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Training Master. Trainer unlock condition, become the strongest seraphim trainer on the sea. Achievement reward talent, fighting more and more courageous. What is exhaustion? I can fight for 25 hours a day. Don't ask why, because I've wasted my time. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely strange. What should Akainu and Aokiji do? Fight or not? Aokiji can't be frozen, and Hellhound can't break the defense. Ye Feng is like a freak. He uses the Admiral to play around and train his own seraphim. Is there any point in fighting anymore? It takes more domineering to defeat him. Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air. Nonsense, who has stronger haki than him? Akainu knew it well, but there was nothing he could do. As a general of the headquarters, both colors of haki were very strong. Even so, he couldn't break Ye Feng's defense. Who else could be stronger? Garp? Not to mention that he was a semi-retired old man who didn't care about anything except the East China Sea. Even if he wanted to take action, it couldn't be for the celestial dragons. Ye Feng simply took a fishing rod and fished in an ice hole. Ignoring the two generals of the headquarters beside him. Have you two discussed it? Do you want to fight or not? Or do you plan to join the company? We work 2 days a week. Oh, if you insist on doing it. You become the defeated guy. You will have to work all year round. If Kizaru heard what Ye Feng said, he would have stopped long ago. The two chatted in peace. For Akainu, it was a great shame. You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Akainu's entire body turned into molten lava again, and the scorching heat erupted again. Letting you live in this world is a disdain for life. The cold air also erupted in an instant. Aokiji's cloak was also affected by the cold air. The two auras, one blue and one red, were extremely strong, wrapping Ye Feng who was fishing. Unfortunately, the auras of the two were too weak. They could not shake Ye Feng's fishing rod at all. 2 heads grew out from behind Ye Feng, and 6 arms were holding various weapons. Legend has it that no one can be the enemy of the two generals joining forces. To be honest, I never believe any rumors. Today I am invincible, you can do whatever you want. On the ice. After the first battle, the Battle of Seraphim, the two generals finally joined forces. Although they were useless and did not cause any harm to Ye Feng, they also helped the Seraphim to improve their combat skills. Although they were weak. But they were full of momentum. Time is running out, my big fish is coming soon. Ye Feng was fishing. Still no fish dared to take the bait. On the ice wall, Blackbeard Teach's hands twisted. Ha 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 ha, the top of the world, here I come. Chapter 24. Captain, I want to melt the fruit. Champion Badgers cheered. He always likes to show off his muscles in various places. Ahem, the Bing Bing fruit seems to be good too. Death Poison Q spat out a mouthful of black blood. It felt like he was going to die at any moment. I saw them, the battle is intense. As a sniper, Van Oka's observation haki is accurate and long range. Hee, so happy, the world is about to be overturned. Lafitte held the cane sword in his hand, his whole body trembling with excitement. For them, tonight is a hunting game where the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is waiting behind. The natural devil fruits of the two generals. And the mysterious fruit ability of Ye Feng. Plus the Empress Hancock, she has the sweet fruit that Blackbeard wants most. Thief, ha 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 ha. Guys, get ready. Let's teach the new era a lesson. Boom. Several people jumped. Death Poison Q smashed a big hole on the spot and began to spit out blood. His horse's limbs were paralyzed and it was completely useless on the spot. Captain, our ship's doctor is dying. Champion Badgers said happily. It's okay, he's very strong. Teach was even happier when he saw the mess on the ice. In the center of the battlefield, Akainu and Aokiji were beating up Ye Feng. They must have been seriously injured. Blackbeard thought so. In his opinion, Ye Feng was able to get rid of the Golden Lion and defeat Kizaru. His strength was definitely above that of the Admiral. Therefore, he couldn't be defeated easily. And all members of their Blackbeard pirates were unharmed. It was another sneak attack with a success rate of 99%. If it fails, then die. Blackbeard was afraid of death, but deep down he was also a crazy gambler of fate. The core of the battlefield. Ye Feng is still fishing. With 3 heads and 8 arms, he naturally doesn't need to take care of everything. No matter how Akainu and Aokiji attack, they can't break through the defense. Even with the devil fruit and all the domineering, they are still unharmed. Instead, he is hit by a few big dice from Ye Feng from time to time. In addition, there is a difference in attack speed. Kizaru is not as fast as Ye Feng, so Akainu and Aokiji are naturally impossible. One moment it is a domineering shock wave, which makes Akainu vomit blood. The next moment it is a rain of weapons plus flames, pressing Aokiji to the ground and rubbing. The two of them didn't get along originally, but now their relationship has improved a lot. I swear in my heart that as long as I can survive, I will never tell anyone in the future. You two, we've caught the fish. Ye Feng dispersed the mist. 4 hands died suddenly, and the other 4 hands and 2 heads were attacking Akainu and Aokiji respectively. The mist was caused by the rapid melting of ice by magma and flames. In addition, Ye Feng could use Kenwensha to shield his own breath. Therefore, he was equivalent to a dead man in the mist. Is it over? Thief, ha ha ha. Dark water. Blackbeard laughed happily, thinking he had won. When the smoke cleared, he saw a scene he couldn't understand. Ye Feng, who was already dead according to his observation haki, was actually alive. Ye Feng teleported out and attacked at full speed. He took down Van Oka with one hand and Garp with the other. What a great pirate! He was just a naughty kid who made trouble and was beaten up by his parents. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard instinctively took a half step back. Van Oka. Didn't you say he was in a tough fight? Captain, I was wrong. Van Oka had never thought that there were people in the world that could not be locked by observation haki. Are you still reminiscing about the past? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ye Feng's 3 heads turned at the same time. He stared at Blackbeard. Go! Blackbeard's pupils dilated, and fear exploded at this moment. What the hell? This guy is not a human. Captain, aren't we just sitting back and waiting? Badgers flexed his muscles again. We are rabbits. Blackbeard is so cunning. He understood Ye Feng's condition as soon as he saw him. He was completely unharmed. He could even fight 10 more people. I will never allow anyone who plots against Lord Ye Feng to leave alive. The Queen kicked Lafitte into a stone man. Death Poison Q was about to drag his horse away. You can't run away, because you have offended the respected master. He has been turned into a stone sculpture by Hancock. Van Oka desperately pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew towards Seraphim Crocodile at the fastest speed. The bullet was cut in half by Seraphim Hawkeye. Ye Feng defeated Van Oka before he really used his strength. Champion Bajaz's muscles can no longer be shown. Xiao Minga and Xiao Moria are pressing him to the ground and beating him. In the encirclement, Blackbeard himself was also besieged by Xiao Jinbei and Seraphim Bear. Ye Feng came towards him. Ahem! Blackbeard Teach spat out blood, covered his chest with one hand, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His brain had already started brainstorming, looking for countermeasures. Sakaski lay on the ice, looking up at the starry sky. Although he seemed to be covered in blood and had suffered serious injuries, he was still very strong. I didn't expect that I would become the bait. I should have thought of it earlier. An absolutely powerful person can't be that bad-headed. Aokiji's body temperature kept dropping. He was giving it a try. Even Kizaru could fight Ye Feng for several rounds, not to mention the two admirals working together. Compared with the current single-fruit Blackbeard Teach, he is still much stronger. Akainu's temperature was also rising rapidly. The two seemed to be preparing for something, living towards death. If the world knew that someone could defeat two admirals at the same time, then you would be undoubtedly the strongest in the world. Blackbeard laughed and showed weakness to Ye Feng. In his eyes, Ye Feng was not a human, but a big devil. Even Roger, Whitebeard, and Garp in their prime did not have this kind of oppression. After this night, the whole world will re-evaluate Ye Feng's strength. No matter how arrogant and self-righteous the celestial dragons are, they will stop. Absolute power is the authority on the sea. Even the celestial dragons who call themselves the god of creation will have their throne taken away by a more powerful force. Blackbeard swallowed his saliva. He did not expect that his pirate group would be dealt with by Ye Feng in such a short time. Hey, hey, hey! Do you know who I am? Maybe we can talk. I have everything you want. There was a little cold sweat on Blackbeard's forehead, but after observation, he was ready to take the opportunity. Afraid of death? All the humility, silly smile, and bowing are the stumbling blocks on the road to becoming king. Defeat, loser, failure. As long as you are alive, there are endless possibilities. Blackbeard grinned, and several of his big teeth were knocked out at some point. He doesn't care. Dark acupuncture. Thief, ha ha ha. Hesitation is the symbol of weakness. Swish. Starting from the palm, spreading from the feet. The darkness eroded the earth in an instant. Swallowed up the moonlight. At the same time, Akainu clenched his fists, and the hidden power in the island was bursting out. The strongest power of the natural devil fruit. Raising one's own elements to the extreme, it can affect the surrounding things. Lava hell. Absolute zero. Aokiji also attacked at the same time. Even if the two were the strongest natural ability users, they could not create hell, absolute zero. But it was enough to permanently change the climate. Darkness, magma, ice. Three powerful natural forces erupted. Blackbeard laughed, he thought he won the bet. Is this all your strength? Ye Feng shook his head, and his figure became like a mountain. He placed the seraph and the empress on his shoulders. 333 meters. The expanding fruit combined with the Nezha form. The golden light illuminated the night. Weapon rain, wind and fire enter the night. The wind and fire wheel turned into a giant wheel, and in the blink of an eye it split into thousands of pieces. It absorbed all the molten flames and drove away all the cold air. Fire spear lotus falling. Ye Feng held a giant version of the 420-meter fire spear and blasted it at Teach, who was turning dark on the ice. If you have the guts, eat all this fire for me. The wind and fire wheels cooperated, and at the same time as the fire spear released the scorching flames, the molten lava was also injected. The two cooperated to form a dark red lotus. The moment Ye Feng infused his domineering aura, the giant lotus bloomed and turned into a purple gold fire lotus. Flying into the darkness. Boom! The world shook, and the glacier collapsed in an instant. Akainu, Aokiji's ultimate move will not stop here. Blackbeard's voice was low. Dark A cup ointment road release. Gravity arrived with darkness in an instant. Ye Feng ignored the distance in the strong gravity and teleported directly in front of Blackbeard. In the darkness, the lotus bloomed. The light shone on the real giant Ye Feng. The golden light was like countless spears, piercing the darkness. No matter how strong the gravity is, it cannot shake Ye Feng's body at all. Teach. Your strength is too weak. Domineering is the strongest power in this world. A purple-gold domineering aura emanated from Ye Feng's fist. Blackbeard looked up in disbelief. How is it possible? He had clearly delivered his strongest blow. How could Ye Feng still be unscathed? Boom! With one punch, Ye Feng's fingers were taller than Blackbeard's entire body. Not to mention the power of this punch. Domineering aura blasted into Blackbeard's body like a cannon. The special physique that caused double pain made him wail continuously. It hurts. Damn it, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Blackbeard yelled. His domineering aura was like a shock wave, constantly hitting his body. Until his bones were broken, the injury became more and more serious. Bang! Blackbeard couldn't help but spit out big mouthfuls of blood. His will completely collapsed in the face of absolute power. Damn you, I can't let you go. Tikai's hands fell down helplessly, and he completely lost consciousness. The sky was full of broken ice and swaying little fire lotuses. Ye Feng reappeared under the night sky. In his hand was a Blackbeard with a crooked nose, black blood spitting out of his mouth, and white eyes. Ding! New achievement unlocked, King of Pretenders. King of Pretenders unlocking condition, the host has entered the realm of perfection and is always pretending to be pretentious. Achievement reward, secret, supreme awakening. Haki, devil fruit, skills, everything about you can be awakened to the most perfect and powerful state. Transparent light particles fell into his eyes. They merged into his body. Ye Feng returned to his human body. He smiled at his enemies. Chapter 25. What a great general! Facing the top 4 emperors is enough to make him suffer. But even if the 4 emperors are in front of me, they have to call me brother. Ye Feng exhaled a breath of hot air, like the Tai Sui from heaven descending to earth. Dark fruit is a good thing. You like it, so do I. It is an honor to take away someone's love. Ye Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed Blackbeard's neck. Pa! A slap. Blackbeard coughed loudly, and the whole person seemed to have walked through the gates of hell. He looked at Ye Feng in fear. He shouted like a last breath. Let me go. I know countless secrets of the sea. As long as you let go, I am willing to do my best for you. Don't you want to dominate the sea? The Grand Line is only the first half of the journey. The end of the world is not here. Blackbeard tried his best to explain. He had never been so panicked. Teach believed that he was not a pirate playing house. Unlike other pirates, who would fight one-on-one at every turn. Blackbeard always fights in groups. Who would have thought that he would lose his footing? A group of people could not beat Ye Feng alone. Now he is about to die. He just wants to curse in his heart. If he had known that there was such a monster in the world who could beat 2 admirals alone and solve a large pirate group, he would not have died. This kind of person must summon a few legends and fight him one-on-one as the big boss. Ye Feng. You don't want your pirate group to be targeted by the 5 elders again, do you? I really want to. Ye Feng smiled happily. To be honest with you. It will be the same even if the 5 elders come. It will be the same for you too. Ye Feng exerted force on his palm. His domineering aura was like a raging flood, washing into Teach's body. It flowed along every bone in his body. Ye Feng's observation haki can copy other people's physical skills and swordsmanship. He can also see through and see how other people's haki is running and flowing in their bodies. The distance is extremely long and the range is wide. He can predict the future and listen to the voice of his heart. He can even understand the voice of all things. After using the armed haki, it will be even more powerful. Even if you kill me, you won't get the dark fruit. Teach's anger turned into ridicule. In extreme pain, his expression was distorted, but he laughed and said, "Let me live. I will teach you how to obtain other people's devil fruits. Create the strongest pirate group in history." Teach is trying his best to keep himself alive. Very simple, just kill you. As long as there is a corresponding fruit placed nearby, the devil will attach to it. Ye Feng said with a smile, taking out a fruit. It was the kind that the devil of the dark fruit liked to attach to. Different devil fruits attach to different fruits, and naturally have different shapes. For example, the dark fruit and the rubber fruit are the same kind. And the sweet fruit is a cherry. Nezha's shape is rather strange, it is a fruit that resembles a lotus. It's a pity that the taste is unpleasant without exception. Teach struggled painfully. He was desperate. Even more angry. Sure enough. In Blackbeard's view, the reason why Ye Feng became famous overnight was not because of a macho man sent from heaven, but because he knew too many secrets like himself. You? How do you know? Unless you also want to ascend to that throne. Blackbeard couldn't believe it. He thought there were some secrets that only a handful of people knew. Now he understands that it was all his own ignorance. Teach, let's go. Ye Feng burst out with domineering aura. Blackbeard didn't have time to last for more than a quarter of an hour. His whole body began to crack, and then dark black lines appeared. Thief, ha ha ha! You are crazier than me. The one who chose you was also the dark fruit. If it weren't for you, I would be the most suitable host for him. Teach's eyes gradually dimmed, but they were like two lights that were reluctant to go out. Staring at the darkness of the world. Until he died, leaving only ashes in the sky. Apart from that, there was nothing. It turns out that a life that has been dormant for decades is sometimes just like this. As long as there is a more powerful existence. Admirals, 4 emperors, 7 warlords of the sea. It's nothing but calculations, and everything is in vain. Ye Feng watched the fruit in his hand turn into a purple-black dark fruit. Eat it in one bite. Oh! Ye Feng showed an uncomfortable expression. It's too disgusting. Even if there is a devil fruit that tastes better in this world, it will be fine. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Villain Killer. Villain Killer unlocking conditions. As expected, the host is the real justice, and the veiled villain in advance is the real big picture. Achievement reward, Seraph, Blackbeard Teach. Technology beyond the times. Even Vegapunk can't do it. Integrate the natural system into it. Ye Feng just made Blackbeard Teach explode and die. A brand new Seraph. Little Blackbeard appeared in front of him. He grinned, with only a few teeth like the original, but he was happy. Blackbeard died. But he will always live by Ye Feng's side. The most important thing is that he is more comfortable to look at than the original. Master. What do you want me to do? Seraphim Xiaohei is also a big-headed doll. From now on, you will be in charge of these few. Ye Feng pointed at Lafitte, Van Oka, Badgers, and Poison Q. After the petrification state was lifted, they were already in a state of coma. As for Akainu and Aokiji, they were also in a state of not knowing whether to live or die. They. Xiaohei looked puzzled. Ye Feng looked at the first island ring. I will build a huge prison there. They will have their own job. Your job is to watch over everyone. Got it. Seraph Teach quickly accepted his job. Sorry for the wait, you two. Ye Feng turned around. The battlefield had already been transformed by a powerful natural ability user. The boiling magma was the core. The earth grew stronger and formed a volcano. Outside the volcano was a world of ice and snow, with heavy snow falling continuously from the sky. Good food is never too late. Akainu was in the volcanic magma, his body was getting bigger. His head turned into a dog head, and his body was covered with lava armor. Even so, he still condensed a cloak engraved with justice. On the snowy plain, Aokiji stretched out his ice wings, waiting to let go. The ice invaded, and the temperature between heaven and earth continued to drop. Both of them were concentrating all their strength in their bodies, waiting for the final moment of explosion. In the past, when Ye Feng was fighting with Blackbeard, Akainu would definitely launch a sneak attack. But now it was different. He was in a very bad state, and he only had one last blow, which must be launched within a certain distance. No way, the two most incompatible people in the navy are going to join forces. Ye Feng looked at the two admirals. Don't worry about it. Akainu is still preparing his ultimate move. If I can defeat you, the world will be more peaceful. Aokiji looked up at Ye Feng, and the moment his wings spread out, the sky that was originally snowing began to make fragmented sounds. Every snowflake quickly turned into ice spikes, interweaving between the sky and the earth to form an invisible cage. Swish! Aokiji quickly flew in the cage with his ice wings, and the temperature was constantly dropping. Absolute zero, destroy the real world. Another sound of freezing the air. Ye Feng exhaled a breath of cold air. He blocked Aokiji's attack with one punch. Who would have thought that what was coming was actually a whole iceberg? There were icebergs everywhere. Even above the head. The snowflakes and snowfields just now were just a cover. This is the real big move. Boom! The ground also began to make a terrifying sound. It was the magma boiling. It was a sign that the volcano was about to erupt. Lava hell big volcano. Boom! The volcano erupted, and Akainu emerged into it and rushed towards the sky. Ye Feng was in it, feeling the double attack of low temperature and high temperature. He laughed out loud. He he he. Is this all you have? Very strong, but still too weak for me. Ye Feng formed seals with both hands. The 3 heads and 8 arms reappeared, and the Qinkan circle was divided into 8. Swinging like lightning. No matter how cold the snow is, it won't freeze the Dharma. No matter how lava is, it won't hurt the soul. 3 heads and 8 arms, infinite magical powers. I am the only one in the world. Ye Feng smashed an iceberg and fell into the sea of magma. After blasting out the magma, he was hit by the second iceberg. He was not afraid at all. He fought heartily. Fighting against the sky, the earth, nature, water, and fire, the fun is endless. Time and again. Countless icebergs, bone-chilling cold. Molten lava like the sea, burning the sky and the earth. Ye Feng still killed without fear. Until the last iceberg was shattered and the last molten lava was extinguished. The domineering Ye Feng punched Aokiji and kicked Akainu. The two also exhausted their last remaining strength. The white, blue, and blood-red domineering collided with the purple and gold domineering. It was just a face-to-face encounter. All were broken by Ye Feng with endless physical strength. Speed, strength, defense are all 100%. Every punch is a critical hit. Even if he is a general, so what? You lose. Ye Feng held Aokiji in one hand and Akainu in the other. Both of them were covered in blood. It seems that this has left a big problem for Mr. Garp. Aokiji grinned, but he didn't have any fear of death. One person can't defeat you, but the whole navy can. Akainu stared at Ye Feng coldly, blood still flowing from his mouth. Let's try it. Ye Feng laughed loudly, and released his domineering aura again. Both of them looked embarrassed and could no longer resist. They all fainted at the same time. Hancock. Ye Feng threw the two of them directly to the shore. Got it. The Empress quickly petrified Akainu and Aokiji. After tonight, we will put them at the port of the first island ring. Facing the sun, they will look better. Ye Feng was not worried at all. The petrification ability of the Tian fruit was very special. If the person with the ability did not take action, even if the person with the ability died, it could not be restored. The sculptures made of the two generals were not only ornamental, but also deterrent. Boom! A few more cannon shots. Rayleigh splashed out. When he saw Xiao He and Akainu and Aokiji who had turned into stone sculptures, he was also very surprised. I really didn't make a mistake. But it was still a little unexpected. Your strength is really good. Rayleigh patted Ye Feng's shoulder and laughed. It seemed that his battle was also painful. Xia Qi smiled and nodded at the Empress. The Empress turned her face away, blushing a little shyly. Those two old guys have been repelled. Ha 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 ha, Zephyr is not young anymore. He is covered with wounds, yet he still dares to fight with me. Rayleigh said as he took out a small wine bottle and took a sip. Rayleigh is also old, but he is still in good shape. If we say that in the legends of the old generation, Whitebeard is the most seriously injured pirate in the old times, then in the navy, it would belong to Black Arm Zephyr. He is also covered with wounds, diseases, and chronic respiratory diseases that affect his combat. Xia Qi is also in good condition. Otherwise, she would not look so young at her age. The navy has begun to retreat. This night will probably rewrite the history of the new world. Your position will also be extremely stable. Rayleigh said, and smiled again. Looking at Ye Feng, he joked. Aokiji is not only Zifa's disciple, but also Garp's disciple. If you do this now, the old guy will probably take action. Be careful. Rayleigh said that he wanted to stay overnight. The Empress had already started to drive people away. The Lily Kingdom does not welcome any man other than Lord Ye Feng. Ha! Rayleigh was helpless. How could a daughter treat her father like this? Why don't you just call him dad like Whitebeard's sons? He has also consumed some of his energy in the battle, so we should go back together. Xia Qi followed Rayleigh. Hancock, you found a nice man. No. I am just. The Empress panicked and was at a loss. Plop. Rayleigh didn't want to see this scene at all. The girl is too old to be kept. She jumped into the water and left. Chapter 26. As the warships were about to leave, Ye Feng took decisive action and left them all behind. The Marines swam towards the warships in the distance and were able to escape. You came empty-handed. Do you want to leave with full hands? If you provoke me, you must leave your things behind. You must leave your people behind too. Ye Feng slashed across the sea with his sword, blocking half of the Marines. The next day, at dawn, the morning light shines on the first island ring. The two sculptures are closing their eyes, with strange and ferocious expressions. Standing at the front of the port, they are about 3 meters tall. If you look closely, you will recognize them. It turns out that they are the admirals of the Navy headquarters. In addition, Ye Feng also arranged all the Marines to move into the factory that had been built overnight. Work began. Little Blackbeard is responsible for guarding the first island ring. There are also Little Hawkeye, Seraph Crocodile, Seraph Mariah, and Seraph Mingo in other positions. 8 Seraphs, plus the Empress. It is enough to guard the forces of Kowloon Island as safe as an iron barrel. In the early morning, the defeated general woke up with cold water. Poison Q trembled all over. Everything that happened last night was like a nightmare. In the dream, he saw a monster that even the admirals could not beat. They hung up their Blackbeard pirates and beat them. When he opened his eyes, Blackbeard was decades younger and had a pair of wings. He was folding his arms in front of his eyes. The other companions were trembling and looking at him. Captain, are you okay? Death God Poison Q quickly shut up. He gradually woke up and heard more and more chains. Thousands of people were working here. In front of them was the Golden Lion pirates who had flown here before, and in the back was the navy that had sent the Demon Slayer order to attack Ye Feng. All of them were working. Stand up and work. Seraphim Blackbeard slapped Poison Q with a big beard. He woke up in confusion. It turned out that the person in front of him was not Blackbeard at all. The captain has been turned into a cyborg. The ship's Dr. Du Q looked at the other partners in despair. I don't know, everything changed when I woke up. Lafitte's crutches were broken. He worked with a blank look on his face. Fan Oka's glasses were broken, and he was observing the surroundings with his observation haki. His body was suddenly out of control. He was controlled by Tian Yasha Minga. Don't work? Then let me control you. Damn! Fan Oka cursed. Look at the guards standing on the wall of this factory. Hawkeye with a knife, Minga who treats others as puppets. Moria who cuts off the shadow of anyone who doesn't obey. Blackbeard who can attract people and beat them up at any time. Crocodile who takes water from others and turns them into mummies. Guards with the combat power of the 7 warlords of the sea. What kind of hell is this place? Are you still resting here? Bang! A punch hit Van Oka's head. Champion Badgers showed off his power. You idiots! I worked so hard. I have been promoted to Centurion. I will teach you a lesson. Lafitte, Van Oka, Poison Q. Did you think Teach was alive? Work for me. Champion Badges grinned, looking confused. Idiot! Lafitte couldn't help but curse inwardly. Instead of trying to escape, he became a thug. Poison Q couldn't understand it either. It was really Badger's stupid brain. Report. I report. The three of them are whispering. Badgers immediately reported to the Seraph Blackbeard. The three looked at Badgers as if he was a fool. Until they were divided into different areas, they were completely isolated and helpless. Ha ha ha. Now is my era, Badgers. I am second to none and above 10,000 people. There is no doubt about it. Badgers has been hit on the head and is even less useful. Grand Line. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. Sengoku is answering Den Den Mushi. He has two pictures in his hand. One is Akina turned into a stone sculpture, Aokiji is looking at the gate. The other is a row of seraphim looking at the rising sun, full of vitality. In any case, this matter cannot be reported by Morgans. Zhang Guo roared. If the three generals, one is seriously injured and not recovered, and the other two become stone sculptures. The unknown weapon was excavated and perfected by Ye Feng in advance. That will cause a huge uproar in the sea. Zhang Guo, are you also angry for face? A mere admiral is only the face of the navy. The celestial dragons are the face of the world. We have tried before, and Morgans, this stupid bird, seems unwilling to be manipulated. The bounty order was issued by this guy, and the top priority is to find him first. The five elders even laughed at the Buddha Zhang Guo. Face? I never care about face. The killing of the celestial dragons shocked the world. But it did not shake justice. The two generals were turned into stone sculptures. But it was enough to cause a shock to the world. You are asking knowingly. Zhang Guo was furious. What he wanted was not face, but justice forever. So what? Even you are just our face. Sengoku, Ye Feng's matter must be dealt with. No matter what, we can't let the second rocks be born. The second rocks? Den Den Mushi stopped abruptly. Sengoku looked at Garp. The first rocks was defeated too. Garp grinned. He ate roasted senbei and drank new tea. You are the most confident. We have seen all kinds of storms in our lives. But there is no monster that can master technology beyond ours. And possess super strength. You know, strong people are all fools. How can someone have both the brain of Vegapunk and the body of rocks? Zhang Guo's words were undoubtedly a provocation. He was also a little hesitant. What should he do? Even if he and Garp joined forces, what would happen? If the two old guys from the old times were also defeated or injured? Is there still a future for the navy? We were stopped by Rayleigh, and they seem to have formed an alliance. Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke up, using his eyes to signal them to be quiet. Ha 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 ha. Zifa, you met an old rival in your first battle after your return. How about that? Even Sakazuki and Kuzan were involved. Garp patted his knee happily. He looked at Zifa with a smirk on his face. You are always like this. No matter how dangerous the moment, you are fearless. However, a legend of the old times, a 7 warlords of the sea. The early Seraph, the old members of the Golden Lion pirates. A large number of marines and even admirals as bargaining chips. We still have to be cautious. Zephyr was not angry. These 4 people were old comrades under Steelbone Sora. They had lived and died together for decades. People should live in the present. Your defeat must be due to excessive hesitation. Rayleigh has a lot of bad habits. Logically, he should have become weaker. Zephyr. Garp laughed as usual, making the originally serious office look much more cheerful. They have long been accustomed to it every time they think there is no hope. Garp's unbridled laughter and calm optimism. Having said that, Kuzan is not only my disciple, but also your disciple. Zephyr smiled and looked at Garp. Obviously, he was trying to persuade him. If these 3 old men and an old woman join forces again, can they take down the second rocks? Ye Feng. Zholong Island. The island construction is becoming more and more perfect. Ye Feng's eyes are full of vitality. While enjoying breakfast comfortably, a newspaper bird flew by. He threw a coin on it and exchanged it for a latest newspaper. The news headline is: Explosion, the Admiral of the Navy was made into a sculpture. The myth of the Demon Slayer Order was shattered. Chapter 27. There are two most eye-catching pictures in the newspaper. One is Aokiji and Akainu who have been turned into stone sculptures. The other is a seraphim standing in the morning sun. The two pictures are full of analysis of the war. What great admiral was defeated by Feng, sealed with the power of the fruit, and used to intimidate the world? What Feng mastered super technology and used the bloodline factors of the 7 warlords of the sea to create a new war weapon? There is also a special report. It is said that one of the seraphim looks weird and extremely ugly, and is suspected to be a terrifying existence. Feng was surprised. It turned out that this extremely ugly seraphim was Little Blackbeard. Damn! Morgans is really a piece of shit. If Blackbeard is still alive, he must hate him to death. Interesting, the newspapers nowadays are getting more and more interesting. Feng ate breakfast, covered himself with a small blanket and took a nap in the morning. It was almost noon. The sharp perception of observation haki made Feng sober up in an instant. He instinctively looked up at the sky. Observation haki seemed to be turned on, allowing Feng to see the sky through the sea of clouds. Nezha's form already had 2 extra heads. A pair of eyes could see the moon in the sky. A pair of eyes could see the ghosts in the underworld. Now there is the passive perception of observation haki. One look at the starry sky, the other at the deep sea. Ghosts can be seen, and evil spirits are hard to exist. Feng immediately noticed the unusual breath. Enelu. It turns out that Enelu was defeated by Monkey D. Luffy. He is unconscious and is riding the golden arc to the moon. There is no danger, why would you disturb my dream? Feng stepped on the wind fire wheel. He flew symbolically and teleported directly to the top of the sky. In just a few breaths, he arrived on a large ship. Enelu still closed his eyes, rolled his eyes and was half dead. Good guy. You, the god of thunder, were defeated by the rubber man. No matter how insulator he is, he can't withstand your hundreds of millions of volts. I can only say that it is your fate to meet Nika. But it is also your fate to be a battery next time. Ding! New achievement unlocked, King of Loot. King of Bargains unlocking conditions. I was in a dream that day, and suddenly I felt that there was a big bargain for me to pick up. Achievement reward, talent, Fur power. The Fur tribe is naturally good at fighting. Their strong static electricity is also their tribe's innate talent. Release your power, 100,000 volts. Feng instinctively stretched out his hand. The current appeared in his hand, which was particularly satisfying. Who would have thought that I could be woken up by the observation haki even though I was sleeping soundly? Feng pressed the arc and made it fly towards the sea level. It would land successfully in a short while. A golden ship was also particularly eye-catching. It was next to those naval warships, the Perfume Serpent. Feng picked up the unconscious Enelu and walked towards the factory. There was also a power plant nearby, and he was worried about it. Feng directly installed it at the position of the turbine generator. Build an insulation cabin, and let Xiao He restrain him when he wakes up. Feng thought. Enel is the user of the thunder fruit. Seraph Blackbeard also has the ability of the dark fruit. Feng doesn't need to take action himself. He can restrain and unilaterally beat him. In this way, he can generate electricity day and night. It's easy to generate hundreds of millions of volts. It's indeed enough. As ordered. Seraphim Blackbeard is here to guard. The other Seraphim have their own areas. A week passed. After the Demon Slayer order was over. The war that the world expected did not break out. However, those who are interested have noticed that the sea is entering an unprecedented era of rampage. More and more changes are beginning to appear in the new world. The navy of the Grand Line is also regrouping. Sengoku announced that a world conscription would be launched. New generals would be selected from all over the world, and multiple general positions would be established. For a time, the sea was agitated. At the same time, it was publicly announced that the technological weapons that looked like the 7 warlords of the sea had no practical significance and were just a group of dolls. As for the course of the war that night during the Demon Slayer order, people only had rumors about each other. The truth was only kept in the Navy headquarters. During this period, the intelligence undercover sent by Morgans was also captured by the Navy headquarters. At the same time, a large number of war weapons that looked like the 7 warlords of the Sea Bear. The first generation of pacifists began to appear in various places in the Grand Line. With the Sabayati archipelago as the core, they were spread across major islands, forming a terrifying suppression force on the first half. The world seemed to have entered a new balance. During this period when Feng had almost no news outbreaks. Even the killing of the celestial dragons has become a thing of the past. The celestial dragons deliberately avoided this matter, and the 5 elders were even less likely to show up. Some people said that Feng's strength and power were enough to occupy any island in the world. Just like the 4 emperors, they would turn a blind eye. Others said that this was to prepare for the conquest of Feng. The truth is unknown. Instead, a new major event broke out. The Judicial Island Incident. A new pirate group declared war on the world. CP9 was annihilated. Did Feng really disappear? Kowloon Island. The first island ring. The 3rd day of the power plant's operation. Enel started struggling again. He didn't know what had happened. His memory was that he was defeated in the battle with the Straw Hat Boy the second before. He was imprisoned here the next second after waking up. Whenever he released lightning and wanted to break out, the people here showed ecstasy. There was also a guy who didn't eat or drink and didn't look very good outside who was staring at him. Enel's observation haki is very powerful. He can use electric current to arrange a huge heart network. But here comes the more annoying thing. It's useless. After the electric current was taken away, he couldn't get out at all. The entire hatch was made of sea stone. He was tied in the air by an insulator. And the Seraph Blackbeard's dark fruit was ready to attack at any time. There was no possibility of escape at all. Bang! After a while, Enel released electricity like crazy again, crashing around in the test cabin. The result was meaningless except that the electricity was taken away. Who is it? Who dares to imprison me, a god? Enel was going crazy. He thought he was a god, so noble. How could he be imprisoned and used like this? It was me. I gave you a home. You will no longer be confused for the rest of your life. I also carefully built this power generation protection cabin for you. Enelu, believe in yourself. You can definitely create more electricity. Feng clapped his hands for Enelu. It was really touching. With such a good fruit ability, shouldn't it benefit the world? I will never let you go. Never. You are nothing. You are a blasphemous demon. Enelu roared angrily, and lightning was released crazily. Feng nodded again with satisfaction. Although he was very angry, he still released lightning selflessly. It was really touching. No. The wailing sound was so loud and beautiful. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Energy Master. Energy Master unlocking condition. Look, it's the lights of thousands of homes, who is silently contributing. Achievement reward, talent, energy absorption. The host can absorb any energy and release it at any time. Go and bounce back a wave of energy. Chapter 28. The next day. The morning sun was particularly bright. Feng felt that the recent days were a bit boring. It was time to go out and move to another island. He picked up the latest newspaper and read it. It was really confusing. It was like a fake newspaper. The Golden Emperor created another super banquet in the Golden City, which cost 300 million Baileys in one night. Kaido, the king of beasts, announced that he will build a pirate group composed of only special ability users within 3 years. Big Mom says the new era is all garbage, come and fight if you don't agree. There is an endless stream of strong navy warriors, and strong recruits from around the world are emerging. It is very likely that many generals will survive in the world. Feng was bored. What the hell is this? Has Morgans lost his ability to discover news? There is no innovation at all. It seems that without Feng, even the new things on the sea are becoming less and less. Coincidentally, someone came to report early in the morning. It was said that someone from the Whitebeard pirates had arrived. It was the captain of the second team. He wanted to meet Feng and verify some things. Do you have a gift for meeting me? Ye Feng looked at the Empress and little Jinbei. No. No. Ye Feng turned his head. What place is this now? Who is Ye Feng? The Sea Emperor of the Grand Line. What does it matter if Ace of the Fire Fist comes? Even Whitebeard has to give a gift when he comes. Got it. Little Jinbei left quickly. After a while, he flew back. Master, he brought a friend, Sea Knight Jinbei, and a gift from Fishman Island. Present it. Ye Feng didn't expect that Sea Knight Jinbei and Fire Fist Ace would come together. Blackbeard Teach's whereabouts disappeared. In addition, Seraph Xiaohe appeared. It is impossible for the Whitebeard pirates and the Fire Fist Ace who have been chasing them not to notice the clues. No matter what they do, if there is no gift, it is better to go somewhere else. A huge box was placed in front of him. Ye Feng's observation Haki did not notice the danger. When he opened it, it turned out to be a golden mermaid sculpture. The craftsmanship is very old, and it should be something from a long time ago. It's not that it is not exquisite, but it has a feeling that does not belong to this era. It is similar to the source of the gold on the Golden Ark. That is, the various golden sculpture styles above the Sky Island. Let them in. Ye Feng sat on a chair, holding a cat, rocking in the rocking chair. He also added a blanket. Perhaps even the four emperors were not as comfortable as Ye Feng. Red hair floated all day long. Kaido drank all day and had a bad temper. Big Mom overate and treated his children harshly. Whitebeard was old and weak, and he was also damaging himself. In comparison, Ye Feng was the freest person on the sea. After a while, two people came on the ferry. One was the fisherman sea hero Jinbei, and the other was the human Fire Fist Ace. The two jumped onto the port and walked towards Ye Feng. When he saw the man in front of him, Jinbei's pupils bloomed with an unintentional light. Not for anything else. Just before entering the island, seeing the sculptures at the port gave people a sense of shock. The admirals had to guard the gate. What was the mere 7 warlords of the sea? Especially Ye Feng's lazy posture, still sucking the cat. Hello. I'm Ace. I represent the Whitebeard pirates. Fire Fist Ace took off his cowboy hat, and the flames flowed across his body. It was a polite greeting. Jinbei also came back to his senses and did a fishman karate gesture. I am Jinpei, the man on the sea is called Sea Knight. I understand. Being polite is a sign of hospitality. Ye Feng glanced at the two of them and still had no intention of sitting up. Just ask if you have anything to ask. The gift is nice. Very sincere. Jinbei didn't say anything, he was just accompanying. It was also to see what Kowloon Island looks like now. Looking around the surrounding environment, the huge port is prosperous. The warships and pirate ships are advanced and powerful. Tall trees block the royal city. The dragon head roars to the sky, protected by the island ring. The kingdom guards, the 9 snakes pirates, the seraphs, the empress, and the trained islanders under his command. Factories, agriculture, and energy that claim to be ecological. It is like a rich kingdom. Especially the seraphs. When he first saw the seraph Jinbei, he was instinctively shocked. It really looks like his childhood. Until he saw Ye Feng with his own eyes. This seemingly ordinary man exudes a powerful aura silently from his body. After a while, it was completely hidden by it. He was clearly standing in front of him, but he seemed to be invisible. The words of Fire Fist Ace interrupted the silence. I came here for the traitor of the Whitebeard pirates. To confirm the life and death of Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. He killed our companions, and I came here to clean up the mess. Fire Fist Ace said, and took out a devil fruit. It will be our thank you gift. The Whitebeard pirates never like to take advantage of anyone. A devil fruit is worth 100 million berries. 100 million Baileys, worth a look. But he was reduced to ashes. If you know his crew, go to the factory and see it. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Gift Master. Gift Master unlocking conditions, the 7 warlords of the sea give gifts, the 4 emperors also give gifts, what is wrong with the sea? Achievement reward, secret, destiny. Anyone who stays with the host will have their luck taken away. Are you the son of destiny, the son of the plain, the son of luck? Then I am the father of destiny, the father of the plain, and the father of luck. Ye Feng stood up. You two, please stay away from the royal city when you go shopping. I'm sorry I can't accompany you. I didn't intend to accompany them, but I haven't been out for a long time. I want to go out for a walk. Ace and Jinbei are the only ones. Akainu and Aokiji in the port happened to be on land and sea to suppress them. The difference is that they have become stone sculptures. 8 seraphim are enough to suppress the 4 emperors and most of the strong men under the generals. Ye Feng is simply fearless. Swish! A teleportation disappeared without a trace in front of the 2 people. Where's brother Ye Feng? Jinbei was at a loss. What does this mean? Fire Fist Ace also looked cautious. The flames flowed at his fingertips. The master is going out to play, I will take you with me. Xiao Jinbei understood Ye Feng's meaning and took charge of leading the team. Nanny. The guests are still here, so you just go out and have fun. It was the first time that Jinbei had seen such a casual person. Ha 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 ha, it seems that we are not used to seeing things. Ace smiled happily. He has seen many free-spirited people like this. The 2 followed Seraph Jinbei to the factory. When they saw Xiao He, Ace blurted out a sentence. Not him. The crew members of the Blackbeard pirates have all been promoted to centaur captains and are competing with each other. As 1,000 captains, Badgers has overwhelmed them again. He is still proudly bullying the Golden Lion pirates. Only 1 ship doctor and a gorilla are left from the original crew of the Golden Lion pirates. The rest are people who came here after their comeback and are just filling in the gaps. Teach, your calculations have been defeated by absolute strength. Ace exhaled. Jinbei saw this scene and realized Ye Feng's cold and ruthless methods. The 2 left the port and walked farther and farther away from the statue of the admiral. Flames burst out of the boat, drawing a flame arc on the sea. Jinbei asked in confusion. That Ye Feng is such a casual guy. He doesn't care if we have any other intentions. With his personality, will he be wary of the navy? Jinbei looked back at the sculpture of Aokiji, and felt quite emotional. That's not casualness. It's absolute confidence. There are many people on that island who are as powerful as me. And the look in his eyes when he saw me was exactly like the look in my father's eyes when he first reached out to me. After Ace said that, he flew to the New World. Ye Feng? It's really puzzling. Chebayati Archipelago. Ye Feng came here to shop again. Unexpectedly, a new newspaper was published recently. The bounty order was also updated. But his own. What do you mean? The Navy has not increased my bounty recently. What does that mean? Deliberate suppression. Or is it that the Admiral is worthless? Ye Feng had just arrived at the food court. All the bosses quickly speeded up the cooking. Especially the lady boss who sells grilled squid. Sir, you're here again? Every time you come here, we'll clear out the shops. When I see you, I know I'm going to make a fortune again. At first, everyone was afraid of Ye Feng, but later they found out that he not only gave Bailey, but also ate a lot. His business was equivalent to the business of all 3 days. They fell in love with Ye Feng. It's really annoying, Kira. It seems that there are a lot of annoying guys here today. I want to beat them all up. Kid swaggered in front, and the pirates followed closely behind. Until he bumped into someone. How dare you block my way? Kid turned and looked at Ye Feng with a fierce look. He was in a bad mood today. He had landed in the Sabayati archipelago and thought he would be rampant. Unexpectedly, he met a lot of guys and was called the supernova of the evil era by the newspaper. There were 12 people in the evil era. 11 supernovas and an unknown existence. He could not be called a supernova, nor could he be called the overlord of the 4 emperors. He was Ye Feng in front of him. He had no nickname, no real name, only a bounty of 3 billion Baileys. Am I blocking your way? Ye Feng ate octopus balls and turned his head to look. There were only supernovas who were facing a great enemy. Kid's forehead was sweating coldly. Buzz! 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 The warning bell suddenly sounded in the Sabayati archipelago. Ye Feng is out. Please leave temporarily. Warning, Ye Feng has been detected, please leave immediately. Danger, celestial dragons, please board the warship and leave. On a certain road section. The most famous big pig head in the pirate world. The three members of the Charlos Saint family looked up at a loss. Nanny? Father, what is Ye Feng? Chapter 29. What's the big deal? Ye Feng didn't understand. The Sabayati archipelago is so big. Are they panicking just because of his arrival? Ye Feng is not a man-eating demon. He just likes some delicious food. You are red hair kid. Ye Feng looked at the arrogant young man in front of him. It's Captain Kid. Kid was originally aggressive, but when he saw Ye Feng so calm, he was a little scared. Strange? What on earth did he not notice? Why did Ye Feng's eyes, words, and even actions give people an instinctive sense of oppression? There aren't many red-haired people on the sea, but there are many captains. Don't you hate Shanks for taking your title? He offered a bounty of more than 4 billion. Are you jealous? Ye Feng was just gossiping. Then wait until we get to the new world. Kid was controlling the magnetic force. Even if it was a monster worth 3 billion berries, so what? He also offered a reward of more than 300 million berries. The bounty was 10 times the difference. There shouldn't be much difference in strength, right? Kid kept giving himself confidence in his heart. Now he knew that the admirals were strong and the 4 emperors had high status. But he didn't know what it meant to be high and deep. Magnetic force? Is this the extent of your development? It's really a waste of natural resources. Ye Feng ate and talked. Aren't you going to start a war? Why are you pretending to say useless things here? We are not playing pirates. Kid used magnetism to control a large number of iron tools. He tried to conjure up a huge iron fist. Ye Feng ignored him and just walked forward. The destination was naturally the core of the island. Hey! Kid! The sea is not a game. If you want to challenge me, you must be prepared to never be able to hold your head up again. Or, use your life to maintain your dignity. Ye Feng grinned. His muscles burst out. He punched the iron fist straight. The broken copper and iron shattered. Captain Kid's arm was severely injured and fractured in an instant. Ye Feng didn't even use his domineering power, but just relied on the strength of his strong body. Puff! A mouthful of blood spit out. Kid was still gritting his teeth before he fainted. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that someone could defeat him with a punch of physical strength. In a sense, this is not a human at all. A real monster. Kid. Kira didn't expect their captain couldn't even hold out for a single encounter. Ye Feng stepped forward, put one hand on the ground, and stood in the center of the street. He tried to expand the range of the teleportation fruit. There are so many islands in Shampoo. They are all scattered and connected by various bridges and roads. It still takes a lot of trouble. The invisible fruit effect enveloped the island. The next moment, it disappeared out of thin air and appeared above the doldrums. It became the first island of the second island ring. Before people could notice it, they felt a huge gap. Damn, where is this? What about other islands? Kira, are we taking Kid away? Kid's crew members were the first to discover the clues. When they were panicking, Ye Feng had disappeared from their sight again. Then, the second, the third. More and more islands formed a huge island ring. Blackmailing the tavern. Xia Qi was sitting at home when she suddenly found that the islands were drifting. Rayleigh walked out with a glass of wine. Sitting on a small hill and looking into the distance, he looked helpless. Can this kid still do something normal? On a small island. Jean Doan walked around with an axe in his hand. He was just chasing a few pirates and maintaining order. Who would have thought that he would come to this place in a blink of an eye? Especially when he saw the first island ring, it gave people an invisible sense of oppression. All Marines are familiar with it. Although his duty is to guard Vegapunk. This is also to test the effect of the first generation of pacifists. But the sense of justice in his heart remains unchanged. Damn, what on earth is this guy doing? Doesn't he think the sea is chaotic enough? Entertainment Street. Fishman Zioba is selling takoyaki. When he saw this scene, he was startled at first, and then panicked. How far is this place from Fishman Island? The Straw Hat Pirates members around him were also confused. What happened? Why did an island suddenly change its location? Not long after, the naval base and the islands where the merchants were located were also moved here. Go and report to your superiors. Damn, Ye Feng attacked again. There are still celestial dragons on this island, someone will come to save us. What are you dreaming about? Celestial dragons? Don't you think Ye Feng has not killed enough? In a blink of an eye, Ye Feng moved all the Sabayati archipelago outside of Kowloon Island. They formed a vast second island ring. There was even a vacancy left. Swish! Back to the former location of the Sabayati archipelago, there was only a towering tree left. It was the sacred tree Eve that would create a large number of bubbles and send sunlight to the underwater Fishman Island. This thing should still have roots in the seabed. If I uproot it, what is the chance of survival? I almost forgot about the pirate ships, warships, and ships in the original port. Ye Feng started to move the ships again. He is really dedicated to his career. The island of Sabayati is surrounded. A family of 3, a father, a daughter, and a son, are trembling. They have no idea what is going on. They only know that after the alarm is over, everything in front of them becomes clear. Even the originally tall sacred tree has disappeared. If they don't know, they would think that the world has changed. Then everyone started to panic. It's so scary. What happened? Father, who is Ye Feng? It's the one who killed those 2 idiots a while ago. Have you forgotten how those 2 guys died? Nanny. The pighead's face turned pale when he heard it. He had come to the slave auction house of Fishman Island to buy several slaves for free. After returning, his 2 friends were envious. They also came to buy a lot, but they never went back. This incident once caused the anger of the celestial dragons in Marijoa. Countless people demanded that he be executed. They even asked the 5 elders to take action personally. But the result was that after a demon-killing order was launched, 2 generals were stationed here. The already angry celestial dragons not only did not restrain themselves but became more angry. They believed that the navy was incompetent and asked Steelbone Sora to send someone. But they were told that they were ready to go and could not take action for the time being. For this, many celestial dragons were angry. Their arrogance made their eyes unable to understand why a mere pirate had to work so hard. Now, he understood everything. Only when you are really about to die will you understand how precious life is. Father, quickly notify the Navy headquarters and ask the general to come. The pig-headed man yelled with snot running down his nose. General? Kizaru is already a defeated general, Akainu and Aokiji are probably right in front of us. Let's escape on the boat now. The man with weak breathing raised his hand to let the slaves and guards clear the way. They have to escape from here. Swish. Then a ship came over. 8 seraphim figures also appeared behind Ye Feng. Guard all ports and don't let anyone escape. Yes, sir. The seraphim saluted one after another, looking calm. Ye Feng looked down at the new island ring. Breathing the fresh air. It will be much easier to go shopping in the future. Shampoo is great, it belongs to me. Chapter 30. I'm back, Eve. Ye Feng returned last. He stared at the sacred tree Eve. Just as he was about to touch it, the system sent a prompt sound. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Moving Expert. Master of Moving Unlocking Conditions. Dear host, look what you have done. Wow, you moved the Sabayati archipelago. Achievement rewards, System Appraisal. Under the host's tireless and unrestrained behavior. This system has broken through its limits for the first time and has been upgraded. The function of identifying all things is specially opened, which can upgrade their quality. There is such a function. The previous system only had 4 functions. System Achievements, Character Panel, System Backpack, and now there is an additional System Identification. By the way, the Character Panel has never been displayed once. Maybe it's too invincible. Or maybe Ye Feng didn't remember it. Really? Then let's identify the devil fruit sent by the Whitebeard pirates. Ye Feng took out the devil fruit sent by Ace, the Fire Fist, on behalf of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard's life is not as capricious as Kaido's. He took all the treasures and gold, silver, and jewelry back to his hometown to help the elderly and children. He drank the worst wine himself and often snatched wine from his sons. A devil fruit worth hundreds of millions of Baileys. It can be said to be quite generous. Identification completed, fruit sharing. The fruit of division can divide everything, including itself, into multiple parts. It is a superior fruit of the fruit of division. Separate everything. Ye Feng took a bite. Feeling the new power, he adapted to it as quickly as possible. Then he pressed one hand on the sacred tree eve. Immediately, the part above the sea surface was divided into dozens of pieces. The tree roots on the seabed still need strength. Ye Feng flew into the seabed and accelerated with all his strength until he reached the seabed. At this time, there were still a lot of bubbles sending sunlight to the seabed. Ye Feng shouted. Big, big, big! He grew until he was 555 meters tall. He hugged the sacred tree eve with both hands. He stepped on the sea with both feet and exerted his strength with his shoulders. Hey, ha! It really is Ye Feng pulling out the sacred tree eve. Under the sea. The overlords of the Sea Kings are happily wandering. Suddenly, they feel a powerful breath. It's the king. The king of mankind is born. Is that guy back? When they were curious, they saw Ye Feng's tall figure. Is it a giant? Could it really be him? It's incredible. 900 years have passed, and he has grown taller. But what is he doing? The Sea Kings are chattering. Ye Feng is already impatient to listen. Shut up! Can't you see I'm building a beautiful ocean ecosystem? The Sea King Overlord was immediately shocked. It's really him. He can actually understand what we say. He came just in time. Poseidon, the king of the sea, is about to grow up. Yes, this time, he won't fail. No matter how tempting the lines sound, it's meaningless. Ye Feng didn't care about this. He used the power of the lotus fruit to control the roots of the tree, and with his own great strength, he finally uprooted the sacred tree eve. Shit, this guy pulled up the sacred tree. The Sea Kings were stunned. What on earth was going on? They thought that the king of the human race was born and would save the world together with the Sea King. How could he take the sacred tree away? Fishman Island. The huge figure refracted through the light of the bubble, shining in the sky above the Fishman Island. The fishman looked up and stared at Ye Feng's tall back. Oh my god! What the hell is this? Shit, who turned off the lights? It's so dark, where's the light? Ye Feng rushed out of the seabed with the sacred tree, suspended in the air, and took the other trees with him. Fishman Island was completely dark. Even the bubbles of light disappeared. Let's go. Ye Feng returned to Zhulong Island. He planted the sacred tree eve in the empty space left by the original island ring of Shabayati. He used the fruit of. Can he even move the sacred tree? Who is this man who has shocked the world several times? King's 7 warlords, Kuma. At this time, he was standing on the street as a cyborg, holding a book in his hand and muttering to himself. In front of him was a perfect creation based on the transformation of the seraphim Kuma and mixed with the blood of God. No one answered. Because the creator of this major event, Ye Feng, was not here. Under the sea. Fishman Island. Ye Feng heard the friendly reminder sound again. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Tree Planting Master. Tree Planting Master, unlocking condition. In which world can the Destiny Child or the Odd Child plant trees like the host? Achievement reward, physical skills, Shemale Fist. There are many variations and mysteries. Dozens of boxing techniques are invincible. You can use them, but you can't live without them. What a good thing, don't give it to me next time. Ye Feng didn't know. What kind of picture would it be when the demon boxing technique was performed? Fishman Island has suffered, and you just opened up my third island ring. Ye Feng flew into the seabed, and in the dark, he began to dig holes in the seabed. At this time, Fishman Island lost the sacred tree eve, and the bubbles that brought sunshine. It was pitch black. The lights on the road had just been turned on, and when I was confused, suddenly, the ground shook. Boom! There was a loud noise. No one knew what happened. I could hear the sound of the sea flowing rapidly in my ears. Did you hear it? Yes, it seems like the earth is shaking. Why do I feel like I can vaguely see the light again? The fish people looked puzzled. Of course. The light is not very bright now. No matter how puzzled and confused they are, they can't see their expressions. The sea kings in the sea are the most puzzled group of people, and they are confused. Fishman Island is leaving the water. The king of mankind took action. He was too powerful to use Noah's Ark. This old human doesn't care about us at all, damn it. The sea kings also complained. Bang! There was another loud noise. Fishman Island was getting closer and closer to the sea level until it broke out of the water. At this time, everyone was stunned. What happened? How did they get to the surface of the water? The sun is so bright. Who can tell me what happened? Mom, we are flying. Fishman Island continued to rise until it left the horizontal plane and reached the mid-air. Feng then confirmed the direction. With the teleportation, the fruit effect enveloped Fishman Island. In the blink of an eye, it appeared outside the island ring of Shabayati. Fishman Island was placed in the third island ring. Now Zholong Island has a dragon head as a landmark building. The first island ring has a statue of a general with arms folded and cold. The island ring of Shabayati has the sacred tree Eve. The third island ring has just begun. I want to gather all nations and all races here. Feng also understood the fun of Big Mom. It was really fun. At this time, all kinds of miserable voices were echoing between heaven and earth. Who can tell me what happened? Help! We are being captured by pirates. What? We spent a lot of money on the road fee, but no one came to rescue us. Feng closed his eyes and immersed himself in the enjoyment. For pirates, this is sincere praise. Near the former Sabayati archipelago, Ace the Fire Fist and Jinbei the Sea Knight finally arrived. Jinbei, this should be something. It seems so, Ace. Chapter 31. Hello, is this Marshal Sengoku? On a small island port, a family of 3 from the Celestial Dragons were hiding in the basement of a tavern. I have received a call from the 5 Elder Stars and your Celestial Dragon Holy Knights. Zhang Guo's voice was a little vicissitudes. That's good, send someone to rescue us. Did you know? The 5 elders actually told us to prepare for the worst. Damn it, the Holy Knights will make them pay the price. The old man of the Celestial Dragon cried bitterly. His big pig-headed son beside him was even crying and choking. His daughter was trembling with tears. Come out for a round of play. I didn't buy any slaves, I didn't have any happiness, I was really scared. Please forgive me for speaking frankly. This matter is much more difficult than you can imagine. We are currently recruiting soldiers from around the world, and the plan to rescue the Admiral will take some time. The situation in the New World is also not very stable recently. Did you know that? Kaido got drunk yesterday and destroyed a pirate group that had just entered the New World? In addition, Big Mom is looking for a husband for his daughter, preferably a giant. But the giants said that even death is impossible. This is probably the second time they have been rejected by the giants. Zhang Guo talked about this and that, but didn't say anything specific. The Admiral needs to be rescued? When did this era change? I am a celestial dragon, a noble god. What Kaido, Big Mom? None of it has anything to do with me. Hey, hey, hey! The voice of Den Den Mushi stopped abruptly. It was imitating its master's runny nose. In fact, it's not that the Marine headquarters has not tried hard for the Celestial Dragons. Kizaru, Akainu, Aokiji. They are all sacrificed. If one of the 4 emperors in the world is missing, the old group may take action. What needs to be done now is naturally to replenish the troops and find a way to gather new high-end combat power before taking action. Sengoku rubbed his nose and opened today's information. It said that there were 2 guys recruited from the world who were extremely powerful. One of them was very much to his liking, and that was Yuxiao. Although he was a blind man, his observation haki was powerful. His fruit ability, swordsmanship, and armament haki were not inferior. The other swore to defend the celestial dragons, the world's aristocrats, to death. Even the ambiguous Kizaru was much stronger than him. And he liked to see what to do. His name was Aramaki, and his fruit ability was good. Ha 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 ha, Sengoku! Did that celestial dragon bastard contact you again? This makes me laugh so hard. I told you not to go to the area where that guy lives. I'm busy integrating the troops now, so I don't have time to waste on such an idiot. My disciples are all frozen into stone statues there, why should he be anxious? Garp couldn't be more relaxed. The troops will be integrated eventually. However, the celestial dragons were kidnapped by Ye Feng. This is really unacceptable. He has killed celestial dragons. No matter what he asks for, it is impossible to achieve. Zhang Guo remembered that the last person who dared to be so arrogant to the celestial dragons was Rox. This guy is about to disappear from the map. Kappa suddenly said in a low voice. Before that, I will rescue Kuzan. There is something behind his words. Zhang Guo recalled more than 30 years ago. After the battle, there was a loud bang, which raised the Valley of Gods to the ground. Before the Sabayati archipelago, the Valley of Gods was the favorite place for the celestial dragons outside the Red Earth continent. Unexpectedly, after so many years, there are still people who dare to take risks. You mean, that power is about to strike again? Isn't this also the reason why we set up Sword? Garp said, and the Den Den Mushi rang again. This time, both of them were stunned. Then the whole office was filled with cheerful laughter. This guy is a genius. Didn't they say that the celestial dragons were kidnapped? Why did they move an island away? The genius of the pirate world, a combination of Demon Oz and Rox. The original Sabayati archipelago area. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider from the Navy headquarters came here specially on a battleship. After he finished reporting, the shock in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. What was moved away was not an island, but an archipelago. It also included a sacred tree that stood thousands of meters high. The original underwater area of Fishman Island. Sea Knight Jinbei and Fire Fist Ace returned here after a friendly encounter with Ye Feng. When the two saw a big pit, there was only numbness in their eyes. Home is gone. Was it eaten by a giant sea king? Red Earth continent. After knowing the truth, the 5 elders met with the holy guardian knights of the celestial dragons. The good news is that they were not discovered. The bad news is that the entire island is in Ye Feng's hands. When saying this, the 5 elders themselves did not believe it. We know. But this is too much, isn't it? What is he going to do? The knight commander of the holy guardian knights was furious. He couldn't understand Ye Feng's train of thought. What on earth was he doing? Is this something that a carbon-based creature as a human being can do? We must not allow another Rox to be born. The bald 5 elders looked determined. Your sword has been taken away from you, so you have no right to say that. The knight commander refused decisively. I will request all the knights to take action, or please use the national treasure. This is impossible. The bald Tianlong man didn't believe that this was possible. The meeting ended and they parted unhappily. The 5 elders entered the forbidden area. On the blank throne, the man had already stabbed the sword into Ye Feng's bounty order. A guy who is as stupid as Oz and as self-righteous as Rox. He must not stay on the sea. As you command, immortal king. The 5 elders knelt on the ground, their cloaks turning into humble gestures. Kowloon Island. Ye Feng lay the island of shampoo. It's time to tidy up the new territory. The owners of the food court were still hiding in the store, trembling behind the stalls. When they saw Ye Feng, they knelt down immediately. No need to kneel, just have delicious food. The bosses stood up and timidly started cooking again. Ye Feng was strolling on the street, no different from before. But a lot of eyes were looking at him. Outside the door of a tavern on a small island. Xia Qi looked into the distance, holding her cheek with one hand. Really, Xiao Yefen seems to be being ganged up on. Really? We often faced strong enemies like this in the past. Later, others joined forces to deal with us. It's really a nostalgic memory. Rayleigh looked into the distance. Naturally, he didn't need to intervene in the fight between young people. Today was a surprise. A young man wearing a straw hat came to the island. He should be the one Shanks saw in the East China Sea and said the same thing to Roger. However, now it seems that Ye Feng is the one who really stands at the top and will change everything. Poor supernovas. Whether it is the famous Captain Kidd, Straw Hat Luffy, or Law Hawkins. From the moment they and Ye Feng were called the Evil Era, it meant becoming a loser. On a certain empty island. Supernovas, the 7 warlords of the sea, Kuma, Sen Daomaru, the first generation of pacifists, marines, and a large number of pirates gathered here. Surrounding one person. Shooting will kill people. Of course, it won't be me who will die. Ye Feng's voice was not finished. Gunshots rang out. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Primary Villain. Primary Villain, unlocking condition, look, a large number of familiar characters have gathered, and the major camps have joined forces to deal with the villain host. Achievement reward, secret, villain's luck. Taking away the destiny of the child of destiny is nothing. Taking away the villain's destiny as well. You are the protagonist or the villain. Chapter 32. No one will surrender to you. Steam came out of the Straw Hat Boy Luffy's body and he started to accelerate at full speed. If we have to stop at this point, then our journey will end here. Pirate Hunter Zoro has already assumed the three-sword style. Hey, don't scare the ladies on our ship. Sanji lit his cigarette and walked out of the crowd. A pirate without even a nickname, how dare you shout like that? Such arrogant words should have been said by Captain Kidd. But he is still unconscious. Beak of the Flame Tank Pirates said this. The gun was pointed at Ye Feng's head. Damn, where do you think this is? The sea is not something that one person can do whatever he wants. Drake held a sword and an axe in his hands and turned into a half-beast. The captain is only down temporarily, but the battle is not over yet. Kira swung the 2 scimitars so fast that only the shadows of the blades could be seen. I calculated it. Unfortunately, the chance of winning is 0%. Hawkins took back the tarot cards. He seemed to be confident with his arms folded. But in fact, he had already backed off. Because he calculated the chance of everyone present joining forces to defeat Ye Feng. Damn! 7 times in a row, it was 0. I have never seen such an outrageous thing. Is the battle about to begin? Room. Luo moved his fingertips, and the gamma knife was on his shoulder, trying to shake Ye Feng from his position. Can you be faster than the sound? A Pu jumped left and right, as if he was saying something cruel to Ye Feng. This man is not afraid at all, it's really interesting. The strange monk Wuerji smiled evilly. In his opinion, it is impossible for so many people to lose. In the crowd, Jean Doan asked the bear beside him with a double axe. What are our chances of winning? In his heart, he didn't think these people were opponents of the general, let alone facing Ye Feng. There is no chance of winning. Xiong said the truth. He understood it the first time he saw Ye Feng. Everyone here will be left here. Bonnie looked at her father. She had learned that the enemy was strong enough. All she had to do was to make a move and then take the opportunity to leave. Bonnie, get ready to leave. Even the 4 emperors would be intimidated by a man like that. Now, his level of danger is still far underestimated by the world. Bear glanced at the supernovas of the evil era present. They were too young and immature. They were already prominent and powerful in the first half of the Grand Line. They had only heard of the names of the Navy admirals and the 4 emperors of the New World. But they had no idea of their true strength and the gap between them and themselves. Ye Feng is not a human being. Anyone standing in front of him should have this awareness from the bottom of their hearts. So many people. The Navy, the Celestial Dragon Guards, the pirates, and the experimental weapons all joined forces. They are not a match for him alone. Bonnie still found it unbelievable. You came too early. If you only have the ability of the fruit but no domineering, you can't even stand in front of that man. Bear was still holding the book. He looked at Ye Feng seriously, trying to get a closer look at his strength. The answer was obvious. Nothing. Ye Feng's domineering aura perfectly concealed himself with the technique of seeing and killing. This also gave everyone an illusion that I can do it. Bang! 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 Bullets flew in front of Ye Feng like rain. The dazzling attack was like flying rain falling into the sea. Not to say that there was no damage, but at least it increased Ye Feng's energy storage. Ye Feng's domineering aura formed an invisible barrier with a radius of 1 meter on the surface of the body, which easily blocked all attacks. Luo tried to cut in with the power of the fruit. As a result, because Ye Feng's domineering aura was too strong, the ability was invalid. Zoro's sword slash, Sanji's kick, Luffy's fist, Kira's double swords, Becky's bullets and artillery bombarded with all their strength. All were blocked by domineering aura, and even Ye Feng himself couldn't touch it. What's more, some were bounced back on the spot, and fractures and broken blades were not a problem. Hey, hey, hey! Young pirates! Do you really think that the supernovas are strong together? This is not a theatrical version. This is my Ye Feng's pirate era. Ye Feng thought that at least one of them could break the domineering barrier. Unexpectedly, all of them were so weak. Zhang Doan, the first-generation pacifist, used an axe and a laser to attack. In the end, all of them were blocked and had no effect. Damn it, even those attacks that look like those of the Shishibukai Kuma have no effect. Laser is not the bear's ability. There are quite a lot of those guys, they should be experimental cyborgs. Damn, why doesn't this guy attack? Is he only able to defend? Some people were attracted by the powerful strength of the first generation of pacifists. They didn't expect that the Navy had mastered such a powerful weapon without knowing it. And Ye Feng stood there motionless, looking down at everyone in the audience with a kind of teasing look. Countless people attacked more and more frantically, but the result was that they all retreated without exception. Let me take action, are you worthy? Ye Feng just took a step forward. Everyone instinctively took a step back. This is the suppression from the depths of the soul. Don't attack, Mr. Ye Feng. You have more courage than this. Let these free guys on the sea go. The bear blocked Ye Feng with his body. The air was constantly compressed until it turned into a bear paw. Bear paw attack. Are you kidding? Why didn't you say anything when they were attacking? Ye Feng just couldn't stand this kind of bullshit. When everyone was beating him up, he stood by and analyzed their strength. When he was sure that they couldn't win, he came out to stop the fight. Why? Your move is too ordinary. Ye Feng just wrapped his domineering aura around his fist and attacked the bear head-on. The meatball fruit. A devil fruit that can make everything pop out, even including damage and memory. Ye Feng was not afraid. Because of his previous buffs, including righteousness and fruit mastery, all devil fruits can quickly reach the awakening state after being eaten. The same is true for the Fen fruit he ate not long ago. My fruit can make everything split. More powerful and domineering, incredible fruit. After the system identification, the fruit of splitting, which was originally a higher fruit of the fruit of splitting, has gone a step further. With one blow, the fruit effect wrapped around the compressed air bear paw and decomposed it into air in the blink of an eye. Bear paw ultrasonic wave. The bear was a little surprised, but thought that this was Ye Feng's special ability. He began to create a bear paw of compressed air with both hands. Once an explosion occurred, the entire island would be destroyed. The terrifying ultrasonic wave burst, and the storm shock wave that swept the earth. Dark water. Ye Feng has more than one kind of devil fruit. It completely restrains the meatball fruit. Swoosh. The fruit effect was swallowed and taken away. For the first time, surprise appeared in the bear's eyes. Mr. Ye Feng, is this your choice? We just met for the first time, you know nothing. Ye Feng was not confused, it was the bear who was confused. The sun, the moon, the stars, the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. The heaven and earth, all are returned to you. Ye Feng imitated the lines of the anime's ultimate move. Haki condensed in his palm, and the armed haki and the observation haki intertwined. Intertwined into a high-speed rotating sphere. Emitting a purple-gold light. This attack will bring new hope to the ninja world. Oh no! To the sea. Chapter 33. Ever wonder how horror's scariest deaths were created? Brainberries. Bear paw attack. Xiang didn't expect Ye Feng to be completely immune to verbal attacks. Not to mention him. Even if the whole world told Ye Feng to let go, Ye Feng would tell him, bullshit. Extreme evil impact. Boom. It is called extreme evil. It emits a purple gold, the most beautiful light. It replaces the hypocrisy of all forces in this world, the navy, pirates, etc. A powerful blow. Supreme domineering. The power of the bear's fruit was destroyed, and the domineering was completely blasted away. A purple gold ball hit the abdomen. His tall body didn't even have time to think, and he even took a few steps back and closed his eyes. The program cannot respond, and a large number of mechanical components have been destroyed. Please repair them as soon as possible. At this time, the bear still retained its brain. But the rest of the body had already been transformed into machinery. They, 7 warlords of the sea, were defeated with one blow. Seeing this scene, the people who had been looking forward to Ye Feng's move and trying to compete with him realized the seriousness of the matter. It seems that you still don't understand. Supernovas are stronger than many pirates. But most of you are no match for the top Shishibukai. And who among the Shishibukai can defeat the Admiral? Now I will make a move. How many seconds can you hold on? Ye Feng turned around and looked at everyone. Bonnie gritted her teeth and tried to help Kuma up, but he was too tall to do it. Deserting? All ports are guarded by seraphs. If Ye Feng cannot be defeated, no one can think of leaving alive. As for those who stay, no one knows what their fate will be. I will beat you up. Luffy could intuitively feel how powerful Ye Feng was. But he had defeated seemingly invincible enemies more than once. Of course, since he met Ye Feng, he always had a strange feeling. Ah, yes, yes, you supernovas are awesome. Ye Feng didn't object at all. He looked at them as if they were idiots. Ding! A large number of sons of plains, sons of luck, and sons of destiny appeared. The child of destiny refers to an individual who has great luck in a certain period of time. When alone, everything goes smoothly and everything goes well. When meeting the child of destiny, he will fall to the status of a supporting role. The destiny child is someone who is assisted by God in everything he does. Most of them are in competition with the plain child. If they become enemies with the plain child, they will be transformed into villains. The son of the plain, unique and born to be the protagonist. A large amount of luck will flow into the host's body. Ye Feng hasn't said anything yet. He doesn't feel any changes. Luck is something that you really can't detect unless you encounter something. Ding! The destiny is created, a large number of sons of destiny are here, seize the destiny. Unlock the special achievement, Destiny Child. Unlock special talent, blood locking power. When in doubt, do sit UPS. Ye Feng really didn't expect that there really is such a thing. Ding! The luck of the people increased sharply, and several children of destiny seized the luck here. Unlock special achievement, Son of the Plain. Unlock special talent, Protagonist Halo. As long as the characters stay by your side, they can obtain the power of blood lock and accelerate their growth. Ye Feng still remembers. When he first obtained the talent of seizing luck, the secret. The explanation given was that he could become the father of luck. Now it seems that he is still a little short of the fire. Ding! The luck scan detected that the host had dealt with the villain in advance, and merged with the luck of the son of the plain here. Unlock the special achievement, Father of Luck. Unlock special talent, Luck Master. From now on, whoever becomes your son will be the son of the plain. Can it be like this? Ye Feng was convinced in his heart. It seems that the system has a lot of good things. He came back to his senses. A second had passed. Ye Feng had no time to sigh that time flies. He once again faced the supernovas who were deprived of their luck. Everyone, watch out! Ye Feng smiled, life and death are unpredictable. The domineering aura is fully activated. The purple-gold domineering aura enveloped the island like a violent storm. A large number of buildings were destroyed, and marines vomited blood and fell to the ground. Pirates twitched in pain. Supernova's subordinates only lasted less than 0.1 second before fainting and falling to the ground. What kind of power is this? Sanji started to foam at the mouth as soon as he opened his mouth. Only Luffy, Law, Zoro and a few others could hold out for more than half a second. When it was close to 0.8 seconds, Gendarme's domineering aura collapsed. He didn't expect to face Ye Feng's domineering aura for the second time. It was less than 1/3 of the first time. 1 second. The strongest supernova, whose muscles were tense and veins were bulging, also foamed at the mouth in unwillingness. I will beat you up. Luffy's conqueror's haki was about to awaken, but he was strangled and fainted on the spot. Boom. It was over in 1 second. The last person fell. Ye Feng still maintained a kind smile. Hey, aren't you stubborn? Who wants to be the pirate king? Who is it? Say it again. This time, no one had the energy to refute. The entire island was cleared. If you have enough strength, you can really do whatever you want. What supernova? What evil era? In Ye Feng's opinion, none of them are worth mentioning. Guys, it's time to clean up the place. Yes, sir. Champion Badges and Lafitte and others walked out with their men. They took the pirates and marines, including Gendarmerie, Supernova, and Bear, to various factories. When they woke up, those who were willing to surrender entered the island of Shabayati to guard. Those who were unwilling to surrender continued to work. The Empress and others dragged away Bonnie, Nami, Robin, and other female pirates. Lock them all up. We'll talk about the details later. It will take 3 days and 3 nights for them to wake up. Ye Feng waited until the battlefield was cleared. The empty island was just right for his subordinates to stay. Like the factory in the first island ring. What a courageous few seconds. Rayleigh came over and took a look at the beauties that Ye Feng had chosen as maids. They were all rare beauties on the sea. They were even as beautiful as Xia Qi when she was young. 1 second to be exact. Ye Feng corrected Rayleigh's words. Xiao Yefen seems to like beautiful women who are pleasing to the eye. Xia Qi joked. Otherwise, should we wait until they become Shinobu and Granny Kokoro? P.S. Shinobu is the one who charmed thousands of young men in Wano country when she was young, but later became overly mature. P.S. Granny Kokoro is the fishman grandma who claimed to be extremely beautiful when she was young in the Seven Water capital. Although I don't know Xianan, what you said is true. Xia Qi was very happy, and she felt relieved when she saw Ye Feng's ruthless attitude. The softer the pirates are, the more aggressive the enemy will be. Now there is only one problem left. What about Fishman Island? That is Whitebeard's territory. Fishman Island. At this time, it has long been frozen alone outside the island ring. The mermaids are watching the battle in fear. What Fishman Island? What are they afraid of? You should be happy to be my islander. Ye Feng teleported to Fishman Island. Will Neptune be frightened? Xia Qi looked at Rayleigh elegantly. Given Neptune's personality, he would probably be hesitant. Rayleigh smiled happily. Fishman Island. Ye Feng just came to sympathize with his people. Ah! All the fishmen took half a step back in unison. Chapter 34. The square in the center of the island. Neptune was in front, and several princes were guarding beside him. The Dragon Palace was heavily guarded, guarding all the people on Fishman Island behind them. Without exception, they all stared at Ye Feng nervously. The horrific battle scene just now was still vivid in my mind. Even the strongest man in the world at his peak, Whitebeard Newgate, was no more than this. The great knight Neptune held a trident in his hand, his expression serious. Has Jinbei been contacted? Your Majesty, Boss Jinbei said he had not expected this to happen and is coming at full speed. A guard knelt on one knee and reported. What about Newgate? After all, Fishman Island is protected by the Whitebeard pirates. There is still a flag of the Whitebeard pirates flying over it. Ace will come with Jinbei. They said that we must not take action before then. It is best to report the name of the Whitebeard pirates. Got it. Neptune thought, can't do it. Of course not. Their mermaid clan hasn't lived enough. But is it useful to report Whitebeard's name? Every year, several supernovas are born in the pirate world. Which one doesn't challenge the four emperors when he goes to the new world? The Navy usually focuses on guarding the Grand Line. As a result, those supernovas are famous, but they have never defeated many bosses. They didn't even learn haki, and they hurried to the new world. As a result, they lost their arms and legs in less than half a year, and were beaten so badly that their mothers didn't recognize them. Not to mention Ye Feng. He is not arrogant, but he is really powerful. Even at the peak of Whitebeard's time, it is impossible for one person to match Garp and Sengoku. The peak of the pirate world is like that. Without external help and technological transformation, it is basically between life and death. Whoever hesitates and relaxes for a moment will be completely defeated. According to Neptune's rationality, reporting anyone's name will not work on Ye Feng. He is not a stupid supernova. Mr. Ye Feng, I think you must have some misunderstanding. Neptune opened his arms and greeted him with a smile. As the saying goes, you should not hit a smiling person. He felt that Ye Feng probably would not be so crazy. There is no misunderstanding, Fishman Island belongs to me. From now on, all kings, princes and the like will be abolished. Guards and pirates, those who are willing to surrender will join my Kowloon pirates. Those who are unwilling, I'll go to work. I have finished my words. Who is blind enough to object? Ye Feng has always been standing above thousands of people, and there must not be anyone above him. King? Princess? The Empress is now the head maid. Part-time captain of the 9 snake pirates under the Kowloon pirates. No king. The fishman looked around, obviously not expecting such a choice. Without a king, who would they listen to? Who would they serve as slaves for? It's not that there is no king, it's that there will only be one king from now on, and that's me. Ye Feng's voice had not yet fallen, and his head shook slightly. It turned out that someone was shooting. Hiding in the crowd. Just like what happened to Princess Otohim back then. It was the scum of the new Fishman pirates. They were all extremely evil fishmen who grew up in Fishman Street. They worshipped Tiger at first, then envied Jinbei, and now they wholeheartedly believe that Arlong is right. They are all a group of crazy fish. Meeting Ye Feng was purely the bad luck of being an evil man for 10 lifetimes. Who fired the gun? Neptune didn't expect someone to be so brave. Are you not afraid of death at all? If Ye Feng gets angry, it is very likely that everyone will be buried with him. Hody Jones hid in the crowd and was about to slip away. For some reason, vines appeared under his feet. This is a plant that has never appeared on the underwater Fishman Island. It immediately wrapped around his whole body and all the other pirates. Ye Feng did not do it. Instead, he closed his eyes, and lightning appeared on his body. It was the previous talent of the Fur clan. The plants covered all areas of Fishman Island. Electric current also gathered on it. Ye Feng used this to lay down the heart net. Then he used the observation haki to listen to the voice of the heart. Capture all the thoughts in everyone's heart. The vines quickly began to catch people. Killing you might be too easy, but I am happy to do it. Ye Feng walked in front of Hody Jones. His subordinates and other dissatisfied people were all trembling with fear. The domineering aura released by Ye Feng was enough to make the ants unable to raise their heads. How could you find me? Hody Jones couldn't believe it. He clearly used the same method that he used to assassinate Princess Otohim. It was a perfect plan. And he threw the gun to the human pirates around him at the first opportunity. This would make all the fishmen angry and make Ye Feng die without a burial place. After all, in Hody Jones's view, no matter how strong Ye Feng was, he was just one person. Stupid things are always like this. He clearly witnessed Ye Feng killing tens of thousands of people in Fishman Island. He was still self-righteous and fantasized with his pig head. Even if you didn't do it, I would still kill you. Ye Feng patted Hody Jones's face. Because the hatred in your heart makes me feel uncomfortable. Hate? Hody Jones' eyes widened. How can you decide my life or death? Hody Jones will never understand. Even if he doesn't take action, as long as he is full of evil thoughts, when Ye Feng's heart net plus the hearing of the heart voice is activated, he will still feel his hatred for all evil deeds. Why? Because you deserve to die. You deserved to die when you tried to attack me. Ye Feng made a standard big fight. Bang! Hody Jones, who had always been unreasonable, exploded into a bloody mist in the painful wail. Ye Feng opened his mouth and the gunshot rang out. Ding! New achievement unlocked, high-level villain. Advanced villain, unlock condition, the host has become more and more proficient as a villain. Listen, they are almost hating you. Achievement reward, talent, historiography. The voice of all things allows you to hear the voices of all things. However, ancient texts will be more intuitive. There should be no secrets in this world. O'Hara's historical knowledge poured into Ye Feng's mind. In a short period of time, he became a genius historian who was well versed in ancient and modern times. The center of the square. All the remaining people controlled by the vines were transferred to the factory. This also included all the members of the new Fishman Pirates. There. It can be said that evil people have their own evil people to deal with. Whoever goes there will have to drink a big pot. Killed Hody Jones. And sent away all the opponents. Cowardly, kind, and neutral, the confused fishman finally realized that Ye Feng was not joking. Neptune, what are you going to do? Ye Feng's greeting this time made Neptune at a loss. It was too swift and decisive. He took off his crown. Let people live, I am willing to give in. No, I got it. I don't want to be the king of the fishmen. You are just a part of my 9-dragon kingdom. Ye Feng put the crown into the system backpack. All the Dragon Palace guards put down their weapons. The Fishman Island, which had been fighting against the World Conference for hundreds of years and even sent out giant weapons in the blank historical period, was actually carried out of the seabed by a human and surrendered in front of an irresistible force. Father! The cry resounded throughout the Fishman Island. The mermaid princess Shirahoshi appeared. She ignored the constant attacks from the target fruit user. P.S. Shirahoshi was targeted by the target fruit user and was attacked from a distance from time to time. She stepped forward. Countless sea kings jumped out of the sea. The Sea King Overlord came from thousands of miles away. His huge body overlooked the entire island. Once upon a time, they swore to the Sea King to be loyal to her. The oath was unbreakable. When the terrifying and powerful enemy appeared again, they also arrived as promised. White Star. Neptune was shocked and stood in front of his daughter. Father, I will never let you die in vain. Shirahoshi said aggrievedly. The fishmen were grateful. Seeing so many sea kings, they mistakenly thought they were going to be saved. Get lost. Ye Feng didn't believe it. Did he really think he was fighting a boss? Wasting the villain's energy one after another? He roared to the sky. The domineering aura turned into a powerful shock wave, stunning the sea kings. The strongest aura in the world. Even if it was a giant in the sea, what could it do? It's the king of mankind. The sea kings whispered. Of course, it was just whispers to them, but Ye Feng could hear it clearly. The sea kings recalled Ye Feng's powerful domineering aura, the figure who uprooted the sacred tree Eve, and the scene of carrying the Fishman Island straight into the sky. They couldn't help but feel scared. Sea King, we are looking forward to your meeting with the king of the human race. The overlords of the Sea King Tower obediently dived into the sea. In an instant, the sea surface was calm again. The fishmen were completely dumbfounded. Even Shirahoshi's crying stopped abruptly. The ultimate move can be controlled? Chapter 35. Our homeland has been destroyed by the enemy. Sea kings who have signed a contract with our ancestors. Please join me in defending the kingdom of Ryagu. Shirahoshi put his hands together and chanted silently. The sea kings were already 9/10 stunned. Only the overlord of the sea kings was hiding in the sea. I didn't expect Shirahoshi to need their protection so urgently. If I act now, there will be no future. Damn it, how should I choose? This Aquaman deserves to die. Yes, we haven't practiced hard these years and are so weak that we are now cannon fodder. Damn, I shouldn't have made those vows. The sea kings stood up silently and once again emerged from the sea. They turned around and said to Ye Feng. King of mankind. We come to see you on behalf of our king. There is no need to kill each other anymore, let's work together to build a beautiful paradise. The Sea King Overlord simply negotiated for Shirahoshi. Are you talking to me about cooperation? Ye Feng stood up and hovered above the head of the Sea King Overlord, falling to the bottom of the sea. This punch also comes from Garp's physical skills. It can burst out a powerful punch of armed color domineering and domineering color domineering. The power is so strong that Aokiji can be knocked down. It can be said to be a blow that can knock a person from the island to the bottom of the sea. P.S. Garp has shown his true strength and can use the representative moves of domineering color domineering, fist bone impact, falling to the bottom of the sea, and rivaling the former Navy Admiral Aokiji, and easily breaking the freezing. Boom! The powerful domineering impact made the thick-skinned Sea Kings faint and sink into the sea. Kill the Sea King Overlord. Is there anyone who cares? The king of the human race has violated the contract. Sea King, you fool, can you throw this time? The Sea Kings were defeated one after another. The last one simply sank to the bottom of the sea and never showed up. As long as there is green, there is no need to worry about firewood. Fishman Island. Shirahoshi in the center of the square was at a loss. She wanted to save everyone in danger. Unexpectedly, even the powerful Sea Kings were no match for Ye Feng. One domineering color killed a bunch of people in seconds, and punched a domineering king. Come, take this princess away. Get rid of the target fruit ability user in a few days. Then release her and use the entire windlass belt to raise fish. Ye Feng said. Seraph Hancock appeared immediately and took Shirahoshi away. That's my daughter. Younger sister. Princess. Another person stood up, and was immediately turned into a stone statue by the Seraph Hancock's eyes. The stone sculpture was placed at the port. Neptune is quite suitable as a mascot. Port. Neptune and several princes held various weapons and looked into the distance. They were the former masters here, but now they have become landmark buildings. Crash. The remaining survivors of Fishman Island all knelt on one knee. They expressed their loyalty to Ye Feng. All the nobles of the former Dragon Palace Kingdom have fallen. Now Fishman Island has only one owner, Ye Feng. Ye Feng glanced at everyone. He really couldn't understand them. What were these people howling before? After a meal, they were all quiet. Now it is calm. All the troubles in the Sabayati archipelago and Fishman Island have been solved. Ye Feng is planning to go home. He didn't do anything big today. He just took away a sacred tree, the Sabayati archipelago, and Fishman Island. He kidnapped the Sea King, the Supernova, Jean Dalmaru, the 7 warlords of the Sea Bear, and also harvested a large number of first-generation pacifists. If you count it, it's just average. It's time to get off work, let's go have afternoon tea. Ye Feng is actually very easy to get along with, but some people always like to stir up trouble. The fishmen cheered up and tried to get out of their sadness and return to their previous lives. They couldn't imagine the days ahead. Will the pirates take away everything they have? They didn't know, would the Sabayati archipelago, the first island ring, accept them? Or would they still target the fishmen as before? Some people looked at Ye Feng with doubts and confusion, but they didn't dare to speak rashly because of fear. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Don't disturb me while I'm having afternoon tea. The owner of a knitting shop was hesitant to speak. After confirming Ye Feng's eyes, he gritted his teeth and mustered up the courage. Lord Ye Feng. I want to know, what are you going to do? How much protection money do you want to collect every month? In addition, our island is outside of all your islands. Does it mean that we are not qualified to land on other islands? Please let us know so that we can prepare for it. Protection money? There is such a way to earn Bailey? Ye Feng almost forgot about it. For a moment, he felt guilty. He was really not a competent pirate. He should have severely punished the people in the territory and asked them to pay more. 20% of your profits must be handed over. There are no taboos between islands, but you cannot land on Zholong Island without my permission. You have to build this place into an island ring of all races, and currently there are only fishmen. Other than that, it is a commercial secret and I cannot tell you. Since you are so proactive, just hand it over first. Ye Feng has been busy improving technology and productivity recently. I almost forgot. Pirates can also collect protection money directly from the sea. Good. My profit last month was 1.3 million Baileys. Then I need to give you 260,000 Baileys. The knitting shop owner took out the account book and Baileys. She was almost crying with joy. She handed them over very quickly, fearing that Ye Feng would change his mind. Still crying? Is it that serious? In Ye Feng's memory, is 20% too little? And Ye Feng didn't even return it to his people, planning to enjoy it all by himself. Why was the lady boss laughing so happily? 20%. The people on Fishman Island were overjoyed, as if they had heard some great news. They announced it to each other and even looked at Ye Feng happily. King Neptune collects 1/3 of our money every month. This is because we have the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. If no one protects us, we will have to pay the celestial dragons the heavenly gold. Not to mention handing over 1/3, we can't even keep 1/3 for ourselves. Ah! Ye Feng knew that the celestial dragons made money by holding world conferences. He also knew that these bastards were particularly good at getting something for nothing. But he didn't expect them to be so good. They are simply not human. Such a good opportunity must be left to Ye Feng. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Merciful Monarch. Merciful Monarch unlock condition, you are now a merciful monarch in the pirate world. Achievement reward, secret, King's general knowledge. You are well versed in all the etiquette and strategic knowledge required by a king. Your wisdom is beyond imagination. Mercy. I am merciful? Tongzi, you are insulting me. What's the use of this thing? Ye Feng didn't expect that he, a tyrant, was actually the most merciful king in the pirate world. So he turned his head and asked the Empress. How much did you charge when you were king? Half. The Empress didn't think about it at all, because this is the truth. Even the kindest monarch in the pirate world has to collect a lot of Bailey and gold coins to support his soldiers, ministers, and children. I have brought shame to the pirates and the king. Ye Feng felt very uncomfortable when he thought that he was not as bad as the celestial dragons. Why don't the Tianlong people give me the gold from heaven? After thinking about it, Ye Feng made a shocking statement. What a guy! The Empress's eyes became more and more yearning. Lord Ye Feng, I have so much respect for you that I cannot express it in words. Chapter 36. The fishmen were celebrating happily. As for King Neptune, he had completely become a landmark in their minds. That was all. The new king was Ye Feng. But just as the banquet was about to begin, there was a loud bang. The flames broke through everything, burning like hope. The sea water rushed in, knocking down the obstacles, just like a spear. One fire, one water. Landing on the Fishman Island, they came with the mentality of living for death. The young man put on a cowboy hat, and the flames jumped. And that unruly smile. Mr. Ye Feng, you kidnapped my brother Luffy, right? Ace laughed, and the flames turned into a corridor. He shouted. Fire fist! Boom! The flames burned everything, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. We will never let you destroy our homeland. This is what I promised to Tiger Boss. Jinbei's chubby body walked on the street. Fishman Karate 5000 tiles punch. The moisture in the air was condensed. A punch was thrown, and the powerful force enough to break 5000 tiles blasted out. The streets were in a mess in an instant. After the smoke, the two stood on the left and right at the port. If it were before, they would be everyone's hope. But now, first, Hody Jones was killed, and the scourge of Fishman Street was solved. Then the Dragon Palace Kingdom was destroyed, and Ye Feng gave it shelter and made new rules. People can be said to be particularly unfamiliar with Jinbei. They even think that these two people are purely here to destroy the atmosphere. Damn it! They're destroying our port. Fire Fist Ace, what are you protecting? Destroying our house. Is this guy a friend of Boss Jinbei? He ate a free meal in our restaurant before. Boss Jinbei, why are you with this guy from the Whitebeard Pirates? Everyone's words made Jinbei, who was originally righteous, collapse instantly. He looked up at the flag. The flags of the Dragon Palace Kingdom and the Whitebeard pirates had disappeared. In their place was Ye Feng's pirate flag. The dragon head with a big mouth opened appeared in a skeleton state. "We are here to save you at the request of King Neptune." Jinbei was ready to fight, still not knowing what was going on. "What Neptune? We only have one king, Lord Ye Feng." The islander's words shocked Jinbei again. "Is it the power of the fruit? It is impossible for everyone to be so unwelcoming to me. And those sculptures always feel weird." See Knight Jinbei wanted to wait a little longer. "I once destroyed the dragon head sculpture of Kaido, the Beast King, on a Nagashima island in Wano country. Let's burn it with fire too." Fire Fist Ace was about to attack again. A figure walked out of the crowd. When he appeared, everyone's eyes were instantly focused. "Who gave you the right to enter the Kowloon Kingdom? This has always been my territory, Ye Feng. It's really abominable that you are a pirate, always trying to destroy us." Ye Feng is completely a cuckoo in the magpie's nest, a typical case of blaming others for something they did not know. However, in Ye Feng's cognition, this is indeed his territory. Ace and Jinbei are the invaders. "Everyone, it's up to you to protect Fishman Island." Ye Feng turned and walked into the sea of people. People rushed out and rushed to the port. Sea Knight Jinbei and Fire Fist Ace were at a loss for a moment. What happened? Is it a bewitching fruit ability? Tell me, everyone. Jinbei asked from the bottom of his heart. The only answer he got was from the coffee shop owner. "I'm sorry Jinbei. He gave me too much. Fishman Island has become like Master Ye Feng." "Nanny." Jinbei tried to kill Ye Feng, but was stopped. "Don't come near me. You guys. If you want to get burned, come here." Fire Fist Ace's whole body turned into flames. He didn't have the taboos of Jinbei. He went straight towards Ye Feng in the form of fire. "Give me an explanation, what right do you have to tamper with the memories of everyone on Fishman Island?" The flames burned. Ye Feng calmly drank afternoon tea in the Dragon Palace. "Maybe they are willing to do so? After all, I never eat a free meal. People should also understand who is good to them." Ye Feng finished the last sip. Mirror Fire Flame. The flames condensed into a tall fire mirror. Defense and attack were equally important. It blasted towards Ye Feng, who was unarmed at this time. The energy physique began to store flame energy, which could be rebounded and released at any time. Ye Feng had obtained many talents and secrets before. One of them was to absorb various energies, release them, and rebound them. The same could be done with flames. He had never used the dark fruit. All the flames were absorbed by Ye Feng. Damn! What kind of power is this? Fire Fist Ace was not willing to be outdone and tried again. Firefly Fire Daruma. Small flames appeared around Ye Feng. With the command of Fire Fist Ace, all the flames burst out, showing infinite vitality and explosive power. The result appeared on Ye Feng, and he was also completely absorbed. Flame Ring, Fire Pillar. Boom! The flame ring collected flames from all around, condensed them, and released them at the center with Ye Feng as the core. The long pillar of flames that soared into the sky enveloped Ye Feng. "Ace, you are not human. King Ye Feng. You will be fine. Beast, how can you bear to treat our kind monarch?" If the fishmen had not stopped Jinbei because of their past friendship, they would have expelled him long ago. Now, the people he brought dared to hurt Ye Feng. How could they tolerate that? They ran towards the banquet center at once, leaving Jinbei at the port with a bewildered look on his face. What happened? What happened to this world? Why would anyone dream of a generation of evil known to everyone on the ocean? Jinbei thought that either he was crazy or the world was crazy. Boom! The fire pillar was arrogant for a moment, and was completely absorbed by Ye Feng. "What exactly is your fruit ability? It seems to be different from what the intelligence said." Fire Fist Ace's eyes showed doubt. He jumped to the ground, ready to give it a try. "Ace, don't!" Jinbei thought of a possibility. If that were the case, everything would be ruined. It's not just Fishman Island. Even my brother was captured by them. We must fight to the end. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. The flame ring continued to gather from the ground to the palm. He held up a huge, extremely hot fireball. The moment Ace's fire fist attacked, Jinbei quickly jumped into the sea and stirred the seawater with his strongest power. Crazy, what on earth happened to this world? Fishman jutsu water heart sea current shoulder throw. Jinbei rolled up the sea current and rushed to the island at the fastest speed. At this time, something even more amazing happened. Ye Feng disappeared from people's sight and merged with the entire Fishman Island. The power from the island fruit. Swoosh! The vines grew rapidly and turned into big hands, entwined with the armed color Domineering. The immortal forest, the great fire extinguishes the dark nest. The center of the island turned into a face. Ye Feng opened his mouth and released all the flames he had absorbed before. At the same time, the huge fireball exploded. The giant vine hand also wove out a dark area. It was like a big net that swallowed up all the flames. The power of the Flame Emperor would also be absorbed by Ye Feng. The taste of fire is really good. Ye Feng smiled happily and took in all the power of Fire Fist Ace. The so-called ultimate move was just to fill Ye Feng's greedy stomach. Chapter 37. Yan Di. The big move was useless. Ye Feng calmly took all the flames. He turned around and attacked Jinbei. The water rushing out of the sea was burned by the flames and directly vaporized into steam. Damn, what on earth can't he do? Jinbei was about to complain. The fishmen had already surrounded him. The figure of the seraphim also appeared on the shore. There is no advantage anymore. There is no advantage in haki and taijutsu. The devil fruit is also completely restrained. Jinbei realized the huge gap in strength between the two sides. He was planning to leave with Fire Fist Ace. Ye Feng's place is a restricted area, whoever comes will die. Just when he had this idea, a figure fell from the sky. It was actually Fire Fist Ace. Swish! Ace fell from the sky extremely weakly. He didn't expect that all his flames were absorbed by Ye Feng. He even came up with a haki combo. Countless big hands intertwined with vines and trees were entangled with haki and attacked the sky. Pain quickly covered the whole body, and the flames were constantly dispersed, and from time to time they would attack the body. Too strong. This strength is just like the first time I met Whitebeard. That huge gap in strength cannot be filled in any way. Beat the sea, dominate the sky. Ye Feng merged with the island. Thousands of arms blasted out. The domineering fist was enough to break everything. Boom! Fire Fist Ace dodged thousands of times, but he couldn't beat Ye Feng in speed and strength. After just a few encounters, he ended up in failure and was completely at a disadvantage. He couldn't even stand up. A big hole had been blasted out on the ground. He tried to struggle to get up, but he had no more strength left. Brother Ace, I'm here to save you. Jinbei rushed over. Just as he was about to attack, the little angel Jinbei flew out from the ground with the swimming fruit. He blocked it with all his strength. Little Hancock and Seraph Bear also flew out. Jinbei covered his arms with armed color Domineering and barely blocked it. Lord Ye Feng, do you need me to help you? The Empress was eager to try. No need, I'll do it myself. Ye Feng left the island and walked past the Fire Fist Ace. Don't hurt Jinbei. Boom! Ace's domineering aura burst out. In the end, he didn't even reach Ye Feng's 1-meter radius. You are too weak, kid. Ye Feng looked at the Sea Knight Jinbei. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Before attacking, he said one last thing. Jinbei, why did you betray Fishman Island? I am here to protect everything, you are the outsider. Jinbei looked at Ye Feng in disbelief. What's going on? You don't really think of yourself as the master. Ye Feng didn't answer. As a king, he didn't have any good feelings towards invaders like Sea Knight Jinbei and Fire Fist Ace. A punch hit his abdomen. The strong domineering aura directly crushed all of Jinbei's will. He was completely shocked before he could answer. Hey! What did you do to Jinbei? Fire Fist Ace wanted to shout. Ye Feng picked him up. He. What will happen if I lock you up? Will the Whitebeard pirates take action? Newgate has stood in front of the throne for 20 years. but he has been reluctant to sit on it. As a result, he is still occupying the throne even though he is old and weak. Let me wait for his arrival and end the Whitebeard era. Ye Feng laughed loudly, and darkness flowed in his palm. You absorbed Teach's power. Ace couldn't believe it. It turned out that the real ambitious person was not Blackbeard Teach, but Ye Feng. Your conspiracy will never succeed. Fire Fist will never let the Whitebeard pirates fall into his trap. Really? Buzz. Ye Feng's eyes completely shattered Ace's will. Ace's eyes went dark before his eyes, and Ye Feng casually threw him into the hands of Seraph Minga. The villain's lines are quite interesting. Especially the one that can kill one Shishibukai with one punch is really good. Find a time to execute the Fire Fist and see if Whitebeard will come. Ye Feng yawned and raised his glass again. Everyone, the banquet has begun. We have defeated the evil pirates. The fishmen cheered. They finally defeated the enemy. Although it was all Ye Feng's credit, they still had to celebrate. Otherwise, they would have to be assigned a lifelong job by Ye Feng. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Quelling the Rebellion. Quelling the Rebellion unlocking condition, you have once again protected the good people and defeated the evil enemies. Achievement reward, Seraph, Luo. This Luo is in the future version after being promoted to Shishibukai. He has been strengthened in all aspects. After the transformation, Luo is also a powerful Seraph, surpassing the current version. He is another new Seraph. Ye Feng estimated that he would be able to gather all the Seraphs in a while. When the time comes, they will all rush forward in a fight, which will be much easier. All disasters have subsided. Ye Feng did not think there was anything wrong with turning the tables. Instead, he took a bath in the Dragon Palace before rushing to Shampoo Land. In the future, a palace will be built on each island. In the basement of a port on the island of Sabayati, a family of 3 celestial dragons were shivering. Their stomachs were growling with hunger, but no rescue came. The continuous sounds of fighting outside also completely subsided. Could it be that this was the end? Why didn't those stupid guys come yet? Father, I'm scared. The big pighead hid in the corner and cried heartbreakingly, afraid that no one could hear him. Don't be afraid, no one can find us. The old man said firmly. Father, do you think those guards and slaves will be discovered? The woman among the Tianlong people asked fearfully. No, of course not. The old man looked calm, his eyes full of clear stupidity. At the door of the basement, several guards' bodies were lying neatly here. The slaves had been released and were looking at the basement with hatred. The guards made way for Ye Feng and saluted respectfully. It was Ye Feng who broke the explosive shackles with his bare hands. Sir, thank you for saving my life. The celestial dragons are in the basement. They don't allow us to hide in the basement. They say it will pollute the air. The slaves knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Some of them were pirates, some were fishmen, long-handed people, and ordinary humans. They were free on the sea. If they hadn't met the celestial dragons, they might have spent their lives in peace. I understand. I will arrange things for you to do. Ye Feng signaled the slaves to retreat. He gently lifted the wooden door of the basement. The curses immediately came. Are you looking for death? No one is allowed to spy on us. Who are you? When the Tianlong people found out that Ye Feng was not a guard, let alone a slave, their anger was instantly replaced by fear. Then, the bounty order for Ye Feng appeared before their eyes. Ye Feng. That traitorous Ye Feng. The answer is correct. Ye Feng waved his hand again. A group of people tied up the 3 people and put explosive shackles on them. Hancock, this female celestial dragon is in your care. You must know the rules and don't be polite. I will definitely let her understand Lord Ye Feng's rules. When the Empress looked at Ye Feng, her eyes were full of hearts. When she turned her head and looked at the female Tianlong, she was full of disgust. I am a celestial dragon, how dare you, a pirate, kidnap me? Pa! Ye Feng slapped the crazy female celestial dragon in the face until she lost consciousness. I only used 1/10,000th of my strength. If I can't control it even a little bit, you will explode. Speak, why aren't you crazy? Ye Feng didn't know yet. The next time the female Tianlong woke up, it was 7 days and 7 nights later. The rest of the Tianlongs instantly became obedient and obeyed orders motionlessly. Can you not answer if you faint? The Tianlong people are really rude. Take him away. Ye Feng waved his hand and once again stood behind his back and acted as the sly man. The celestial dragons. How terrifying they were once, and how disgusting they became later. At this moment, the shackles and brand in the heart of the Empress had been shattered by Ye Feng's absolute strength and the facts before him. Sabayati Island. Ye Feng sat on the back of a pig-headed celestial dragon. He was holding a chain in his hand. He was an old celestial dragon. Standing in front of Ye Feng was the reporter who had just been captured. Working for Morgans. Come, take a photo. Send it to Morgans. Ask him to post a notice. I want the celestial dragons to pay me the heavenly gold. 100 billion Baileys first. Ye Feng's figure riding on the celestial dragon is still engraved in the history of the Haiwan calendar world thousands of years later. It is called the 100 Billion War. Click. Brand new news photos are fresh out of the oven. The reporter's hands are shaking. This scene is enough to cause a sensation in the world. The celestial dragons crawling and crying. Ye Feng stepping on the heads of the world's nobles. There are also Shampoo, the god tree Eve, and Fishman Island that were captured within a day. 3 celestial dragons, 11 supernovas, many pacifists, the 7 warlords of the sea Kuma, Jinbi, and the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace the Fire Fist. There are also countless pirates and marines. The world will not only boil, but also go crazy. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Cycling Master. Cycling Master, unlock condition, you found a new mount easily, that's amazing. Achievement reward, Seraph, White 2. He has a stupid head but strong limbs. This Whitebeard 2 is stronger than the original because he not only has strength, but also has more brains. Chapter 38. Ye Feng went back home and had a very good sleep. What happened outside the Kowloon kingdom in the world? Even if there was a flood, so what? Within the kingdom. From various minerals, energy, hydropower, to animal husbandry, agriculture, fishery, forestry, everything is thriving. A wide variety of products and goods. Trade is carried out through the ports between the major islands. The self-contained Kowloon kingdom. There is already a perfect internal cycle that does not require the outside world. Morgan even specially asked the reporter to become a permanent resident, responsible for filming and reporting news about Ye Feng. For this, Ye Feng needs to pay 10 million Baileys every week. Kowloon Island. Port. Ye Feng is fishing. The kingdom like a paradise has ushered in a new major event. That is, their king has been rewarded by the whole world. The bounty is 4 billion Baileys. The king of evil, Ye Feng. Ye Feng nodded with satisfaction. The bounty of the Empress is 1.6 billion Baileys. It's just average. She still needs to strengthen her training. They 9 snakes pirates under her command are mainly the 3 sisters of the Empress and the original crew. The Wanu pirates are composed of the original members of the Blackbeard pirates, such as champion badges. There are many people, but the good and the bad are mixed. They are mainly responsible for charging on the battlefield, and working at other times. Supernovas have awakened one after another and worked with the celestial dragons, Jean Dalmaru, Kuma, Jinbei, and Ace. Ye Feng doesn't keep idle people. Has the user of the target fruit been found? He is hiding in the seabed, and it will take some time. The queen reported carefully that she was training the newly recruited maids recently. The female Tianlong was still lying dead, probably having a recurring nightmare. Got it. We have to find that guy quickly. Otherwise, Shirahoshi can't work outside. She is the Sea King and can summon Sea Kings at will. When the time comes, we can catch them one by one, and the fishing business will be very good. Just let the subordinates do the small matter of finding people. You have a few unruly female pirates. I will take the time to teach them a lesson. No matter who she is. She becomes a prisoner and still refuses to obey orders. Take a few slaps from me first. After Ye Feng gave the order, he put on the customized eye protection sunglasses and opened today's newspaper. The front page was the wise and powerful Ye Feng. He was bullying 2 kidnapped celestial dragons. The title was Punching the 7 Warlords of the Sea and Kicking the Celestial Dragons, Why is the King of Evil so lawless? Well, I am very satisfied. Ye Feng smiled happily. He closed his eyes and took a short nap on the recliner. Now he had everything he needed, so why not enjoy it? As for the enemy, Ye Feng also knew that he was hated. He didn't even need to go out. If he stayed at home, people would come to him one after another. Rebellion, rebellion. How dare a mere pirate stand on the head of the Creator? We must defeat them. Let Garp take action, just like he did in the Valley of the Gods. Red Earth Continent. Holy Land, Marijoa. 19 celestial dragons quarreled in a spacious and luxurious experiment. Garp claimed that he wanted to accumulate strength for the navy and wait for the end of the world conscription. Really? This old man is looking for excuses again. He has been slacking off for a long time. Now he is just a signboard carrying the name of justice. People will eventually grow old, and besides, he was trying to defeat rocks, not for us. Why not send out the Holy Guardian Knights? This is the force that must guard the Red Earth continent. It has been the rule since ancient times. Then will they be threatened by Ye Feng? 100 billion Baileys, he is really crazy. The elites of the Tianlong people all looked embarrassed. Not long after, 5 old figures stood up. They were called the highest authority in the world. They symbolized an era, the name of justice once upon a time. The 5 elder stars. First of all, you should never give any response to this lunatic. Secondly, we must give a final ultimatum and return the people. Finally, I want to tell you that the Whitebeard pirates are about to declare war, and the Marine Headquarters world recruitment is about to end. When the 5 elders spoke one by one and explained the situation, before the Celestial Dragons' elites could question them, they stood up and walked towards the forbidden area. Even the Celestial Dragons were not allowed to enter without permission. Wouldn't that mean I have to endure it for a while? We are the Creator, the God of this world. Damn it, I really want to witness the despair in Ye Feng's eyes when he died. The Tianlong elite stared at the huge bounty in the conference room, and their hands trembled with hatred. Why? More than 30 years later. After Rox was erased from history and almost no one remembered him. Once again, a madman was born. Is he really not afraid of the wrath of God? Or, in Ye Feng's eyes, God is not a threat at all. The Tianlong elites were furious, but they did not dare to question Ye Feng. Because they questioned the 5 elders, but were ignored in the end. Going to find Ye Feng, the best result is to be tied up, and the worst result is to lose your head. Forbidden Land. Under the empty throne. 19 swords pierced the ground. The man was wearing a robe and a crown. His fingertips groped back and forth on the armrest. I don't know what he was thinking. Until the 5 elders stepped into this place. Dear God, we are here. The 5 elders knelt on the ground without saying a word. It was not until Yim stood up that they had the courage to speak. God! How should we attack this time? Are you going to destroy the 9 Snake Island? Faced with the doubts of the 5 elders, Yumu did not speak, but suddenly raised his head, with a hint of determination in his eyes. The spiral eyes were full of the king's will hidden for thousands of years. Go ahead. Just like the God Valley back then. Let Whitebeard join forces with the Navy. After success, erase the Navy's name. Leave without any problems. They haven't come to my attention yet, so there's nothing to worry about. Im waved his hand and picked up the 2 bounties. One was for Ye Feng, and the other was for Straw Hat Luffy. We obey your command. The 5 elders stood up, looked at each other, and then left the forbidden area. Yuma walked alone towards the place where the national treasure was. He opened a secret room. The air was cold. A huge straw hat was in front of him. It's not you, it's you. I'm cut Luffy's bounty order with a sword. Only Ye Feng's bounty order was left. In his opinion, Ye Feng was the one who was most likely to disturb the balance of the world. All flames will be extinguished in the cold winter. Marineford. Jean Guo was overjoyed. He didn't read the news about Ye Feng at all. What kidnapping of celestial dragons, what hundreds of billions of heavenly gold. It didn't matter. When he stepped into the office, he was so happy that he looked younger when he held the plan in his hand. Garp, Zephyr, and Crane were drinking tea. If it weren't for Ye Feng's appearance, Zephyr would not have returned to the main battlefield of the Navy. Not to mention Garp, he had been away for a long time, and now he wanted to be a reassurance. Kizaru, who was beaten up by Ye Feng and left for dozens of days. Now he is still wrapped in some bandages, crossing his legs, and I don't know what he is thinking. The newspaper in his hand and the scene in front of him. It was as if it was just another day, as if he had returned to that afternoon more than 30 years ago. He was still very young and was training under Zephyr. There is news that the captain of the most evil pirate group in the world, the Rocks Pirates, has become the king of the world. He became the first pirate to kidnap a celestial dragon. A war that will subvert the world is about to break out in the Valley of the Gods. Decades have passed. I was actually alone, and the old men were sitting in the front row. Swish! 2 figures sat down, one on the left and one on the right. In an instant, Kizaru thought he saw Akainu and Aokiji. He looked again and realized that they were the newly elected admirals. Green Bull, Aramaki, Fujitora smiled. Let me tell you everything about Rocks. Jean Guo looked serious, knocked on the table, and told Rocks everything. The young Navy generals understood that Ye Feng was about to become the king of the Second World. At the end of the meeting, Jean Guo issued an order to attack all the elite Navy generals. 10 days later, all personnel will attack. This mission is called, The Evil War. Chapter 39. The blood boils at the separation, and the Navy headquarters gathers the 3 admirals again. The celestial dragons and the 5 elders who have plotted and always want to reap the fruits of their labor. The people who care about pirates the most on the sea are still the pirates. Especially the Grand Line. The happiest place, Kowloon Island. The Leaf Prison next to it. It is called the Big Rabbit Bowl and the Sea Propulsion City. There are not only the most young pirates here, but also the supernovas of all generations, with strong strength. There are also 2 7 warlords of the sea and many Navy strongmen. They create Bailey and gold for Ye Feng day and night. A large amount of goods and commodities. Even if they do all kinds of evil, the kind-hearted Ye Feng still prepared an extremely special service for them. Newspapers. Hundreds of newspapers are distributed every day. Although Ye Feng does not pay them, 100 people have an average of 1 newspaper. Every day, a large number of slaves are moved to tears. They regret the bad things they have done in the past. They think Ye Feng is a pervert who crawled out of hell and tortured them. According to Jean Doan's observation, even the things imprisoned in the city did not change so quickly. Today, the new newspaper arrived as scheduled again. Thief, ha 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 ha, new newspaper. I am the Wanu Chief Badgers. You only need 3 portions of food to get it. Champion Badgers calls himself the Wanu Chief. In fact, Ye Feng has appointed more than 10 Wanu Chiefs, and others think it is a humiliation. Only Badgers thinks it is a supreme honor. Don't imitate, teach, laugh. Fire Fist Ace punched Badgers directly. Got it. Badgers immediately gave him a newspaper. Hey, Ace, what's the big news? Luo asked tiredly. That guy is getting more and more crazy. Fire Fist Ace found the contents of the newspaper incredible. What a lunatic. Jinbei's head came over, his eyes widened. 4 billion Baileys, isn't this the bounty of the 4 emperors' red hair? Kid was so angry that he threw the newspaper out. Ace, let's fight them out. Straw Hat Luffy is trapped in shackles. Not only will this thing explode, it's also made of sea stone. The prisoner is weakened, and the fruit suppresses him. Luffy, don't worry, we will get out after your injuries are healed. Ace rolled up the newspaper, picked up a huge rock, and started working again. Among the resentful supernovas, there are a few who are nothing. App secretly said to Badges, can you tell Lord Ye Feng that I want to surrender? Nanny. Badgers yelled, APU wants to surrender. You are dreaming, Lord Ye Feng doesn't even want me. Hush. Apu felt that he was going to be tricked by this mentally handicapped guy. Dozens of eyes were cast from behind him. I should have run faster. These idiots have ruined my life. Hawkins was using tarot cards to tell fortunes for himself. No matter how he calculated, the chance of escaping was only 0.001%. The bird has been locked up for too long, and it's almost forgotten the outside world. Fan Oka used his observation haki to observe the outside world. Suddenly, he noticed Ye Feng's gaze. He was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. His body stiffly turned in one direction. Green algae head. Why are you working so hard? I'm so worried about the safety of Nami-chan and Robin-san. Sanji worked with a reluctant look on his face. Curly eyebrows. They woke up much later than us. Worry about yourself first. Ye Feng kidnapped the celestial dragons for the gold in the sky. Sooner or later, a big war will break out. We must become stronger to fight our way out. Zoro worked hard to practice and ran away. Zoro, you're going the wrong direction again. Frankie was surprised. Usopp next to him was putting minerals in a cart. The cart was pulled by a reindeer. After being controlled, Chopper turned back into a reindeer under the influence of sea stone, barely maintaining his intelligence. Here, not only was there no unconscious female crew member, but there was no Brook either. Because Ye Feng showed up in advance and solved Gecko Maria. Brook got his own shadow in advance and had already left the Devil's Triangle. Bear, can we still get out? Jean Doan chopped wood with an axe, and the newspaper in his hand was stained with sweat. One day. Xiong was halfway through his words when the card stopped working. It was probably because Ye Feng beat him too hard. The cyborg's body was not truly repaired. New World. The happiness of Yez Hai Lao was delivered here earlier. Ming Ji picked up the newspaper, took a look at it, and threw it out immediately. I don't read fake newspapers. What the hell? A bounty of 4 billion berries in 2 months, a bunch of powerful cyborgs under his command. He also has a deputy queen, a powerful pirate group, and guards. He imprisoned many pirates and navy masters. Admirals, Shishibukai, supernovas, and captains under the 4 emperors. They are all prisoners. I, Doflamingo, have been in Dressrosa for decades, and I have been in Dressrosa for 10 years, but I can't achieve as much as you have in 60 days. It's ridiculous. One day, I'll be locked up in jail too. Doflamingo turned his head away, his eyes were covered by his glasses, only the veins on his forehead were bulging. Young master, will Mary Joa give 100 billion Baileys? Sugar asked timidly. Fake. He is crazy. The whole world is crazy. Doflamingo was very angry. It was not because Ye Feng was doing all kinds of evil in the pirate world, and his achievements were unattainable. But there was no absolute in Ye Feng's eyes. Even the celestial dragons were trampled. The generals, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords of the sea were provoked at will. Even defeated and imprisoned. The forces threatened by Ye Feng have spread all over the sea. He has become the notorious and infamous king of extreme evil. Achoo! Ye Feng rubbed his nose. He really didn't understand. With his strong physique, how could he sneeze? Not to mention getting sick. Even if he ran wildly for 3 days and 3 nights in a rainstorm and then basked in the sun for 40 days, nothing would happen. In fact, because of training, his physical immunity would be further enhanced. Unless someone cursed him. Ding! New achievement unlocked, hated by everyone. Hated by everyone, unlock condition, as a pirate, you are known to everyone and are always on people's minds. Achievement reward Haki, Overlord Haki extremely evil power. No matter what the host does, he will be forgiven. The host will have a deterrent force that is completely opposite to the sweet fruit. Your domineering aura will also affect all things. What's the use of this? This is the first time Ye Feng has seen a fictitious domineering aura. The stronger, the more afraid the enemy is? What kind of reward is this? For this reason, Ye Feng tried it specially. Since it is all things, it should not only affect humans and animals, but also plants. Swish! A glance over. Black light burst out from the eyes. The 100-meter-tall tree withered and died immediately. Even the roots of the tree died. So strong. Ye Feng looked at the stone again. The boulder was shattered by the black light on the spot. That's great, whoever you stare at will die. Ye Feng found another fun thing. He planned to go out for a walk today. Where to go? Shampoo and Land have all moved back home. Chapter 40. Randomly. Ye Feng took out dozens of permanent pointers from his backpack. They were all obtained from various pirate groups. After matching the map, there were even more diverse ones, which made people dazzled. I wanted to go to Impel Down. But I didn't get the permanent pointer. How about going here? Ye Feng set his sights on Alabasta. The spices there are good, and the food is also famous. Swish! He teleported to the port of Alabasta. Ye Feng also bought a set of clothes and dressed like the people here. He would eat up every food store he passed by. You really can eat. Thank you. Ye Feng ate happily until the 7th store. The boss looked at the stacked plates and pointed at the reward order. Sir, you really look like the king of evil, but he is not as kind as you. Really? But I am. Ye Feng smiled happily again. After eating all the delicacies, he threw down a large stack of Baileys and walked to the next store. The boss did a week's business in one day. He counted the Baileys with great joy. He kept muttering in his mouth. How could the king of evil pay the bill? The Blackbeard and Fire Fist who came a while ago both ate free meals. If you were the king of evil, there would be no bad people in this world. While he was nagging, Ye Feng had already been happily dining in another restaurant. People here joked that Ye Feng looked like he had 4 billion. But he didn't look like that. Ye Feng, who was on a bounty order, looked condescending. There was also a golden light covering his body, making him unapproachable. He didn't look like the real Ye Feng, who was approachable and a foodie. After walking through more than 10 restaurants, Ye Feng converted it into energy as soon as he left the house. Although the people here have poor eyesight, they are very nice. Ye Feng thought about it again and simply started his journey in the desert. Before leaving, he bought more than 10 camels and stored a lot of food. The disputes in this world have never had anything to do with Ye Feng. If you have time to worry, you might as well walk around the world. Along the way, Ye Feng ate 7 camels and scared 3 to death. He rode one and led another to the end. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Camel Killer. Camel Killer, unlock condition, look, another camel fell down. It was scared to death, but it was still roasted and eaten. Achievement reward, Seraph, Buggy the Clown. Good guy, host, hurry up and shout with this system, good guy. Tongzi, thank you for giving me a slave to accompany me on my journey. Ye Feng is more of a celestial dragon than a celestial dragon. He immediately asked the Seraph Buggy to lead the camel for him. Half a day later. The capital. This place is even richer. Although Ye Feng did not walk, this psychological walk has won too much. Start from scratch, eat until tomorrow morning and then go back. When Ye Feng stepped into the enthusiastic capital, people didn't know that there would be a short-term food panic one day later. One person ate up the food reserves of a city. At the same time, the economy of the capital soared overnight. The next day, Ye Feng left contentedly. Princess Weiwei and King Cobra watched him teleport away with telescopes. After Ye Feng was discovered by the king's guards, they confirmed that he was most likely the king of evil. So they used a lot of resources to feed him, just to observe Ye Feng remotely. Unexpectedly, Ye Feng ate for a day and a night and ate up all the food reserves in the palace. He eats so deliciously. But it is also a display of ambition. Princess Weiwei raised reasonable doubts. Has the king of evil set his sights on Alabasta? King Cobra was a little worried, but he also felt something was wrong. His ambition has expanded again, and even Shabayati Island cannot satisfy his ambition. Weiwei thought worriedly. Princess, is there a possibility that he is just here to eat? The minister always felt that Ye Feng's eating style was very pure. Impossible. He is the king of evil, an ambitious man with both conspiracy and strength. Cobra and Weiwei denied at the same time. Zhuolong Island. In the palace. The Empress woke up from her couch. Ye Feng fell asleep right away. My lord, you didn't come home all night. Is there something wrong? No, I went to eat live and had a great time. Ye Feng slept peacefully. The Empress was confused. What is eating live? The World Conference is held here. It is the place that handles the affairs of the major kingdoms. The 5 elders learned about the report from Alabasta. Their faces were covered with black lines. Is he eyeing Alabasta? That's the only one that left. They have a big secret. The King of Evil seems to have discovered something. Didn't I tell you that you don't care about how one person can eat up all the food in a city? Is it important? You have lost your sword. The conversation between the 5 elders came to an abrupt end. A new den mushy sounded. We are infiltrating. CP0. The capable general of the 5 elders, who is extremely intelligent and fearless, has successfully infiltrated the Kowloon Kingdom. Be careful and find out as much as possible before the war breaks out. Got it. After receiving the order, CP0 walked out of Fishman Street mysteriously. They decided to use this place as a springboard to go to Shampoo Land. In short, their plan was detailed and they thought it was perfect. As soon as they walked into a cafe, a trace of suspicion appeared in the eyes of the waiter. These people were wearing abnormal clothes and masks. I have never heard of such a person in the Kowloon Kingdom. I immediately asked. Check your Kowloon ID card. What is a Kowloon certificate? CP0 had made 1,000 calculations, but he didn't expect that the Kowloon Kingdom had already made technological progress under Ye Feng's leadership. The management was also different from before. Including slaves, everyone had a Kowloon certificate. Their current situation, whether they were normal people or slaves, was displayed. It included 9 types of information, including name, race, address, etc. Therefore, it was called a Kowloon certificate. These CP0s immediately escaped from the cafe, but they were wanted by the whole city. It turned out that Ye Feng had started the Dragon Eye project. It was possible to deploy defenses in public areas, and there were a large number of surveillance Dragon Eyes. They were locked as soon as they arrived on the island. The little angel Jinbei and the Seraph Minga took action and quickly defeated them. CP0 failed in their mission and was detained in less than 10 minutes. Looking down at the kingdom of Kowloon, a large number of ships were anchored and sailing in the port. They all flew Ye Feng's dragon head pirate flag. This place is called the new version of Beehive Island. It is a place of sin in the eyes of the world. In fact, it is a rare paradise in the world of pirates. King Ye Feng woke up naturally near dusk. He stretched his body. He breathed calmly under the sunset. Busy people rarely feel themselves. The self in the sun, nature, and wind. Ye Feng is different. It's not that he is not busy, but he is the kind of person who will overeat when he is busy. Another boring daily routine. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Dream Master. Dream Master unlocking condition, the host unknowingly did another good deed, merit plus 999. Achievement reward, Seraph, Fire Fist Ace. Although Fire Fist Ace refused to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea when he debuted, this system still wants to show technology that surpasses Vegapunk. Seraph is the 3rd user of the nature fruit after Crocodile and Teach. Be jealous, Vegapunk. Technology can never defeat this system. On the sea, the huge whale Labo is pulling a dilapidated ship forward. A skeleton man stands on the bow playing a song. His name is Brook, and he got his shadow about a month ago. He left the fog in despair. Following the traces of the way he came, the road he had walked before, he found Labo in person. He thought the old man was gone, but he didn't expect it to be still there. After learning about the rumors in the sea about the defeat of Gecko Maria, he came specifically to find his benefactor Ye Feng. The sea was in a dull night. It was a beautiful scene that countless people could not find again. Let me play this dull solo. To the great king of evil, the ruler of this era. A song of thanks. Yo ho ho! I am about to cry, although skeletons cannot cry. Ye Feng's observation haki was strong enough, so he could hear it clearly. He laughed unconsciously. Ye Feng, lying on the rocking chair, looked like a teenager. So young, yet so old. Chapter 41. Ye Feng's life was quite comfortable. New world. The big shots who were concerned about Ye Feng were ready to fight. World. Big Mom was the same as before, eating and drinking. Holding a newspaper that was not even as big as his thumb. The king of evil? What kind of king does he want to be? I am still only one of the 4 emperors. Big Mom threw the newspaper and the bounty order aside angrily. His mouth drooled again. This stuff was like acid. Although Charlotte Lingling paid attention to personal hygiene and had a mouthful of porcelain white teeth, the people around her were still frightened and stepped back. What are you afraid of? Will I eat you? Big Mom's mood became worse when he saw his subordinates were so timid. Only the deputy captain, Longbread, silently took a half step back. Only he knew. Big Mom really ate people. Not only did she eat people, she also got their devil fruits. Wano country. A Nagashima. Kaido drank some wine again and talked a lot. 4 billion Baileys? Is Ye Feng worth that much? Brother Kaido, I have received news that the Whitebeard pirates are likely to declare war. Jin said carefully in front of Kaido. In the Beast's pirates, everyone calls Kaido the governor. Only Jin, who started with him from the beginning, calls him Big Brother. Is that old man Newgate going to save his son? Kaido was overjoyed and sobered up a lot. Get ready, guys, the battle is about to begin. Giant Kingdom. Elbaf. The red-haired man picked up a bottle of white wine in the tavern. Just as he was enjoying it, a newspaper fell beside him. His expression suddenly became serious. Asking the celestial dragons for the heavenly gold. Cheerful laughter came from the tavern. It turned out that everyone knew about this embarrassing incident for the celestial dragons. Only Red Hair understood what this meant. The authority of the celestial dragons was challenged once again. The bond of the world had been shattered by Ye Feng himself, and the times were about to go wild. Moby Dick. Whitebeard is receiving an 4 drip again, his illness is getting worse. These days, there have been good news and bad news. First, the traitor Blackbeard was killed, which made people feel much better. Then, Fishman Island was captured by Ye Feng. Jinbei and Ace were imprisoned. As an old man over 70, his mood was as low as his aging body. Dad, that kid is crazy and wants to blackmail the celestial dragons. The heavenly gold has always been given to the celestial dragons by the Kingdom of the World Conference. This is the first time that a pirate dares to ask the celestial dragons for Bailey. He is such a bold guy, he makes people love and hate him. The crew members were all dissatisfied with Ace, but they were also secretly happy that Ye Feng took action against the celestial dragons. No. Newgate looked up at the blue sky. Holding a pot of muddy wine, he seemed to be recalling the past. This is not the first time. When I was still young, someone did this before. Whitebeard said, and drank the wine in the pot alone. Gulp gurgling. After a few gulps, the old friend had already turned into smoke and dust. Dad, we are ready. When will we declare war? Marco flew over from the port and stood on the bow. Now. Whitebeard was not surprised. It was just a battle with a pirate. He had experienced it countless times in his lifetime. Those legends were all opponents between life and death. Got it, Daddy. Phoenix Marco flew out again. Looking down from the sky, the flag of the Whitebeard pirates was hoisted on the island where the Moby Dick was anchored. Outside the port, pirate ships were rushing here. They were the more than 40 captains under the command of the Whitebeard pirates, who were famous in the New World. Each of them had thousands of pirates, plus 3 main ships. There were more than a dozen teams, each with a different number of pirates. Tens of thousands of people were enough to sweep across any World Conference kingdom on the sea. When the news of Marco's declaration of war spread across the sea, people would once again recall the era of Whitebeard. What? Whitebeard is going to fight the King of Evil. Is the new pirate going to die young? Wouldn't that be better? It would be best if all the pirates died. Oh my god, war is about to break out, can Whitebeard still maintain his position? I don't think so. The newly emerged pirate is very powerful. From the East Sea, West Sea, North Sea, South Sea, to the Calm Belt, Grand Line, New World, Red Earth continent. People are talking about this big event. The strongest man of the New Worst era, Feng, who defeated 11 supernovas and several Shichibukai by himself and defeated the Admiral of the Navy. Can he defeat the world's strongest Whitebeard pirates? The winner will undoubtedly become the overlord of the next era. New World. Super Warship. Golden City. As the most prosperous and rich place in the world. After Shampoo became Feng's private territory, it became extremely rich. It is said that Shampoo now allows outsiders to enter, but they need to pay a certain amount of ticket money. Ordinary people can't enter the doldrums at all. They can enter, but Bailey doesn't dare to go. For example, the Celestial Dragons. Now they have moved their tyranny here. Similarly, the world's largest casino is also located here, open day and night. As a fun person, Feng came here alone. Put on a cute ghost mask and sit quietly at the table. I didn't want to wear it. But it's okay if ordinary people can't recognize it. Once recognized, they will scream like ghosts. It's really a nuisance. I bet Feng will win, 1 billion Baileys. Feng went all in. The people around him laughed. Brother, are you stupid? The hand is Whitebeard. How can a mere Feng win? A lazy middle-aged man beside him said as he threw all his 50 million Baileys to Whitebeard. In fact, most people also firmly believe that Whitebeard will be the winner. Not only because of his identity as the world's strongest pirate group. More importantly, the people who play in Golden City are well-known figures in the sea. They know a lot of gossip that even Whitebeard and Feng themselves know. The Navy will also participate in this war. By then, Feng is likely to be surrounded. Fighting one may result in both sides suffering losses, which is hard to guess. Fighting two? Death is certain. With Feng's 1 billion Baileys, in people's eyes, he will definitely lose everything. The Golden City is so prosperous. When I finish putting all the nations together, I will reserve a place for this. I will move this too. Feng made his bet and waited for the war to end to make money. Just as he was about to leave, he heard someone shouting on the street. Declare war in the name of Whitebeard, and the King of Evil will be brought to an end. The world is going berserk, and the Navy of Justice declares war on the King of Evil. Attacked from all sides, the outcome is already determined. Have you started to build momentum? Feng took the sign after placing his bet and looked back at this prosperous city. Alabasta and the Golden City are both good. But this time, the real destination is still the passionate Dressrosa. The nearby Greenbit Island. The Kingdom of Tontata, the gathering place of the dwarfs. Chapter 42. Dressrosa is just like the other islands in the sea. They are all celebrating the war between the great pirate Whitebeard and Feng. They wish all these pirates would die. The toys occasionally look at the newspaper, but they can't even show their own expressions. As toys, how can they have emotions? The toy soldier Cyrus is peeking at a newspaper in the corner. Is the war about to start again? When will the flames of war spread to the Don Quixote family? A feeling of loss flashed through his heart. But Ironhide couldn't make any expression on his face. In the live broadcast of the arena, his daughter Rebecca was fighting with a sword again. Cyrus jumped and walked away. He thought, there should be a day when he can change this world. Even once. Phew 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 phew. This finally pissed off the overlord of the New World. The Navy is summoning the 7 warlords of the sea. I will personally witness his death. Doflamingo's signature laugh sounds pretty good. At least it's more humble than Blackbeard. Young master, a guy who is arrogant and lacks strength will definitely suffer the consequences. The snotty man under his command said happily. Of course, what's going on? Boom. Just as Doflamingo was about to say something happy, he heard a loud noise. The uninhabited island near Dressrosa. Greenbit Island, actually took off into the air after the loud noise. Young master, it seems like the island is about to fly away. You need me to tell you. Doflamingo immediately stepped on the line and flew out with a sliding tackle. As he approached the island, he saw a figure under the island, holding up Greenbit with both hands. It was Ye Feng, who had just been mocked by him. Hello. Ye Feng was very polite. What are you doing? This is my island. Doflamingo knew that Ye Feng liked to move other people's islands everywhere. I didn't expect to meet him. I thought he was afraid of the strength of the four emperors and didn't dare to step into the new world. Now I know that it's not the turn of the new world yet. Did you write your name? Ye Feng was very angry. Doflamingo was really unreasonable. Just like a little kid. Just come up and it's yours? This island is under my control now, it's in my hands. Doflamingo. Mind your own business. Ye Feng couldn't stand this kind of person. Usually it's an uninhabited island, not developed or used. Someone else picked it up by passing by. How did it become yours? You are so shameless, it's shameful to be a pirate. Ye Feng didn't forget to curse a few more times. Swish. With the teleportation, the effect of the fruit covered the entire island. He was immediately taken away by Ye Feng. Next to Fishman Island, a new island rose out of the sky. It landed here and became the second piece of the puzzle. The dwarfs of Tontata came out chattering. They were discussing the movement that just seemed like the destruction of the world. When they looked up, they saw Ye Feng. Are you destroying our home? What do you mean your homeland? This island is mine. Ye Feng knew that unreasonable people like to be together and be unreasonable. They. Tontata tribe raised their heads and said, but the ancestors of Dressrosa once promised us. If we need it, we can go to their territory to get it. Human, you can't break your promise. The former Dressrosa royal family did make a promise. It was not until Doflamingo became king that they broke the promise and used the giants to. Bullshit. Can't your island grow plants? Can't you raise livestock yourself? Ye Feng couldn't see people who didn't work and wanted to eat. Even as a king. Ye Feng had to work hard for 10 minutes every day and 2 days a week. What you said makes sense, human. The Tontata tribe was unable to refute for a moment. But why did you trick our people into going to the factory without giving them food? Really? Ye Feng almost forgot that some of the dwarfs were still in Dressrosa. They were producing fake devil fruits with a very high failure rate in the factory. Don't worry. I won't let any of you escape. You all have to work for me. Ye Feng ordered Seraph Buggy and Seraph Ace to watch the scene. Inform them of the specific matters of the Kowloon Kingdom. And announce on their behalf that the so-called king will be abolished, and there will only be King Ye Feng. And all of them will be sent to Fishman Island to study for a week to understand how their royal family disappeared. Ye Feng himself would not care about these trivial matters. Otherwise, what would he do with his subordinates? He just teleported back to Dressrosa. He came to the devil fruit factory alone and kicked the door open. As soon as he entered the door, he found a large number of Tontata dwarfs working. Who are you? A passing masked pirate. Ye Feng was too lazy to waste time with these minions of the Don Quixote family. He defeated them all with a domineering aura. Even the cotters of the Don Quixote family were stunned when they just stuck their heads out in the middle of swimming. Are you here to save us? The little people did not expect justice to come from heaven. They all looked up at this human hero. That's right. I won't let any of my people be harmed by outsiders. Only I can have absolute dominance. Ye Feng did not hide his tyrannical nature. But the little people were already moved to tears. Hero Lando. Ye Feng used vines to lift up the little people one by one. Just as he turned around to teleport, the ground quickly turned into colorful silk threads. Doflamingo was furious, with veins all over his forehead. You have touched my bottom line again and again. You even found this place. What do you want to do? Destroy everything I have? Are you going crazy after knowing that you are cornered? Then give it a try. Are you as strong as the rumors say? The colorful silk thread turned into the sea and flew towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng stood here. With a snap of his fingers, all the Tontata tribe were teleported back. He looked around curiously. Darkness eroded in an instant. It swallowed all the silk threads assimilated by the fruit awakening. When the darkness approached Doflamingo, he quickly left the ground. What have you done? Dark water. Ye Feng clenched his 5 fingers. Doflamingo was directly attracted to it. Domineering force. A heavy punch. Doflamingo was knocked down and vomited blood. The whole person was like a bent longbow, flying straight backwards. Boom! Before Tianyasha could release his power, he had already smashed more than 10 walls and fell on the wall of the palace. Have you always been so brave? The generals can't beat them, and the 4 emperors don't dare to offend them. Why do you think I'm easy to bully? Just because I saved the little people. Am I a good person? Ye Feng flew to the royal city. Doflamingo rolled his eyes in the wall and said nothing. How dare you roll your eyes at me? How rude! Ye Feng punched again, and a big hole was blown in the wall, and Doflamingo was blasted into the hall. The whole Dressrosa hadn't figured out what happened yet. Sugar witnessed this scene with her own eyes. Ah! After a scream, the frightened Sandang fell into a baby-like sleep. You are a naughty kid in your 20s, and you only know how to yell and scream. Ye Feng floated away, leaving behind a messy Dressrosa. Chapter 43. Dressrosa. First, there was a loud noise from the uninhabited island. Just as their king went over to check, the island disappeared. Then, the sound of fighting was heard from the factory. After a while, a figure flew out and was blasted into the palace. Then, they witnessed with their own eyes Ye Feng riding on the wind and fire wheels and flying away without looking back. Bang! 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 Everyone was still at a loss. When they didn't know what had happened, explosions and smoke began one after another on the street. When everything calmed down, all their favorite toys turned into living people. Those lost memories also returned quickly. Then came the sadness of losing their families for nearly 10 years, and a kind of silent anger. The war broke out. Cyrus returned to his original appearance, and countless warriors killed in the arena. But so what? Even if Doflamingo fainted and Sucrose fainted, above the royal city, all the major cotters were still unharmed. Until the young master recovers, we will be the ones to calm the crowd. The snotty man settled Sugar and Doflamingo first. He, they are just a bunch of trash. I can easily defeat them. Pika merged into the boulder, causing countless people to tremble in fear. The earth will soften, and I will leave them no place to stand. The user of the floating fruit said triumphantly. Behind them, cotters came out one after another, rubbing their hands. In the corners of the street, excited reporters also took pictures of this scene and sent them to Morgan's. The next day, the big news once again made people feel Ye Feng's characteristics. Wherever he is, big things always happen. The King of Evil reveals the conspiracy of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the war lasts for a day and a night. The Navy is making every effort to confirm that the civil unrest in Dressrosa has been quelled. Unbelievable, behind the war is a decade of conspiracy. Shocking news, Ye Feng took something with him before he left. It's so interesting. Ye Feng from Kowloon Island read the newspaper and was very happy to see boxes of gold being delivered. You can take advantage of his popularity, but you have to pay Bailey, gold. Lord Ye Feng. The people of Dressrosa were defeated by the Don Quixote family. Do we need to help? The queen also read the newspaper. She had no sympathy for ordinary people, but just thought that Ye Feng did not get what he needed. As a subordinate, she should help him regain his face. How can an ordinary person beat those powerful pirates? In the New World, the strongest pirate group under the 4 emperors is the Don Quixote family. They can't compete with the 4 emperors, so they can only choose to live in a corner, stirring up the storm in the dark and humid underground. I just went to get some things I needed. Ye Feng yawned. The conflict in Dressrosa could not end. Sucrose would not wake up within a week. Frightened by Ye Feng and hit by the conqueror's haki, she would be in a daze for at least a week unless she was made of iron. Both sides have their own players, and it depends on who has a tougher life. Besides, the Navy has also joined in on this matter. After this incident, Doflamingo was deposed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea because of the scandal. People no longer recognize this king. It means becoming a pirate again. After the Navy clears the scene, Ye Feng will take over. It will be convenient to move to another place. The Kowloon prison is already overcrowded. The expansion will have to wait until the end of the war. Ye Feng does not plan to recruit more people for the time being. Let's get rid of Whitebeard first. Maybe the Don Quixote family will move in. How warm it is for everyone to work together for Ye Feng in harmony. Lord Ye Feng. The person has been brought here. The two sisters of the Empress have captured a person who looks like a cat. It is the user of the target fruit. The two sisters drove a boat with dozens of people. After the hull was coated, they confirmed the information and dived into the seabed to search for a week before they successfully captured it. I know. You just like to lock up and torture big shots like us. So what, I won't give in. The user of the target fruit was extremely arrogant. He had heard about the sea propulsion city a long time ago. He knew he wouldn't die. Unfortunately, it was already full because two new prisoners had moved in not long ago. One was called Akainu and the other was called Aokiji. It was said that after the two of them went in, everyone became much more obedient. Ye Feng had not planned to do this. But the sculptures of the king and princes of Fishman Island were just right. They all held weapons and looked very energetic. Unlike Akainu and Aokiji, they were petrified after fainting, which looked like a horror movie. He simply restored it, tied it with sea stone shackles and threw it in. Ye Feng took a look at this ugly thing. He said casually. What do you want me to see? There are too many people in the Kowloon prison now. You have no place to live, just kill you and feed the fish. Huh? The target fruit ability user immediately looked ashen. Didn't you say I would be locked up? Working day and night? Please treat me like that. If he had known this, he wouldn't have been so arrogant. Now he was sweating profusely. Wait. Ye Feng called out to the people. He also asked someone to bring Bai Xing, who looked confused. You have also been awake for a while. He will be shot dead and fed to the fish soon. I will show you my face before that. Raise fish well in the future. One day, when the fish of my Kowloon kingdom are exported to the whole world, your father and brother will no longer be mascots. At that time, I will arrange for them to make use of their remaining heat and put them in jail. Ye Feng's words sounded cruel. But in Bai Xing's eyes, being released and becoming a living person was a blessing. Master Ye Feng, Bai Xing will definitely work hard. Bai Xing wiped away her tears and tried to be strong. The fishtail had just moved a few times when she heard the sound of gunfire. Damn! Ye Feng, you are not a human. Why don't you just shoot me to death? Bang! Bang! After more than 10 shots, he finally got his wish. Ye Feng happily threw the gun away. Really good. Every time, you can accurately hit any acupuncture point. Your shooting skills are getting more and more accurate. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Master of Execution. Master of Execution, unlocking conditions, you are really getting better at doing bad things. Look, the bad guys hate you to the core. Achievement reward Haki, observation Haki vision eye. Through the further integration of domineering and eyes, your eyes will gain a new domineering pupil technique, opening a powerful illusion that will trap the enemy. Good fellow, Tongzi. You are starting to make up stories for the reward, right? Just change the name and use it as a domineering gesture. Ye Feng has long been accustomed to the system's tone. Host, it is not easy to come up with a name for achievement, please help each other. I know. Tongzi, why do I feel itchy in my nose lately? Who is thinking about me? Chapter 44. Host, there are countless people who hate you on the sea, and the largest number of them are those imprisoned in prison. That's right, they all hate me. Ye Feng took it as a compliment when he heard this. Yes. As a pirate, being hated by countless people is the best compliment. I've been too bored lately. I want to expand the dragon prison. Then open an arena. Ye Feng always wants to have fun. His invincible life gives him everything. He has wealth, power, and fame. What else is missing? The so-called strong men are just prisoners. It's really nice to see them fight. No wonder Doflamingo likes this. It's really interesting. Ye Feng came to the wall of the dragon prison with his hands in his pockets. A super prison city is being built on the outer layer. And here, it will be transformed into an arena. You can have fun then. Not only here. Ye Feng also built an arena for the beautiful prisoners. Zhulang Island only exists for Ye Feng. The beauty arena is naturally arranged there. I like watching women fight the most. The prisoners inside are all the beautiful pirates who are famous on the sea. Robin, the son of the devil, Nami, the little thief cat, Bonnie, and many beautiful pirates in shampoo and marines. Even the female celestial dragons are imprisoned here. Originally, Ye Feng wanted to let the Empress teach these people a lesson. Unexpectedly, each of them is a tough guy, and they will not surrender even if they are petrified. Only Nami wanted to get close to Ye Feng, but she was discovered by the hearing voice and the observation haki of the heart network. She was directly locked in. After the war is over, a gladiatorial contest will be held every once in a while. The winner can have a day of freedom. This day is when Ye Feng takes them to Zhulang Island to enjoy the happiness of being a pirate. How happy you want, how happy you can be. Only the strong are qualified to enter my palace. After all, I am the winner of the first martial arts competition. The Empress was unable to stand just thinking about it. I believe in your strength. Ye Feng turned his eyes back to Dragon Prison. The first island ring. It is also called Dragon City. Unlike Shampoo Land and the separation of nations, this place pays more attention to environmental resources and commodity production. There is also the most lively dragon prison, the arena. As for the winner here, Ye Feng has not thought about the reward yet. It is impossible to bring a grown man to his palace. That would be too strange. It would not sound good if it were spread out. He teleported into Dragon Prison. Ye Feng used the ability of the nine-tailed fox form of the mythical beast to transform into the appearance of Kizaru. He carried a pot of wine in his hand, which was also a hobby brought by the wine fruit. Ye Feng was already a person who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. His hands were trapped by a pair of conjured shackles. He walked out of the prison door alone. When he appeared, everyone in the entire dragon prison focused their attention on him. At this time, the huge square was divided into 3 camps. The iron-blooded marines led by Akainu, and the absolute justice including Jean Dalmaru. The lazy justice led by Aokiji, including Kuma, Jinpei, etc. The third party was the original Fire Fist Ace, Luffy, Zoro and other supernova pirates. As well as the former Golden Lions, the former Blackbeard, and the Shampoo Pirates. Ouch! How terrible! The 3 admirals have met here again. Sakazuki, how are you? Ye Feng played the role of Yellow Monkey, dragging the chain across the ground. The pirate camp had already screamed in disbelief. Oh my god, the 3 most powerful admirals in the navy have all been taken down. Ha 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 ha, although we are finished, the navy is also finished. Although I hate that guy, this era is called the King of Evil. The pirates cheered and jumped for joy. They were obviously not doing well either, but they were particularly happy now. It's so exciting. Akainu and Aokiji are not human. They can't beat them without devil fruits. But Kizaru can do it, right? Badges, the former champion of the 10,000 slave leader. Now he has been beaten to the position of the 100 slave leader by the big guys. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he walked to Ye Feng alone. Yellow Monkey, can you still fight without a devil fruit? I've heard that the 3 admirals of the navy are particularly dependent on devil fruits. Especially Yellow Monkey. He, Barges, heard about it from the late Blackbeard. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Ye Feng looked up at the idiot. What? You are the only one who can use the devil fruit. Champion Badgers let out a crazy laugh that was like a roar. When he saw Ye Feng's miserable state, he was extremely happy. Swish! Ye Feng stood in place and kicked sideways. The flash burst out in an instant. Bang! Champion Badgers was kicked out and sunk into the wall, unable to get out. I seemed to see Captain Teach. That was my happiest time. He muttered a few words and his breathing suddenly stopped. We need emergency treatment. Fan Oka shouted. The ship's doctor, Death Poison Q, immediately stepped forward and began to treat him while spitting blood. He was carrying his horse, which had been broken when he first arrived in the kingdom of Kowloon. "Old man, why can you still use the power of the fruit?" Jean Doan was overjoyed, picked up the axe that was stuck with cloth and ran all the way. "Because I am not trapped by the chains." Ye Feng untied the chains and smiled lovely. "Old man, you sneaked in." Jean Doan didn't expect to be rescued, and he cried and laughed at the same time. The pirates had already made unhappy sounds. "Damn, this guy installed it again. Shit, why didn't anyone come to rescue me? It's so unpleasant and unfair that the Admiral of the Navy can sneak in, right? I saw it a long time ago. Kizaru is just as careless as Ye Feng. Maybe he is related to someone else. Hey, you know what, it really looks like that." The pirates are already in a frenzy. In the crowd, music started. It turned out that Apu made a drum with something, and after beating it for a while, he took out a suana from his pocket and played it. The atmosphere was immediately ignited. In the corner, Hawkins was telling fortunes. "This blonde weak man has become a white-haired mentally weak man. Admiral Kizaru has 0% chance of creating a miracle. Damn it!" He was so angry that he vomited blood and fell to the ground. At the top of the crowd, Ace, the Fire Fist, was teaching Luffy taijutsu skills without paying attention to anyone around. Even without a devil fruit, this power called haki can be stimulated. "Watch out, Luffy!" The Navy was having a great time, and the pirates were complaining. Ye Feng was the happiest one. It was so interesting. But the strange thing was that Akainu and Aokiji had no reaction at all. This shouldn't be the case. Their appearance and height were imitated, and they used the Conqueror's haki observation and killing to hide their own aura. They shouldn't be able to detect it. How could they be locked up with such incredible combat power? Aokiji was fine. Akainu and Kizaru had a pretty good relationship. It would be boring if we couldn't deal with these two. Borsalino is indeed lazy, but he will not hesitate at the critical moment. Akainu sat on the stone, crossing his legs. "You are very much like him, but you just watched the whole fight without any intention of saving anyone." Aokiji also turned his head to the other side. "It's boring." Ye Feng instantly changed back to his original form. "I even used the golden light of Nezha's form to add some special effects, what a waste of emotion." Ye Feng yawned, and today's fun was over. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Tricky Diamond. Tricky Diamond unlocking condition, you are only one step away from becoming a master. Don't be discouraged, keep working hard. Achievement reward, secret, weapon knowledge. The host seems to have not yet realized that the magical weapon fruit is the higher form of the weapon fruit. Not only can it transform itself into various weapons, but it can also transform into various weapons. Don't let this world remain at the point where everyone carries bullets. The host must use his strength to prove that Vegapunk is nothing. Chapter 45. A lot of weapon knowledge and principles flooded into his mind. Ye Feng had a thorough understanding of everything from cold weapons to nuclear weapons and laser weapons. "It's meaningless. I just played a trick on Diamond, not the master. Let's go to Impel Down to play next time." Ye Feng was very disappointed. Who would have thought that he was not discovered by Jean Dalmaru, but was discovered by Akainu and Aokiji? However, the one who was really desperate was Jean Dalmaru. In the past, it was a crushing victory in terms of strength, but now it was an insult to his IQ. It was a psychological blow. Tears just flowed like this. "Ye Feng, you are really not a human being," Jean Doan said with a sad face. "Thank you for the compliment. It's a big deal." Ye Feng thanked the former underling of the rival company. He swept his eyes over the navy. Only Sakazuki and Aokiji were as calm as ever. The Marines were equally depressed. As for the pirates, they were naturally in ecstasy again. Even Apu changed to festive music. The poor Hawkins sat up in shock from his dying illness. Hope was rekindled immediately. "Boring. Sakazuki, Kuzan. You ruined my dream of becoming an actor. Damn it. From now on, the ocean has lost a talent who wanted to compete in the entertainment industry forever." Ding! New achievement unlocked, Best Actor. Best Actor, Unlocking condition, I hope you can observe life more and make sure that the people around the character can't get out of the role. That will be the time to be promoted to Best Actor. Achievement Reward Talent, Perfect Acting. Feeling the host's mood, this system is very sad, and has specially opened the actor achievement. Your next performance will surely win a big prize. Ye Feng, who was distraught, picked up his mood. Only with the achievement reward can he be a little happier. He then walked step by step towards a special cell. 2 people were imprisoned here, and their identities were very special. They were imprisoned here for protection. It can be said that they were the only 2 people who were not pirates, but were beaten by pirates, and even the navy didn't care. In order to prevent them from dying before the execution, they were specially locked up. Ye Feng picked up the 2 pig heads and walked towards the door. At the same time, a huge projection appeared in the dragon prison. The Den Den Mushi broadcast the whole process live. The king of news, Morgan, came specially. He jumped down from the hot air balloon in person. The scene began to broadcast live with the video Den Den Mushi. All the navy and pirates looked at Ye Feng. Everyone! A surprise is coming. Today is a special day. We will share this joy with the whole world. I know that there are many friends who have come from afar. Ye Feng is very happy that you can come. But if you cause trouble, Ye Feng will be very unhappy. Ye Feng was all smiles, and a live broadcast to the whole world began. For a moment, all the people in Dragon Prison were stunned. Until Ye Feng left, he was still in the live broadcast. The major camps looked at each other. There were question marks in their eyes. They thought that the pirates who were executed today were most likely Akainu and Aokiji from the navy. On the pirate side, it was Fire Fist and Straw Hat. Why did it become 2 celestial dragons? What if the navy and Whitebeard came at the same time at this time? At the same time, the Seraph Queen picked up the loudspeaker and announced to the entire dragon prison in a very cute voice. After this war is over, Dragon Prison will hold gladiatorial contests at regular intervals. The final winner will receive a reward. Outside the kingdom of Kowloon, the king will accompany you on a 1-day tour. Are you happy? You can then go and meet your relatives and friends. With wounds all over your body and a pair of shackles. Get their admiring eyes. Because you are the strongest in Dragon Prison. The lovely voice and smile of the Seraph Queen petrified a large number of pirates and marines on the spot. Kawaii! So cute! The few sober people are naturally the most powerful. They thought that Ye Feng was abnormal, neurotic, and illogical. But what is this? After winning, Ye Feng took him to go around all the people he knew. Lose face and come back? Are you still a human? No one in the Tianlong is as hateful as you. What a piece of shit! If you harm others and not benefit yourself, the Grim Reaper will have a tattoo of you on his back. I give up. If I had known, I would not have come out and rotted on the island. Amidst the complaints, only a group of young people were still practicing. Get stronger, get stronger, get stronger. The fire on Ace's fist was gone, but he was still punching. To defeat that guy, you must possess the strongest haki in the world. Straw Hat Luffy is practicing desperately, and it really helps to get twice the result with half the effort with Sea Stone. I will never be defeated. My sword will cut through everything, including Sea Stone. Roronoa gritted his teeth and swung his sword like rain. First. If we can't leave here, everything will be over, Kira. Kid was exhausted and panting, but he was still climbing higher. That's it? That's not our usual style. Sanji also stopped paying attention to the live broadcast and devoted himself to training. In the corner, with Apo and Hawkins, there was a person from Sky Island. The strange monk Uruj. He had just finished training and was drinking hot water. Are you inspired to fight? A monster like that is impossible to defeat. I can't even withstand one of his punches. Uruj smiled and looked at the live broadcast. In the picture, the celestial dragon was dragged to an island. This is an island that Ye Feng specially found from the New World. It is the Thunder God Island, one of the 2 routes to enter the New World after floating up from Fishman Island. Thunder and lightning roar, and there is no peace. I thought there was something wrong with the climate in that area. Unexpectedly, after Ye Feng moved the island here, there were still thunder and lightning. After the appraisal of thunder god Anilu, the climate of this island was permanently changed, which was caused by a special ability user. Poor Anilu was used as a lightning rod. It drew all the lightning into itself to maintain a certain stability. Probably because he was deprived of electricity for a long time, he is now a little unconscious. Just open his arms and stand on the execution platform like a fool. After standing there and broadcasting it live, he will probably be scolded for the rest of his life. Anilu. Usopp and Chopper recognized this guy as the monster they encountered on Sky Island. Wasn't he defeated by Luffy? Sanji also looked over and asked. It turns out that the monster was defeated by the Straw Hat Boy. Urich kept the conversation of the Straw Hat Boys in mind and watched the live broadcast silently. Thunder God Island. Thunder God Anilu standing on the execution platform is constantly speaking a high-dimensional language. Abba Abba Abba. Ye Feng sat on one side. The two Tianlong people were no longer recognizable. Empress Hancock stood beside Ye Feng, with her arms folded, looking like she couldn't stand being offended by anyone. Hancock, how is your study of Bachan going? I have learned a little bit now, thank you Lord Ye Feng for your guidance. Yes. Under the execution platform. Seraphim Jinbei, Kuma, Mingo, Mariah, Hawkeye, Empress, Crocodile, White 2, Buggy, Law, Fire Fist, and Blackbeard stood side by side. Behind the 12 Seraphim, there were also reformed pacifists. Morgans, the king of news, was very excited. This was a great event that would go down in history. He would be remembered by all future journalists. Lord Ye Feng, quickly face the camera and tell us what you are thinking at the moment. Morgans pointed the camera at Ye Feng. Swish. Ye Feng stood up, his eyes firm and righteous. I will execute the Tianlong people and defend the absolute justice of the world. At this moment, Ye Feng moved countless people. Chapter 46. In the calm sea, hundreds of naval warships were traveling side by side, heading straight for their destination. Zhang Guo was doing something big at this time. Broadcasting this war live to the whole world. As long as Ye Feng could be defeated, the justice of the navy could be implemented all over the world again. Greatly enhance the majesty. When the camera was focused on Zholong Island, everything became incredible. Oh no, Marshal Waring states. Why are you so panicking? Don't you know it's being broadcast live to the whole world? Zhang Guo was a little dissatisfied. What happened today? His men became timid. Ye Feng was just a general who injured one and kidnapped two. What's so scary? As long as Garp and Zhang Guo can live for one day, the navy will never fall. Old Marines are the cornerstone of justice. Marshal Zhang Guo, the king of evil, Ye Feng, live broadcasted the execution of the celestial dragons to the whole world. Celestial dragons? Zhang Guo walked to the conference room, and all the staff members were confused. The screen was divided into two. One was the live broadcast perspective of the navy and Ye Feng. The two celestial dragons who were executed were beaten into pig heads by the dragon prison prisoners. Not Sakazuki and Kyuzan. What a mistake! Zhang Guo originally thought that the admirals would be executed today. This would show Ye Feng's cruelty to the greatest extent. More importantly, Akainu and Aokiji's domineering auras are not weak, and they will not die in a short time. The rescue will have a great chance of success. At that time, people will be united against the same enemy, which will be enough to inspire people. Now it's nothing. The two celestial dragons were executed. Ye Feng can kill them instantly with a long-range domineering aura, so how can he rescue them? Besides, the whole world hates the celestial dragons. If your navy rescues them with great fanfare, it will make Ye Feng look like the good guy. Damn, what the hell is this guy doing? He even calls himself righteous. Zhang Guo felt his head buzzing for a moment. Kizaru silently patted his shoulder. Marshal Zhang Guo, don't be led by Ye Feng, this guy has never been a human being. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. This kid does things without any rules. I shouldn't have viewed him with normal thinking from the beginning. Garp slapped his thigh happily. It was so funny. This rescue was actually promoted as an unprecedented demon-killing order. Only success is allowed, failure is not allowed. This was the lineup when they faced rocks. If they fail, the celestial dragons will use their national treasure to destroy everything and erase it from both history and geography. From now on, no one should act rashly. Go full speed ahead and wait for my first-hand order. Our enemy this time is more abnormal than any other in history. Zhang Guo wanted to say that he was stronger, which was also true. But for some reason, he always felt that Ye Feng's brain circuit seemed to be more terrifying than his strength. Calm belt. Undersea area. The pirate ship is sailing in the membrane. Here, it needs a strong hull power to move forward. If a sailboat relies solely on wind power, it is tantamount to suicide in the calm belt, even on the seabed. The sparkling waves are reflected here. Whitebeard walked onto the deck and had a panoramic view of everything on the seabed. Dad, the intelligence said that the Golden Lion was shot down to the bottom of the sea. Marco remembered that the intelligence said that the Golden Lion's men tried to rescue people. In the end, not even the body was salvaged. Only a few clothes. But the person was really dead. Because there have been traces of the floating fruit recently. Ye Feng shot a person into the sea, and there is a high probability that he will die. Unless there is a strong man of the same strength to support and rescue him in the first time. Obviously, the Golden Lion pirates no longer have this possibility. Even only a cenotaph was built. Buried in the sea or on the battlefield. This is the best destination for a pirate. One day, I will bid farewell to this world like this guy. When that time comes, each of you will be free to come and go. The dead should not bind the will of the living. The name of Whitebeard should also give you your own future. Newgate smiled foolishly. Thinking back to the days when he was also blonde, he was Rock's right-hand man together with Golden Lion. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 years have passed. The old man died quietly in the hands of the new era. When he died, his body should have fallen into the sea. His hair fell, spitting out bubbles. We, the ability users, will be further weakened, leaving our brains deprived of oxygen. The old man will review his life in his mind and confirm every major thing he has done. While Whitebeard was talking and laughing, the boat also floated towards the sea. Slowly rising. There were more and more bubbles. Newgate came back to his senses, as if he really saw the body of a Golden Lion Shiki. Hearing his inner nagging. In my life, I failed to protect that willful captain. I failed to dominate the sea when I was at my most powerful. I failed to join forces with my favorite pirate Roger. I failed to defeat my old rivals Garp and Sengoku. I failed to save the bastard known as the Pirate King. I lost both my legs and even had a rudder installed in my head. I was always a little short of everything I did. I think my life was really a failure. The era of legendary pirates has come to an end. Roger, I'm coming to find you. P.S. Those who understand this will understand, /dream linkage. Dad, the Navy and Ye Feng are broadcasting live at the same time. Diamond Jaws suddenly hurried forward and turned on the projection Den Mushi. The screen quickly switched. It was the scene of Ye Feng on the execution platform. Huh? The Whitebeard pirates were stunned for a moment. Where's Ace? Newgate was confused. Are all the new pirates doing things so irrelevantly? Dad, it seems that today is not the day to execute him. Dad. Phoenix Marco hesitated to speak. What should we do now? The one being executed is a celestial dragon, not Ace the Fire Fist. What will it mean if the Whitebeard pirates rush forward? Do pirates have to protect the celestial dragons? It is unreasonable. If things go wrong, the Whitebeard pirates will be accused by outsiders of teaming up with the Navy. Don't panic. It's just a trick of a cunning man. Even if he executes you, you must do your best to rescue Ace. Whitebeard raised Kurokyu Kaire. Moby Dick quickly rose to the sea level. All over the world, in the capital cities, people were watching the live broadcast carefully. When Ye Feng escorted the Tianlong people to the execution platform, everyone's angry expressions turned into excitement. Some people even silently said in their hearts, "Kill the Tianlong people, kill them." New World, Golden City. The Don Quixote family is hiding here. Ever since the conspiracy was exposed, he was deposed as the king and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo fled after a brief confrontation with Fujitora. Fortunately, he still has the identity of the king of the underground, Joker. He also helped the Golden Emperor Tesoro. Naturally, he found a new safe haven. He was planning to wait for an opportunity to make a move, but when he saw what Ye Feng did, veins popped out on his forehead. Although he hated the celestial dragons so much, when the celestial dragons, whom he could not overthrow, became Ye Feng's prisoner and were about to be executed, Doflamingo still felt a gap in strength. This guy is really a lunatic. Tesoro threw a bottle of fine red wine over. Minga didn't even touch it, just sat on the sofa and watched this scene coldly. I used to do things without scruples like him, and Crane said I was pure evil. Doflamingo said unhappily. But his strength can make him the ultimate evil. Tesoro almost laughed out loud. In this world, there are only 2 things that can possess everything. One is power, and the other is gold. He has some of the former, but too much of the latter. The banquet hall was eerily quiet. The Don Quixote family looked at the Golden Emperor with great disgust. Come on, everyone. It was just a joke. When we join forces, we are truly powerful. You know, no matter how powerful a pirate is, they will never understand how terrifying the celestial dragons are. Tesoro put his arm around Mingo's shoulders. The goblet sways. The world is like red wine, shaking in the hands of the strong. Chapter 47. The Red Earth Continent. At this time, the one who hated Ye Feng the most was not Doflamingo, who had long been kicked out of the celestial dragons. Nor was it the pirates, the navy, or the strong men hidden around the world. It was the celestial dragons who were high above and also angry. Damn it, if this guy lives until tomorrow, he will be a shame for all of us. I request to co-brand with the Holy Guardian Knights. Destroy the Kowloon Kingdom and turn Ye Feng into ashes. Of the 5 Elder Stars, the one who took action this time was Buddha's Warring States, so where is Steelbone Kong? That's right, where is your CP0? Where is your CP9? The incompetent and furious Tianlong people slammed the table and shouted. But no one dared to really challenge Ye Feng. The 5 elders looked ugly, and their teeth were about to break. CP9 has been defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates, and the new members are still in training. As for CP0, they have met with an accident and are likely to be taken down. Their strength is not only in strength, but also in technology. Almost the entire kingdom is under surveillance without blind spots, and CP0 cannot sneak in. The curly-haired 5 elders just finished speaking. The bald kimono 5 elders beside him clenched their fists. There is no suspense in this war. The Rocks pirates were also burned to ashes under such combat power. Shut up! How did you lose your sword? Maybe you colluded with the King of Evil and gave it away. The head of an elite family of one of the Tianlong people angrily accused. I have nothing to say. The 5 elders who suffered a loss kept silent. The 5 elders in charge of the World Army spoke up. Kong Gang is responsible for the Red Earth continent. Moreover, the Navy is the main force of the World Army. It is enough to mobilize the Navy's elite forces. The noise stopped abruptly. The live broadcast screen has changed. The Celestial Dragon elites and the pigheads outside the conference room all looked at the live broadcast at the same time. If it was before, even the Rocks pirates would not have attracted much attention from the Celestial Dragons. Now it is just a threat to the lives of all of them, so it has become a little special. If Ye Feng loses, at most 10 years. The Celestial Dragons will put all the current panic behind them and become more arrogant. Thunder God Island. After being moved by Ye Feng, it appeared outside the island ring of the Kowloon Kingdom. It can be said to be a natural battlefield. Hundreds of warships densely surrounded one side of Thunder God Island. With a crash, the pirate ship that broke through the water also came into people's sight. Following closely behind were more than 40 pirate ships. There were 150 ships in total. More than 100,000 elite combat forces. On the one hand, there were elites transferred from all over the world by the Navy. On the other hand, there were pirates who had gone through countless trials in the New World. All of them cast their eyes on the execution platform. This scene was so shocking that if history had not been erased, people would probably put it on par with the God Valley incident of the year. But in fact, this matter was wrong from the beginning. Ye Feng almost relied on his own strength. He was against the world's strongest overlord, the Navy. The most powerful pirate group, the Whitebeard Pirates. Mortal bodies, shoulder to shoulder with gods. People all over the world had their hearts in their throats. Is the Navy really going to join forces with pirates? It's so shocking. The God Valley incident has been erased, and few people know about it. But this time is different. Unless everyone is killed, the story will continue to spread. On a certain day of a certain month of a certain year, the evil celestial dragon lackeys and the evil pirates surrounded and killed the righteous Ye Feng. The winner will rewrite the years. Moby Dick. Whitebeard walks onto the deck holding Kusukamoki, with more than a dozen captains standing behind him, unveiling to the world. Let's say hello to the worst generation first. Crack. The iconic move appeared. Whitebeard's fists broke through the air. The huge waves roared and the sun and moon were dim. Such an attack was enough to submerge the Thunder God Island. The Navy's flagship. Sengoku walked onto the deck, his cloak of justice fluttering in the wind. He clenched his fists and sank his chi into his danshin. He announced to the world. The war at the top has begun. Wow! It was earth-shattering. Everyone's hair stood on end at this moment. Yes. A war between the strongest of the times is about to begin. And the fighting power of the Navy also appeared. Standing next to Sengoku were Garp, Zephyr, and Crane. And in front of him were the new three admirals. Kizaru, Fujitora, and Green Bull. The elite vice-admirals held their heads high with serious expressions and long swords in their hands. But in history, this war was not called the war at the top. Because there will be a more terrifying war after this. At that time, all over the world, more and more people who care about Ye Feng will join forces. A major event that will go down in history will break out. The Battle of Thunder God Island was called the Extreme Evil War. It was the beginning of Ye Feng, the king of extreme evil, spreading justice to the whole world. Yes. Victory belongs only to Ye Feng. Because only the winner can define everything and become the new justice. On the Thunder God Island. On the execution platform. Enel opened his hands and drooled all over the floor. His expression was idiotic and attracted the thunder. From time to time, he made a sound that low-latitude humans could not understand at all. Abba Abba Abba. Empress Hancock stood behind Ye Feng, affectionate and loyal, with a firm gaze. It's just a tsunami, it's just a storm. As a pirate, are you afraid of these small fights in the sea? With fear and excitement in his heart, the newsbird Morgans once again aimed the recording telephone bug at Ye Feng. The king of evil. The rumored Navy headquarters has really joined forces with Whitebeard. How will you respond? He could be asked on behalf of people all over the world. How could one person fight against such a huge force? It doesn't matter. Ye Feng raised his head and looked forward. His whole body was shining with dazzling golden light. He had 3 heads and 8 arms, and he carried everything. I will take action. Ye Feng stood up, his eyes filled with a greatness like that of a god. He stood in the air on the top of the sky above the island. The darkness also spread at the same time, swallowing up everything. Tsunamis. Storms. All disappeared in the loud noise. Dark acupuncture point release. When people heard the sound again in the darkness, it was Ye Feng who released all the waves. He rushed towards the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters. Boom! Whitebeard broke it with one punch. Kizaru smashed it all with the light jade. In the end, only Ye Feng's figure did not waver. Even if I carry the Thunder God Island on my back and hold up the execution platform with one hand, I am still invincible in the Grand Line. Ye Feng spoke again, and it was equally shocking. Countless people were excited. They knew that from the moment the Navy came to rescue the celestial dragons, Ye Feng was the only one who could uphold justice for them. Ding! New achievement unlocked, King of the Bite. King of Criticism unlocking condition, as expected of the host, he can easily pretend to be so impressive. Achievement reward, physical skills, Ryu Okura soft fist. Using the perspective of observation haki. Combined with the Ryu technique of armament haki. Combined with acupuncture, a new secret is implemented, a powerful physical technique that destroys other people's meridians. You will never guess where the inspiration comes from. Chapter 48. The flowing winning soft fist was ingrained into the muscle memory. Ye Feng felt that his every move was attached with a stronger force. The three-color domineering is further merging with the devil fruit, consciousness, and physique. Another look at the sea. Even if there are as many strong people as clouds, they are not enough. Swish! A huge battleship suddenly moved forward and entered everyone's field of vision. On the battleship, 3 people standing side by side took the lead. They were Gecko Mariah, Whitebeard II, and Hawkeye My Hawk. The former 7 warlords of the sea are now only remnants. Among them, Whitebeard II was summoned at the same time as the Navy World recruitment. This time, the move undoubtedly created an illusion for the world. The people in front of the camera raised questions. Hey, who is that monster with the same curled beard as Whitebeard? Could it be that the rumors are true, and the Whitebeard pirates have really joined forces with the Navy? There are only 3 left among the 7 warlords of the sea. Didn't Moria say he was quitting? The Navy is empty-handed, and even the shameless Moria has been invited back. No matter how noisy the crowd was, it could not affect any situation on the battlefield. Moonlight Moria shouted in a shrill voice, "What are those things in front of the execution platform? Is that my brother? Mom?" Whitebeard II looked at Seraph Whitebeard II. Of course not, that was the war weapon stolen by Ye Feng. Mr. Ba Jin's eyes were shining. Then I will definitely destroy it, Mom. Whitebeard II was very excited, and the Navy needed a vanguard like him. At the same time, a large number of war weapons came out from behind Moria and others. Facing the landing battle on Thunder God Island, the Navy chose to let the 7 warlords of the sea and the pacifists take action. Then a large number of elite marines and generals took action. In this way, Ye Feng's troops could be weakened as much as possible. After all, no one expected that Ye Feng could move out 12 seraphim in one breath. Even Vegapunk was confused when he learned about this. He firmly believed that no one could turn the bloodline factor of a natural ability user into a seraphim. This is indeed the case. It's just that the system is not human. I will flatten this broken island and take back my glory. Since Moria was driven to the New World, his ambition has become more and more inflated. Now he has occupied islands and ports and formed a pirate group. He is madly producing zombie soldiers, and his own strength has also increased a lot. Your ambition has recovered a little, but it has also expanded. Hawkeye My Hawk didn't want to pay attention to Moria. If it was the days when everyone was in the New World, Moria who was fighting with Kaido with a knife would be worth talking about. At this time, it was just a casual remark. That guy is not something a human can defeat. I have never thought of defeating him with force. I came here today just to witness him being killed by other monsters. Moria held a handful of shadows in his hand. Thousands of zombie soldiers appeared on the deck one after another. There were all kinds of weird shapes and sizes. Little guys, tear him into pieces for me. Jai-hi! Moria's hands were like chicken claws. The vanguard warship was about to land at the port. Swish! The pacifists took action, and the laser long-range weapons took the lead in attacking. Then a large number of zombies jumped from the ship to the coast. They walked towards the execution platform like reptiles. Let me meet you. Whitebeard II held the naginata in his hand and slashed forward. The sword energy was accompanied by a powerful force, and the blow was enough to split mountains and break seas. How can we let you hurt our master right away? Seraph Whitebeard II also slashed with his sword. The same terrifying destructive power. However, the tip of Seraph Whitebeard II's sword also had the power of the tremor fruit. Boom! The powerful destructive power made a sound of the air being shattered. Mr. Ba Jin didn't expect the newcomer to be so fierce. Son! Mom, I'm fine, but this brother is so strong. Whitebeard II was at a disadvantage for a while, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. P.S. The cyborg created by Mr. Bacon for the main body is Stussy, the Queen of Fun Street. Whitebeard 2 is a cyborg created by Bacon using Whitebeard's bloodline factor. The ability of the Seraph fruit is the serum stored in the arm, which is activated when used and is not affected when not used. The above is the original setting of the pirate world. Battleship deck. Seraph Mariah holds two swords in his fingers, which are used like scissors. His body is just like the perfect moonlight Mariah at his peak. Seeing you like that reminds me of some unbearable past events. Mariah said, quietly exchanging places with his own shadow. Shadow Warrior. Swish. When he appeared behind the Seraphim, the blood factor serum on the arm of Seraphim Moria was also injected into his body, using the power of the shadow fruit. He directly exchanged positions with the shadow. The two of them directly changed their homes. Jai-hee, you are so weak. Seraphim Moria laughed at the main body. Don't use my laugh, fake. Moria was so angry that his teeth itched. Why couldn't he even beat his own clone? Is this Vegapunk's masterpiece? Not only is he naturally strong, he can also learn some combat skills. It's a pity that he has become someone else's wedding dress. Hawkeye, as the vanguard, had no complaints. Because he was just dealing with Ye Feng in the agreement of this operation. That's all. He crossed his arms and never made a move. If it was in the past, he would have taken out the black knife and made a handsome slash. Now he pulled out the knife hanging on his neck. Seraph Hawkeye stepped onto the stairs with a long knife in his hand. The knife in his hand was Chiu Shui, which was in the terrible Triangle Sea area. After the shadow was returned, it fell from Longma's hand. Ye Feng didn't like it at first. It was Brook who gave it to Ye Feng when he came to thank him. Naturally, it was given to Seraph Hawkeye. At the edge of the deck, Hawkeye my hawk and Seraph Hawkeye were opposite. They drew their swords at the same time. The sword energy was like thunder, dimming the sky in an instant. Crack! There was only a loud noise. The battleship was directly split into 4 halves. Seraph Hawkeye's wings waved, and he stood in the air with no change in his expression. Hawkeye slashed towards the sky again. Although the blade was small, it was also full of momentum. Is this the world's greatest swordsman? Why does he use a knife to humiliate his opponent? Seraphim Hawkeye asked in confusion. Shut up! Hawkeye my hawk couldn't stand it anymore. Do you still need to ask? Why don't you have a knife? Just ask the master behind you. Pacifists, zombie soldiers opened up the battlefield. 3 of the 7 warlords of the sea took action. One navy warship after another, pirate ships also surrounded the Thunder God Island from all directions. The rest of the Seraphim also took action at the same time. Whitebeard 2, Mariah can be stopped. One is brainless, and the other is weak. Ye Feng understands that Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, has a bounty of more than 3 billion. A monster. It will not be stopped at all. The bigwigs still fantasize about weakening Ye Feng's military strength. Ye Feng also happened to compare swordsmanship with Hawkeye. Swish! In the left hand, the black knife Ye, the world's #1 supreme sword comparable to a person's height. In the right hand, the demon sword Kido, the first generation of demonic weapons, was once the favorite of the bald samurai 5 elders. The corners of Ye Feng's mouth rose to an exaggerated arc, his eyes were gentle, and he greeted warmly. Hawkeye! Ye Feng! Eagle eyes stared at Ye Feng, his eagle-like eyes were like tree rings. The world's #1 swordsman, who had been frustrated for a long time, roared. Give me back my knife! Chapter 49. What do you mean by returning the knife? This knife is not mine. How could it be in my hand? Ye Feng knew that even the navy hunter back then was just a pirate. What world-famous swordsman? He would snatch the knife from someone as soon as he met him. I won't talk nonsense. Hawkeye stood up, jumped, and the knife turned into an arc. The purple-black sword energy cut through the night sky and slashed straight at Ye Feng. Wow! In an instant, all eyes were attracted. The bigwigs were watching, guessing, and calculating. Hawkeye my hawk, the world's #1 swordsman, was able to make Ye Feng use his skills. Is he really as strong as the rumors say? My hawk, your sword is just like that. Ye Feng commented. Seraphim Hawkeye flew forward and slashed with his sword. His swordsmanship could not be better than my hawk's, but he was constantly learning. This is why Seraphim is more terrifying than Pacifista. No wonder Vegapunk called him the perfect creation of Cyborg. Even the third generation Pacifista 2 years later is still a little brother in front of Seraphim. Little Eagle, take a break. Yes, Master. Seraph Hawkeye benefited a lot and immediately went to wait under the execution platform. Ye Feng held the knife in both hands, full of vigor and energy. When his eyes swept over Hawkeye, it was a glimpse of beauty. The people watching the live broadcast in front of the camera felt a chill. I once met a great swordsman who used 2 swords. Although he was very strange, holding the sword with his feet, his strong will made him overcome tetanus. I felt sorry for him, so I fed him to the Sea King. I also built a cenotaph in the cemetery. Whenever I think of this, I will remember the advice given to me by my predecessor. Ye Feng recalled the Golden Lion. It was just a beautiful morning. Although he was forced to work overtime, he also got a lot of slaves, islands, resources, and ships. Nonsense! What does this have to do with your nagging? Draw your sword. The King of Evil. Hawkeye could no longer bear it. He had heard that the King of Evil was met after the awakening of the Devil Fruit. There were several animal-type jailers in Impel Down like this. The Navy also invited experts to analyze and thought that Ye Feng was probably the same. But how could they know? Ye Feng's mind went blank from the moment he was hit by 32 large trucks into the other world. What's the matter with the Devil Fruit? Nothing. I just think that the senior is very weak. Just like you. Ye Feng recalled the past. I wish there were more golden lions. Golden lion, are you polite? Draw your sword. Hawkeye thought that red-haired Shanks was already a thick-skinned man who didn't care about many things. He didn't expect to meet someone like Ye Feng, who was talking nonsense on the battlefield. He stood up and swung his sword, which was stronger than the previous one. Even if there were several mountains in front of him, they would be cut in half. Okay. Ye Feng slashed out with both swords at the same time. Domineering aura wrapped around the sword body, and the sword energy turned into 2 blue dragons, spinning and whistling out. Dragon roars and tiger roars. After the 2 swords slashed out, Ye Feng looked down at Hawkeye in the sky. He saw that his sword energy was torn by the 2 dragons, and he began to kill the sword energy blue dragons with a knife. Hawkeye just got rid of Ye Feng's sword energy blue dragon. Ye Feng swung the sword again, and there were 2 dragons again. My hawk stood up and blocked it in the same way. This cycle repeated several times. Every time Hawkeye burst out with a stronger sword energy and a faster speed. The domineering aura and strength were taken to a higher level. Ye Feng would easily cut out a stronger sword energy blue dragon. Then, just watching Hawkeye attack with all his strength. Do you think you are looking down on others? Hawkeye killed Jiankai Kanglong again, looking unhappy. It's not what I think, it's the fact. Ye Feng said, and shook his head regretfully. My hawk. Do you still remember the green-haired swordsman from the East Sea? You are to me now. That is what he was in your eyes at that time. It's not that I didn't fight with all my strength, it's that you are too weak. Ye Feng said sympathetically. I thought that the world's #1 swordsman must be one of the few strong people in the world who can compete with me in swordsmanship. I didn't expect that there is still a huge difference. Even Ye Feng has a regret. Hawkeye is equivalent to the swordsman of the East Sea. He looks powerful, but he can't even cut iron. It's really a foolish dream to challenge the world's #1 swordsman when he just started out. If you have not experienced hardships, cut off everything, awaken your domineering spirit, and temper your black sword, then you can fight me if you can't cut off everything and come step by step. Ye Feng put away the black sword, the first generation of Gui Che. He has no intention of fighting again. I am Hawkeye my hawk. I am here to challenge the King of Evil, Ye Feng. Let me witness your power. Hawkeye is just like Roronoa back then. Ye Feng was about to leave, but stopped. He turned around. He put his two fingers together and turned them into a sword blade. I don't have a smaller knife than this, my hawk. You. Hawkeye saw this scene, but the words came to his lips but stopped. Zoro of Dragon Prison also took a look and continued to practice. He can only cut steel and use Azura Demon Slash now. Since he learned about Haki here, he has been practicing more and more desperately. The strong men of the New World, the world-famous swordsman, and Hawkeye are all obstacles on his way. There is only one person at the real top of the mountain. Ye Feng. Above the execution platform. Hawkeye clenched his knife again, with his domineering aura wrapped around it. His arm merged with it, transforming into a pitch-black long knife. I also have your sword. Hawkeye does not like fighting, he will only keep working hard when pursuing the strongest path. At this moment, Ye Feng in front of him is the peak that countless people cannot reach. At least, on the road of swordsmanship. Even if he is only the world's #1 swordsman, he is the closest to Ye Feng. When the sword masters climb over peaks and reach the top of the snow-capped mountains, they will understand that there is always a mountain higher than another. Ye Feng's mountain goes straight to the sky. Really? My hawk, you only have one chance. Watch out. Ye Feng did not move, let alone teleport or take a step. He just pointed his fingertips at my hawk. Purple gold domineering haki wrapped around his fingertips. Blood red observation haki started sniping. Armament haki condensed invisible sword energy. I have heard that the path of swordsmanship is unpredictable. Some people wield swords to kill, and their murderous aura is low. Some people become one with the sword, and have a sword without a sword, which is medium. Some people are not wielding the sword, and they do whatever they want, which is high. This sword is of the highest quality. Purple gold sword energy burst out from Ye Feng's fingertips. In a blink of an eye, it turned into 3,600 swords, falling like rain. Hawkeye became one with the sword, and he himself became a sword. Blocking left and right, breaking the sword formation. He has superb swordsmanship and is proficient in swordsmanship. Whether it is domineering, skills, or wool, he has already reached perfection. But when he was in the sword formation, he realized how outrageous Ye Feng's not wielding the sword was. Swish! 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 The closer Hawkeye got to Ye Feng's position, the more attacks he encountered. His body was covered with wounds and blood. It seemed like a spent force. How can I not be obsessed with the sword? Eagle Eyes and Ye Feng looked at each other, seeking the sword path in their hearts. You believe in the mind attack strategy, how can a swordsman practice without a sword? Ye Feng dispersed the domineering aura on his fingertips. The confusion in my hawk's eyes turned into relief. The three colors of domineering turned into a softness that could wrap around your fingers. You have done it, and you still say you haven't? After being defeated by you, I understand. Observation haki can also wrap around, right? Eagle Eye's voice was not finished, and the whole person fell from the sky powerlessly. The world's greatest swordsman. Defeat. How can the observation haki be entangled? Why don't I know about it? Ye Feng himself was the most confused one. Chapter 50. Hawkeye my hawk fell from the sky. Gecko Maria wanted to cut off his shadow with a knife. Unexpectedly, Seraph Hawkeye took the lead and took him away with the advantage of the air. The camera switched. The people standing in front of the live broadcast were already extremely anxious. Did Hawkeye lose? Doesn't that mean that the world's strongest swordsman in the future will become that guy? The name is no longer important. As long as the King of Evil loses to the Navy and Whitebeard, he will become a thing of the past. Even though many people feel fear and shock, more people still understand the pros and cons of things. What is the glory of a moment? As long as you lose once, you will be completely replaced by the strong ones who come one after another. The reason why One Piece is the Pirate King is because in the past 20 years, no one has ever been able to truly replace him. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard Newgate. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk. The world's strongest creature on land, sea, and air, Kaido. What does it matter if he has more titles? Everything that man did in his lifetime has already set the highest standard for the whole world. King. Who can keep his position and go one step further to become the real king? Pirates Wang Roger is one, even though he never thought of becoming a king. Ye Feng is the second one. The king of evil. No matter what purpose the navy and the 5 elders have, they put this position on Ye Feng's head. As long as he can defend his throne with this battle. That means that offense and defense are changeable. Just like the pirate King Roger, the navy once wanted to make the whole world his enemy. Unexpectedly, he used death to go a step further and became the eternal pirate king. What about Ye Feng? When he repeatedly wiped out and executed the celestial dragons. The hat of the king of evil means the second Roger. Want to make the whole world his enemy? Then we must use the same trick against him. The execution platform. Ye Feng placed one hand on his knee and the other on the wooden board. His sword had already been sheathed. There was no one else present who was worthy of his sword. Hey, if we let you defeat Hawkeye like this, then what's the point of our existence? Flower Sword Vista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. His twin swords can bloom flowers. He is a great swordsman known to everyone in the New World. When he broke into the execution platform, the newly returned Seraphim Hawkeye slashed with a sword and repelled him with force. Leave the sword to me. The shocking battle between sword masters had just ended. In the eyes of everyone, Ye Feng seemed to be still resting. They believed that now was the best time to defeat Ye Feng. Diamond Jaws punches out to defend the execution platform. Shining Charge. His whole body accelerated, and his shoulders turned into diamonds. He was covered with armament haki, and infused with his powerful strength. Once it hits, the execution platform will collapse. Slow down. Seraph Bear blocked it with both hands. The abnormal ability of the meatball fruit is combined with the physical strength of its special race. Even the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates can't break through. What a tricky existence, let me do it. Phoenix Marco waved his wings of blue flames and swooped down on the execution platform from a distance. Their goal was naturally not to save any celestial dragons, but to defeat Ye Feng and rescue Fire Fist Ace and Sea Knight Jinbei from the Kowloon Kingdom. Stop here, Phoenix. Seraphim Ace soared into the sky. His whole body turned into a scorching flame. Fire Fist. Boom. The flame corridor blasted out, almost destroying the sky. A clone created by Ace. As the ship's doctor, Marco naturally knew a lot about it. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and their captains began to rush to the shore. The pirates were holding swords and spears, and the sound of killing was deafening. Kill. We must defeat that guy. No matter how powerful he is just one person. We must not let the Marines look down on our Whitebeard pirates. The other captains were stopped by a figure. Seraph Crocodile took a step forward. The ground had already turned into yellow sand. What else do you want to do? That's our king. The captains kept attacking, but the Seraphim Sand Crocodile, who had transformed into a natural element, ignored them. He even had a cigar in his mouth, with a look of disdain on his face. The captains of the white group were easily stopped by one person. He swam on the island, allowing all kinds of attacks to come and easily deal with them. Trees, stones, sand, and bullets were all his swimming pools. It was the Seraph Jinbei. Damn, even Jinbei's cyborg is here. What on earth did the Navy do to create such a monstrosity? The most important thing is that Ye Feng took it away. The captains complained. Seraph Jinbei jumped out of the sand and took a karate stance. For the sake of justice, you will never be allowed to advance. On the other side of the battlefield, the Marines were running through the hail of bullets. Since Ye Feng didn't have many people, they were basically all Seraphim. Therefore, those who were shooting were basically pirates, and the Marines' firepower was covering them. It was purely killing half the enemy and losing 1,000 of their own. The elite Vice Admiral of the Marine headquarters would never have thought that he would be blocked by the Seraphim Buggy. Hey, you guys, who do you think I am, Uncle Buggy? Bucky the clown broke into pieces. It seemed that he was avoiding the attack, but in fact, he formed a large-scale attack area. Who is he? An unknown person. This shouldn't be the case. If he is a guy who deserves to be reformed, he can't be an unknown person. He is very powerful, his true form must be a monster, we must find out after the battle. When the elite lieutenant generals met Buggy the Clown, they showed an invisible sense of oppression. More importantly, it was another person who was reckless on the battlefield. It was the Seraph Tenyasha. He was transformed based on Doflamingo. Not only did he control the battlefield with silk threads, but he also emitted his iconic evil laughter from time to time. Tenyasha has teamed up with this monster. The battlefield will be controlled by them, kill them. General, are you still not going to support me? The battlefield became increasingly chaotic. However, there was a person in front of the live broadcast who was smiling particularly arrogantly. As expected, even my cyborgs are just as powerful. Expelling me is your stupidest decision. When the world loses its bond, even a nail will go berserk. Doflamingo of the Golden City toasted with the Golden Emperor. The two were delighted by this scene. What a noisy battlefield, who started the killing? Fujitora bent down and drew his sword. A huge meteorite tore a hole in the sky and fell directly to the ground. When everyone looked up and felt that this guy was completely messing around, a brisk figure appeared at the first moment. Room. Seraph Luo moved his fingertips. The huge meteorite was cut directly and moved in front of Fujitora Yuxiao. Luo, who was in the dragon domain, was shocked. When did even me? Luo didn't understand, he wasn't one of the 7 warlords of the sea, why would he be transformed? Young man, very brutal. Fujitora commented. Seraph Law turned around with a fierce look in his eyes. Don't even think about getting close to our king. Chapter 51. The battle never stops. Dao Tu, who has become stronger through the world conscription, is already a candidate for general. But facing those two monster-like real new generals, there is still a gap. Just as she escaped from the battlefield of the elite lieutenant generals and was about to run to the execution platform, someone quickly kicked her. The Seraph Queen. Her voice is as cute as her appearance. You can't go in. I have been lurking in the midst of the feasting and drinking for a long time, so beauty is hard to work. Momotu's sword was extremely fast, and the powerful force burst out instantly when the sword was drawn. The Empress smiled and punched out. The powerful destructive power even surprised Momotu. I thought that as long as I was not afraid of beauty, I could use the observation haki to avoid it. I didn't expect that the Seraph had such strong power and speed. Do you need my help, Miss Dao Tu? Shitun rushed out from another corner, rushing across the battlefield, ignoring any obstacles. No need. Dao Tu refused decisively. That's a pity, but I'm always waiting for your request, because that's what a gentleman is. Shitun smiled, holding the sword in one hand, and slashed out. Swoosh! The moment the sword energy burst out, Seraphim Maria quickly emerged from the shadow. He also held the long sword to block it. At this moment, Seraphim Maria looked very much like the original body that fought with Kaido that year. If you were here, that guy would. Shitun glimpsed the beach. Moonlight Moria's body was defeated by the Seraph cyborg. But his body disappeared quickly. No one knew who rescued him. He is just a waste who neglected to practice. I have everything he had in his prime, and a stronger bloodline. There is no reason not to win. The tone of Seraphim Maria seemed to say that he was the real body. That's right. Shitun smiled and slashed out with a fierce sword. Above the sky, Kizaru used the 8-foot mirror and appeared directly in front of Ye Feng. We meet again, Mr. Ye Feng. He put his hands in his pockets and made a laser kick in the air. Ye Feng just sat there, watching the kick coming towards him. A loud shout made Kizaru fall for it. Wow! The laser kick attack appeared hundreds of meters away, breaking all the trees in half. Dark water. Seraphim Blackbeard attacked, his hand still filled with dark aura. The attraction of the Devil Fruit ability user just now made Kizaru stunned for a moment. If he hadn't used his domineering power to block it, he would have lost his way. Hey, what kind of monster's ability is this? It's really scary. Kizaru said it was scary, and in a blink of an eye, he condensed the Sky Cloud Sword. Boom! Darkness and the light sword collided. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters who relies most on devil fruits vs the Seraph teach who is most restrained by the fruit ability user. Ye Feng didn't even look at the battlefield. He knew how the battle would go. If he was facing the 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye would have to take action himself. Moria wasted too much time and was even defeated by the Seraphim in a short time. Otherwise, he would not have been severely injured by Mingo, beaten by Jinbei, and almost killed by the pacifist in the war at the top. Whitebeard II's brain was not bright, and he seemed to be stretched to the limit when facing the same monster, the Seraphim White II. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates would be restrained. When facing an opponent like the Phoenix, only the natural Seraphim Ace could last longer. As for the admirals of the Navy, whether it was Seraphim Law or Seraphim Blackbeard, it was only a short confrontation. So far, the 12 Seraphim have started their own battles. Regardless of the victory or defeat, for them, they will gain a lot of combat experience and their strength will be further improved. For Ye Feng, the Seraphim are like his children. It is quite interesting to see the children become stronger step by step. At least the Seraphim will not only become stronger, but also absolutely loyal. The Navy will also forget justice, and the pirates will be stabbed by each other. But Seraph will not do that, he is truly loyal. Get stronger, Seraph. Ye Feng still sat on the Seraph, ignoring these so-called opponents. Everyone is almost here. Enelu, take a break. Ye Feng said politely to Thunder God Enelu. Aba. Enelu withdrew his hands and stopped being a lightning rod. With his hands back, he sat on the execution platform and looked up at the sky. Thunder and lightning instantly covered the Thunder God Island again. Boom! The lightning rushed, and in an instant the island turned into a thunder lake. The Marines and pirates who landed on the island realized that they had been tricked. We were tricked. Damn, is this a trap? There are so many thunderbolts, and getting hit by them will kill people. Not enough troops? The use of troops is not only about the soldiers, but also about the weather and terrain. His strategy is really unexpected. He looked up at the sky, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It's just a trick to get us old guys to take action. Zifa stood up and shook his mechanical arm. Who can't hold back? Whitebeard hasn't made a move yet. Zhang Guo folded his arms and calmly watched the battlefield. Yes, who would lose patience? Garp ate roasted senbei and drank tea, not taking it seriously at all. Attack Ye Feng? Now the Seraphim have been sent away. The battle between the top forces of both sides will begin sooner or later. But the Navy still has 3 admirals, and Marco of the White Group will sooner or later break out of the siege. Even if Ye Feng has the natural barrier of Thunder God Island, his physical strength will be weakened sooner or later. At that time, it will be time for the Fist of Justice to take action. In the forest, countless twisted trees grew rapidly, no longer their original appearance. All of them were baring their teeth and claws, roaring. Admiral Green Bull was the one who controlled these plants on Thunder God Island. Lightning dyed the earth a gloomy white. The newly grown trees quickly petrified. Wherever the Empress went, the breath stopped. What's wrong with you, woman? How can you even freeze trees? Lu Niu Huangmu felt that it didn't make sense at all. Because they are transformed and controlled by you. The one who cannot escape my charm is not the tree. It is you, the new admiral of the Marine headquarters. The Empress raised her head with a look of arrogance. The green bull transformed from the giant tree closed his eyes. With the millions of trees as his vision, he suddenly opened his eyes. The Empress kicked it out. It exploded directly. Not only did the giant tree petrify, but there was also a blow wrapped in the domineering color domineering and armed color domineering. Success! When the Empress was about to congratulate Ye Feng, she discovered something more important. The green bull escaped in an instant. Escaped? Cowardly guy! The Queen's guess was correct. But Green Bull didn't want to waste any more time. As long as he wanted to attack the Queen, he would be petrified and blocked. It would be impossible to determine the winner in a short time, and he had to close his eyes. Fujitora couldn't see that Kizaru and others had their own obsessions. But Green Bull was different. He was greedy, believed in absolute justice, but wholeheartedly supported the celestial dragons. He also liked to be fed by beautiful women. It would be boring to be an enemy of the queen who had learned to be domineering. Behind the execution platform, the vines were entangled. A seed quietly grew into a complete person on the floor. Lu Niu was still cursing the Empress's difficulty in his heart. His target was already aimed at Ye Feng, who had his back to him. When the branch pierced into Ye Feng's body, the moment the nutrients were taken away, a figure quietly appeared behind Lu Niu. The original Ye Feng turned into a lotus, blooming between heaven and earth. You just turned into a plant? Green Bull was shocked, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Don't you understand? Green Bull, fruits also have levels. I am your superior. Chapter 52. Don't think that the Admiral is a character who can be easily scared. Green Bull Aramaki used a smile to hide his panic. The corners of his mouth slightly floated up, revealing a trace of blind self-confidence. His feet have tried to merge with the execution platform. Tender shoots are growing rapidly in the gap. Once the field belonging to the Mori Mori fruit ability user is transformed on Thunder God Island, countless plants will become its helpers. What's more terrifying is that as long as there is a plant, the Mori Mori fruit ability user can be reborn infinitely. There are only two ways to defeat it completely. One is to destroy all the plants affected by its ability. The second is to use the powerful observation haki to find the main body. No matter which species it is to cut the grass and uproot it. Because of this, Green Bull can be so confident when facing Ye Feng. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Ye Feng is, it is impossible to defeat him with extremely strong vitality in front of so many strong people. As an admiral of the navy, he has already obtained various information about Ye Feng. At present, his biggest reinforcement should be Pluto Rayleigh. If this legend dares to take action, the navy will definitely give it a try. You are quite confident? Ye Feng hadn't shown his domineering aura yet. Lotus flowers were floating on the execution platform and Thunder God Island. They floated in the sky, emitting a faint fragrance. No matter how much trouble there was in this world, the holy lotus would not be disturbed. Ye Feng seemed to be the same. Even if the sky fell and the earth collapsed, he would still be a neurotic madman. Why do you know my ability? Green Bull was horrified when he saw this scene. The most amazing thing about the Sen fruit is that it can be reborn in any plant. In comparison, the lush fruit of Zifa's disciple, Bins, only controls plants and accelerates their growth. The Shishi fruit is to fight by integrating into stones, and the Shideo fruit is to integrate into all things on the island. Only the Sen fruit, as an entity, is not simply integrated into plants, but transformed into and controls plants. It changes in 1,000 ways and is endless. I thought I was elusive. I never thought that Ye Feng had replaced it with the ability of the Lianlian fruit. All the plants transformed and controlled by the Sen fruit were transformed into lotus flowers. This means that Ye Feng has an absolute advantage from the beginning. I said, your devil fruit is just a lower level existence. In Ye Feng's eyes, the green bull is already a little rabbit surrounded by countless evil wolves. This is impossible. The Mori Mori fruit is the only plant fruit in the natural system. There can't be a higher level fruit. Green Bull certainly understands that there are higher level and lower level devil fruits. But how can he believe it? The only wood fruit in the natural system actually has a higher level fruit. The Mori Mori fruit is the higher form of the parahuman type prosperity fruit. He already has abilities that span both the natural and parahuman types. There can't be a more powerful existence, and it's not even in the devil fruit encyclopedia. Green Bull turned around. Ye Feng had transformed into more than a dozen, all staring at him. Only one was still sitting in his original position. He was looking into the distance at the edge of the execution platform, not caring at all about him, the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters. He wanted to use his observation haki to find out which one was the real Ye Feng. But he found that Ye Feng had already concealed his aura. Ye Feng possessed a more powerful haki. You used that lotus to create these clones. And replaced my domain. Just to prove how powerful you are. Green Bull's heart was burning with anger, wishing to tear out Ye Feng's tendons and skin him alive. Standing at the top of the navy is a position that countless people dream of. It is enough to implement his own justice. All forces outside the World Conference have been eradicated. Why? Why? There is still a person like Ye Feng who has no regard for the law. He doesn't even bother to attack with his real body. Do you look down on me? Green Bull questioned, and the foundation of the natural system extended to his whole body. He turned into a literal vegetable. Vines wrapped around his body, surrounding the execution platform in an instant. The natural system is not just about controlling and integrating an element. That is at most a superhuman system. Their strength lies in being able to transform into a natural element. Wooden floor tiles. Sen fruit. What is about to be confronted is the wooden ceiling, Lianlian fruit. Why should I look up to you? In terms of strength alone, you are too weak. You are no threat to me. Be a landscape gardener in the future. The Kowloon Kingdom needs a better natural ecology. Ye Feng was paying attention to the sea in the distance. So far, no one could really get close to him. Even Green Bull, the Admiral of the Navy, was only trapped 3 meters away from him. I am a man who will enforce absolute justice. Green Bull turned into a huge monster, with vines intertwined to form a real bull-horned monster. His body turned into vines to wrap around the execution platform. To outsiders who didn't know the truth, it seemed that he had the upper hand. Is that so? The last person who said this is still in Dragon Prison. What's more, you are a guy who is willing to be a running dog of the Tianlong people. Not only will I not pay the Tianshangjian to become a World Conference country, I will also ask your master for protection money. Ye Feng took out a bottle of premium red wine from the Dragon Palace Kingdom. He poured himself a glass. I don't have much taste. I drink fine wine and strong tea as if they were water. Others drink in small cups. I always drink like making dumplings, drinking in big gulps. The war was raging. Ye Feng drank and ate meat in big gulps under the gaze of countless strong men. Green Bull felt his face getting hot. He was directly called a dog by Ye Feng, and he felt angry in his heart. His face flushed and he almost lost his composure. What do you want to say in the end? I want to say that if you can be free and not be a dog, that would be great. Ye Feng drank the wine in the glass and still felt thirsty. He picked up the bottle and drank it in one gulp. I can't stand it any longer. Watch out. The hatred is so strong. The execution platform has turned into Green Bull's territory. It's not that he controls the growth of plants, but he occupies this place purely by his own strength. The plants extend out instantly. In addition to the powerful destructive power, they can also take away the nutrients of everyone in the range. Enel instinctively turns into lightning and strikes the plants with lightning. What the hell are you? Green Bull was immediately shocked. He didn't expect there was a naturalist hiding beside him. Ababa. Enelu obviously didn't understand what Green Bull said. He continued to release lightning without limit. All the lotus clones of Ye Feng on the execution platform turned into petals and dispersed. However, Ye Feng's real body was still sitting on the edge, not taking Green Bull seriously at all. The plants had already stabbed out uncontrollably. They killed indiscriminately on the execution platform. As a result, all the plants close to Ye Feng turned into petals and dispersed. Faced with the suppression of the superior fruit, Green Bull was almost crazy. Go to hell, go to hell. He was crazy. Why did the natural system have a superior fruit? Why did Emir Ye Feng regard the celestial dragons as nothing? Why was he still calm when he was besieged by the Navy and the White Group? Too many whys. It turned into the paranoia in Green Bull's heart, and he completely lost his mind. Thousands of vines flew from under the execution platform. Attacked Ye Feng's position. Until failed again and again. The attack was completely indiscriminate. Constant attack, as long as it could kill Ye Feng, anything would be fine. The offensive was so fierce that it attracted the attention of countless people. From their perspective, Ye Feng had been surrounded by vines, and not even a human figure could be seen. Admiral Green Bull had an absolute advantage. Swish! The indiscriminate attack hit the spikes and pierced the two already doomed celestial dragons. Their vitality quickly disappeared. They turned into nutrients for the vines. They became two mummies, falling straight down from the execution platform. Boom! A dust cloud with a radius of 1 meter was stirred up. Apart from that, it was no different from the death of an ordinary person. Not to mention the Navy and the White Group. Even the neutral person who was broadcasting the entire process live, the King of News, was stunned. Morgans was dumbfounded holding the Den Mushi. The general personally executed the celestial dragons. Chapter 53. We're going to win. Great! Green Bull has completely crushed the King of Evil. It's so satisfying to see that kind of monster get beaten up. Look, someone was knocked flying. Who is that? It must be the King of Evil. He was defeated by Admiral Green Bull. The Navy began to cheer, but some pirates were stunned. Is this the end? The strong men who were really paying attention to the battlefield and using their observation haki and telescopes to watch the execution platform were shocked. Sengoku gritted his teeth when he saw this scene. He thought of all the possibilities. Even if Ye Feng's execution was successful and the rescue failed, he could use the Demon Slayer order to wipe Ye Feng out in exchange for the reputation of justice. But he never thought of such a ridiculous result. The execution was successful. And the executioner was not Ye Feng, but the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. What's even more impossible is that this Admiral is the one who has the highest recognition of the celestial dragons among all the admirals. Green Bull, Aramaki. Damn, the world is going crazy. Zhang Guo felt his head buzzing. How would the whole world view this scene? People will think that we have abandoned the celestial dragons on our own initiative. He felt terrified. In the future, when something happens to the celestial dragons, will the admirals of the Navy be dispatched? Previously, Kizaru was seriously injured for the celestial dragons in the Sabayati archipelago. This rescue directly changed the admirals to execute the celestial dragons. Wouldn't the pirates be more unscrupulous? Originally, the celestial dragons were protected by the admirals at all times, and the purpose was to deter some fledgling pirates. If they were really fearless, there were not many celestial dragons who went to the territory of the four emperors to seek death. They are afraid of the first person in everything. Once a precedent is set, what does it matter if the admirals of the Navy are stronger? Are there more celestial dragons or more admirals? Killing one celestial dragon will scare people. Killing two will make people panic. Killing 10 or 100 will make people feel accustomed to it. They think that the celestial dragons can not only be killed, but also killed frequently. When Green Bull loses his mind and takes nutrients from the celestial dragons, this war will change completely. Have you been used? That guy is not as brainless as the rumors say. Zeph crossed his arms. He felt uncomfortable. He had long been dissatisfied with the Navy's behavior. Why should the celestial dragons be protected? Those kind and helpless people should not be protected. But now, when he saw with his own eyes that justice would be shaken, he still felt an indescribable shock in his heart. From the moment Whitebeard II became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he wanted to quit the Navy. If it weren't for the outbreak of this war, Zeph would have stood on the opposite side of his former partners. How much more will you pay for these two guys who take human lives lightly? Isn't this sacrifice enough? If justice in your eyes is just going with the flow, then we have no right to enforce justice. I will withdraw from this battle and the Navy. Zeph placed his cloak on the chair. The disciples followed him. Garp, Sengoku, and Crane all had their own expressions. All the celestial dragons are dead? Should the war continue? Why? Just for the honor of the world's nobles? Warring states, justice for the celestial dragons is not justice. The shaking mechanical arm seemed to be telling the last glory of the Navy. Zeph, if we fight alone, how can we enforce justice? Zhang Guo didn't want to shake the morale of the army at this time. I will completely destroy the new world. Now that the crazy rampage has begun, I will carry it through to the end. Zeph and Garp passed by. On the contrary, Garp himself had no opinion. Justice can also be free, and people should live in the present. Kappa laughed and turned his eyes to the battlefield. I am not as carefree as you, but I have my own justice. Zephyr smiled for the first time in a long time and said goodbye to the Navy in crisis. The Marines on the battlefield were still fighting. It was just for 2 celestial dragons, 2 people who never took other people's lives seriously. Garp. Jean Guo was helpless. He wanted Garp to keep Zephyr. Why should I persuade you? I don't want to waste my troops for these 2 pieces of trash. The cape behind Garp swayed slightly. In fact, his justice was never on this cape, but on his shoulders. The garbage is dead, this is all Ye Feng's plan. As a wise general, Zhang Guo was surprised by Ye Feng's plan. Is there a possibility that this guy is just teasing Huang Mu? In his eyes, Green Bull is as insignificant as the celestial dragons. Garp picked his nose and said seriously. Do you think it's possible? Zhang Guo was in a dilemma. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The den den mushi rang. The 5 elders started to curse. The celestial dragon is dead. He was executed by the Navy Admiral himself, and the whole world saw it. Warring states, do you know what this means? The world will go crazy, they will think that the Navy will no longer protect the celestial dragons. Hearing these voices, Sengoku looked melancholy, but Garp was almost laughing like crazy. Moby Dick. Whitebeard couldn't help laughing after seeing this scene. Gulala, this idiot. But at the same time, the emotions of laughter, worry, and concern are spreading all over the world. Alabasta. The capital. When people witnessed this scene, they were awakened by Morgan's words. Their brains were buzzing. What does it mean? The admirals of the Navy executed the celestial dragons. Whose side are they on? Are we going to join forces with the dragon? Is there a possibility that this is a conspiracy between Ye Feng and the Navy? You are right. I will never forget it. Even if history is erased, Ye Feng disappears from the years. Everyone will remember this scene. Unless Yim destroys the whole world and leaves only himself. Golden City. The screen not only shows the perspective of the war, but also includes all the bigwigs in the underground dark world. They were originally watching the battle and discussing the future direction of the new world. Suddenly, Morgans shouted them unconscious. The Tianlong people are dead. Even though Ye Feng's deeds have been reported before, now it is broadcast live to the whole world. Nothing is more shocking than seeing it with your own eyes. Joker, it's really not easy for you to save your life from this guy. Do you think there is a possibility that Joker is also a pawn of the King of Evil? It's possible, completely possible, ha 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 ha. The conference room was filled with cheerful laughter. Only Doflamingo looked embarrassed. Is there any justice? He has been whipped countless times. When will this humiliation end? The camera switches. Morgans once again points the den den mushi at Ye Feng. King of Evil, may I ask, was all this premeditated? Not really, the main thing is that Green Bull insisted on taking action. No matter how much he was persuaded, it was useless. Ye Feng was very surprised, even he himself did not expect it. After all, Green Bull was so weak that it was not worth it for him to take action personally. He did not expect that Green Bull was not interested in the execution of the celestial dragons. This is really unexpected. Admiral Green Bull, what do you think? Morgan's den den mushi turned to Green Bull. On the execution platform, the Admiral had regained consciousness. His pupils were dilated and cold sweat was pouring down his face. This is not true, ah! This is not true. Green Bull had a splitting headache. In his opinion, everything was Ye Feng's calculation. Ding! New achievement unlocked, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick unlocking conditions, your strength and luck, one of them can bring peace to the world. Achievement reward talent, luck in both martial arts and martial arts. Strength, luck, you have everything. When strength and luck merge, every move you make will be favored by fate. Ye Feng stood up and patted Green Bull on the shoulder. You and Enelu are my Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Chapter 54. I don't need your comfort. Green Bull instinctively resisted when he saw Ye Feng. You are shameless, right? Who are you giving face to? I gave you face, right? Ye Feng lifted Green Bull with 2 hands, and beat him up with the remaining 6 hands. I ignore the enemy's ultimate move. I slap you and you take the hit. Lock the target with 2 hands, spin wildly with 2 hands, swing arms. A whirlwind of big Bidu. Nezha's physique, the blessing of the power fruit. The top 3 color advanced awakening domineering. Powerful physical skills and speed. Ye Feng beat Green Bull, whose wool was already broken, for a while. His eyes were already white and his nose was bleeding. You are hurting me. The Green Bull let out a final desperate wail. Need to be dealt with. Ye Feng threw the man away and used the teleportation fruit to throw him directly to the dragon prison. It was so fast. The 3 admirals were gathered. There were still new and old ones. The originally noisy battlefield suddenly became quiet. The momentum of the attack also collapsed. Their powerful combat power was blocked by the 12 seraphim. The top combat power also had a lot of problems. The world's #1 swordsman was defeated head-on, and the admiral of the navy was beaten after executing the celestial dragon. Now they have all become prisoners. The people who were originally determined began to doubt. Can the monster in front of them really be defeated? Boom! For the first time, the old combat power appeared on the battlefield. Buddha warring states landed on the coast and activated the Buddha form at the same time. The golden light shone. He stood behind all the navy. Don't be afraid. The war has already begun. Even if the rescue operation fails, our justice to destroy evil will not fail. The celestial dragons are dead, but we are still here. No one can remain safe after countless battles. I have defeated countless opponents on the battlefield. Even the king of evil is just a fledgling boy. After saying this, Sengoku had no self-doubt in his heart. It was really amazing. The domineering aura of the king was rendered in his words, giving countless people strong confidence. The light shone behind him, and he mustered up his courage again. The big Buddha standing there was the confidence of all the marines. I felt the fear and the expectation. Fujitora stepped on the floating boulder and rushed out of the room. He quickly drew his sword towards the execution platform. With a movement of his staff and sword, a circular slash was launched with him as the center. Several meteorites appeared in the sky, all bombarding Ye Feng's body. Oh my! Teach is really tricky. Fortunately, his real body died in your hands. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. What's even more surprising is that there is no bounty for such a monster. How good can he hide? Kizaru escaped from the hands of Seraph Teach. Haki is the biggest flaw of Seraph. They are born strong, so if they want to reach the limit, they must make countless efforts. And Haki is the power tapped out from the limit of the human body. Born with the strength to rival the great pirates. It is even more difficult to break through oneself. Even if they have the characteristics of growing in battle, Seraphs cannot be real enemies with top powerhouses such as the admirals and the 4 emperors. Unless someone can raise a large number of top powerhouses. Fight day and night. Conduct potential exploring training for Seraphs. Just in time, Ye Feng can meet these conditions. Didn't block it? What a pity. But one day it will be possible. Ye Feng stood up from the execution platform. Smiling at the joint efforts of the 2 admirals. The Navy's originally low morale began to rise. The Marshal was at the rear, and the Admiral was at the front. The lost courage began to reverse. They saw hope again. King of Evil, your glory ends here. Fujitora stepped on the floating boulder. Kizaru himself was suspended in the air, spinning rapidly. 5 giant meteorites fell. Yuxiao drew his sword, and the powerful pressure caused the execution platform to break with a click. Ye Feng picked up the fire spear. He stepped on the wind fire wheel and stood in the gravity field. No matter how Fujitora Yuxiao exerted his power, he could not shake him in the slightest. Yasakani no Megatama. Kizaru spun quickly, fused all the light jades into 3 pieces, and attacked Ye Feng. Division Field, Boundless World. Has Ye Feng ever eaten a devil fruit? It was a thank you gift from the white group after exchanging information. After systematic identification, it was further upgraded to the superior form of Buggy's split fruit. The division fruit. Not only can it split itself, but it can also split other substances. Even the only weakness of the split fruit is that the feet have to be on the ground. Any body can float and fly at will. Swish! A fruit ability field larger than room expanded. It was actually a complete sphere. Fujitora and Kizaru were also included. The light jade and meteorite attacked at the same time. Ye Feng was in it. One hand was in front and the other held a gun. With his eyes closed, all the attacks turned into small cubes one after another. The broken light jade and meteorite floated in the air and were controlled by Ye Feng. Go! Swish! The attack went towards the two generals. Wrapped in a powerful domineering aura, it was like a violent storm. Fujitora stabbed a sword into the boulder, relying on the gravity field and domineering aura to resist. Kizaru took the lead and dodged with the Yasakami, appearing on a cliff. You are really fierce. You are said to possess many kinds of devil fruits. You are really unexpected in every way. Fujitora was talking when he suddenly realized that his teammate Kizaru had already dodged to the side. At first, he thought he could fight. But now his teammate ran away first. Even the huge rock under his feet only had a foothold. If your ADC doesn't join the team, how can you win as a mage? Ye Feng pointed his fire spear at Fujitora. The two parties in confrontation were about to attack. Kizaru was about to attack again. Swish! Surprise appeared on Fujitora's face. This was definitely the first time he felt incredible. Only close combat could experience it. How fast is Ye Feng? Even without using the ability of the teleportation fruit. His current movement speed is far faster than Kizaru. A purple gold light instantly disappeared from Fujitora's ears. Kizaru's Tianzong Yin sword was only half condensed. Ye Feng's fire spear was already against his forehead. This scene. Just like the scene when Ye Feng executed the celestial dragons in the Sabayati archipelago. Kizaru had already lost to Ye Feng in Sabayati, and it was a miserable defeat in terms of domineering, devil fruit, and strength. Ye Feng was very fast at that time, so fast that he was surprised. But now it is a complete crushing. From the prediction of the observation Haki domineering to his condensation of the Tianzong Yin sword, and then to the attack. The sword has not yet condensed, and the person has killed in front of him. Even left a dazzling purple gold meteor. You are really young and powerful. I have no advantage in front of you. Kizaru put away the lightsaber, smiled and raised his hands. I can already imagine how helpless Sakazuki is when facing you. He understands that Ye Feng is best at attacking compared to speed. Yellow monkey, you rely too much on the fruit. Ye Feng's voice has not yet fallen. The fire spear burst into a raging sea of fire. Yellow monkey turned into a flash of light. He complained helplessly. How strict! How evil of a teacher! The final battle between speed and speed has arrived. When the purple gold flash freezes, the winner will be revealed. Chapter 55. Mr. Ye Feng, if you continue to be so reckless, the world will no longer believe in justice. Kizaru raised his head and retreated quickly. He put his hands together, and a light jade that was concentrated to the limit kept spinning. Even the domineering aura was wrapped around it. It turned into two colors, black and golden. They lingered together and became a seed that could explode at any time. What justice! On the sea, the drama of the winner and loser swapping has been going on countless times. Today, it's just one more time. Ye Feng doesn't care about justice, or the fairness of dragons. In his opinion, he can do whatever he wants. Freedom? No. Ye Feng is not much better than the celestial dragons and the world nobles. He has never regarded himself as so great. It's just that a strong man with absolute power will never allow anyone to stand higher than him. Yim is like this. So is Ye Feng. The difference is that Yim needs to use others to maintain the surface operation. Ye Feng doesn't need it, he can suppress the world by himself. You really don't hide it. You are pure freedom, chaotic neutral. That's why we have to get rid of you. Mr. Ye Feng. This move is carefully prepared for you by me. Kizaru came here with a mission. I don't know if there is any difference in the strength of the three old admirals. Among the new three admirals, Kizaru is naturally above Fujitora and Green Bull in terms of strength and reputation. He believes that speed is power and is an ambiguous justice. He is here to teach Ye Feng, this monster. The most feared thing for the strong is comparison. Even Kizaru's laziness and ambiguity seem conscientious in front of Ye Feng. Have you been taught a lesson? Ye Feng held the gun in one hand. Flames burst out from the tip of the gun. The long column of fire evaporated a large amount of seawater. It swept across the sea level and destroyed all the ships along the way. What Ye Feng held in his hand was not a cold weapon. It was clearly a large-scale killing weapon among hot weapons. How terrifying! Yellow monkey flashed out and appeared in front of Ye Feng. He was in the steam mist. The turbid light was just like his ambiguous justice. It combined domineering and flash. If it exploded in an instant, it would be enough to destroy everything within the attack range. Zifa Sensen, did my attack this time disappoint you again? Kizaru muttered to himself. A light ball was thrown out. The steam mist was separated into clear and turbid in an instant. People heard the terrifying sound and looked up. The light ball exploded, attacking indiscriminately. Concentrated to the point where it could not be condensed anymore, it would naturally burst out with unimaginable power. Kizaru, who is known as the general who relies most on the devil fruit, was using a fusion technique at this moment. In fact, if there is no strong enough observation haki, how can you hide your body in front of the strong? If you have an armed haki that surpasses ordinary people, how can you stand out from countless elite lieutenant generals? However, compared with the people around him, Kizaru's ambiguous sense of justice makes him choose to hesitate between the devil fruit and haki. Everyone thinks that my domineering aura is weak. I prefer devil fruits. But who knows? I just prefer to get things done as quickly as possible. The king of extreme evil. This move is the sun hanging in Takamaji Hara. Everything that is under the light will drive away the coldness in the underworld. Kizaru's voice drifted in his ears. The light jade first split into two, and then merged into three. Then it turned into thousands of golden lights. The light continued to refract in the mist. Once the observation haki is detected, it will be found that this is clearly the perfect fusion of Yasakani no Megatama and armament haki. Whoosh! The light destroyed and broke through the mist, and the dark clouds of Thunder God Island were washed away. The lightning stopped for a short time. Ye Feng looked at Kizaru. Not only was he not worried, but he was overjoyed. So, Borsalino. What is this interesting move called? Armament haki infinite singularity explosion Yasakani no Megatama. A series of black lights pierced Ye Feng's body. The three-color haki merged with the field of the Fen fruit to form a spherical barrier that could decompose everything. Ye Feng was like an insulator, standing in the air like this. How could I choose such a long name? This move is called, Illuminating the Sky. Illuminating the Sky? Ye Feng held the fire spear with his other hand. He condensed the dark aura with both hands. He also learned from Kizaru. He condensed the darkness from the gaseous state into a small ball, and added his purple gold armament haki. It was different from Kizaru. The former was a light jade wrapped with pitch black armament haki. Ye Feng was surrounded by purple gold haki on the dark aura. One is ambiguous. The other is the evil of chaos. Then my move is called Huangquan Darkness. Ye Feng threw the ball casually. Unlike the light jade that pierces everything. As soon as the darkness came out, it instantly enveloped the entire area in front of him. The black air was involved, it turned out to be a powerful gravity. The vortex was centered on Ye Feng. How fast can the flash escape the embrace of darkness? Not only was the sky of Lei Shen Island clear. Even the trees and ships disintegrated and shattered. A beam of light flew out. It touched a warship above the sea. Zifa turned around, and the sea stone mechanical arm was wrapped in domineering. The fist wind exploded. All shattered. Boom! The former admiral used all his strength to punch. He just tore a small corner of the powerful darkness. But the beam of light only stayed in front of him for a moment before it completely shattered. I've said before, don't rely too much on the fruit. Zeph yelled at the black fog, but no sound could reach it. After all, it was the darkest darkness that even the flash could not escape. He tried every possible way to break through himself. The light that was supposed to shine on Takamagahara only flickered a few times. He could not reach the coldest and coldest underworld. Ye Feng's domineering power has already reached its peak. Moreover, he also has the dark fruit, which is specifically used to restrain people with special abilities. Mr. Kizaru, you still haven't escaped. I am slow. Kizaru is not slow, he is even faster than in his peak period. It's just that Ye Feng is faster, more ruthless and more powerful. Ye Feng is suspended in the air. In the darkness, the 6 arms behind him are holding weapons, with different lights. With his hands in front, darkness entangled in his fingertips. He is still controlling the entire Thunder God Island. In the domain, the elite vice-admirals have long been hanging in the air powerlessly and fainted in the darkness. One by one, the captains of the white team also lost their strength under the double bombardment of darkness and domineering. Pirates and marines were stabbed by the light jade indiscriminately and fell into the darkness again. Everything was controlled by Ye Feng's hands. The darkness of the underworld, release. Ye Feng opened his hands. A powerful repulsive force erupted in a flash. The last will that Kizaru maintained was hit hard and he could no longer stay awake. He was the only awake person in this area, and he became the last loser after being released. Wow! Countless losers fell from the sky like rain. Seraph Blackbeard picked up Kizaru and flew away quickly. Ye Feng slowly opened his arms under the gaze of the world. Who is the fastest man in the world now? Chapter 56. The people on Thunder God Island all took a deep breath. The people watching the live broadcast felt a chill on their backs. He is so fast. He is the fastest man in the world. Is this the point? 2 generals were defeated in a row, and the landing battle collapsed in all aspects. The war has turned from an advantage at the beginning to a disadvantage now. Swoosh, I was so excited that I almost forgot this guy was a pirate. The audience was sweating in their hearts. Now they even regarded Whitebeard as a teammate. Some people even had tears in their eyes. Come on, we must not let this guy win. Please uphold justice and protect our sea together. That's right, let's all dedicate our minds to justice. At this time, a tall man with an afro stretched out his hands, trying to sense the power of the whole world. Ah! King Kai! Bang! An old man in a white coat came down and knocked him unconscious with a stick. I've already said that I don't have telekinesis. Where in the world does the king Ken come from? You're just a delusional patient going crazy in the pirate world. The director of the mental hospital looked up at the live broadcast. He said worriedly, even Whitebeard and the Navy can't defeat the King of Evil. He wiped the sweat off his face and raised his hand again. Take away. This world has no telekinesis and chi, no ever-changing chakra. There are only 100 million devil fruits. And the domineering power that ordinary people can never awaken in their lifetime. And with these, you can become the best on the sea. The King of Evil, Ye Feng, the man who has the hatred and attention of the whole world. He opened 8 hands on the Thunder God Island. He was immersed in it like intoxicated. He said, "Listen, the heaven and earth are celebrating for me." The air was filled with an inexplicable smell. Is there any sound? Why can't I hear it? Is this guy hallucinating? I have long guessed that the King of Evil has an abnormal brain. Some people complained about this, and some people were afraid. Why should we continue to fight this perversion? I say, madmen have no fear at all. Is there anyone else who can continue? Someone shouted. They gradually discovered Ye Feng's true nature. This person is abnormal. Moreover, his work style, personality, brain circuits, and thinking logic are all different from ordinary people. If fighting a vicious pirate is just a matter of life and death, then what is the point of fighting with a madman? When people saw so many defeated companions on Thunder God Island, how could they have extra courage? The pirates and marines all stood on the deck and watched. They dared not land on the island again. Unless there was a new general to open the way ahead. I will never allow you to take another step forward. Just when everyone was in despair, Fujitora, who barely stood on a piece of rubble, smiled. He didn't know when he was covered in blood. He looked up at the invincible demon in front of him. Do you admirals like to team up and squat in the dragon prison together? Ye Feng held Bai Er with one hand and picked up the phoenix with the other. You two are quite strong, a little stronger than Diamond Jaws, but that's all. Ye Feng threw the two of them aside and walked towards Fujitora with a smile. At this time, Fujitora's sword was filled with gravity, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't draw the sword. It was not Ye Feng's move. It just contained unprecedented power. Trying to defeat Ye Feng with this. Since there are no survivors on Thunder God Island, I should give it a try. Otherwise, how can I justify their efforts? Swish! Fujitora drew his sword. Round fruit fields shot up into the sky, layer after layer, until hundreds of layers were stacked up. Swish! The sword was sheathed again. Even Fujitora was trembling. He burst out with unprecedented power. We must give it a try. Boom! 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 The sky turned blood red. It turned out that a meteorite dyed the sky into a sea of blood. The whistling wind in his ears made Ye Feng feel very comfortable. Since I became invincible, sitting alone on the peak of the world, the cold snow here makes me feel warm, but the molten lava under my feet seems cold. I haven't felt the breeze for a long time. Fujitora, you are very good. Ye Feng felt the pressure that no one could bear. Thunder God Island made a loud rumbling sound and sank towards the sea under the heavy load. When hundreds of giant meteorites fell towards Thunder God Island. After arriving at a certain area, they were all covered by Fujitora's armed color Domineering. Faster, stronger. Today's wind is very comforting. Ye Feng closed his eyes and immersed himself in the comfort of the breeze. The enemy in front of him. General Fujitora smiled, he had already gambled everything. Are you trying to hide your panic by pretending to be calm? Really? I made you feel this way. I'm so sorry, I should be thanking you. Ye Feng felt the meteorites falling. They gently slapped his body, like the willow branches that sprouted in spring. With the wind, they hit people's cheeks. How could it hurt? It was just the play between nature and humans. Boom! Boom! A meteorite fell, and people could no longer see Ye Feng. They only saw a stone that exploded after hitting Ye Feng. The 10th piece. The place where Ye Feng was had long been buried. The huge rocks burning with flames were emitting scorching heat. The 100th piece. There was no place for the Thunder God Island to stand. But a new island rose from the ground. He really deserves to be a general. Even a superhuman can easily create a natural island. Outside the sea of fire and the huge rocks. Ye Feng's breath, let alone death, even if he was alive, no one could feel it. Fujitora felt this the most. He was blind. He relied entirely on hearing and observation haki. As a result, the observation haki was useless to Ye Feng. He could only rely on primitive hearing to judge everything. I hope this evil demon can be suppressed. Fujitora was exhausted, and it can be said that he had used up his last remaining strength. He supported his staff sword with one hand and stood alone on the meteorite. Just when everyone was glad that Ye Feng was finally defeated, a figure appeared directly on the mountain made of meteorites. Teleportation fruit. Mr. Yuxiao, thank you for your hospitality. Ye Feng was very happy. He shook his head and felt that something was not normal when he was hit. That was that Fujitora could not grasp Ye Feng's position accurately. This led to many mistakes. Did you fail? I tried my best. Fujitora's heart was filled with infinite regret. He thought that as long as he tried his best, he could at least hurt Ye Feng. Now he realized that he was too naive. He had heard that Kaido was the strongest creature. From now on, he should be called Little Ye Feng. Green Bull is executing people, and you are repairing the tomb. You two have a good relationship, Mr. Fujitora. Mr. Fujitora. Ye Feng didn't expect that his two sentences would make Fujitora spit blood on the spot. If my eyes were still there, I would really like to see what you, such an evil person, look like. Chapter 57. I am very ordinary, not worth your concern. Ye Feng slapped Fujitora on the shoulder. He no longer had the strength to hold on with his last bit of strength. There are still many bad Ye Fengs in the world. Seraph Luo directly used the room to take Fujitora away, not giving the navy any time. Another general was defeated. This time Ye Feng has defeated 3 generals in a row, achieving a level that has never been achieved before and will never be achieved again. The marines and pirates who originally did not dare to land have a natural fear of him. The celestial dragons of the Red Earth continent are the ones who cannot accept this truth the most. They don't even understand. Why did they lose? Shouldn't Ye Feng, who offended the celestial dragons, die? Why can someone like him defeat everyone? This kind of authority should not belong only to the celestial dragons. When Ye Feng's invincible figure filled the minds of the celestial dragons, some even began to tremble instinctively. They vomited violently on the spot because of fear. Hey, get this guy out of here! We lost! We lost! Crazy, how could we lose? That's right, Ye Feng had already consumed a lot of physical strength, it's impossible for him to be completely unharmed. I'd say this kid is at the end of his rope. Why not agree to him and just establish a 9-dragon kingdom? What if you don't hand over the gold from heaven? If he doesn't hand it in, everyone else will learn not to hand it in, and then we're left to starve. You bunch of idiots, you are ignorant all day long, now you are all stupid, he is collecting the gold from heaven from us. The elite of one of the Tianlong people said this in a shocking way. It broke the fantasy of all Tianlong people. Collect our heavenly gold? Then who is heaven? But, the generals have been defeated, should the guardian knights take action? The Tianlong people have never felt such anxiety and fear. When they cast their eyes to the original location of the 5 elders, it was already deserted. It was said that it was a forbidden place. Even the Tianlong people could not easily set foot there. Even the 5 elders rarely went there, but now they went there more and more frequently. Grand Line. Thunder God Island. The Buddha's light shines when everyone is in despair. Buddha's warring state steps forward from the coast again. Stepping onto the meteorite island full of flames. The king of evil. What's wrong? Are you here to surrender? Ye Feng turned his head and looked innocent. You are dreaming. Zhang Guo clenched his fist and shouted loudly. Give strength to those who have not landed on the island. Don't make fearless sacrifices anymore. You have done what you should do. Next, leave it to me, this old man. Buddha's warring states took off his cloak. His huge body stepped towards Ye Feng. He turned his head and looked at Ye Feng. What kind of surrender? How much damage have you caused to this world? How many people have become homeless because of you? If you just stop like this, you might as well bet your life on it. Zhang Guo was full of majesty, and his faith was strengthened. The human fruit, mythical beast, and great Buddha form also became more and more dazzling. Does it have anything to do with me? Ye Feng made a stop gesture. First of all, a large number of pirates fell because Green Bull absorbed nutrients to survive. He personally executed the celestial dragons, and I didn't even feel involved. Secondly, Kizaru's ultimate move destroyed the ecology of my island, and the indiscriminate attack caused countless people to be hit. I just protected my own island, what did I do wrong? Finally, Fujitora smashed the entire island with a big move, and those people couldn't go home. Isn't it the fault of your Navy Admiral? I, Ye Feng, refuse to be morally kidnapped and refuse to take the blame. After Ye Feng explained, Morgans quickly turned the camera of the Den Den Mushi to Sengoku. The flightless bird fruit ability user, Morgans, the king of news. Loudly. Marshal Zhang Guo, is all this done by your navy? This. Zhang Guo also wanted to say no. But the facts were in front of him. It seemed that it was really the masterpiece of the 3 generals. Those people were affected by Ye Feng after he dealt with the 3 generals. How could I be wrong? No matter how you think about it, it's your fault. Ye Feng decisively bounced all the blame back. You are so shameless. Zhang Guo was furious. The Demon Slayer order is to destroy an island, including all the people on it. Now there are only you and me on this island, and your Demon Slayer order was very successful. Unlike me, you didn't even protect the beautiful natural ecological environment of Thunder God Island. I'm sorry, that old woman selling umbrellas on Thunder God Island who cried and shouted for me to let go. Ye Feng remembered. When he moved away from Thunder God Island, there was an old woman selling umbrellas who cried and shouted not to let him go. She must have loved this island very much. And I, Mr. Ye Feng, Morgans, am also witnessing history on this island. Morgans retreated to a far distance, but still shouted loudly with a megaphone. You are a fool, you are just an objective witness, not a party involved. Ye Feng answered the question seriously. Mr. Ye Feng is really strict. I am the one who is rude. Morgans nodded. Shut up. I'm still here. Stop your nonsense. Zhang Guo was already intolerable. He realized that if he continued to talk to Ye Feng, he would definitely be involved in his inexplicable logic. Say what you want, facts speak louder than words. Ye Feng spread his hands and took a step forward. The domain expanded in an instant, covering the entire Thunder God Island. All the meteorites floated into the air and shattered into small cubes one by one. Take a break. Ye Feng moved his fingertips, and all the losers were teleported. The dead were sent to the terror bark, and those who were still alive were thrown into the dragon prison. I'll be right back. Ye Feng pointed his finger out. The domineering little cubes turned into a rain of fire and flew towards the Buddha's warring states. Boy, you finally made a move, are you afraid that we will see your remaining strength? Zhang Guo laughed. He knew that Ye Feng must have been recovering his strength as much as possible since he had not made a move for so long. You misunderstood. I was just throwing away the garbage. I was cleaning up at the same time. How could Ye Feng feel tired? The lotus body is immortal. Naturally, his physical strength is unlimited. With the talent of 100 defense, he was not injured or lost blood throughout the whole process. The so-called physical exhaustion is just wishful thinking of the world. Then give it a try. The beginning of the Buddha's warring states is a full-strength punch. The two-color domineering and the fruit ability are connected, and the powerful golden shock wave turns into an arc. Hey, kid! You should pay for what you did. You hurt my sons. A tall figure leaped out from the deck. The supreme sword Kusugawa Kiri rotated several times in his hand and chopped it down with one knife. The spherical field of the tremor fruit shattered countless rebels. He jumped from a high altitude, and the ground was immediately lifted up by huge rocks. He bent down and punched, and there was only a click, and he attacked Ye Feng one step ahead of Zhang Guo. Newgate. Zhang Guo didn't expect Whitebeard to take action at this time. Old man, don't let this guy get ahead of himself. Veins popped out of Whitebeard's muscles as he punched deliberately. Chapter 58. Newgate, you don't need to tell me about these things. Buddha Sengoku's eyes were full of anger. A wise general, that's relative to Garp. If he really raised his fist, there are not many opponents on the sea that Sengoku can't beat. There are few men in the navy who have 3 colors of domineering. Domineering is also called the king's qualification. It was also from Sengoku and Garp's generation. The navy gave birth to sword, returned the navy number, and could declare war at will. This is freedom under justice. In the navy, monsters who are unwilling to stick to the rules gather here. Sengoku. It's just a skin outside this core. Whether it's the birth of the 7 warlords of the sea or the justice that reigns over the world. It's all to preserve the justice of the real core. What exactly is justice to protect? The shock wave on Sengoku's fist will prove it to the world again. My fist will tell the people on the sea how heavy justice is. Zhang Guo punched the boy in front of him. In his eyes, Ye Feng, the king of evil, was the destroyer of the world order and a monster above all things. You kid don't understand how much effort we have put in and what we are doing. Sengoku shouted angrily, and the golden shock wave shook the wreckage of Thunder God Island. Morgans hurriedly withdrew and continued to film with a camera in the distance. Enlil used the power of the thunder fruit to levitate in the air. He held up Morgans, a stupid bird that couldn't fly, with both hands. Thank you very much. I haven't asked your name yet? You must be a great person to be able to join Lord Ye Feng, right? Morgans felt that Enel was a big shot when he saw him a long time ago. Although he didn't look very smart, it should be a cover-up. After all, how could there be ordinary people around Ye Feng? Ababa ababa ababa. Enel couldn't understand Morgan's words at all. I understand, keep it secret. Morgans thought, this must be a case of great wisdom in disguise. Otherwise, what's the point of Ye Feng keeping a mentally retarded person by his side? Could he use his IQ to generate electricity? Abba abba abba. Enel expressed his emotions with the most enthusiastic abba. You really understand. Morgans looked like he had the situation under control. The feathers on his wings grabbed the camera den mushi and started recording again. Dear viewers. I, Morgans, will broadcast this battle for you all. Next up will be Admiral Sengoku, the world's strongest man. Whitebeard. He will face off against Ye Feng, the strongest king of the evil era. The winner will be revealed soon, let's wait and see. Morgans cheered loudly. The people watching the live broadcast were also excited. Their fear at the beginning, and their passion now was a manifestation of losing their reason. The people of Dressrosa were already watching the live broadcast eagerly, their hearts in their throats. They had an inexplicable feeling about Ye Feng's existence. They were afraid of him, but he didn't do anything, just moved an island. They liked him, but he was just a hero who exposed the conspiracy of the Don Quixote family. Now the whole world was afraid of Ye Feng. They could only worry about him. Do you think that the king of evil has really been exhausted? Of course, look at him, although he is not out of breath and looks relaxed, he is actually weak inside. It's true. I was like that once. It was just the last gasp of a spent force. The people around gathered around. Talk about powerful crossbows. Look. The little girl's voice broke everyone's calm. Upon hearing this, the female swordsman Rebecca clenched her sword and looked at the little girl in her golden armor. Look everyone, the king of evil is going to defeat the navy and the pirates. She blinked her big eyes, full of joy. Silly child, they are the ones besieging the king of evil now. The girl's father picked her up, not wanting to cause unnecessary trouble. Why? If it weren't for him, my dad would have been a puppet all his life. And I didn't even know I had a dad. The girl didn't forget to look back at Ye Feng before she left. The onlookers all lowered their heads in self-blame. Without Ye Feng's appearance, they might have to live in the shadows for the rest of their lives. The most terrifying thing was that they didn't even know it was darkness. They could have lived their lives in servility, but if they had never taken off the shackles. New world. On an island where it is always summer, people are celebrating wildly. Defeat Sengoku and that white beard. We will never have to pay heavenly gold again. Victory, king of evil. There were clinking glasses in the tavern. A young man in a blue robe and a polite hat was having lunch. He had just come here by boat, and wanted to get people to rise up. Since Ye Feng executed the Tianlong people, this island has regarded them as gods. Every year, they have to pay the Tianchangjian in every possible way, and even have to go hungry for a long time. The result is that the Tianlong people live a more and more comfortable life. In the past, they thought it was natural. But now they understand. No. Why should they pay? Instead of the Tianlong people giving it to them. Ye Feng can do it, why can't others? Sabo, the whole world is burning with a flame. Ye Feng has quietly become the support in their hearts. It's incredible that a pirate has become the existence admired by countless people. Kurlaw said seriously while eating pancakes. Is it important? All we have to do is to ignite all the fires. Sabo walked out of the tavern. The den mushi made a strange sound. Hello, Mr. Long, do you have any instructions? No, the attempt to contact Nine Snake Island failed. They said that Ye Feng's rule is to chat for one devil fruit. If you do something, give a price at your discretion. Long was a little but he turned to the den mushi and said. Let's start the city plan. The Western Army Captain Mori is on standby. The crows will pick you up. The dragon is obviously going to stir up trouble in the New World again. Got it, we're heading for the Grand Line. Sabo boarded the ship and headed for Impel Down without stopping. The Chief of Staff and the two army chiefs joined forces, and this trip was already a sure win. The target, the Shemale King Ivankov. Thunder God Island. Ye Feng himself didn't know how many people in the world were beating their hearts like drums, and how many people were praying for him. He was just 1 second faster when he threw the punch. Swoosh! Ye Feng flashed past Whitebeard. The boundless field instantly destroyed the effect of the tremor fruit. P.S. The spherical barrier opened by the Fen fruit, Haki, and Lianlian fruit. Just when Whitebeard felt unbelievable. The shock wave of the warring states also dissipated like rain falling on the ground. Shatter! The shock wave should have been a powerful force after the combination of the two domineering powers. But now it couldn't even break Ye Feng's defense. Whitebeard, Sengoku, you can't do it either. Chapter 59. What kind of ability is this? Zhang Guo's pupils trembled. He thought that after a long period of consumption, Ye Feng not only became weaker. He also mastered all of Ye Feng's combat abilities. Now he realized after a pair of moves that it was just his misunderstanding. Ye Feng was not weak at all. Did you miscalculate? Whitebeard raised the cloud cut, spun it for several weeks, and then slashed it down with a knife. Even though he was old and sick, at least he was not ambushed by the giant spider. With this knife, he could no longer regain his former glory. With the blessing of domineering and fruit ability, he took advantage of the fact that the punch of the warring states fell, just like hitting cotton. The long knife slashed down, cutting through the air, causing the sea and the storm to roar at the same time. Ye Feng looked up and saw that the old man was tall and his moves were also quite high. This move? Is it very strong? I have seen the peak period of Whitebeard and Roger fighting. Ye Feng raised his palm. Domineering spirit wrapped around his fingertips. The power of the power fruit increased, and the power Fen fruit decomposed its power. The dark aura wrapped around the blade. The power of the tremor fruit could not shake Ye Feng's domineering spirit and power. He could not escape the miraculous effect of the power Fen fruit. Finally, there was the dark fruit to finish it off. It was just a superhuman tremor fruit. Why did it have to suffer so many blows? It was not the mythical beast destroyer god form. It was easily cracked, and Ye Feng felt it was not good enough. Despite this, the sky was still shaken open with a big hole. It really looked like it was in line with the greeting etiquette of the four emperors. You seem very weak, Whitebeard. Ye Feng knew that Whitebeard's current strength was not as good as before. He was not weak, but he was really worse than his peak period. Who are you looking down on, kid? I am not only good at fruits. Whitebeard no longer uses the power of the tremor fruit. Instead, he holds the knife with both hands and slashes it down with a big swing. This time it is a pure combination of domineering, strength and speed. Swish! Ye Feng finally saw something. Blocking with one arm, it is still domineering and pure defense. Bang! The blade slashed down. It didn't leave any mark on Ye Feng's arm. It shouldn't be like this. For a moment, even Whitebeard couldn't understand it. What's going on? Haki can't restrain devil fruits? The version has been updated? Or is my Haki really not as good as before? As expected, your strength has already weakened a lot, Whitebeard. Ye Feng shook his head regretfully. It was no longer a mockery to the enemy, but a statement of fact. Ahem. Damn you. You took advantage of your youth to think that I am powerless. Whitebeard coughed dryly a few times, obviously because he had overconsumed his body when he was working hard to create miracles. The strongest man in the world. If you are only this level, you have no right to stand in front of me. Ye Feng shook his head. He stretched out his hands forward. Dragon Prison. Akainu and Aokiji, who are the bosses in it? Originally, they were taking care of Kizaru and Fujitora who were just imprisoned. Seeing this scene, they stood up on the spot. Wow! Isn't this their move? Put your hands in front and use your Haki to block the impact of the Conqueror Haki and the long-range fruit effect. Uncle Whitebeard. Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates all raised their heads and stared at this monster. Daddy! Fire Fist Ace is taking care of the Whitebeard pirates who were imprisoned. Being able to survive, not being covered by Kizaru's indiscriminate firepower, and surviving Fujitora's meteorite nuclear attack, is already the best among the best. Is that the strongest battle in the world? Luo lay tiredly by the wall. Tired. Can this world be quiet for a while? It seems that the position of the Overlord is about to be replaced. The future of the ocean will be Ye Feng's era. Hawkins looked resentful. He really wanted to escape. What about us? Are we going to be trapped here forever? Apu jumped back and forth unwillingly. In his heart, he was already thinking about how to surrender to the enemy. Does Ye Feng need a band? It's bad luck to mess with that man. Even though he was in a bad mood, the strange monk Wuerji still smiled and spoke. Because he was born with smiling lips, he could only do this. In fact, seeing Ye Feng invincible was more painful than killing him. Why does he still have strength? Is that guy the user of the infinite strength fruit? Kid is still punching, trying to make himself more powerful. The domineering power mentioned by the strong man must be mastered as soon as possible. The edge of Thunder God Island. Hundreds of meters above the ground. Morgans once again aimed the camera at Ye Feng. Having dodged the artillery attacks of the Navy warships many times. With the help of Enelu, he finally returned to the live news broadcast. Ye Feng in the camera. A golden light comparable to Kizaru's Yasakani no Megatama burst out in front of him. At the moment of the explosion, the light jade blossomed into a huge lotus. Whitebeard was in it, swinging his fists wildly. The domineering aura was so powerful, but it could not really damage it at all. Have I really become weaker? Whitebeard should have known this long ago. He has felt that his health is getting worse day by day. The ship's Dr. Marco is often worried about his health. But until now, he has to admit that he is indeed a spent force for the world's top strongmen. In fact, compared to Ye Feng, even Rock's reincarnation and Roger's peak are still strong. The petals overlapped. The shock had exploded countless times, but in the end, not even a petal could be broken. After all, it is a lotus body that is immune to magic attacks and ordinary attacks. How could it be broken by the domineering power of the shock fruit? In the blink of an eye, colorful rays of light flew out of the lotus. The mist dissipated. A tall figure emerged again. He was 66 meters tall. A monster among humans. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Newgate, walked out of the light. The hat had long fallen off, replaced by a head full of flowing golden hair. The scars on his body had long disappeared. It feels so smooth to breathe every time. He is no longer confused when looking at people, and his hands are no longer shaking when holding a knife. Hey, his legs are not weak when getting on the boat. It has to be Ye Feng's lotus fruit. What happened to me? Whitebeard didn't understand. If it was the effect of the fruit, why couldn't he dispel it even with his domineering aura? If it was a real transformation, what kind of ability did Ye Feng have? Whitebeard. Haven't you heard that flowers can bloom again, and people can be young again? You are too weak to stand in front of me. The golden lion who is dominating the depths of the underworld. Ye Feng took out the world's #1 supreme sword, the black sword, Knight. He didn't have too many thoughts. One punch? As long as Whitebeard can withstand his domineering sword. That's enough. Is this what you mean? Whitebeard always felt that Ye Feng's words were a little strange. But he couldn't find any logical loopholes. How could I be wrong? Ye Feng covered the sword with his domineering aura. With a kind smile on his face. Are you ready? Mustache. Boy, in this cruel world, even pirates have to respect the old and love the young. Whitebeard drew his sword angrily. Chapter 60. At this time, Zhang Guo, who was standing stupidly at the side, threw a punch for the 371st time. The result was predictable. It was eliminated by Ye Feng's boundless domain again. It was strange. Was he completely ignoring himself? This old man. Zhang Guo had just started to speak. Ye Feng turned around and said. Stay away, this is not something you, a 70-year-old man with dyed black hair, can get involved in. Okay. Zhang Guo took a step back silently. He racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Who leaked the news? Who told others that he had dyed his hair black to look younger? Who was it? Was it the barber named Naito in Marineford? I just want to check in the famous scene. Ye Feng held the knife in one hand, teleported to the coast, and teleported Whitebeard to the other side. The lotus fruit urged the earth. The plants destroyed by the light jade and meteorites all revived. In an instant, Thunder God Island turned into a place full of vegetation, flowers, and wild fruits everywhere. The ecology destroyed by the natural ability users was also quickly restored. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng created a small island with perfect natural ecology with his bare hands. When this scene appeared, Sengoku was still confused. Garp stood on the deck of the battleship, watching the war for the garbage celestial dragons. He seemed to realize something. But Ye Feng himself could not be sensed. Garp frowned. He knew that the trick of the god's hand in the Sabayati archipelago was coming back again. What is a famous scene? Whitebeard was puzzled. But when Ye Feng's sword-drawing posture and the figure walking quickly appeared in front of him, a familiar figure seemed to appear in front of Newgate. It was him. Swish! Whitebeard Newgate jumped and landed on the ground. He once again burst out with that amazing jumping power and jumped over the trees. Swish! Another jump, everyone saw him. At this time, he was not wearing a pirate hat, but only a white cloak. Blonde hair and beard were his same symbols. In his eyes was the longing for the past many years. Back. Those people, those monsters, the guys who were both enemies and friends are back. More people don't understand. What a shocking scene this will be. Shampoo. Rayleigh was watching the battlefield the whole time. When this scene appeared in front of him, the wine in his hand was a little stale. At the same time, people all over the world are paying attention. Fight. Those who have been hiding in every corner and have long changed their names. All once had a common identity. Members of the legendary pirate group. Partners of Pirate King Roger. When they saw this move again, the hot blood hidden in their bodies began to burn on their increasingly decaying bodies. Jabba no longer has the lush long hair he once had. He tapped the pipe in his hand with unspeakable joy. Gemini Cape. Ever since Lab was taken away by Brooke, he has become more and more lonely. Recently, he planned to go out and have a drink with Rayleigh. But when the small projector Den Den Mushi on the lighthouse played this scene, the images hidden in the memory of the past began to echo in his mind. New World. The red hair pirates that just stopped Kaido. They should have continued sailing. Captain Red Hair Shanks froze in place after watching the scene on the screen. He was in a trance for a moment. He didn't know what year it was. Boss, what's wrong with you? It's okay, I'm just a little surprised. It seems that what Senior Rayleigh said about the captain's inheritance is true. Lakila was eating chicken legs, a little curious. There are really few things that can surprise Shanks. Red Hair naturally knew the previous news. Especially after Blackbeard Teach died in Ye Feng's hands. That kind of curiosity and caution became more and more uncontrollable. Same moves as Shanks. Ban Beckman looked at Ye Feng in the picture and exhaled a puff of smoke. No, we are like the captain's moves. The red-haired man corrected the mistake. Thunder God Island. Ye Feng was quite excited. When we first met, it was just a comic book, but when we met again, it was already a comic book character. The King of Evil? You are clearly a madman who lets your temper run wild. You yearn for freedom more than Roger, and you are crazier than rocks. Whitebeard understood what Ye Feng meant. He wanted to use the moves that were once published in newspapers and widely reported by Morgans. To have a real clash. For Whitebeard, who had personally experienced the old times, Rox and Roger were indispensable existences in his memory. They symbolized two eras. One dominated the sea with strength and ambition, with madness and disorder as the keynote. The other believed in freely traveling across the sea, with adventure and fanaticism as its essence. And he himself had never thought about dominating anything, or wandering around the world alone. He didn't want the throne. If it was earlier, he might have had the pleasure of fighting with the enemy. Sky shock. Whitebeard descended from the sky. This time he was at his peak. Domineering, fruitful, powerful, fast. The self in his memory and the self at this moment overlapped. He merged all his powers and turned them into a slashing blow. God dodge! Ye Feng turned his hand and swung a sword towards the sky. There were no fancy techniques. Only after full acceleration, with the human body's own potential, explosive power, strength, and domineering power fused into one blow. The peak power of the Zhenzhen fruit is the real strange power that can destroy the world. When the high-level awakening domineering power is further integrated with the power of the monster's physique. Whitebeard, who has not been weakened by the years and has not suffered countless battle injuries, finally got his wish and burst out with a peak blow. Boom! The blood-red domineering power collided with the purple-gold domineering power. The destructive power is comparable to that of light pollution, and the deafening noise is simply blinding to those who see it and deafening to those who smell it. The shock wave of the shock is caused by the destructive power. Lightning follows one after another. How great is the potential of the human body! It can even peek into the future, conceal the breath, hear the voice of the heart, ignore the distance, and deter the villains, resist the cold, and be invincible. High temperature, long-range attack, rivaling gods. Just the domineering aura, excavated from the human body, is enough to make the world smack its tongue. Boom! Like an earthquake, the ground rumbled, accompanied by the collapse of trees. The ground broke layer by layer from the feet of the two. Then, the power of this attack finally reached the outside of Thunder God Island. The originally calm sea seemed to be slapped by Poseidon, the god of the sea. He got angry on the spot, and raised huge waves in anger, hitting the Navy and the White Group. What's more terrifying is, the dark clouds in the sky were shattered and dispersed. The warship turned its bow and thought the storm had passed. However, it accelerated its escape due to the huge waves caused by the continuous shock waves. I thought Whitebeard was the ability user of the tremor fruit. Now it seems. As long as the domineering aura is strong enough, it is more or less half an ability user. Grandpa Garp, get out of the way. Kobe was about to collapse. Barumber had already fainted from the overwhelming pressure. With this amount of domineering aura, few people could stand up to it. If Kobe hadn't been standing next to Garp, he would have been hit. Why do we need to avoid it? The storm of the evil era has just begun. If you have to avoid it, can you hide forever? Garp stepped down from the bow. The ship, which was originally tossing under the impact of the Conqueror's haki, was forcibly suppressed. Kobe was thus separated from Garp's vicinity and fainted on the spot. In the storm, there were already very few people who could stay awake. A new king is born. Crane let his robes be hit by the falling seawater. Standing next to Garp, he was fearless. I've seen this kind of scene many times. Garp folded his fists and laughed without restraint. Chapter 61. Today is different from the past. We outsiders are just watching the fun. Newgate is the overlord of the pirates. They can probably find it easier than us. The boy exudes an aura that suppresses everything. If the wills of Rox and Roger can be integrated, it will probably be what he looks like. The supreme freedom of the only one. Vice Admiral Tsuru, Chief of Staff of the Navy Headquarters, spoke in a slow and serious voice. That is to say, every mutant physique. Otherwise, the end of this life may be to compete with Big Mom's physique that gets stronger with age. Even though she is old and weak, wrinkles occupy all her skin. The temperament polished by the years tells the world all the time. She was also a witness to the Rox era, the Roger era, and the Whitebeard era. How could Roger and Rox will merge? Crane, haven't you noticed yet? This guy's paranoia and madness are like his brain is not normal. Kappa picked his nose and said in a frivolous way. You mean, the whole world is afraid of a fool? Is it possible? He couldn't help but complain. If that's the case, it would be too embarrassing. But before that, there were experts who analyzed Ye Feng's various deeds. They believed that he did things without logic and rules. It meets the basic requirements of a psychopath, and in a sense, it is even more serious than a psychopath. After all, if you observe psychopaths for a long time, you will find that they all have certain characteristics. Ye Feng is different. He does what he wants. The group of people in Lianlian were coolies at first, and now they are building an arena. If you have to go to great lengths to guess what he wants to do, it would be more practical to dig a hole and bury yourself. You're just thinking too much. Garp still firmly believed that Ye Feng was mentally ill. Wasn't Whitebeard too also very strong before? He was able to cut off one of Zephyr's arms while Zephyr was protecting his disciples. His strength was also completely worthy of being one of the 7 warlords of the sea. His brain was also not working well. Garp, you bastard! He didn't want to say a word. Of course, the Navy who knew Rox and Roger best in the world was Garp. After he said so, what else could others do? Ding! New achievement unlocked, Miracle reappears. Miracle reappearance unlocking condition, did you see it? The lost scene has returned with the village in my memory. Achievement reward, talent, discount master. All attacks and negative effects will be greatly reduced on you. Come and beat the host, all attacks will be 10% off. Thank you, Tongzi. Ye Feng did not forget to thank the system in his busy schedule. Speaking of politeness, it has to be the king of evil. But it is already 100% defense, what's the point of further weakening the enemy's attack? Ye Feng didn't understand, anyway, he had more and more buffs on his body. If there is a status bar on his head, it will probably show dozens of talents and secrets. Plus a full set of active and passive skills. Even in the world of pirates, everyone has a health bar on their heads, and Ye Feng is still the boss among boss. The stones under his feet had long been blown away in the air wave, smashing into the sea and causing countless huge waves. Newsbird Morgans finally passed out after holding on for the last second. Ye Feng, Whitebeard's peak domineering aura is too strong, and ordinary people can't compete with it. Enel sensed the danger and turned away. Den Den Mushi was also thrown on the coast, and was looking up at the sky to broadcast live. The only pictures captured were the constantly bombarded rocks, trees, and the blood-red and purple-gold sky. From time to time, there were also dark lightning that came wildly, tearing the sky apart again and again. This scene alone was terrifying enough, and ordinary people would not have the courage to step forward. Peak Whitebeard is really not someone that Big Mom can mess with. He can truly be called the strongest man in the world. It's just that the Navy has always been like this. They like to give all the powerful titles to pirates. In order to trigger fights between pirates. Why not call Big Mom the strongest woman in the world? Of course, it's because there are not many strong female pirates. They are already accustomed to using this trick. Ye Feng's king of evil, Kaido's strongest creature. Roger's pirate king, Rock's king of the world. Each one can attract countless challengers. At this moment, when the grand scene of Ye Feng and Whitebeard's confrontation was transmitted to the whole world, people no longer discussed whether Ye Feng was the emperor of the sea. Such childish questions have long been. He was defeated when Ye Feng defeated the generals one by one. He defeated the 5 most powerful generals of the headquarters. He fought against the Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates alone. Yet, Feng's combat power has long been worthy of the title of the King of Evil. Unless it is a replica of Rox. A large group of pirates such as Whitebeard and Golden Lion rebelled and turned against him. In addition, there are tough guys like Roger and Garp. And there must be the full support of the Celestial Dragons. Otherwise, no one can shake the King of an era. At this time, the King of the Old Era, Whitebeard Newgate. The King of the Evil Era, the King of Evil Ye Feng. Compete for the position of the Overlord of the next era. The people who were watching before the live broadcast became even more nervous. Those who knew about the Rox incident have long been old or dead. More than 30 years have passed, and the old 4 emperors may be replaced by newcomers. By then, they will completely become history. But they will witness with their own eyes an existence that is more rampant than Rox. Long, because of his terrifying will and appeal, is called the most vicious person in the world. Rox, because of his ambition and madness, even the celestial dragons regard him as a weed and are called the king of the world. Ye Feng's king of evil is none other than the Navy. Even the 5 elders, proof that the celestial dragons regard them as a thorn in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh. But the strange thing is, so far, Until the outbreak of the evil war, no pirate has challenged Ye Feng for fame and dominance. Perhaps this is what really surprised them. After all, being in the calm belt, most pirates don't even have the possibility of seeing Ye Feng. New World. White Earth Island. Long watched the live broadcast and followed Sabo's progress throughout the process. Mr. Long. We have arrived at Impel Down. Mori began to lead us in. It has been strange recently. I always feel that the two pirates defeated by Ye Feng have something to do with me. Their names are Ace and Luffy. When the rescue plan succeeds, I want to contact them. After Sabo finished his report, the sound of an explosion was heard from the Den Den Mushi. The battle was about to start. Really? There will be a chance. Long saw that there were no figures in the live broadcast, only the aftermath of the battle. He stood up and began to command the battle with all his heart and soul. Push forward the city. It's time for Ivankov to return. Thunder God Island. After hundreds of shock waves, Ye Feng and Whitebeard finally stopped saying hello. I won't always be the strongest, but I was once the strongest. Bang! Ye Feng smiled arrogantly and swung his sword back. The powerful force he burst out pushed the strongest Whitebeard back hundreds of meters, but he did not retreat a single step. The strongest in the world? You also said it was in the past. Chapter 62. The music is too high to be appreciated by the public. There are only a few people who are qualified to watch the battle now. Whitebeard walked out from the gravel. He shook off the sand on his body. There was no coughing, no aging. Only a stronger fighting spirit burst out. Should I use the adjective countable on one's fingers? Ye Feng was extremely excited. For him, this was a pleasant game. Domineering and swordsmanship are enough to become the strongest in the world. Pirates are just a game for a group of people with crazy wills. There are only so many positions. In every era, there are only 5 people who can stand at the top. The existence behind the celestial dragons is like the black curtain of the sky. It holds everything firmly in its hands, and all good and evil cannot escape its palm. Time is unforgiving. How many heroes died, how many lackeys lived. The balance between the navy and pirates is always delicate. Those who break the balance will be praised and killed, and given the title of the era. The world's strongest rocks, Pirate King Roger, the world's strongest man Whitebeard. When Whitebeard, who had occupied the sea for 20 years, was old, they set their sights on the world's strongest creature, Kaido, the beast. They determined that he was the overlord of the next era. They also turned the spearhead of the pirates to him and started a new round of praise and killing. Completely I don't know. The growth of the era of extreme evil is like a storm. If you don't pay attention, it will pull down all the old strong men. Blackbeard, Straw Hat Luffy, Clown Buggy. All of them were born in the era of rocks, and even after the era of Roger. Now, they have all been replaced by one person. That is Ye Feng. Swish! The two swords met again. The powerful air wave burst out again, and one sword after another, competing with each other's strength and speed. Ye Feng only made a slight move, and he was already the peak of Whitebeard. 100% attack speed, 100% critical strike, and 100% movement speed are all weapons that break the balance in battle. How could it be that Whitebeard can easily surpass it? Although he burst out with more powerful power again and again. The tsunami outside the Thunder God Island kept trying to swallow the island. Terrible gullies appeared on the ground. Still unable to break Ye Feng's supreme big knife. The power gap is already very obvious. It's so rare that in old age, I can see the monsters of the next era. Whitebeard was somewhat relieved. Once upon a time, no one could defeat rocks. Until Roger and Garp appeared. Later, he found that even if he had the most destructive power of the superhuman tremor fruit, he still had no chance of winning in front of Roger, a pure domineering strongman. At this moment, when standing in front of Ye Feng, Whitebeard actually felt a sense of loss. There are still people who are so powerful. He laughed and couldn't help coughing up blood during the battle. This time it was no longer a disease rebound after old age. It was a real battle. Ye Feng's casual critical sword slash brought him enough shock. Ahem. So cool. Some people always think that those in high positions are powerful and invincible. But when we were young, we also challenged the former overlords. You will surpass us as well. This is reasonable, defeat the peak of the past. Welcome to your new world. Whitebeard couldn't stop vomiting blood. After several more moves, although Ye Feng only used domineering and swordsmanship. But his basic talent and mystery are too powerful. This body can be said to be the most perfect creation in the world. If there is a creator in the world, he will feel ashamed. Little mustache. You are really strong. I can give you a 9 out of 10. Ye Feng grinned and slashed with his sword again. Whitebeard was knocked away immediately. In the past, he always slashed others away with his sword, making the enemy so angry that they dared not look directly at him. Now that he has become the one who gets beaten, it is really hard to adapt. What is the full score? 100 points. Ye Feng is an honest man and always gives fair evaluations. How arrogant he is, the king of extreme evil. Aren't young people supposed to be crazy? Whitebeard. The two of them called each other by a title. They were not friends, so it was absurd to call each other by their names. A title that resounded throughout the world was a respect for the enemy. Generation after generation, they have defeated impossible opponents. They have stepped onto the lonely peak and then sat on the throne. They are waiting for the next challenger, challenging everything with their fearless eyes. There are too many familiar things in your eyes. Roger is waiting for you, and the world is waiting for you. Whitebeard jumped on the spot and slashed down from the sky. The tremor fruit and tyrant, a monster-level power. Ye Feng looked up at Whitebeard and slashed at the sky with a knife. The earth collapsed with a loud bang. Thunder God Island will no longer exist. Ye Feng did not move a muscle and forcibly lifted Kusanagi. It's 10 points now. Gulalala. Whitebeard laughed loudly, too wantonly. He hadn't had a good fight for many years. His ability was too destructive. If the opponent was not strong enough and his teammates were not tough enough, it would be easy to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of his own. Since Roger's death, there were few battlefields in the New World. It was really a blessing to have an enemy who could withstand his power. Do you know the Grand Line? Why is it called the Grand Line? Why is the New World called the New World? Did the celestial dragons come out of nowhere or did they fall from the sky? King of Evil, don't immerse yourself in your world. Go and tell the world the answer. Go and seize the treasure that will overturn the world. The great secret treasure really exists. The battle between Whitebeard and Ye Feng is no longer seen, only their voices can be heard. When every word of the conversation was transmitted to the whole world, people cheered. The road to becoming king is right in front of you. If you have ambitions, you must not hesitate. Extra points game, 12 points. Ye Feng slashed back with a knife, and Yan returned. Whitebeard was repelled and fell to the ground, immediately creating a big pit. It's my turn. Swish. Ye Feng also imitated Whitebeard and kept jumping until he reached a high place. Tyrant, Flowing Cherry, and Fen domain merged. The three merged on the sword blade. A blow from the sky. Tianzhen. The shape of the ball is just like the Zhenzhen fruit. Gulala. You are really unexpected. You have ignored my words. Or you regard everything as your willful behavior. Gulala. It is better not to understand, and it is better not to care. Because from the beginning to the end, whether it is Whitebeard or Roger. For the great treasure, the so-called throne has no nostalgia. Sky shock. Positions changed. Whitebeard drew his sword towards the sky. Kusanakiri also used a ball. Boom. The two of them faced each other for the last time. When the tremor fruit and the score fruit met, a strange reaction occurred instantly. The island and the sea were shaken up first. But it was all waves. Looking down from the sky, it was all circles. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Battleships and pirate ships were also lifted up in the air. Frozen. Everything was holding its breath. Leave this world to the evil times. Just lie down on the land for a while. Whitebeard. The footprints of the past will stop here. Ye Feng slashed vertically with a knife. Whitebeard burst out with the last unyielding momentum in his smile. Boom! The loud noise ended. Everything returned to heaven and earth. The island, the sea, the warships, and the pirate ships all turned into small cubes one after another, hanging in the air. Thunder God Island. The last remaining land. In a huge pit of more than 10 meters. Whitebeard had been blasted into this place and lay in a big letter. Only on his face was there a smile after a reckless and happy battle. The last time. It was more than 20 years ago. The battle with Roger's pirate group on that small island. The meeting under the cherry tree later. Things have changed. It seems like a very distant dream. Whitebeard muttered to himself. He was completely defeated. If Ye Feng didn't like to use his domineering power recklessly, he would probably be able to decide life and death with just one sword. Chapter 63. What is the other side of the sea? What is the end? Whitebeard knew the answer when he was at his peak. Roger, will anyone do it? Just like you said, subvert the whole world. That would be unimaginable. The big man in the memory was toasting with the man who was both his enemy and friend. Roger wiped the wine with one hand. His eyes seemed to be shining. Of course, Newgate. Sooner or later there will be such a day. The inheritance of will is like a fire. Even if it is extinguished, there will be people who will continue it across time and space. Just like you, there were people who longed for a family thousands of years ago. I am by no means the first person who yearns for freedom. But so what? Spend your whole life for the will in your heart. Isn't that very manly? Ha 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 ha. Flame. Just like the season when cherry blossoms are in full bloom, it comes quickly and goes quickly. People always try to let those who hold the fire to ignite every corner. Until watching them, one by one they fell exhausted. Joyboy, Roger, Whitebeard, Red Hair, Ace. At this time, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with figures, like a passing show. He had witnessed those similar people doing similar things. Even he himself was among them. Go on, King of Evil. This time, don't let your flame go out. Raise your torch and burn the sea together. Whitebeard made his last cry. His hands fell heavily to the ground. Few people know that the strongest man in the world, after being defeated by the overlord of the evil era, why should he inherit his will? Is there anyone who is willing to lose? Newgate, what on earth are you talking about? Jean Guo was furious. He had never thought that the pirates, as enemies of each other, would say such words at the critical moment. The whole world was boiling. They could only see the aftermath of the battle between Ye Feng and Whitebeard. But they were also shocked. When Whitebeard said these words, it meant that he lost. The strongest man in the world will change from today. What's even more amazing is that he successively said that the great secret treasure really exists, and Ye Feng's words not to stop. It is undoubtedly announcing to the world that the old king has no complaints about the strength and will of the new king. In the future, there will be more pirate ships sailing into the sea, and people who challenge Ye Feng will emerge endlessly. If you want to call yourself the strongest, you must challenge the world's strongest man, the king of evil, Ye Feng. Children. Live on. Become stronger. Have the freedom and will of the living. Whitebeard spoke for the third time, announcing to the Whitebeard pirates. Dragon Prison. The second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace the Fire Fist, had already burst into tears. Daddy! The strongest pirate group back then, after its captain was defeated, eventually became a prisoner of the overlord of the new era. Here, in the dragon prison known as the Sea Propulsion City, does it really have a future? The prisoners looked around. The huge arena, the new ecological environment, and the live broadcast Den Den Mushi were being built. What exactly is Ye Feng going to do? They already have a guess in their hearts. To survive and become the strongest, they must defeat everyone. In the near future, a new goal will be born. Dragon Prison King. At that time, only Straw Hat Luffy is still alone in his goal of becoming the Pirate King. The era of the Great Dragon Prison is about to begin. Thunder God Island. Ye Feng stood outside the pit. Whitebeard, have a good sleep. When the breathing completely stopped, all life characteristics disappeared. Ye Feng used the power of the island fruit to build a tomb for it. I'll give you a place to rest forever. This knife will be the interest of the cemetery. Swish! The cloud-cutting sword spun more than 10 times. Ye Feng got another supreme large knife, and he was in a very good mood. Then he looked towards the Buddha's warring states period. Who else dares to fight me? Ye Feng threw the black knife to the other arm. He picked up the Zhangjianqi in one hand and knocked it on the ground. You picked up the dead man's weapon with your backhand. You are such a rude boy. I like all weapons, why not dead ones? Ye Feng has never had any prejudice against weapons. If all the owners of the supreme big knife were buried when they died, wouldn't the number of weapons on the sword list be decreasing? Weapons and resources are for people to use. It seems that the sword of the 5 elders was also taken away by you in this way. Zhang Guo walked forward. He was not sure whether Ye Feng's physical strength would decrease. But that was no longer important. As the current marshal of the Navy headquarters, what he had to do was to defeat the evil pirates at all costs. This was his duty and destiny. Since Ye Feng had not lost, he would continue to fight and strike with all his strength. Taking the first step, his body swelled again, and the Buddha's light shone. His whole body once again burst out with the cleansing of people's souls. Even if there is no one behind you, and there are thousands of people in front of you, as a marine you must not be afraid. No matter where you are, as long as you are a member of the Navy, do your best to protect justice. The dawn of the world is just around the corner. Sengoku's words were also a declaration to the whole world. As soon as Whitebeard finished his oath, he gave an impromptu speech. Ye Feng didn't believe that he didn't do it on purpose. You two are here to take advantage of my popularity, right? Ye Feng knows that he is popular, especially since his live broadcasts are directed to the whole world. It is no problem to say that he is the most popular superstar in the sea. The strongest man in the world and the marshal of the headquarters of the Navy all came to encourage his camp. What else could he be if not taking advantage of my popularity? I don't understand what you are saying. But the passion for justice will never cool down. If that's what you mean by passion, then it's right. Zhang Guo stood in front of Ye Feng with a serious face. I didn't know, I thought he was going to teach Ye Feng a lesson. You really don't understand. But people in the future will understand. I probably just made it a little more difficult for them to do archaeological research. Ye Feng said kindly. Ding! New achievement unlocked, planting trees for the ancestors. Previous generations planted trees, unlock condition, future generations will really enjoy the shade. Look how ecstatic they will be when they discover the host's life story. Achievement reward, talent, stamina 100%. Your endurance is beyond human imagination. It is always 100% endurance. Now that you have this system, how can you be tired? Ye Feng nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, good deeds will always be rewarded. Boy, what are you talking to yourself about? Zhang Guo didn't understand why Ye Feng would talk to himself from time to time. According to the analysis of several people in the think tank, Ye Feng is likely to have multiple personalities. Therefore, he can behave like a normal person in very rare cases. He didn't believe it before, but now he completely believes it. You, a Navy man, shouldn't be involved in pirate affairs. Ye Feng just rejected Sengoku's concern for his condition. An ordinary retired old marine appeared and walked past Sengoku. Garp rubbed his fist. The celestial dragons were dead, Whitebeard fell. It was time for him to take action. According to past practice, this was basically a just beating. Boy, do you still have strength? Chapter 64. What strength? You mean you are too old to be strong enough? You want to live in my dragon prison nursing home? Will your son Long Hui pay for your retirement? Or will he deduct it from your salary from the Navy? Ye Feng turned Kong Yunqi and threw it to the fifth hand. Fighting for a long time will make people feel bored. Besides, fighting against an opponent that cannot be defeated all the time, do you think it is interesting? Ye Feng's development of the teleportation fruit has already reached the pinnacle. He stretched out his hand, and a purple gold space cave appeared. He took it out and found a large piece of sizzling grilled lamb chops. You kid! Even in the battle, you still don't forget to be greedy for food. If you don't make up your mind to put life and death aside, it will kill you. Kappa rubbed his fist. Buddha's warring states understood what the old friend meant. He stepped forward and stood with him. The two walked side by side, declaring war on the evil existence on the sea as always. Food is good stuff. What's wrong with liking to eat delicious food? Who doesn't have a few hobbies? Besides, it's afternoon tea time now. What's wrong with me eating some refreshing food? Ye Feng ate the grilled lamb chops and didn't feel greasy at all. What an unreasonable person. We are underestimated. Garp. Zhang Guo raised his fist and punched him in the face. Why bother others to have afternoon tea? Ye Feng didn't like rude people like Zhang Guo. He immediately flashed in front of him, ate the roasted lamb chops in one bite, and spat out a piece of bone. He kicked sideways. From above, he hit Zhang Guo's head hard. What a strong domineering aura! Zhang Guo couldn't help but be shocked by Ye Feng's domineering aura. The sharp light emanating from his eyes seemed lazy, but in fact it pierced through all obstacles. A flying kick fell. The powerful destructive force made Zhang Guo feel unprecedented pressure. What a fierce blow! If it is an ordinary person who has not mastered the domineering technique, he will not even be qualified to fight you. Buddha's warring states punched the sky. The shock wave, high-level armed color domineering, and domineering color domineering were intertwined and poured into the front of the fist. The golden light like a circular barrier rushed out in an instant. Still a little weak. Ye Feng did a golden hook. A domineering kick. Boom. At the moment when the kick hit the shock wave, the power of the golden light stopped abruptly. 8-armed Nezha v Buddha form. It turned out that Nezha form won. Boom. The purple-gold domineering energy also gathered into a spherical barrier above the kick with the skills of domineering and flowing cherry. As soon as it attacked the enemy, it exploded and turned into a strong shock wave. Zhang Guo, who originally thought he could withstand the blow, had to use his arms to block it, but the ground under his feet collapsed. There was a loud bang. The ground collapsed, and Zhang Guo's huge body not only had no deterrent power, but became a living target in the battle. Speaking of which, whether it's the giant lieutenant general or the little devil Oz, they haven't had time to appear yet. Instead, your big Buddha form got there first. Ye Feng's kick had already forced Zhang Guo to use all his strength to block it. In fact, there is no giant lieutenant general or little Oz. There are only a group of poor people who will be beaten up by various big guys when they land on the shore. They are too big and can easily become the target of beatings. Those big moves were thrown out indiscriminately, and the first one to fall in a pool of blood was the giant. Ye Feng was in a good mood at this time. After eating the small barbecue for afternoon tea, it was time to eat dessert and fruit. The seventh hand handed over a strange-looking fruit from behind. It looked like the shape of the tremor fruit. You want to eat a second devil fruit? Zhang Guo's eyes were shocked. No one would be stupid enough to eat 2 devil fruits and then explode and kill themselves, right? How could it be the second one? There are so many. Ye Feng happily took a bite. The fruit comprehension beyond the version comprehension, immediately emitted a black gas. The talent righteousness prison multiple mysteries cooperated. Immediately, the powerful power of the Zhenzhen fruit was integrated. Just use the power of shock to test your shock wave, which one is stronger? Ye Feng's attack, which had been blocked by Zhang Guo, was infused with more powerful power. The spherical barrier concentrated the power of shock. One is a spherical barrier, and the other is a circular barrier. They correspond to the superhuman system that shakes everything and the evil fantasy beast species. The collision of the two is a scene that has never been seen in the war on the top. How abnormal is your physique? Sengoku felt that he was unlucky. How could he encounter such a difficult monster during his tenure? It was almost the same when he was with Steelbone Sora. Anyway, when you are a Marine Admiral, you will always encounter some monsters. During the tenure of Steelbone Sora, who has now been promoted to the Marshal of the World Army, rocks dominated the sea and truly suppressed the navy at that time. If there was no middle force, the Roger pirates intervened. The outcome of the Battle of God Valley was really difficult to define. Even Steelbone Sora himself was defeated by the Red Earl. If it weren't for Garp picking up the leak on time, it would have been a big event. Now, it has finally survived for more than 10 years. The new admiral has also calmed the situation, and the 4 emperors also have the 7 warlords of the sea to contain them. As long as they can hold on a little longer, until the pacifists and seraphs appear in full force, the navy will have the power to completely suppress the sea. What was the result? Overnight, everything returned to the past. Ye Feng lost, and the navy would be seriously injured. Ye Feng won. My goodness, the madness on the sea will intensify. King of evil, you really deserve to die. Zhang Guo could not bear such a terrifying force. Blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Zhang Guo, have you ever been kicked by an earthquake? Ye Feng used Kizaru's universal formula. Basically, anything can be added into it. What are you talking about? Zhang Guo forced a hand out of his arms. He endured the pain and punched Ye Feng in the face. If you give up easily, you will not be qualified to win. You will be easily defeated by a little devil like you. No one will enforce justice on the sea. There are people in this world asking for help all the time. Zhang Guo's words are undoubtedly inspiring Marines all over the world. It is not difficult to survive. The hard part is how to stick to justice after witnessing Ye Feng's invincible figure. Justice? I am not interested in listening to you talk about something that cannot be confirmed by the sea. How many of those who are starving, freezing, and bullied are dying? Your navy only protects the kingdoms that join the World Conference. The rest will be labeled pirates even if they go out to sea to find a way to survive. Why do so many people take the risk to go to the New World through Fishman Island? Is it because the tolls collected by the celestial dragons in the Red Earth continent are too low? Or are they just too lucky to live? Ye Feng flipped in the air and kicked off the palm of Zhang Guo's hand. Zhang Guo's pain and injuries worsened. He asked with a painful expression. Finally, his ambition was exposed. Do you want to replace justice? Dominate the world, right? Ye Feng looked at the old marine who was further surpassed by him. He grinned and said. He. The celestial dragons want to collect tolls, and it's your business if you don't pay. But if you want to pay, then the celestial dragons must give me 1000%. That's what I mean. The celestial dragons are superior to the rest of the world, and you, the navy, are still helping them. And I'm just a person who wants to stand above the celestial dragons. Why can't you allow it? Ye Feng looked down at him, and Zhang Guo already believed that he couldn't stop this punch. Even at the moment of the punch, he was powerless to refute. How could a person be so evil? It makes people unable to even think of words to refute. Chapter 65. Wow! The sky was dyed purple and gold. Ye Feng's fist was wrapped in vibration and flames. It was ready to explode. The shock wave of the Buddha's fist was broken after only a moment of contact. Justice that reigns supreme. How dare you touch that day? You have the rare qualifications of a king. But why do you have to be inferior to others for the rest of your life? Are you enduring humiliation? Or are you afraid to give it a try? I will lose. But justice will never lose. Only when you rule the world can people be protected by justice. Zhang Guo screamed, and the lenses of his glasses were smashed by Ye Feng's fist. The Ye Feng in front of him was like the light of a new world. That was the new world that he had spent half his life trying to break into the Navy headquarters. Now, that light came to the Grand Line, but it had nothing to do with him. If justice exists in this world where only the celestial dragons are considered human, then why not surrender to me and become slaves together? Ye Feng laughed loudly, and he could no longer be described as arrogant and domineering. Buddha Zhang Guo used his face to take a punch. While the lens was shattered, his face was also swollen. He flew backwards and was forcibly beaten back to his original form from the Buddha form. What kind of justice is the king of the world? But under the celestial dragons. Boom! A large ship was hit immediately, and a huge hole appeared. Crane appeared here and looked at Zhang Guo helplessly. I lost. You must be upset, Sengoku. Did his words touch your heart? Or did this war for the celestial dragons shake your justice from the beginning to the end? Crane said, silently helping him. The fruit ability cleaned up all the blood on Sengoku's body, including the obstacles in his heart. After you wake up, keep moving forward. The old lady put her hands in her pockets and watched the last battle on the island. Can that guy still win? We have seen him rise from the ashes countless times in desperate situations. But miracles are never created in the old times. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the wise general, the Buddha's warring states, was defeated. All parts of the world entered an unprecedented panic. The previous battles showed Ye Feng's arrogance. But they were also moved and thankful for his increasing weakness. They always thought there was a possibility of a comeback. Until Whitebeard was defeated, they were sweating. Now, even the warring states lost. What possibility is there to win? Could it be that justice is really going to be defeated by evil? Isn't such a future full of despair? Hey, did you really lose? How could a marshal of the headquarters be defeated? Is there still hope? Will we return to the Great Pirate Era? Don't panic, the hero Garp hasn't made a move yet. Lose? There has been no video since a while ago, only sound. What if Ye Feng forged it? Ha 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 ha. You are just deceiving yourself, you actually questioned Lord Ye Feng's strength. Noises came one after another. Almost every island that could see the live broadcast was erupting in unprecedented quarrels. New World. Golden City. Unlike the Golden Emperor who had a look of Eat Olige, Tian Yasha and other giants of the Dark World, there were also a large number of strong people from all over the world in the city. They were watching the live broadcast with resentment. Because once the Navy was defeated, it meant that these people who were accompanied by wine and beauties all day long would lose their shelter again. Did you lose? I can't see anything, it must be fake. But I seemed to see the figure of Marshal Zhang Guo flying over. If he loses, how can the Navy protect us? It's like paying for the gold from heaven in vain, and those useless people have to work harder. Damn it, can the Navy still regroup? Hero Garp has not been defeated yet. There is always hope. What kind of hero is Garp? Give him face and call him Vice Admiral. If you don't give him face, he is just a bad-tempered old man. Since Shampoo became Ye Feng's private island, the prosperity of Golden City has surpassed that of before by 100 times. Even if a vicious war breaks out, it doesn't matter. There will still be feasting and drinking. Who could have thought that things would develop into what they are now? So many people can't beat Ye Feng. On the high-rise building where the crowd was noisy, several celestial dragons wearing protective oxygen masks were watching the live broadcast through a layer of glass. Father, if the Navy loses, let them all go. That's right, what's the point of keeping it? You can't even beat a rookie pirate. We will lose a lot of Baileys because of this. It doesn't matter, the gold from heaven will be returned, and what you lose to them, they will return double. The stupid things are still laughing. Their eyes are emitting clear stupidity. Even if their companions died in front of them, they still think they are right. Thunder God Island. Ye Feng defeated his opponent once again. The one who blocked his way was once again an old marine. I wonder if there is a cliché in this story. Facing the enemies that stand in front of you one by one, defeat them all and realize your great dream. When Ye Feng thought about the hardship of moving forward towards his dream, he felt that he was so inspiring. What is your dream? To be high and mighty and become a piece of trash like the celestial dragons? If that is the case, I advise you to surrender. Garp stepped forward, his domineering aura silently covering his entire body, but he did not activate the hardening of his armed color. I don't know when. Garp's 3 colors of domineering aura have long been a combination of human and popular. This pair of fists, with just an ordinary blow, can burst out a force beyond the limit of ordinary people. What do you mean by trash, Garp? Didn't you also fight for the celestial dragons in the Valley of Gods? You are already over 70 years old, and the celestial dragons, whom you called trash, have been sitting back and relaxing for another half a century. Ye Feng rubbed his fists. He himself had many domineering buffs. He had also reached the state of unity of popularity early on. The two of them seemed to have no domineering flow, but they accelerated their pace at the same time as they moved forward. Don't use that kind of rhetoric. The dawn of the world has finally arrived, and now is different from the past. In this world, there are countless people hiding in the darkness waiting for the moment of light. And you are just another stinky boy who has beautiful dreams and empty power. My fist will tell you what it means to live in the present. The veins on Garp's forehead bulged. He is already gray-haired, but he is also one of the older generation who has preserved his physical strength and all aspects intact. Sengoku has been exhausted for many years, Whitebeard is injured, and Rayleigh is an alcoholic. Garp, who likes to drink tea and go to the novice village to deal with new players. He is undoubtedly the final winner. Are you talking about your son Dragon, or your grandson Luffy? Or your disciple Kobe who doesn't even have the courage to stand in front of me? Justice, fairness, freedom. You are a big family that really knows how to bet. But it's a pity. What I want is all of this above me. I heard that there is a blank throne on the Red Earth continent. I think it's time for a master. Ye Feng grinned and picked up the Den Den Mushi. Before Garp was about to take the last step, the whole world saw Ye Feng's face. Yim, are you watching my live broadcast? Chapter 66. Boom. Garp punched him in the face. Ye Feng also punched back with a smile. The first punch of the two collided. The momentum was even greater than before. Unfortunately, the only spectator was Lieutenant General Tsuru. In the peak duel, the only witness in the end was the opponent. Because of this, those villains will never understand the gap between the strong and themselves, and will never understand how powerful the strong are. Cap bared his teeth, and at the moment of the fist collision, he said the same thing as everyone else in the world. At this moment, the whole world is asking who is. Only the 5 elders on the Red Earth continent have no doubts. Marijoa. Forbidden Land. The place of oath. The 5 elders kneeled on the ground, and one of them held a Den Den Mushi in both hands. The live broadcast was playing. When Ye Feng said the word the 5 elders all felt a chill, a sense of fear that arose spontaneously. Why would a pirate who suddenly appeared know the existence of Is he really so unscrupulous? Besides, the celestial dragons have always claimed to the outside world that they are the gods who created the world's nobles, and the descendants of the first 20 celestial dragons. And they once swore to guard the world together. Is an existence hidden behind history. Only a few people know of his existence. Has he been to Raftel? On the blank throne? Yim spoke coldly. The 5 elders were silent, fearing that any words would offend the divine might. Swoosh! The dagger pierced into Ye Feng's bounty order. 4 billion Baileys, it's really unfair to such a complete lunatic. He must be uprooted and completely wiped out. Get out of here! Yim stood up, his voice getting colder. But he didn't get angry and react excessively. He just watched the 5 elders slowly leave. Respected king, we will withdraw now. When the 5 elders left, a most detailed map of the ocean appeared before his eyes. For him, there are only a few places that cannot be destroyed directly. One is the Lord of the Elephants who always walks on the ocean. The second is the Wano country, which seems to be in seclusion but is actually hidden in the sea. The third is the Fishman Island deep in the sea, which inhabits the sea area of the sacred tree Eve. For this reason, there are also ancient beings hidden in the fog of the Devil's Triangle. P.S. The giant monster in the Moonlight Maria chapter walks in the fog. But as long as the direction is determined, what can't be destroyed? Poked the coordinates of the current Thunder God Island with one finger. Destroy. Those who know my name must die. At this time, the 5 elders who had already left. Thunder God Island. Ye Feng announced to Den Den Mushi. I know. Ever since I began to become famous in the sea. When I was especially kind to every enemy. You must hate me and think that I am an existence that breaks the balance. You who have been paying attention to me. At this moment, you should also be secretly watching me in the Red Earth continent. I guess you have sent away the 5 elders so that you can keep a closer eye on me. I think you are about to say hello to me. Ye Feng looked up at the sky. Garp was originally gathering and was about to fall to the bottom of the sea. Unexpectedly, When the old man raised his head, 16 beams of light converged at the same time. Wow! The light symbolizing death fell from the sky. In an instant, it covered the entire Thunder God Island. The existence outside the island, he opened her eyes wide and watched this scene. She was more shocked than anyone else. Once upon a time, a similar scene also appeared. After the end of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the light that was enough to destroy everything, it appeared again. Garp was a personal witness. His pupils trembled. After that, Roger suffered from an incurable disease. And the Valley of the Gods has since become a wasteland, erased from history. Gods should avoid, but if he is really a god, why should he avoid? Garp gritted his teeth. He couldn't figure out how Feng could summon this thing with just one sentence. The celestial dragons have hidden a large-scale lethal weapon. The means are currently unknown, but judging from its power, it is simply terrifying. If the legendary ancient weapon Pluto only destroys an island from the sea, then this thing is a devastating blow from high altitude. Because of this, Sengoku has been depressed and endured for more than 10 years. Garp has also always existed as a hero, paying attention to the steps of the dragon. This world is so rotten that there is no hope for it. Witnessing this scene again, Garp's smile was very forced. Old man, how about this one? Feng looked at Garp happily. Your island is completely gone. Garp looked up, his whole body wrapped in domineering aura. The strongest old marine could not defeat this attack, nor was he qualified to protect everyone in this move. But he could protect himself, that's all. It's gone, I just want to reproduce the classic. Feng rubbed his fists. When was the last time you saw this scene? The Valley of Gods was completely wiped out when the warship left. Kappa looked at Feng with complicated eyes. You know a lot of secrets, and your threat is far greater than originally thought. Boom! 16 beams of light fell in an instant. All gathered together. At the moment of being shot down, they turned into bright light, destroying everything while also going in all directions. The shock wave was extremely destructive. Any destroyed island, even if it was razed to the ground, would take hundreds of years for new plants to grow. It was really a dead end. Lotus blossoms. Feng looked up at the scene and threw out the Kunkan circle. Buzz! The Kunkan circle spun a circle and became twice as large as the beam range. The originally arrogant beam actually encountered a tough opponent. It could not be broken no matter what. Then, a lotus grew out from the top of Feng's head. It floated up and hung in the core of the Kunkan circle. It suddenly grew larger until it was the same as the Kunkan circle. The lotus began to bloom and swallowed up the Guangguo strike that gathered the 16 rays of light. Rumble! The terrifying sound was far better than thunder and lightning, and it could be heard even thousands of miles away. The lotus closed. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the light that was originally illuminated to blind people also disappeared. It returned again with the Kunkan circle. It fell into Feng's palm and was eaten by him. Hiccup! It tastes good. I haven't eaten something so satisfying in a long time. Feng's early talents were all energy-devouring. After being locked by the Kunkan circle and refined by the lotus, it tasted really good. A black gas emerged from Feng's head like smoke. Even the usually nervous Garp was surprised. Are you okay? Of course I'm fine. I just said hello. I should say hello more often in the future. On the contrary, the Den Den Mushi was frightened. It looks like he can't work. The Den Den Mushi in Feng's palm rolled its eyes and foamed at the mouth, and completely stopped working. The live broadcast around the world stopped immediately. Will the fight continue? Garp's fist made a cracking sound. Start now! Feng said excitedly. Red Earth continent. The live broadcast suddenly stopped. Yumu stood up with peace of mind. He took out his sword and walked straight to the palace of God. The 5 elders who walked out of the land of oath also breathed a sigh of relief. Is it over? When he said that name, I was a little scared. Apparently, there was no suspense in this matter. As expected, no matter who it is impossible to survive such destruction. Chapter 67. New World. Golden City. Don Quixote Doflamingo was silent for a moment. Suddenly he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Foo 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 foo. Dead? What a pity. It's a pity that I didn't kill you myself. In this world, there are always higher mountains than higher mountains. Doflamingo, as someone who knew about the existence of the celestial dragon's national treasure, naturally laughed out louder than ever before. He was so excited that his shoulders were shaking. How could you believe it if you hadn't witnessed it with your own eyes? Tian Yasha, what are you talking about? The Golden Emperor Tejalua was confused, not understanding the riddle man beside him. He regarded Minga as a big-tailed wolf. Tesoro, how do you feel when you see the light that destroys everything? Doflamingo crossed his legs with a comfortable look on his face. How can I feel? It's just a joke. What can make the hero Garp and the king of evil disappear from this world? The Golden Emperor had a face full of resentment. He hoped that Feng would lose miserably. And he would lose to the combination of pirates and the navy. In that case, as the banker, he could also get the highest profit. After all, Tesoro was also on the table of who would win, betting on the navy and Whitebeard. Now it's good. All lost. What is that power? Where does it come from? Who is I'm? Who would have thought it would be a draw, or a draw with both sides perishing? How to calculate Bailey, each taking his own. Didn't you say that the king of evil didn't understand the horror of the celestial dragons? Now. He paid the price. Phew 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 phew. Doflamingo almost laughed out loud, his whole body trembling with joy. Dragon Man! The Golden Emperor Tesoro was shocked when he heard this. Is Yumo a dragon man? Or is he a being above the dragon man? A sense of fear from the depths of his soul arose spontaneously. He fell down on the golden chair, feeling somewhat powerless. As expected, the dragon man is the real ruler of this world. Are you scared? Tesoro. You don't even have the ambition you had back then. It's hard to imagine that those who are defeated by money are intoxicated by money. Tian Yasha pressed his big hands on his face and laughed crazily. It was undoubtedly a great thing for him to witness Feng's demise with his own eyes. Even his whole body began to boil with blood. Dressrosa has become a thing of the past. But the new world is about to start turmoil because of the fall of the Whitebeard pirates. The two overlords of the Grand Line, the Navy and the King of Evil have never been in history. They will even be erased from history by the Five Elders. How could they let justice leave a past that people criticize? The truth. Just like Nolando's adventure, it became a laughing stock under the planning of someone with ulterior motives. The great explorer who traveled the world with great pleasure eventually became a man who lied. That would be best. The Golden Emperor slumped in his chair. He couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable, with indescribable panic and tension in his heart. Why did Feng lose? He felt disgusted instead. The figure of the celestial dragons suddenly appeared in his mind. At this moment, there were several celestial dragons in the Golden City laughing and mocking Feng's death. Doflamingo, who was abandoned by the celestial dragons, was also laughing. They had different purposes, but they were all ecstatic about Feng's death. Only the Golden Emperor, lost with the arrival of the truth. A figure seemed to appear in front of him. She was in a cage, waiting for her ransom, but was bought by the celestial dragons. Until she died in Marijoa, she was thrown away like a dog. No. For the high and mighty celestial dragons, slaves are not even as good as dogs. There are always people who fantasize that they can become celestial dragons. But until they see it with their own eyes, they will be scared out of their wits. That's daydreaming. Flamingo became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and then became the king of Dressrosa, and joined the World Conference. The Golden Emperor built a huge super battleship as the Golden City, and also joined the World Conference. Both of them are the kings of darkness in the invincible underground world. Besides that, what 7 warlords of the sea, what king? Any title, once regarded as useless by the celestial dragons, will be kicked away. Even himself is no exception. The sea is boundless. Even those kings in the World Conference think they are only one step away from the celestial dragons. In fact, they are just a group of running dogs in the eyes of God. Cold sweat soaked the Golden Emperor's suit. He was confused and finally found his heart. Ye Feng should not die, and he cannot die. Otherwise, he will be inferior to the celestial dragons all his life and live in fear. But now, this person is dead. There is no possibility of a comeback. What was lost in youth can never be made up in a lifetime. Tizalo, do you also feel like you have survived a disaster? Doflamingo threw a bottle of expensive red wine to Tizalo. Ah, yes. Tizalo nodded. His conscience came back for a while. When the brilliance of the Golden City and the songs of decadence and extravagance appeared again, his conscience would retreat. All over the world, some people celebrate, some doubt, some despair, and some look forward to. Let's go to the sea, the navy can't control us now. Whitebeard said that the great secret treasure really exists. The king of extreme evil is the overlord of this era, and I will inherit his mantle. Go and suppress them, and ask the branch's navy to come. Why is it that even though the king of evil and Whitebeard are dead, peace has not yet arrived? I want to go home, don't buy me to a new world. Child, we don't have Bailey to pay for the gold in the sky, only in this way can you survive. Too many voices. There is no connection, but it seems that every sentence is a dialogue across the air. At this moment, the most ecstatic is naturally the most honorable Tianlong people. Red Earth Continent. Known as the Creator, the God of the world's nobles. The Tianlong people held a grand banquet. They haven't been so happy for a long time. The sea where Ye Feng is always full of dangers makes people uneasy. The originally safest Great Route has also become a place full of dangers. Now the culprit is dead. They wish they could drink and have fun every day. This beast died a good death. What exactly is Yim, a friend of the king of great evil? What kind of evil king is this? He's just a stinky pirate. I plan to go to the Golden City to buy dozens of slaves. Don't worry anymore, peace is back again. Thunder God Island. Ye Feng was eating roasted senbei comfortably. Garp just had a cup of afternoon tea. Old man, do you know who was behind the attack just now? Kappa found that the tea from the Kowloon Kingdom is very good. Well, one move creates an island. The energy is very rich, and it is one of the few that can fill me up. What a pity, it will be digested in a short time. Ye Feng was a little unhappy. The more you eat, the stronger you will be, and the faster you will digest. The two clapped their hands, and the afternoon tea time officially ended. You are so old and still have to work overtime. Ye Feng politely made a gesture. That's how Marines are. It's hard to really retire. You have to worry about your family being threatened by pirates. But it's more secure than you pirates. You have a pension. Garp also stepped forward, full of domineering. The two punched at the same time. Regardless of the posture, the moves were exactly the same. Falling to the bottom of the sea. The sea floor is falling. Chapter 68. Boom. The two punched at the same time, and it was another straight attack. How could this kind of attack hit the bottom of the sea? It was more like a meteorite bombardment. The ground shook. The duel between two domineering martial arts masters did not have any fancy fruit abilities. It was just a punch to the flesh. Bang! Bang! Hit the chin at the same time. There was blood on the corner of Garp's mouth. He fell to the side and stepped on the reef to stabilize himself. As expected, my power has weakened. It's still a bit tricky to deal with a non-human like you. Garp stood up again. Very strong, fighting is more interesting only when they beat each other. How could Ye Feng retreat even a step? Even with the same domineering power, he could burst out with stronger strength and speed. He was also completely unharmed. Are you treating fighting as a game? No, it's a classic remake. Ye Feng said that he was not playing a game, but the two hands behind him seemed to be holding the empty handles. Left, right, up, down, AABB. Ye Feng's left head gave a line of instructions, and his right head gave the corresponding operations. It stands to reason that humans should be smarter with 3 heads. If Vegapunk could multiply it by 3, it would make countless people happy. But you used them to piece together a head, which is really a waste of nature. Kappa was very sorry, knowing that the brains of powerful individuals were not working well. After all, the nutrition was given to the developed limbs. It is really not easy to want a simple brain. This is called interaction. I have been playing by myself since I was a child. If I don't have teammates in the game, I will choose to play single player. If I don't have classmates to read comics, I will read them by myself and analyze the plot. If I don't have friends to eat hot pot, I will cook it by myself without moving a step. I used to think that this was my social phobia. Now I understand that this is my own carnival. After Ye Feng finished speaking, the two heads on the left and right nodded. Big brother is right. Second brother is right too. Seeing this scene, Garp frowned. Have you ever thought about this? You were normal before. But now you are abnormal. Ye Feng crossed his arms, and operated in the air with both hands. He held the gold bricks with both hands and drank coke. Only the two hands in front of him were in combat mode. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Forget it. You are hopeless. You should be locked up on the 6th floor of Impel Down for the rest of your life. Garp's muscles exploded, veins popped. He stepped on the moon step, straddling the sky. I think Dragon Prison is more suitable for you. When the time comes, both Dragon and Navy will provide you with Old Bailey. I will take them all. Ye Feng stepped on the wind and fire wheels and also appeared in the sky. The two of them formed a confrontation. They punched at the same time in tacit understanding. I have no intention of retiring so early. I have beaten so many yellow-haired boys like you that I can't even count them all. Black lightning burst out from his fist. The sky was once again swept by domineering aura. The true number one in the Navy once again released his long-buried power. Fist bones collided. Ye Feng threw the same punch again. However, Garp was looking down on Ye Feng, while Ye Feng did the opposite. Is this what you mean by replica? But fist-bone collision is not just a simple punch. The trick is to grasp the absolute advantage and explosive power. Kappa seemed to be instructing his apprentice. Is that so? But I think it is a great advantage. Ye Feng threw a punch to the sky. What is the theorem that the left side of the wave has always been the loser? This theorem is destined to be broken by Ye Feng. Fist-bone collision. It is not a big move, but it can be used to clear soldiers in seconds. The two of them attacked, both at the boss level. Where can they clean up the soldiers? The reason for this is that in their eyes, the enemy is just a soldier. Boom! The domineering wave. The strong impact made the old flesh on Garp's face tremble. Ye Feng may be too young, and he didn't tremble at all. He even released his domineering more and more powerfully. You release your domineering aura like explosives. You really don't know how to control and use your own power. Brat, I'll teach you a lesson. What is domineering entanglement and domineering explosion? Garp wrapped the two-color domineering aura, and his eyes turned blood red. A powerful punch from the sky was stronger than the collision of fist bones. Instead, the arm that was already a little sore was replaced. The other hand penetrated with stronger power. Domineering aura was wrapped around the outside of the palm. Swish! 5 fingers clenched into a fist. A layer of domineering aura was wrapped around the fist. Then, Garp's domineering aura seemed to be condensed by half, squeezed into the flesh and blood, and merged with the layer of domineering aura condensed on the surface of the body. At this moment, Garp's fist was no longer a fist, but turned into a human-shaped hydraulic filler. With one punch, not to mention an island, even 10 mountains can be razed to the ground. Try this. You ignorant brat! Punch through! Garp shouted, his domineering aura increasing layer by layer, until it turned into a spiral, like a spring-like domineering aura. High-level armament haki, high-level conqueror haki. Wrapped around his arms, it was like a gene chain. The more powerful power above the domineering aura is to let the domineering auras entangle with each other. Right? Old man Garp. Ye Feng smiled. The double-colored domineering aura was also entangled on his fist, compressing. However, I have been thinking. Is it true that only armament haki and conqueror haki can be entangled? Is it really impossible for observation haki to be entangled? Ye Feng's eyes glowed red. The appearance of the double dragon also appeared on his fist. You are just dreaming. If the observation haki can also be entangled, then there will be monsters everywhere in this sea. Garp grinned. He knew that people like Ye Feng would be the first to understand the entanglement between haki. Bang! The two of them exchanged fists again. Garp felt that his bones were aching. It was simply a blow from God. It made people's hands and feet numb, and there was an illusion of powerlessness. The two-color haki also turned into a long column. Garp directly blasted a circular deep pit on the ground, which was bottomless. Ye Feng made a move and forcibly punched a gap in the sky. There! Even the clouds could not stay for a moment. Can't entangle? I don't understand that kind of talk. Ye Feng looked at Garp, who was frustrated again. He had learned everything he should learn. He also recovered the interest of afternoon tea. On his arm, the domineering aura that was originally composed of purple gold and black gold. At this moment, it was injected with the red gold of the observation color. The three kinds of domineering auras of purple, black, and red were actually fused together. The combination of the three is the most stable domineering aura. Observation haki. It can really entangle. This is the first time I've heard of it. Garp made an incredible expression. Of course. Now, my domineering aura will change in 1,000 ways. Ye Feng made a gun-pointing motion. The three colors of domineering aura merged and became invisible and colorless. What was even more terrifying was that the mutual fusion of the domineering auras made it impossible to be sensed even in its invisible state. I can't see it, and I can't feel it. Kappa looked up at Ye Feng, savoring the domineering aura. His figure flashed and he appeared 100 meters away. Unexpectedly, he was immediately hit by the domineering aura and staggered. Haki can also attack on its own. Kappa couldn't believe it even more. Of course, otherwise what's the point of fusing the observation haki? Ye Feng confirmed that the attack was feasible and smiled like a 100-pound pervert. Chapter 69. Next, it's about crossing the ages. Making you invincible. I will open a new chapter for this world. Ye Feng walked forward, and there was no more domineering aura floating on his body. The three colors of domineering aura were completely integrated and perfectly intertwined with himself. Silent, invisible, and breathless. What Garp saw was a person who was more ordinary than him. That's not right. After all, normal people don't have 3 heads and 8 arms. Crossing the ages? Just like Newgate and the Warring States. Falling to be the loser of the times. Cap grinned. His fists were clenched, just like in the past. His smile was full of fighting spirit against the strong. It has been a long time since I made any progress. In fact, I have been thinking for decades whether there is a more powerful realm after the fusion of haki. Now, I finally see it. And even the haki of observation haki can be entangled. Time waits for no one. Fortunately, I am only in my 70s. Garp's smile did not diminish, and his spirit became even stronger. His weakened strength began to revive, and the muscles of his whole body were incompatible with his white hair. Finally, the red light in his eyes disappeared. It also entangled his fists. The next moment, the haki that was still rippling disappeared. He felt that his whole body was making a crisp sound of bones. Such a strong power! The treasure in the body is further excavated. I feel young. Garp walked towards Ye Feng. The distance was only 100 meters. But the two seemed to be separated by decades. An invincible enemy. For justice, or faith. The comrades around him fell one by one, and even the respected enemies fell in a pool of blood. Helpless wailing, and the attention of the whole world once again came to the center of the battlefield. Garp seemed to be in another world. Ye Feng in front of him was overlapping with figures. Rocks, whose hair grew wildly and liked to laugh at every turn, was not tall, but he led a group of monsters. One of the few madmen on the sea who had both strength and ambition, and wisdom. Wearing a pirate hat, dressed in classic pirate attire, holding a knife named Ace, it was Roger with a beard like nose hair. He was powerful, but he got sick in his early years, and he was brilliant as the sea until his death. Even Whitebeard, who died not long ago, appeared behind him. He had no ambition to devour the sea, but only used the gentleness of protecting his family to transform into the king's momentum. 1/3 of the new world was once protected by him. Finally, he was the real opponent. He severely damaged the super demon killer order with his own strength. He turned the war on top into an extremely evil war with his fists. Before Ye Feng, there was no pirate as powerful as him. There will be no one after him. How can justice fail? Garp took the last step and punched Ye Feng in the face. Ye Feng also punched back, attacking Garp's forehead. So be it. Life and death should have a result. Garp said in his heart. He has never failed in his life. The trees planted by the predecessors will eventually become stepping stones for the people of the future generations. Justice will certainly not lose. Because I won. I am the new and only justice in the sea. I will build my own power. A new navy will be born and sweep across the 4 seas. Strong men will come out of dragon prison and serve as my subordinates to pacify the world. By then, history will tell future generations that I have defeated all evil. And their names include everyone today. The final winner is only me. Ye Feng smiled back. Garp told him about the fusion of Domineering, and Ye Feng drew inferences from it and further mastered the entanglement of observation color. Garp punched him, and he also returned the punch to show his respect to his teacher. You little brat are more honest than the celestial dragons. Bang! Garp was punched in the face and felt a stronger domineering aura, breaking all his defenses. Ye Feng's words and voice echoed in his mind. But his opponent was unscathed. That body could not be injured at all. It was wrong from the beginning. They mistakenly thought that anyone in the world would be injured, would suffer losses, and would have a moment when their endurance was exhausted. Ye Feng would not, so they lost everything. The latter is better than the former. But if you want to become the next celestial dragon, then your fate will follow you. Sooner or later, countless people in this world will challenge you. The new justice will replace the old you. Garp only has the last bit of justice left. Will it? That's really exciting. Senior Garp. What's so scary about Ye Feng? Shouldn't he be happy when a stronger opponent is born? Young man, so arrogant. Garp grinned. Suddenly he kept coughing up blood. He had fallen to the ground in battle. At that time, there would always be teammates to rescue him, and he was always the winner. Losing, once is enough. What is rare in life is not losing, but winning. Winning once is enough. Many people have no chance to win in their lives. But Garp rarely lost in his life. The last bit of strength was used up. The white-haired old man closed his eyes indifferently. Since he decided to become a marine and defend justice, he would fall on the road sooner or later. It was something he had expected long ago, so what was there to be painful about? He closed his eyes without regret. Hero Garp, defeated. The waves washed over the ground. Thunder God Island had been basically razed to the ground. The sea could easily submerge it. The tombstone of Whitebeard Newgate was once again submerged by the tide, and only faded away at sunrise. Old man Garp, here. Ye Feng threw it to the late-coming Seraphim Queen. He will be held in solitary confinement. It will take about a week for him to wake up. By then, the Dragon Domain Arena will begin. Yes, sir. The little angel queen obeyed the order and took the man away directly. Boom! A cannon flew over. It was the last conscious survivor on the sea. Lieutenant General He. How dare you hurt Ye Feng? I will never forgive you. The Empress kicked out and kicked the cannon away. She climbed onto the deck of the warship and quickly appeared in front of He. The old lady just turned around. Even Garp lost. I am old enough. I must continue to fight. Vice Admiral Tsuru was thin and frail, and he took an attacking stance towards the Empress who was in her prime. Aromatic feat. Heart-clenching kick. Bang. The two of them kicked each other, and the old He was not at a disadvantage. The Empress was 1.91 meters tall, and the force of her kick was strong enough to break the warship. But when he was young, he was also 2.04 meters tall. Even though he was old, he was not without the strength to fight. Swish! Ye Feng teleported over. When he saw he was still fighting, he felt more interesting in his heart. Your wool should also collapse. After all, since you said hello, the whole world probably thought you were dead. Ye Feng looked at the entire battlefield. His men had begun to seize all the ships. The strong were escorted to the dragon prison and the arena was opened. The women were locked up in the beauty arena and sent to the phoenix prison. The dead can also fight. He is not afraid of the world's strongest. Bhan 8 hands sword. Ye Feng dodged and directly gave he 8 hand swords. The old lady was also incredibly fast. She blocked the first blow and broke her bones. The second blow knocked her unconscious. After that, it was purely because Ye Feng had too many hands. In the kingdom of Kowloon, as the war was about to end, an unusual pirate ship had entered the calm sea. Did they fail? The future of the ocean is really confusing. Bamba Man smoked a cigarette. They were going to stop the fight. Who would have thought that they would be destroyed by a mysterious force? Boss, do you think there are really space pirates in this world? The fat man Lakilo thought that the attack just now must have been done by space pirates. Boss, there are still survivors in Kowloon Kingdom, they are cleaning up the battlefield. Really? Then go and have a look. The red-haired man walked to the bow, feeling sad for all the dead in this battle. In the end, they all killed each other. Hero Garp, you would never have thought that the last witnesses would be us pirates. Red Hair is more worried about the future of the world. Without the power of the Navy headquarters, the world will go completely out of balance. Grand Line. Impel down. The jailers opened the cage of Rain Shiryu to resist the enemy led by Sabo. Let us out, you monster! Ha 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 ha, since you have been abandoned anyway, take us with you to become pirates. Have the dragon's men come? It seems that you are really in trouble both internally and externally. In the cage on the 6th floor. Crocodile and others' dark eyes also lit up. What on earth is happening in this world? I heard that Whitebeard is going to die, is it true? Ha 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 ha, where's Garp? Where's Sengoku? The legendary monsters are reviving their extinguished ambitions one by one. I don't know. This world has long since become a world of extreme evil. Chapter 70. Thunder God Island. Whitebeard's tombstone, half submerged in seawater, is announcing to the red-hair pirates that a war unimaginable to the world had taken place here. Lakeru picked up the floating video Den Den Mushi and confirmed that it was the one used in the war. Boss, the ships have all disappeared, not even a fragment of them remains. Were they all destroyed by that mysterious force? This shouldn't be the case. If that's the case, why is Whitebeard's tombstone still there? The red-hair pirates were confused. Why did it seem that everything in Kowloon Kingdom was safe and sound except for Thunder God Island? Could it be that the attack was just like that? The pirate ship continued to sail until it arrived at Fishman Island and Tontata Island. The fishmen were celebrating and toasting Ye Feng's sculpture. We won. No one will dare to invade again. The true peace of the fishmen has arrived. The banquet was very lively, and the table was filled with delicious food and wine. How exciting! Every day to come will be extremely happy. They looked forward to tomorrow with tears in their eyes, hoping in their hearts that the days would be like a terrible war, defeating all difficulties. Could it be? Ben Beckman showed an expression of disbelief. Red Hair naturally understood. The Red Hair pirates woke up from their brief shock. They thought of the most unlikely possibility. That is, the mysterious power just now did not destroy Ye Feng at all. Boss, what should we do? Sail to the core of the Kowloon Kingdom. Red-haired Shanks boarded the deck again. No one on Fishman Island cared about them. At this moment when everyone was celebrating, even the 4 emperors didn't care. The only one who could really make them convinced was the king of evil, Ye Feng. The island of Shampoo was surrounded. The wealth of this place far exceeded the rumors of the outside world. It was said that it had been plundered by Ye Feng and became a purgatory on earth. Only after seeing it with your own eyes can you understand what a real paradise on earth is. On the noisy street, someone fell drunk against the wall. He kept muttering in his mouth. We won, the great Lord Ye Feng won again. Great, no need to pay for the sky gold, and no threat from pirates. Even the celestial dragons are helpless. Lord Ye Feng will replace the throne of the 4 emperors Whitebeard. Come on guys, celebrate, it's my treat. Oh, I want to drink to my heart's content. Everyone in the island of Shampoo was celebrating. Why did the people here love Ye Feng so much? Because anyone who disrespected Ye Feng was imprisoned in Dragon Prison. Each had their own uses. Those outside were responsible for trade and goods. Those in Dragon Prison were responsible for fighting and production. It was a perfect cycle. Boss, Ye Feng really won. But the live broadcast has obviously ended, and the battle cannot continue. Did Garp sacrifice himself? But why would he protect a pirate? The voices of the senior cotters stopped abruptly. Red Hair made a gesture to silence them. He raised his hand and sailed again. When passing through the island ring of Sabayati, sculptures of fishmen and pirates appeared on the coast. Red Hair saw the sacred tree Eve, and it was incredible that someone could move such a behemoth. It can be seen along the way just now. Ye Feng is building 2 island rings similar to the 10,000 Kingdoms and the Golden City. The former is just the beginning, and the latter has taken shape. The first island ring has multiple names. It has now been renamed the Dragon Prison Island Ring. As soon as the pirate ship entered this sea area, it saw the beautiful natural scenery. There are also large ships anchored on the shore, including the Whitebeard pirates, naval warships, and other ships. All collected here are the spoils of the extremely evil war. A large amount of minerals are stored here. There are also countless mineral resources transported here every day. At the same time, industrial production with a complete ecological cycle is also carried out. The Red Hair pirates landed at the port. There are several more ordinary sculptures. They saw people in various factories. They were all famous pirates and marines in the past. And the more terrifying one among them. It was the Dragon Prison built in the core of the Dragon Prison Island Ring. The outer layer of the Dragon Prison was the prison. Imprisoned were the Admiral of the Navy Hero, the Chief of the General Staff, 5 admirals, 2 alternate admirals, more than 10 elite vice admirals, and countless others like Jean Dalmaru and Kobe. The only thing missing was the 4 emperors, because they were dead. But the 7 warlords of the sea were also imprisoned here. Hawkeye my hawk, Whitebeard 2, Sea Knight Jinbe. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and dozens of captains under them. The supernovas of the worst era even live here with their families. Golden Lion, members of the Blackbeard pirates also feel at home. Even to the core. Isn't that a place for humans to stay? It's actually a huge arena. It's even 10 times larger than Dressrosa. The battles that can be endured here are enough to be called devastating. A large amount of sea stone is paved as the floor, and even the walls and thresholds are the same. Pushing forward the city is nothing but this. The red-haired man looked serious. He had opened his eyes today. What kind of non-human is Ye Feng? Could he be a space pirate from outside the starry sky? P.S. There are space pirates in the pirate world. 4 people in the sea, they are like legends in legends, comparable to aliens. Analu could have seen them. Bang! Someone clapped his hands. He walked out of a corner very leisurely. He even wore a pajamas. I have long seen the future, you will come here. Ye Feng was eating a bunch of crystal grapes, standing on the wall of Dragon Prison. 12 seraphim appeared above Dragon Prison at the same time, spreading their wings burning with flames. We are here to organize a war. I told the truth directly. But now, it's too late. Or, it's too unexpected. The whole world would never think that you can win. Red Hair remained extremely alert. All members of the pirate group were ready to fight. Facing a super monster that could destroy the 4 emperors and the marine headquarters alone, it was best to stay alert at all times. I have never lost. Ye Feng smiled happily. Ding! New achievement unlocked, the King of Evil. King of Evil unlocking condition, win this battle and be crowned king. Achievement reward, Devil Fruit, Face Fruit. Superhuman divine object, a gift from nature, giving you the strongest face. Ye Feng hasn't received an achievement reward for a long time. Since the start of the evil war, he has been busy fighting. Apart from having afternoon tea, he has almost no time for himself. It's boring to think about it. Fortunately, after going through so much hardship, he won. Puchi. After taking a bite, the juice overflowed. The food is really unpalatable. Ye Feng ate in front of the 4 emperors. The red-haired man thought it was a pure provocation. Red hair. You are too nervous. Give me a favor and take care of my food for a year. Black air came out of Ye Feng's body, removing the side effects of the devil fruit and awakening the fruit at the fastest speed. Every move was full of face. I refuse. The redhead found himself unable to utter the last word. Was that really a devil fruit just now? The powerful domineering aura drove away the effect of the fruit. The red-haired man finally refused with a ferocious expression. I reject. Really? Then please give me some face. Ye Feng spoke again, and the fruit field covered the entire field. Red Hair could resist it, and Ben Beckman barely restrained it. But the others, whether it was Lakilu or Jesus Bulletin, they could not compete with Ye Feng, the awakened face fruit ability user. Because this power is also accompanied by the domineering aura that crushes them. Do you want to start a war? The red-haired man once again released his domineering aura. He never thought that he would lose in terms of face. Chapter 71. Give me a favor. Use your treasure. Take care of my food for 10 years. Ye Feng ignored the red-haired man. What's the use of him breaking free from the fruit effect alone? Beckman could only barely block it. The others could only helplessly fall for it. Wait. Shank's scalp tingled. The red-hair pirates often found treasures on deserted islands in the sea, and they had a lot of reserves. But how much can Ye Feng eat? It is said that before the Sabayati archipelago was seized by him, he ate a whole street. Their red-hair pirates supplied Ye Feng with food for 10 years. It was even more painful than killing them. It's useless. The face fruit is a powerful superhuman system. Your domineering can only disintegrate the effect from within. In the end, only you and Beckman can compete. But the domineering of others is not enough to do this. Therefore, this conceptual ability will make them continue to dig for treasures. Find more gold, Bailey, bring me food. Ye Feng is very satisfied with the ability of the face fruit. It is equivalent to the conceptual level. It's like sugar's childish fruit, which can turn enemies into toys, and everyone will forget them. It's not scientific at all, but this is the devil fruit. The face fruit is the same. It is a curse that allows the person who is hit to complete the requirements at all costs. I'll give you all mine. Lockstar, a trainee pirate who just joined the Red Hair Pirates, has a bounty of more than 90 million Baileys. He is a sea star-headed crew member who believes in being straightforward and whose name is similar to rocks. Under Ye Feng's powerful strength, he actually handed over Bailey. Others were also trying their best to endure, but they couldn't hold on for long. Boss, my armament haki can't resist this kind of power. Rockstar said painfully. The others also pressed their hands with pale faces. Boss, cut off my hand, don't give it to this guy. Some people chose to die together. If Bailey was handed over, his pirate career would be completely over. It would be embarrassing to think about it. What are you going to do? Red-haired Shanks stood in front of the crew and held Rockstar's hand. Nothing. You came uninvited. You broke into my territory. You didn't bring any gifts. It's reasonable for me to do this. Right? Redhead. Ye Feng picked the last crystal grape. His expression was as arrogant as expected. To be honest, Ye Feng has never been low-key in these days. We will never become a vassal of any pirate group. Not to mention a guy like you who does evil things. There are too many things to do today. The red-haired man suddenly drew his sword. In an instant, he turned into red light and appeared in front of Ye Feng at an extremely fast speed. Swish! Ye Feng took a step forward and appeared in the red-haired man's original position even faster. I have seen a future that is farther than yours. Do you want to know how powerful the face fruit is? Then give it a try. 6 different colors of light entangled on Ye Feng's 5 fingers. The face fruit of the awakened fruit. Originally the weakest existence in the superhuman system. Originally it could only enhance the strength of one's speech, but after development, it can go a step further and make people more likely to believe. constantly getting stronger and going through countless hardships. Only then can the mouth-to-mouth technique be developed to the limit. Combined with the most powerful domineering aura, only then can its effect be increased to the strongest. The awakening secret of the face fruit. Give the whole world in order to give yourself face. The price is that the higher the request, the more terrifying the trauma. Of course, just like the surgery fruit. After the fruit awakens, the immortality surgery can be performed. The ability user will die, and the person who undergoes the immortality surgery will live forever. And the effect is irreversible. You. The red-haired man opened his eyes wide. His observation Haki saw an extremely terrifying future. Snap. Feng snapped his fingers. The third volume of Avengers, Pirates, The Wrong Plot. After the Whitebeard pirates were defeated by the Navy headquarters, the third powerful force, the red-haired pirates finally saw the strongest man in this world. The celestial dragons will send 120% of the sky gold to the Kowloon Kingdom. The red-hair pirates, the beasts pirates, and the 10,000 nations pirates will send a large amount of food to Kowloon Island every month. Snap. The snap of fingers ended. The red hair was stunned. You have such a terrifying power. It is more terrible than Yuda's singing to destroy the world. But you use it to ask for sky gold and food for yourself. You are really a human. The scourge is still the celestial dragons and the 4 emperors. The face fruit burst out with strong power from the moment the snap of fingers sounded. It swept the world in an instant. Wow! That powerful power! Only a few people can restrain it. They are either the 4 emperors themselves, or monsters of the same level. Shanks, go to the sea. Find food for me freely. Feng covered all the members of the red hair pirates with the teleportation fruit and sent them away in one go. You damned fellow! Red Hair was forced to return to the ship, but was already in the sea outside the kingdom of Kowloon. Looking back, he saw the evil king who had just destroyed an era. Like a giant demon, he was high up in the sky, looking down at all living beings. All that echoed in Red Hair's mind was the former Yuda. Now, Yuda was the world's #1 singer. Her power was temporarily restrained. But Feng had unknowingly tampered with this world. Is this the enhanced version of Yuda, the ability of the fruit without cost? Red Hair thought it was impossible. If it was this kind of devil fruit, it would definitely not be without cost. In fact, the cost is very terrifying, even faster than the surgery fruit. After the face fruit awakens, snapping fingers is equivalent to saying it and the ability will be followed. The user will die on the spot. If you say that you want to live forever, there is a high probability that the buff will be stuck. Half of the people will live forever and cannot die, and half of the people will die on the spot and turn into the form of the netherworld fruit. Boss, we seem to have all been hit. Lakilo's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but want to find food for Feng. The power of the face fruit is really terrifying. Shanks. We must have someone on our ship who can move freely and break the power of the fruit. His power exceeds that of any individual, so there must be a more powerful existence. A top warrior with several or even 10 times the strength of the evil war. What you have to do is to unite the 4 emperors, the dragon, and the 5 elders. Beckman's voice was low, and he was obviously in better condition than the others, but not as good as Shanks. I understand. Red-haired Shanks looked embarrassed. Who would have thought that after passing through the Kowloon Kingdom, he failed to mediate the fight? Instead, everyone on the ship was controlled by the enemy with devil fruits. Not long after, at a port in the New World, red-haired Shanks left the pirate ship wearing a black cloak. And he will go alone to save the world. How can you defeat Face? Only a stronger face. Use red-haired Shanks' face to summon the strongest people in the world to defeat the King of Evil. When he left, the crew's eyes were full of expectations. They believed that the strong and reliable captain would come to save them one day. Feng, this confused guy, won't be around for many more days. Ben Beckman said as he exhaled a puff of smoke. Chapter 72. Red Earth Continent. The 5 elders proudly announced the King of Evil is finally dead. Their names also contain holy, so they are naturally celestial dragons. But just when they were about to celebrate, a command suddenly appeared in their minds. 4 of them said in unison. We will send 120% of the gold in the sky to the kingdom of Kowloon. This. The 4 old men looked at each other. What happened? Why did their mouths suddenly become out of control? Only the bald warrior had veins popping out on his forehead. You are too careless. Someone is using a powerful fruit to manipulate you. A bunch of idiots. After losing his sword, he was often ridiculed. Now it's better. Precisely because he doesn't have the first generation of Kaititsu, his domineering aura is restrained. He is always on guard. In addition, he uses a knife, so his domineering aura is even stronger. He is also the only one among the 5 elders who can restrain the face fruit like Beckman. Your loss of the knife was a blessing in disguise. I'm old, but someone took advantage of me. Damn, isn't the Kowloon Kingdom the force created by Ye Feng? It has never been recognized by the World Congress, and it doesn't even hand over the gold from heaven. What kind of kingdom is it? What are you doing, Saturn Saint? The 5 elders were originally sitting on their respective sofas. They dared not move when they used their domineering power to forcibly resist the face fruit. Otherwise, if they were to issue some instructions under the command of the 5 elders, it would be a great disgrace. P.S. The known name of the 5 elders is the curly-haired 5 elders, abbreviated as Saturn Saint. The full name is very convoluted, named Jagaluja Satan Saint. I feel a bit out of control and want to find gold. Go to a specific direction. It was just a moment of trance. Saturn Saint was almost hit, and he could only try his best to block it again. Ye Feng died at the hands of Lord Yim. Is there anyone else in the Kowloon Kingdom who possesses such power? What if he wasn't dead? Impossible. That blow is unstoppable by any individual life, and anyone who receives it will suffer from an incurable disease. The 5 elders were already in a state of panic. The war had just ended less than an hour ago. After the ups and downs of their mood, the fear that came again made them feel like suffocation. Master Wulaoxing, the guard outside the door reported. What's the matter? The 5 elders with long beards signaled him to report as soon as possible. Sir, a large number of honorable gods are leaving the Red Earth continent on ships and heading for the Grand Line. They also asked slaves to carry a large amount of gold, Bailey. They said they would send it to the 9 Dragon Kingdom and present it to their honorable King of Evil. The guard knelt on the ground, his heartbeat speeding up. It was too scary. That man was obviously dead. Why was he still cursing the world? What? What on earth did he do? How could he affect so many people? Another short-bearded 5 elders stood up, furious. It's definitely him. He's not dead yet. If all the celestial dragons gave him gold, wouldn't that make everything he announced before the war come true? Without the protection of the Navy, there is also the World Army of Steelbone Sora and the Guardian Knight of the Red Earth continent. But if even the heavenly gold is handed over, the whole world will understand. The King of Evil really won, and the celestial dragons will become his servants. The 5 elders all slammed the table and stood up. The most terrible future must not come. But when anger filled their hearts, the effect of the fruit became more and more uncontrollable. Saturn Saint's expression changed, and he quietly picked up the Den Mushi. The beads of cold sweat on his forehead became more and more. He struggled painfully, but could not control himself. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The Den Mushi made a sound. The other 5 elders turned their heads, their pupils trembling. They tried their best to stop him, but the Saturn Saint couldn't help but speak. CP0, protect the celestial dragons, go to the Kowloon Kingdom. The sound of the Den Mushi suddenly stopped. One of them turned it off. Saturn Saint was already slumped on the sofa with a chill all over his body. But the order was already halfway through. The guards were surprised. It turned out that not only those good-for-nothing celestial dragons, but even the 5 elders were cursed. The fear of God was fading, and the shadow of the King of Evil was covering the entire Red Earth continent. Outside the palace, the celestial dragons were already blushing. It's so painful. If I don't send the heavenly gold to the Kowloon Kingdom, I will be in agony. Hurry aboard and take all the gold. Don't worry, I'm counting, last year's Tian Changjin has been made up to 120%. The celestial dragons worked together to send the heavenly gold to the kingdom of 9 dragons. As gods, they had never suffered so much. Although they were resentful and spitting in their hearts, they still couldn't help but send the gold. Bailey. What happened in this world? In the Forbidden Land. Yumo had already known this. And Hai naturally withstood the power of the fruit, which was far stronger than the 5 elders. Fuck your mother, you big sweet potato. I was so angry. He couldn't help but stamp his feet, and his heels made a crisp sound in the darkness. New World. Wano Country. A Nagashima. Kaido was in a bad mood today. He had heard that there would be a war on the top, but Ye Feng reported it as an extremely evil war. It didn't matter, he was just a small thief and would die soon. What he had to do was to seize Whitebeard's territory. Unexpectedly, he was driven back by Red Hair as soon as he went out. As his mood got worse, he heard the news of Whitebeard's defeat. Soon, only Ye Feng and Garp were left, destroyed by a mysterious force. This chain of events made Kaido's original mood worse. He simply drank to keep quiet. When he was drunk, he opened his eyes. Wow! The granary, kitchen, banquet hall, and wine cellar of Nagashima were all emptied. And the 3 calamities led the charge. According to Yamato, dozens of pirate ships of all sizes were densely packed towards the Grand Line. They said they were going to deliver food to the kingdom of Kowloon. Now, Kaido is completely sober, but he has no idea what happened. At the port, Yamato's hands and feet were shackled and controlled, and he was in great pain. If these things are not available, I would like to send food as soon as possible. Ace, are you okay in the 9 Dragon Kingdom? Although the food is not for you, I am still a little worried. Yamato was muttering to himself on the coast. A blue dragon roared across the sky. What happened? Someone give me an answer. Who? Kai is going crazy, completely crazy. Wonguo. Cake Island. Big Mom is killing it. Put down my cake. Don't touch my cookies. Big Mom, holding a long sword, stunned everyone with her domineering aura. She used the soul fruit to control homies and prevent them from moving. Even so, there were still ships secretly leaving from Wonguo. Big Mom's favorite thing was to eat. But now, these foods were being taken away. In the past, she could stun everyone with just a shout, but now she can only knock them out. She picked up the den mushi and shouted loudly. Smoothie, do you know what you are doing? Mom, I'm going to the Kowloon Kingdom to make fresh juice for the King of Evil. Smoothie said happily, even with hearts in his eyes. At this time, red-haired Shanks, who opened the face box himself, is traveling alone in the New World. Chapter 73. Golden City. The commotion between the Red Earth continent and the 4 emperors was nothing but a small matter to Ye Feng. As the strongest awakened person of the face fruit, after a snap of the fingers, the most important thing to focus on was life. Recalling the bets made in the Golden City before, Ye Feng came here specially to announce the final winner. Originally, Ye Feng had bet a lot of gold and Bailey, and later he blessed himself with a total of 2 billion Bailey. After the appearance of Whitebeard and the Navy headquarters in the Evil War, the odds had increased to 10 to 1. In other words, Ye Feng, as the only person who bet and believed that he would win, would receive 20 billion Bailey. The opponents bet a total of more than 10 billion Bailey, including nobles from the major kingdoms of the New World, including the Celestial Dragons. Then the missing 10 billion Bailey will be paid by the dealer, Golden Emperor T0, in accordance with the previous Golden City agreement. In theory, the dealers are guaranteed to make money no matter what, and they usually bet on both sides. Only in this game, no one would believe that Ye Feng could win. Facts have proved that in the eyes of the world, it is just a lose-lose situation. Ye Feng's arrival is to tell the world that the final winner is himself. Golden City. Casino. A group of gamblers have long been resentful. This guy T0 wants to keep it all for himself. That's right, even if we win, we can only share 2 billion Baileys. Since it's a tie, all the money should be returned. While the gamblers were arguing, a man in golden armor walked out. He touched his fists, and his domineering aura covered his whole body. He said fiercely, only Golden City in the world will cover the missing odds, but don't forget that you not only have to pay the banker's commission, but if it's a tie, Golden City will take back everything. As soon as these words came out, everyone started to argue. What? Whether it is the Golden City's guarantee or a tie, it has never happened before. You are just talking nonsense, saying that you know when you will encounter such a large multiplier. You are really shameless in the Golden City. There are also celestial dragons Baileys in there. Don't pay them back if you have the ability. A prince of the World Conference Kingdom was so angry that his face was red. He invested 100 million Baileys, which was supposed to be a sure-win business, but how did it become like this? Of course, the celestial dragon's Bailey will be returned in full. Everyone else, follow the rules. The Golden Emperor's men smiled playfully and ignored everyone. They were just a bunch of gamblers. They suffered a loss this time, and they will do the same thing again in the future. What they can't get rid of is the greed in their hearts. Wait a minute. Just when everyone was furious, an exceptionally gentle voice sounded outside the casino door. Who is causing trouble? The Golden Emperor's men were ready to fight, just wanting to clean up the ignorant people. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw an extremely scary scene. A man with 3 heads and 8 arms, 3 meters tall, was hanging about 3 feet in the air. He was watching him meticulously. It was the man who could only be seen by the bounty order. Not long ago, he live broadcasted the execution of the celestial dragons to the whole world. He was the strongest man in the New World who died with the Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates alone, the king of evil, Feng. Me. Feng ate with one head and slept with the other. Only the middle head looked at him. Just one look made him shudder. Although he didn't use the domineering color domineering, he was still intimidating. Aren't you dead? These 3 words could not be said even with all his strength. Even the brave generals under the Golden Emperor, facing a king who was more terrifying than the 4 emperors, were filled with fear and trembling in their hearts. The people around him took a few steps back. They didn't even dare to look at Feng. Hey, this is big news. The king of evil is not dead. After that attack, even the hero Garp might have died, so why is he still okay? Want to take a picture? Tell Master Morgans. Are you stupid? Lord Morgans must have known the first-hand information a long time ago. He is waiting for the super hot spot tomorrow morning. News: the hot air balloon club hid in the dark of the Golden City, and their hearts were beating wildly. It's going to be released again this time. In the corner, several men in strange costumes quietly sneaked into the darkness. They were the newly promoted CP0, who were originally CP9 on the Judicial Island. After redeeming their crimes, they once again executed dark justice. After seeing Feng in the Golden City with their own eyes, they reported it directly to their superiors. I am here to get the Baileys I won. It should be 20 billion Baileys, including the celestial dragons and all the Baileys that are being made. In addition, the rules of the Golden City are set by you, so you have to pay the remaining 10 billion Baileys. Feng was very happy. With this Bailey, he could build the dragon prison and the arena more perfect. That would be fun to watch. The beauty arena also needs to intensify its training. I had heard from a teacher who enlightened me when I was a teenager that watching women fight is the most incredible thing on the sea. Especially a group of female pirates, they fight even more fiercely. With the remaining Baileys, I will renovate the Kowloon Island of the Kowloon Kingdom. It should be more perfect as a royal capital. Their 10 billion Baileys are no problem, but... Cold sweat oozed from the man's forehead. How could he be qualified to make a decision for the Golden Emperor? 10 billion Baileys. Compared to taking away Pirate King Roger and Red Hair Shanks. Wait for me to ask for instructions. The Den Mushi made a gurgling sound. Feng had already stepped into the casino. Bang! The door seemed not very strong and broke into pieces after just one touch. He took out his 2 large tables of weights that were taller than a person. Feng sat on the chair, crossed his legs and waited quietly for Bailey to arrive. After a while, a tall figure appeared at the door. Unlike those who were silent, he at least had the courage to stand up. When he saw Ye Feng in person, he was stunned instinctively. I am Tizero, the owner of the Golden City, and one of the kings who joined the World Conference. The Golden City will pay for all the 10 billion Baileys that you are missing. Don't worry, the gold and Baileys I have are enough to influence the whole world. The Golden Emperor put one hand in front of his chest. He knelt on one knee in front of Ye Feng. I don't like men. Ye Feng was not interested in this kind of chivalry. The only one who wanted to take it away today was Bailey. The world is interesting enough when you are alive. Please convert all Baileys into gold on this trip. Because Bailey is Bailey under the Celestial Dragon system. Gold is the currency of the whole world. I will never use my ability, and you can see through it at a glance. Tizalo said, and a large amount of gold was driven to the door. The value is even more than 20 billion. Bailey is the Bailey of the Celestial Dragons. Ye Feng held his chin with one hand, and looked at him with great interest. You have something to say, little Jinzi? I think it's time for you to establish your own rules of the game. Tizalo raised his head, his eyes first full of ambition, followed by a mad admiration for Ye Feng. The man who was thought to have died a long time ago has now returned again. This also means that the rules of the world can be rewritten. Interesting. Ye Feng stood up, flew past the Golden Emperor, and put the gold into the system backpack with one hand. Drive the ship to the Grand Line, I'll be waiting for you on Kowloon Island. As you command, my great king, the evil is immortal. Chapter 74. The ambition in the eyes of the Golden Emperor could no longer be concealed. As Ye Feng left, Doflamingo, who was far away in the upper echelons of the Golden City, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Who would have thought that Ye Feng was not dead? What's more, the Golden Emperor surrendered faster than him. The winner of the evil war is the king of evil, Ye Feng. Once this news spreads throughout the world army will suffer another heavy blow after losing the navy headquarters, and the prestige of the Celestial Dragons will be greatly reduced. The most terrifying thing is that Ye Feng really became the king of the world silently. From now on, whether it is the navy or the Celestial Dragons, they will avoid him and behave themselves. Are there only 4 emperors left? Doflamingo was still hesitant in his heart. He was so unlucky now. It was fine to flee everywhere. The navy headquarters was finally hit, and there was no need to worry about being hunted down. As a result, a new problem was put in front of him. That is, the Golden Emperor rebelled and defected to Ye Feng. The super battleship has begun to move in the direction of the Grand Line. It is bound to become an island in the Kowloon Kingdom. It is the same as the thriller bark, but with a different function. What about him? Mingo, who was once one of the 7 warlords of the sea and tried to compete for the position of the 4 emperors in the Great Pirate Era. Is he going to find Kaido? The collapse of the Devil Fruit Factory would be dangerous. Young Master. The men gathered in a swarm, all of them anxious. The Golden City is not a place to stay for a long time. Tizalo only knows how to live a life of luxury. It is time for us to return to the sea again. The young master of the Don Quixote family once again left his habitat. At this time, there are more and more lonely people on the sea. Some of them lost their power overnight, some of them ran away to deliver things to others. Some were forced to leave their pirate groups, and some fled in a panic. What big pirates are just a group of miserable people? In the New World, on an isolated island, 2 figures appeared, and the leopard-faced man with invisibility threw Moria out. Perona! Is this hell? Moria said in panic. The shadow of the evil war was still floating in his soul. No, Lord Moria, this is our island in the New World. Princess Mononoke Perona and the other weirdo were already in tears. Damn it, I won't go there again. That guy is a monster. He can't be defeated at all. Moria finally understood that it would be bad to provoke Ye Feng. As the only survivor among the 7 warlords of the sea besides the Empress, he was still very lucky. Lord Maria, the king of evil Ye Feng has died together with Garp, and the evil war is over. Perona told Maria everything that happened after he was defeated and rescued by the invisible leopard face brain. Moonlight Maria suddenly felt a lot more relieved. Jai-he, it seems that Kaido is not so invincible in comparison. Some people become arrogant as they live. Grand Line. Impel down. Warden Magellan was covered in blood. He climbed up and walked into the monitoring room. He picked up the Den Mushi and reported to his superiors. Impel down, Judicial Island, and the Navy headquarters. The three are the forces under the command of the World Army. They exist independently on weekdays, and will only ask for permission to take action when they need each other. Marshal Gang Gukong. Magellan's eyes were lost. He was defeated, which would lead to countless criminals returning to the sea. And who knows how many innocent lives would die and be buried in the sea, becoming cold corpses. Magellan, I already know what happened. They chose to attack when the defense was the weakest. They rescued Ivankov, which means that in the next battle, the powerful enemy we will face is a dragon. Gang Gukong never thought that things would develop to this point. At this moment, he was sitting in the office built on the seabed. He could still see the giant sea kings wandering in the window. Marshal Kong, I request to step down. Don't blame yourself, you have done everything you can. Since you have escaped, we will bring them all back. The situation is urgent, and the Navy has a shortage of combat power. You and Dark Horse will be appointed as the new admirals of the Navy. P.S. Dark Horse is a strong man in charge of intelligence. He appeared briefly in the comics. Because of his code name, he has always been considered to be very powerful, especially the words with color prefixes. I don't. Magellan thought he would be demoted, but he was promoted instead. Outrageous. Too outrageous. But how could he have thought that when he was fighting with Sabo and the two army captains, they were unstoppable with Ivankov's help from inside and outside, and there was also a guy like Yu Shiliu who was afraid of chaos in the world. It led to the complete collapse of the city of Impel Down. He knew nothing about the evil war. He didn't know that the position of the Admiral of the Navy had been vacant for a long time. Magellan, this is an absolute order, not a question. I understand. Hearing this, Magellan also understood how difficult the situation was. The group of lunatics in the city would cause chaos in the order. Moreover, he had obvious shortcomings. Being promoted to a general meant that the situation was even more serious. New World. Egghead Island, the kingdom of the future. Vegapunk, the world's #1 brain, is thinking hard. How did they carry out such a large-scale attack? Did the celestial dragons master such a high-level technology? What about Ye Feng's natural seraph? Even I am only a semi-finished product. Vegapunk was brainstorming. The 6 clones had begun their own thinking. Only York, who represented desire, was smiling quietly. She looked at Ye Feng in the frozen image and was full of curiosity about the kingdom of Kowloon. That was the paradise of technology, and there was a power more terrifying than the celestial dragons. She wanted to become a celestial dragon, but now she has found the key to transcend God. P.S. York is one of Vegapunk's clones. In the plot, he is an ambitious person who wants to join the 5 elders and try to become a celestial dragon. The kingdom of Kowloon. A place on the sea that symbolizes peace, freedom, and justice. Here, there is the arena where countless strong men gather, the bustling and prosperous Shampoo Land, and the new kingdom under construction. Ye Feng returned and threw several carts of gold into the warehouse. He clapped his hands and walked out. The 12 seraphim came to guard him immediately, showing great respect. But an inappropriate head popped out from among them. The King of News, Morgans. Lord Ye Feng, I want to discuss something with you. Yet. Feng had only had afternoon tea since the outbreak of the evil war. The red hair pirates were supposed to treat him to dinner, but they were too stingy and haven't sent it yet. The sky is now dotted with stars. The bright moon is rising, and it's time for supper. This Morgans is really blind, coming to join in the fun at this time. I want to spread the news of your victory to the world. And I just received information that the Impel downtown has been breached by Sabo. It's all big news, and I can make a lot of money. Lying on the chair. Seraph Jinbei fished a few fish. Seraph White 2 hunted wild beasts. Seraph Ace was responsible for adding fire. Soon a small barbecue was set up. Ye Feng drank a little wine and ate clams. The night sky was particularly bright, with stars in the Milky Way twinkling. He tapped the armrest of the recliner with his fingers, and then said comfortably, "Tell the world, I'm back." Chapter 75. Thank you, sir. We will do our best to take responsibility. The corresponding remuneration will be sent as soon as possible. Morgans was very excited. For a journalist, there is nothing more joyful than getting first-hand news. Thinking that tomorrow's newspaper will sell well, he will become famous and his name will be recorded in the history of journalism. The ecstasy in his heart followed. He flapped his wings that could not fly at all, and continued to print. Shampoo land in the Kowloon Kingdom. A hot air balloon stopped at the place where Ye Feng and Kizaru fought. A large news agency was specially built here. Ships traveled between islands. People who witnessed the end of the war with their own eyes felt more and more at ease. The pirate flag of Ye Feng was still fluttering in the wind. The next day, an ordinary news bird flew over the islands. People bought newspapers and opened them as usual. They all had a clear idea of what happened yesterday. They died together. That means that there will be a period of confrontation. The Navy has lost the combat power of the headquarters and the major branches. The strong men of the World Army will also set about establishing a new Navy headquarters as soon as possible. The strong men among the pirates, except for the 4 emperors of the New World. Almost all of them have been dealt with. On the contrary, there is nothing to be afraid of. It is probably an announcement. Although they died together, the king of evil, Ye Feng, was completely wiped out. The new Navy headquarters will ensure that justice will be carried out forever. People in the world have seen similar words countless times. Until 100 Baileys were thrown. The newspaper fell into his hand and he turned to the first page. There was a very simple and clear main title on it, as well as a subtitle. The winner of the most vicious war, Ye Feng, tell the world, I'm back. In the newspaper, there was also shocking news. The world's most evil man, Dragon's action, Impel Down is forced, the great pirates return to the sea. Crazy. This world has gone crazy. Overnight. The Navy headquarters and Impel Down were all destroyed. And Judicial Island had already been conquered by the Straw Hat pirates not long ago. The people who saw the newspapers first had their eyes black and fainted. It's over. This world is over. Donghai. Windmill Village. When the village chief saw the newspaper, he fainted in anger. Fortunately, everyone worked together to wake him up. When people saw the newspaper with their own eyes, they were also speechless. Dodden's family, who were far away in the mountains, also saw the latest newspaper. They were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Even Garp can't defeat that guy. Damn, someone tell me what is wrong with this world. If that guy is still alive, will we ordinary people have a way to survive in the future? As a person who personally nurtured Ace with a fire fist, Sabo with a dragon claw fist, and the young form of Straw Hat Luffy, and who also punched Garp, and still stood firm in the Windmill Village, Dodden's heart was filled with worries for his weak self and all living beings. Compared to the worries of ordinary people, more people are crazy about it. Especially those pirates who once again rushed into the sea under the call of Whitebeard. The era of Whitebeard is completely over. Now that the Navy has lost its headquarters, the major branches will definitely be stretched to the limit. Our time has come. Celebrate, this era is called the King of Evil. Alas, head to the Grand Line, the great secret treasure is coming. The sea, which had stopped for a while due to the war, returned to its madness again. The world seemed to have never calmed down his confession. Compared to the madman, the truly ambitious ones were the strong men who escaped from the Impel Down. New World. On an isolated island full of wild boars. Rain Shiryu was reading a newspaper, forgetting to puff on his cigar. I just left that damn place called Impel Down and saw this interesting news. How strong is that man? Even Whitebeard was defeated. Crocodile and Blade Man Mr1 were sitting on the wooden box on the other side. He was more interested in the defeated Whitebeard. A monster that dominated the sea for 20 years was defeated just like that. No one wants to drink to celebrate. The Navy headquarters collapsed, Whitebeard died, there is no better time than this. The drunkard drank happily, and his mood improved a lot. The sea is really ruthless. The strongest man in the world will die, and the naval hero will become a thing of the past. The evil king said it was a pity, but his mouth was already full of joy. You talk too much. Are you going to grab more jewels next? The Swanyu hunter bared his teeth and claws, and he looked really awkward. But in the end, no one answered him. The World Destroyer, the Momo Fruit ability user, was the first to leave on a small boat. Why waste time here? Revenge has just begun, and his former companions are still waiting for him on the sea. There is not much food on this island. In the corner, a man started talking and attracted everyone's attention. He was tall and his skin was red. He ate the roasted wild boar meat in one bite. So, don't you want to challenge him? Red Earl. The one who spoke was the devil's descendant with a very bad personality, Barrett. No need, he is just a dying man. The Red Earl already looked old. He walked out of the forest and left with the only person he knew and trusted in the Impel Down. What he wanted to do on this trip was to get the devil fruit of the mythical beast species, the vampire form. The monsters that walked out of the Impel Down left one by one. Barrett stretched and stood up. He threw the newspaper in his hand and stepped on Ye Feng's bounty. Since the victory or defeat of the Extreme War was just yesterday, it was announced today. The bounty was still 4 billion Baileys. Barrett looked down on everything and stepped onto a stolen Navy battleship. Coward, if you don't dare to challenge the strongest of the times, then you will always be a frog in the well. There is only one purpose for this trip. To defeat Ye Feng. There are many people who have the same purpose. Ye Feng's strength is naturally obvious to all. Before this, the 4 emperors were also extremely powerful, and there were countless challengers. If you don't cross that mountain, you can't become the king. In the corner, a red-nosed pirate was hammering and building his own ship. Damn it, why am I staying with so many monsters? I'm so scared, I must escape before dark. When will the rest of these people leave? I don't want to stay here. Bucky has complained 1,000 times in his heart. It's creepy to think about being with a madman every day. Barrett's departure has quietly touched everyone's heart. The throne of the 4 emperors has not yet been vacant, but the throne has been occupied. Someone has to climb up anyway, so why not him? 9 Dragon Kingdom. Ye Feng, whose throne was being watched by countless people, got a piece of good news as soon as he woke up. The Tianlong people who lived in the Red Earth continent and were closest to Ye Feng, came. Chapter 76. Celestial Dragons. Born in the pirate world, the most pampered group of people. Their lives are mostly full of happiness, and sadness does not exist in the dictionary of God. Many times, those weak people are fantasizing about why they were not born in Marijoa and were not celestial dragons. And why did those celestial dragons gain the qualification to become gods by having a soul inhabit a mortal body? In the past, it was only the common people who did not understand. Now, celestial dragons have also joined the ranks of those who do not understand. They can't figure out why a monster like Ye Feng was born when there were celestial dragons. If celestial dragons are absolutely free beings on the sea, then Ye Feng is even more absolute than absolute. His existence there means that all gods must bow their heads and listen to all the orders of the King of Evil. Kowloon Kingdom. Fishman Island. A port outside the coast. On dozens of naval warships, marines, and CP0 are looking ahead with a serious face. For them, this place is the restricted area of the sea. Originally, with the development of new warships, the Navy can appear in any corner of the sea at will, including the doldrums. But now, the emergence of the 9 Dragon Kingdom means that Ye Feng has opened up a new world in his own name. It is a place that cannot be set foot on, not even by gods. No warship dares to dock easily. The Tianlong people on the ship are already extremely anxious and shout loudly. Drive over quickly, I brought a lot of gold to give to the King of Evil. You bunch of slaves, don't you understand what I'm saying? Why are you still here? If you don't offer the heavenly gold to the King of Evil, I will kill you. The 19 dragons were yelling in different boats. They were very angry. Why didn't CP0 and the Navy start the boat? Sir, please allow me to explain. The sea ahead is the Kowloon Kingdom. We cannot act without permission. For your safety, we need to wait for negotiation. Even if we come to offer the heavenly gold, it depends on whether the King of Evil wants it. One of the CP0 explained. He was tall and powerful, and was the user of the door fruit. Swoosh, do you want to wait for the permission of the King of Evil? Then let's wait a while. The celestial dragons soon quieted down after hearing this. They dared to be fierce to the navy, CP0, and any pirates on the sea, but not Ye Feng. Witnessing the cowardice of the celestial dragons with his own eyes. The contrast before and after is so obvious. Rob Lucci's eyes dimmed in an instant. Yes. He promptly made amends for his crime and became CP0, and even became the captain. He was able to continue to carry out his dark justice. But even the celestial dragons, who are at the pinnacle of world power, have become a servile dog. Then the previous expectations will naturally fall, and there will be no more dignity of God in their hearts. Fishman Island. The guard here is a fishman selected by Ye Feng, naturally the Seraph Jinbei. Hearing CP0 Keiku's report, Seraph Jinbei nodded and obtained the latest permission by asking Ye Feng. These celestial dragons are still daydreaming all day. They really think they are still the nobles of the world. Let them bring the ship over. Let Tian Shangjin stay, and the ship stay too. Jinbei told Keiku, who looked a little erratic. What do you mean, sir? The ship should stay. Keiku had never heard of such an impolite request. If the ships are left behind, what face will the celestial dragons have left? The seraph turned around. With a serious face, he said, the celestial dragons have no face in front of our king. It was just a simple sentence. Keiku wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Your king is not going to show up. Keiku once again received instructions from his superiors and asked. A bunch of tribute-paying ministers, why does my king need to show up? From now on, every year's heavenly gold must be converted into 120% gold. By the way, my king orders you to move out of the Red Earth continent as soon as possible. Marijoa, from now on, is no longer the back garden of the celestial dragons. It should belong to my king. After the Seraph Jinbei finished speaking, he walked straight to the port. As warships came in, small boats left the port. The marines rowed the boats and took the celestial dragons away. There were also strong ones among them, but leaving the calm belt was full of dangers and a life-threatening situation. Keiku jumped onto the deck of a small boat. Lucci also turned around. The gold in the sky was paid, and the ship was gone. These were dozens of warships. CP0 looked back at the Fishman Island that was getting farther and farther away. This place that was once oppressed by the celestial dragons has now become the most powerful place on the sea. In another direction, Stussy, who was also riding a small boat, smiled playfully. Even the celestial dragons, after collecting the heavenly gold, could not detain the warships and ships. Times have changed, and the celestial dragons have become tools of the King of Evil. Califa raised her black glasses. As for those distraught celestial dragons, they were not important at all. Their dignity had already been greatly reduced. When the news of the heavenly gold spread, their dignity would plummet. As for Ye Feng, he did not care at all. It would be a wonderful thing to use the heavenly gold he collected to exchange for countless resources. Fishman Island. The carnival has just begun. We actually accepted the celestial gold from the celestial dragons. Princess Otohim and Jinbei's tricks simply don't work. Only with strength can you hold the bargaining chips. Lord Ye Feng is our king. If Mr. Tiger were still alive, he would be very pleased. We need to send the heavenly gold to Zhulang Island as soon as possible. Lord Ye Feng must have been waiting for a long time. The fishermen enthusiastically drove the warship. They were born with a keen insight into the ocean currents and navigation. When the warship passed through the entrance of Shampoo Land and entered the Dragon Prison Island ring, it finally appeared outside Zhulang Island. Ye Feng had been waiting there for a long time. He was sitting on a rock, eating a bowl of beef ramen with bone broth in his hand while waiting. Sir, the celestial dragons personally sent the heavenly gold. They didn't even land on the island, and they left in despair. King, we would like to ask you to designate this day as the day when the kingdom of Kowloon is recognized by the world. Recognized by the world? Seeing the joyful look on Fishman Island, Ye Feng knew that this was the relief they had finally gotten after years of humiliation. But we don't need the world's recognition. I'm a pirate, why do I need the navy, the world's authority? It should be said that I no longer recognize this world. Ye Feng finished speaking, took a sip of the rich noodle soup, and nodded with satisfaction. Morgans. Here. Morgan's attentive voice immediately rang out from the other side of the den mushy. Tell the world. I will officially retire today. I will start the Dragon Prison First Martial Arts Tournament. Ye Feng basked in the warm sun comfortably. Looking at the sea in the distance, the pirate ships of the 4 emperors have arrived from the New World one after another. That's great. Thinking back to the 3 months of hard work. From having nothing to building the prototype of a kingdom. It's time to retire. While I'm still not old enough to retire, I should do something I like. Ye Feng smiled with relief and said to Seraph Hancock. Oh, by the way, all income from Kowloon Kingdom will be counted as my pension. As you command. Seraph Hancock's admiration for Ye Feng was like a surging river. Chapter 77. Outside the waters of the Kingdom of 9 Dragons. The newly arrived celestial dragons are sympathizing with the world under the protection of the Marines. Why does it feel so bleak? When will Marineford send a boat to pick us up? Lucci, why don't you speak? Faced with the accusations of the celestial dragons, Rob Lucci spoke the truth directly. Sir, Ye Feng requires you to move out of the Red Earth continent as soon as possible. Even if the Tianlong people died, they would never agree to such a request. They fear power, but they also have unforgivable arrogance and pride. How could they agree to it? Just move away. As long as it is the order of the King of Evil, you must obey it. That's right, because we were born to offer the heavenly gold to Lord Ye Feng. Then let's consider that moving out of the Red Earth continent is also a gift from heaven to Lord Ye Feng. The eyes of the celestial dragons were full of hearts. Seeing this scene, Lucci was horrified. He received an order to protect the celestial dragons and negotiate with Ye Feng. But the superiors did not tell him that the matter had become so serious. When did the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, become completely enslaved by Ye Feng? Doesn't that mean that all the infamy in the future will be borne by the celestial dragons, but Ye Feng is enjoying everything? Even Yumo, who is hiding behind the scenes, hates Ye Feng to the core. As the true king of the world, Yumo must hide behind history to gain eternal life. What about Ye Feng? He just dominates the world so openly. He doesn't care whether someone will rise up like Long and Sabo. Because he directly treats the celestial dragons as puppets. For Lucci at this time, his so-called dark justice is nothing compared to Ye Feng's black belly. Actually, the above are all Lucci and Im's own imagination. For Ye Feng, anyone outside the Kowloon Kingdom has nothing to do with him. As Ye Feng said, as a pirate, he doesn't need the approval of others. He can do whatever he wants. In addition, his brain circuit is unique, and he wants to realize the lofty ambitions left in his youth. That is, he has everything and enjoys it seriously. The celestial dragons are the best source of funds. In comparison, the Golden City is just a hidden energy source behind it. Hey, what is that? Jin stood on the deck of the beast pirate's ship. He crossed his arms and looked very cold. Oh, they are a bunch of idiots rowing in the doldrums. Quinn was in a hurry now, and he wanted to send the food to Ye Feng immediately. Master 3 Calamities, we found guys dressed like Navy and Celestial Dragons ahead, what should we do? The man under his command came to report immediately. In other cases, the man under his command would command others, but the 3 Calamities are the big bosses, taller and stronger than them. If it were before, when they went out, there was no Kaido to protect them. For Celestial Dragons, even the 4 emperors would choose to take a detour. It's different now. Ever since Ye Feng took action, the world has become abnormal. Celestial dragons are like they don't need money, and everyone who sees them wants to chop them a few times to prove themselves. What new admiral was announced in the news this morning? What dark horse, Magellan? It is said that his strength is about the same as that of the alternate admiral, and he has his own shortcomings. It's too late for them to save the celestial dragons. Not everyone is Kizaru. The annihilation of the Navy headquarters has made the pirates even more careless. Who cares if he's a celestial dragon? A tall figure walked onto the deck. Even Quinn and Jin seemed a head shorter than him. He had a fierce look on his face, full of fighting spirit. Who do they think I am? Pull the boat over. Drought Jack, holding two swords in his hands, attacked the celestial dragons directly. Poor God! Now anyone can bully him. He suffered an accident just after leaving the kingdom of Kowloon. Fight! Lucci commanded CP0 to protect the celestial dragons at the first time. But facing the three calamities and the flying quintuplets, they were destined to be weak. Defeat these marines who are blocking our way. Our target is the kingdom of Kowloon. Jack screamed as if he was the four emperors. Spare no expense to serve the king of evil with delicious food and wine. In another direction of the Kowloon kingdom, the celestial dragons chose to leave from different directions. Some went directly to the Red Earth continent, while others went to the Marine headquarters first. They would be met by a vice-admiral of the Marine headquarters. The only man who did not appear in the abominable war. Smoker. However, before Smoker left the Marine headquarters, the pirate flag of Big Mom appeared before their eyes. Cookie soldiers, sink all these guys who are blocking the way. Crick was in a bad mood. It was almost evening yesterday. The evil war had just ended. As a result, he was crazy and wanted to go to Feng to make cookies. Even when the whole pirate group set out, only Captain Big Mom was left behind. Defeat CP0, our goal is Zhulong Island. Present the freshly squeezed juice to Master Feng. Bet on the reputation of our Big Mom pirates. Smoothie raised his sword and cut the sea in half. After seeing this scene, Stussy and Khalifa, who were already undetermined, decisively chose to run away. The Marines symbolically blocked them and all jumped into the sea to escape. I saw the future, and that man is waiting for us to arrive. Katakuri stood at the bow, not knowing what he was thinking. He was obviously strong enough. He could even be called the pirate closest to the four emperors. But why couldn't he resist Feng's domineering power? Even with all his strength, he could only maintain his sanity. Not saying that he would present the most perfect rice cake to Feng was already a proof of his strength. When the beast's pirates, Big Mom, were sacrificing the celestial dragons, the red hair pirates had arrived with a large ship. On this ship were the giants of the giant kingdom, Elbaf. They brought a lot of fine wine and barbecue. As the most powerful fighting force on the sea, this action was not only to send food to Feng. It was also the plan of Beckman and Red Hair. Since Feng wanted to gather all the races and build a real world. Then, the giant race that even Big Mom failed to succeed. The giant kingdom is vast enough to amaze any human being. What will Feng do? The Red Earth continent is not only high in altitude, but also very large in area. The giant kingdom is equivalent to the area of a part of the Red Earth continent. Even if all the giants in history, plus the demon Oz, join forces, it is impossible to move it. What would you do? The King of Evil. Beckman looked in the direction of the Nine-Dragon Kingdom. Food can be obtained again if it is lost, but Feng's strength is always a mystery. If it can be verified by the Giant Kingdom, it would be great. After all, powerful enemies are not scary, but what is scary is not knowing how powerful they are. No one can lift up the Giant Kingdom, just like no one can lift themselves. The green ghost of the giant clan laughed happily. Zhulong Island. Feng, who had just announced his retirement, was already sitting on the largest stand in the dragon prison arena. When the camera was focused on everyone here, a series of resentful looks were cast. King of Evil, you have ruined my life. Let me out, I don't want to waste the rest of my life here. If you have the guts, come and fight us in a group. Why do you challenge us alone? These words. To Feng, they were compliments to a pirate. Chapter 78. If you say that praising a navy as the embodiment of justice is the ultimate compliment, then it is definitely the ultimate compliment. But for a pirate, saying that he is lawless and destroys the world is the real honor. Ye Feng is a pirate who enjoys praise. Very good, thank you all for your unconditional praise. Although I haven't had morning tea today, your hard work has touched me. I am here to announce something to you. The Dragon Prison First Martial Arts Conference will be held soon. The winner will have the opportunity to be led by me personally to return home in glory. Ye Feng said, and the Seraph Hancock had brought a pair of shackles. This pair of shackles was forged by Seraph Ace himself. They are very useful and a must-have for everyone when they return home in glory. Ye Feng clapped his hands in understanding. Similarly, Fengjia will also start a martial arts tournament after this, and the prize for the winner will be a one-day trip to the Kowloon Palace. The reaction on the scene seemed not enthusiastic enough. Akainu and Aokiji were in the Navy camp, taking care of the admirals and marshals. It was only one day after the end of the Evil War. Naturally, he was still in a coma. The same was true for the pirate camp. A large number of strong men from the Whitebeard pirates were recovering from their injuries under the protection of Fire Fist Ace. When Ye Feng appeared and announced the rules, people were filled with resentment. We want to challenge you. That's right, we're going to beat you up fairly. Ye Feng, if you are a man, fight all of us. The shouts became louder and louder. They were angry. They dared not speak out against Ye Feng. At that time, they still thought they had a way out. Whitebeard and the Navy headquarters would come to save them. Now, it was a matter of death. If they didn't act arrogantly, they would die just as quickly. Ye Feng flicked out his finger and broke the shackles. With a light tap, a beam of domineering energy turned into a beam and went straight through his chest. After shouting for less than a second, everyone was immediately finished. Even Dragon Prison is not the strongest. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. There is another point. There will be no more shackles in Dragon Prison. Only those who have the ability to become the strongest can wear shackles and walk out of here. Ye Feng clenched his hands with his bare hands, and all the chains broke. The magma, ice, fire, and rubber ability users instantly filled up their buffs. The fighting spirit in his eyes quickly became strong. The Dragon Prison is built entirely of sea stone, and so is the arena. Your strength is not enough to break it. The only way to get out is to become the strongest. I will broadcast the first martial arts tournament live to the world and start super rewards. Is sea stone strong? Ye Feng easily broke the shackles on everyone. But none of them could break it. The most powerful substance in the world, surpassing diamond. To Ye Feng, it is nothing. To the people of the Dragon Prison, it is the strongest existence above the sea. Looking up, the sky is made up of sea stone like a fence. The outer layer of the Dragon Prison is for living, and the inner layer is for fighting. It is more complete than the arena in Dressrosa. The major camps live in it and are destined to fight forever. The time has come. According to the future I foresaw, the food should have been delivered. Ye Feng sat lazily in the audience, eating popcorn and drinking a small Coke. The huge screen changed the picture and became a shot of shampoo. The Big Mom pirates, the Beasts pirates, and the Red Hair pirates were delivering a large amount of food. After they delivered it, only the Red Hair pirates stayed behind with an excuse. There were also a dozen giants left with them. As for giants, Dragon Prison also imprisoned a large number of them. They were all the vice admirals of the Navy who were defeated in the extremely evil war, the Little Demon Oz. The Dragon Prison, which occupied 3 islands, was enough to carry more people. Since the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates are leaving, then leave their pirate ships behind and renovate them. Send them a few small boats, and deliver food on time next month. Ye Feng picked up the Den Den Mushi and said a few words. Katakuri and Jin in the camera got off the boat in astonishment and left on the boat. They finally understood what Ye Feng had done to the celestial dragons. No wonder the celestial dragons, who always loved face and showed off their power every time they went out, actually took a small boat. It turned out that Ye Feng had detained even the boat. After all, they are the second in command of the 4 Emperors pirate group, but they have to take such a broken ship to return to the New World. I wanted to retort, just for the sake of my own words. After all, they are also a famous pirate. I didn't expect the 12 Seraphs to come together to support them. The 3 disasters, the 4 generals, the flying quintuplets, and dozens of ministers, they are nothing when they really fight. Even if it is 1v1, there will be a few more people in the end to deal with them all. The gap between the strong on the sea very serious. A Shishibukai level is not comparable to an ordinary cotter. In the end, after they left a lot of food, they didn't even see Ye Feng. Among them, there were also outstanding ones who were selected for their extraordinary talents and stayed. Shampoo. Black Maria who tried to give Ye Feng shaku. Runti who was willing to smash walnuts with her head. Page 1, the free-range dinosaur who was forced to follow her sister. Bruin who was good at making chocolate. Smoothie who was good at squeezing juice. They stayed because of the powerful face fruit. Since Ye Feng asked the 4 emperors pirate group to offer food on a monthly basis. After they heard it, they immediately engraved in their minds that they were going to cook food once and for all. It really deserves to be a superhuman devil fruit of the law of cause and effect. Let Peggy Wong guard the gate of Dragon Prison. I will go to see those Phoenix Prison sent to the 9 Dragon Palace in a few days. Ye Feng thought to himself that the Empress should have done a good job. With her ability, she was able to make any training go on. My king, the Red Hair Pirates request to see you right now. We have an important matter to report to you. Seraphim Buggy said seriously. Don't you know I'm busy? Let them go aside for a while and have more fun in Shampoo Land. They are guests, so they should be charged double the fee. This will show their generosity and wealth. Ye Feng hung up the phone bug and looked at the stunned prisoners in the audience with great satisfaction. Everyone! A whole month's worth of food has been taken from the Emperor of the New World. I hope your fighting will not let me down. My entertainment after retirement depends on you. Obviously, not many people listened to Ye Feng's words. They only noticed one thing. The 4 emperors pirate group, except for the 4 emperors themselves, were all present. And they sent a lot of food and resources. What does this mean? The outside world has changed a lot. Ye Feng not only defeated the Navy headquarters and destroyed the Whitebeard pirate group, but also subdued all the remaining sea emperors. Otherwise, how could so much food and resources be presented with both hands? In just 24 hours, Ye Feng dominated the New World and the Grand Line. Just when everyone, whether Marines or pirates, were horrified. Straw Hat Luffy already had a sharp gaze. Hey, the boy shouted loudly, and everyone's heartbeat quickened. Luffy. Ace is also a rebellious person, especially when Luffy is in danger. He, as a brother, of course has to protect him. Can you eat those foods if you win? Luffy is not afraid of defeat. He was already defeated the moment he entered the dragon prison. You are very polite like a pirate, but no, that is what I ate while watching the battle. Ye Feng ate calmly and smiled at all the prisoners. I will become the strongest, beat you up, and take all the food. Luffy clenched his fists and ignored Ye Feng's words. I told you that the food is not for you, did you listen? Ye Feng had morning tea and calculated that it was time for lunch. I understand. I just need to defeat you. Luffy was still talking to himself. Like Ye Feng, he also had his own set of logical thinking. I'm going to have lunch. Everyone, you must cheer up. You must never be discouraged even in adversity. I have been the same for 3 years. I have just awakened the system and I am invincible. You can do it too. Ye Feng said goodbye politely, leaving only the silence of the arena. They are enduring incomparable torment in their hearts. If the 4 emperors are defeated, all the strong men in the world will gather here. Then, is the Great Pirate Era a thing of the past? What is about to begin is the Great Dragon Prison Era. Chapter 79. The world seemed to have returned to peace. The gold in the sky, the gift from the 4 emperors. Perhaps it will set the whole world on fire tomorrow morning. But before that, the pirates are still clamoring on the sea. Fighting for their own reputation. Red Earth continent. Only a few celestial dragons returned. It was a blessing to be able to survive the encounter with the 4 emperors. When they told Ye Feng about the relocation request, the rest of the celestial dragons all had dark faces. Last year's Tian Changjin has been increased by 20% and given to Ye Feng. But if it continues like this, what should we do? People are always greedy, and greedy people like the king of evil will never be satisfied. In the conference room, the Tianlong elites were slapping the table. Moving? Then what's the difference between us and ants? It's time to go to war and let the world know why the celestial dragons have dominated the world for 900 years. Are the holy knights and the 5 elders still not going to take action? World Army, what's the point of keeping CP0 if they don't fight? The elites were furious, they had enough. The inexplicable desire to hand over the heavenly gold must have been done by Feng. He could take the saber from the 5 elders without anyone noticing, so what was this little thing? Everyone, here we come. As far as the eye can see, 5 old men walked side by side, stepped into the door, and each chose a seat. 27 hours have passed since the end of the evil war. The Navy headquarters was almost wiped out, but the World Army has taken over the major branches. Impel Down and Judicial Island have also sent support, and the world will restore peace as quickly as possible. But this is obviously no longer the future we want. As long as Feng exists in the sea, there is no possibility of safety for Marijoa. He used his fruit ability to take away the Tensho gold today, and then asked us to move. What about the future? The greed of wolves is endless, let alone an evil dragon. Therefore, leave the responsibility of the World Army to us, and we will coordinate the overall situation. As for Feng, he will be handed over to the Knights of God, who completely threaten the safety of the celestial dragons. The bearded man of the 5 elders raised his hand. The rest of the celestial dragon elites all focused their attention on him. The Knights of God. The real territory of the celestial dragons. They all have their own celestial dragon branches to protect. However, what is more important is themselves. There are a total of 9 people, each of whom is powerful and has the responsibility to judge and protect the celestial dragons. And their existence itself has only one purpose. Protect the celestial dragons at all costs. Therefore, even among the celestial dragons, they are the elite among the elites. In this world, anyone can betray the celestial dragons, only the celestial dragons themselves will not. Unless they voluntarily give up their qualifications as celestial dragons like Doflamingo's father. Footsteps sounded. 9 figures entered the conference room without distinction. They also chose a seat. As soon as they sat down, their expressions changed. Everyone's attitude was different. The sea hasn't heard our names for a long time. But this is indeed a moment of crisis. Why bother to say more? We must start a new war to put an end to the evil war. The Knights of God quickly stated their decision. They believed that Feng's existence itself was a threat to the whole world. A new war must be launched to completely destroy him. We have no objection. A bearded Tianlong elite nodded. That's right, if the King of Evil doesn't die, our prestige will continue to decline. Today, those fools went to send gold from the sky, but only a handful of them came back alive. Aren't you the Knights of God meant for times like this? If Feng is not eliminated, there is no need for the Red Earth continent to exist. The Tianlong people were arguing and talking to each other. Facing Feng, this might be the time when they were most united, but there was one more important point. How strong is Feng? Does this thing belong to humans? The last point of the meeting was that before the war started, we should try our best to find out the whole story of Feng. In this world, no one falls from the sky, and everyone should have his own background. A man who is so powerful that he can overthrow the headquarters of the Navy should also have an unknown past. After the meeting, no celestial dragons of any lineage can move away, otherwise they will be regarded as voluntarily giving up their qualifications to become celestial dragons. After the leader of the Knights of God finished speaking, the 5 elders did not object. Now it is time for the World Army to temporarily replace the role of the Navy, and use the Judicial Island and the Impel Down City to fill the original vacancies. The 5 elders and the Knights of God must naturally be prepared for war at any time. More than a dozen of them stood up at the same time, representing the world's apparent authority and the highest military force of the celestial dragons. Walking in the spacious and luxurious corridor, the curly-haired Saturn Saint, one of the 5 elders, spoke first. Everyone, the most important point of this matter seems to have been forgotten. How should the war start? The power other than the celestial dragons should be the world army. But if they join forces, they will only form a new navy. Sword, that group of unruly guys, have already quit the navy after the war. Zephyr also announced his withdrawal from the navy, but they chose to become the new navy. So far, the remnants of the navy have been divided into 3 parts, and we only have control of one of them. The 5 elders' concerns are not unreasonable. The navy already had Zephyr's departure after the Abyss War. He was even more paranoid and would not do anything for the celestial dragons. As for Sword, they completely gave up their identity as a navy after the Abyss War and became a group of bounty hunters fighting pirates. They were originally the navy's backup. When they were young, those old guys like Sengoku and Garp had a special relationship with Roger and Whitebeard. It's really rare that they can let go at this age. The 5 elders continued to move forward. The Knights of God gradually smiled. The leader's long legs stepped forward, his eyes were deep, and his hands were open. I think you probably forgot how you won back then? God was able to join forces with 19 kings to make the world what it is today. Why can't we join forces with new kings? The words of the Knights of God had just come out. The 5 elders were already horrified. They looked at these 9 lunatics and thought of a possibility. The Reds will solve everything, now we will truly join forces. To abandon one's own bloodline is simply to deceive oneself. The only surprise was probably Mihawk's capture. The Knights of God spoke one after another. The 5 elders were all confused. Did so many things happen in the sea overnight? Are they really old? Last night, Red Hair stopped Kaido and Big Mom. From then on, our plan really began. The Knights of God walked on the road. The setting sun stretched their shadows as long as possible. The darkness seemed to be spreading infinitely, but there would be a limit. After all, there are still many monsters in the sea that have not taken action. Whether it is pirates or major kingdoms, as long as we can use them, we should use them. After hearing this, the 5 elders gradually stopped. They are old, and it is time for them to watch the rise of a new era. It's just that they keep thinking about it in their minds. Just like a sick long sword under the blank throne. No one can fight against the whole world. Joey Boy can't do it, so what right does he have as the king of evil? Chapter 80. Of course. Ye Feng gave the most affirmative response to the Red Hair Pirates while sitting in the tavern in Shampudi. The members of the Red Hair Pirates have just delivered the goods. They have no goodwill towards Ye Feng. They stayed because they knew that Red Hair Shanks would come sooner or later. And he also brought the fighting force of the giant kingdom Elbaf. There are 3 people at the bar of the tavern. Ye Feng, Rayleigh, and Beckman. Rayleigh, as the middleman, is drinking happily. To others, Ye Feng is now a terrifying weapon walking on the sea. Only Rayleigh understands that where Ye Feng is, there is real peace and tranquility. Senior Rayleigh. Shanks said that he used to argue about which was colder, the South Pole or the North Pole. For so many years, we have always wanted to meet his friends again. If possible, it would be fun to go to the South Pole and the North Pole together. Beckman started the topic. This. When Shanks and Buggy were still babies, we had already completed a trip around the world. When they grew up, they had to go on their own. It's a pity that the 2 little guys haven't met each other for so many years. I don't know what Buggy has become. Rayleigh smiled and picked up a glass of wine. Ding ding. The ice cubes and light red wine in the glass shook and knocked on the glass. As the vice-captain of the Pirate King, Rayleigh naturally understood what Beckman, the vice-captain of the Red Hair Pirates, was going to say. He just wanted to find something to talk about after Ye Feng appeared. Impel Down has been breached. Buggy must have escaped. I wonder if he has a good job. Our dragon prison provides food and lodging, as well as healing. He can definitely join us. Ye Feng really started chatting. But once he opened his mouth, the topic could not go on at all. What is dragon prison? It is called the Sea Impel Down. Now that the Impel Down has been breached, it is called the Little Dragon Prison by the world. The identities of the 2 have long been swapped. Compared to Marijoa, people are more yearning for and afraid of the kingdom of Kowloon. Entering Dragon Prison is basically saying goodbye to the outside world. Who is willing to go in? What good can come from being together with a group of monsters shouting for war and killing? Out of politeness, Beckman still tried to make himself answer. We don't know about Buggy either. That's right. The topic ended there. Rayleigh was so embarrassed that he planned to dig a Sabayati archipelago with his toes. How could you have a conversation like this? Really? I heard that red hair is a celestial dragon, is that true? Ye Feng answered seriously while eating seafood fried rice. This. Beckman was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Everyone knew that Ye Feng and the Tianlong people didn't get along. You don't know either? Do you know Rox? Some people say that Rox is Shank's father and his mother is a celestial dragon. Do you think that the child of Makino from Windmill Village is Shanks's? Ye Feng was just gossiping. For a retired teenager, it is normal to care about current affairs. Beckman always felt uncomfortable. Damn. It was too hard. Mr. Ye Feng, these things are not what our crew members should know. Beckman was even more surprised. Ye Feng actually knew Windmill Village and even Makino. How much does he know? And through his battles, we can see that whether it is Captain Newgate of the Whitebeard Pirates, and more than a dozen captains, or the Marshal, Garp, Admiral, and alternate Admiral of the headquarters of the Navy, Ye Feng is very familiar with their strength and characteristics, which is why the Seraphim can be reasonably distributed. Sure enough. Before, he underestimated this great pirate who almost reached the pinnacle of the world alone. He became more wary of the conversation with Ye Feng. I don't know. Isn't that Yuda the daughter of Red Hair? I heard that another fruit awakened unexpectedly, causing the death of all the people in a kingdom. Red Hair actually survived, he is a good father, but those people died too tragically. Could it be that Red Hair's daughter killed thousands of innocent people, and he can take the blame? Ye Feng took the spoon and ate heartily. There was already a pile of plates on the table beside him. Mr. Ye Feng, where did you hear this? Beckman looked resentful. He really couldn't understand why Ye Feng knew everything. Only the red hair pirates should know about this. I have retired from being a pirate. Tomorrow there will be news about my retirement. Enjoying life is the most important part of life. Therefore, I will do whatever I am curious about. There is nothing more interesting than living as you please. Ye Feng's words sounded awkward, but he actually liked gossip. When they heard that Ye Feng was going to retire, Beckman, Lakilu and others were all filled with surprise. You conquered the world yesterday. You became the strongest man in the world. Retire today. Beckman didn't understand. He couldn't understand it at all. He had never heard of a pirate retiring. If that was really possible, then Roger wouldn't have to be executed. What else? I have endless gold, Bailey. I am immortal and powerful. I have my own forces and subordinates. I have a magnificent palace and will soon have Marijoa as my backyard. What else is there in this world worth fighting for? Ye Feng yawned. I always feel sleepy after lunch. There is nothing to talk about gossip, so I might as well go home and take a nap. It seems to be the case. Beckman nodded. Ye Feng was right. He had everything he needed. The strongest and richest in the world, the celestial dragons had to pay tribute. He dominated the world, defeated the white-bearded man who was the apparent overlord of an era, and the real overlord, the Navy headquarters. All of this became Ye Feng's life experience. At this time, choosing to sleep peacefully, it seemed that no one was more qualified than him. But you haven't got the great treasure yet. You haven't reached Raftel, and you haven't become the Pirate King. There will be countless pirates coming to challenge you in the future. If you want to retire, do you want to avoid fighting? Beckman believes that no strong man will give up becoming stronger. The Pirate King is the dream of countless pirates. Even Kaido and Big Mom are looking forward to the day when they become the Pirate King. One Piece? Although I like the profession of pirate very much. But that is a thing of the past. Don't you want to think about where you will go after you retire? If it is me who has been a pirate for a month. Being a pirate is indeed cool, and the title of One Piece is not bad. But as the king of evil, whether it is Roger, Garp, or Dragon, They all seem to be inferior to me. In the next era, even if a new pirate king, a new navy king, and a new dragon prison king are born, their ultimate goal will also be the king of evil. The only one who can correspond to me is the king of the world, but he doesn't seem to plan to come and talk to me. When I put all the nations together and hold a martial arts tournament someday, it's just right to see the true face of this guy. Ye Feng continued to eat. He is so calm now. Even his tone is like a normal person. The red hair pirates have little contact with Ye Feng. He was soon confused by this theory. Only Pluto really felt that something was wrong. Ye Feng, why do you only have one head now? Usually, Ye Feng would be so eager to eat. 3 heads open their mouths at the same time, 2 hands hold the plate, and 6 hands feed the meal. Why is he talking today? Apart from the logic as usual, he seems quite normal. Normal doesn't seem like Ye Feng. Is there something wrong? Beckman didn't understand what was wrong. He was too normal today. Kapu expressed his concerns. Is this normal? The red hair pirates and the giant soldier pirates were equally stunned. In their opinion, Ye Feng was not a normal person at all. As expected, Senior Rayleigh understands me. I am the left head, you can call me Ye. The main body is Ye Feng, and he is resting. The right head is Feng, and he is meditating. So let me finish my meal and receive the foreign guests. Ye Feng happily ate the fried rice. The tavern was silent. Chapter 81. What are you yelling for? Don't mention me if there's nothing to do. The head on the right popped out. 2 more hands also appeared, gesticulating. On it was the design drawing of the 10,000 kingdoms. The next part will include not only the giant kingdom, but also the long-armed tribe, the fur tribe, the long-legged tribe. When it is fully built, it will be very lively. Kowloon Island, Dragon Prison, Shampoo Land, 10,000 kingdoms. A main island plus 3 island rings is the real Kowloon Kingdom. After the first martial arts tournament is held, Mary Gosa will be moved here and merged with Kowloon Island. Ye Fengjai's retirement plan will be truly completed. There really are 2 personalities. The red hair pirates shouted in unison. It's too outrageous. One likes gossip about food, and the other likes farming and infrastructure. The former is called Ye, and the latter is called Feng. They are 2 personalities differentiated from Ye Feng. It's lunch break, stop making noise. A 3rd head suddenly appeared in Ye Feng's body. The other 2 heads immediately shut their mouths. They all returned to their bodies and disappeared. This body without a head and arms was a monster among monsters in the eyes of the red hair pirates, a pirate group that had experienced countless adventures. Then, the legs also disappeared. It completely turned into a meatball. Why would Hancock like such a thing? Rayleigh wanted to cry but had no tears. He originally thought that Ye Feng was just a little abnormal. When he learned that he had multiple personalities, he just comforted himself in his heart that it was normal for a lunatic to be like this. Who would have thought that? Ye Feng was completely inhuman now. For a moment, the cotters of the red hair pirates were silent. They finally understood why Ye Feng asked the 4 emperors' pirates to come and deliver food. Why did he casually ask the celestial dragons to send heavenly gold? It was all done casually. Whatever he thought of was what he did. For a neurotic guy, he does have a certain logic in doing things. It's just his unique logic. It's hard for outsiders to understand. If Kaido dominated the world, became the pirate king, the king of the world, the king of extreme evil, and enjoyed the heavenly gold like the celestial dragons, what would he do? It must be out of ambition to build an enlarged version of Wano country. What about Big Mom? He would choose delicious food, and let countless people do their best to make all kinds of delicious food for her every day. But the result is that they will throw away all after eating a little, acting recklessly. Why does it seem normal in them, but become weird after all the integration in Ye Feng? Now the answer is finally found. Ye Feng doesn't need a reason to do things. Just give what you want. Why so much nonsense? I will prepare a meal when I remember you. It's so simple and convenient. But thinking of this, Beckman felt a sense of inability to solve the problem. What's the point of them dealing with an invincible lunatic? Even if the whole world joins forces to defeat him, how will the history books of later generations be written? Once upon a time there was a man named Feng. He was wild, he was ambitious and wanted to dominate the world, but was defeated by the righteous people. But the truth will be discovered by the world sooner or later. People will understand it on that day. The smile that Feng brought to the world was much more joyful than painful. And he was not going to dominate the world. What would happen? Thinking of this, as one of the few people who knew about the existence of Joy Boy, Vice President Beckman was already sweating coldly. The look he gave Feng was no longer doubtful, nor was it horror. It was a kind of disbelief. He severely damaged the original evil overlord and brought hope and happiness to more people. In the end, he was defeated by the world and slandered as an evil existence. He was eventually erased from history until he was known to the world and became the next him. What is this? Of course it is Joy Boy. Beckman stared at this neurotic being with unstable personality floating in the air. He took a deep breath. Mr. Feng, can you show yourself for a moment? I have something to ask you. Beckerman's voice had not yet fallen. The meatball turned into a lotus and slowly bloomed. A new Feng was born from it. He sat on the chair with an indifferent look on his face. I was a little mentally unstable just now. This probably happens every day. But it only takes a short while to get back to normal. Feng waved his hand, looking like he couldn't stand anyone in the world. Rayleigh almost cried when he saw this scene. Yes. Feng is back. Will this affect Mr. Feng's condition? Beckman asked cautiously. Of course, he would. Feng said without hesitation. The crew members quickly pricked up their ears. Sure enough. The King of Evil is not invincible. He will also be weakened. Once I enter this state, my strength will be multiplied by 1.5 times, but that is after all, I am